You are clearly just a bottom-tier extra actor. Yet in this global escape show, you play the Joker. You blew up the Vane Bank. This made top detectives from every country decide on the spot to personally step in and arrest you. And with your artistically insane dance, you won countless fanatical fans. In others' eyes, escaping is the goal, but you forcefully changed the game rules, making this game your perfect stage, enjoying this life-or-death escape process. Only because you were originally a powerful actor, but crossed over to a world with only terrible movies, and you activated the role-playing system. Just by playing roles well, you can gain skills and attributes. So you set your sights on this virtual show. And this virtual show is actually a complete world. What stage could be more perfect than this? So the game begins. Ding! Congratulations, host, for activating your first character, DC's Joker. Information about the Joker flooded into your brain all at once: shooting expertise, prop-making criminal talent, top-level psychological warfare, emotional manipulation increased by 500%. Your thinking becomes chaotic yet sharp. A crazy plan has already formed in your mind. The performance begins. First level, escape the circus. On the stage hall, standing at the door is a man radiating an aura of madness. Now you've changed into a purple suit, paired with a pair of polished shiny black leather shoes, looking extremely flashy. A terrifying grinning face with the corners of your mouth nearly reaching your ears, like a bomb that could explode at any moment, making people suffocate with pressure. You come to the edge of the stage, pick up the microphone. Dear audience, welcome to my world. The circus's silence is torn apart by your exaggerated voice. You stand at the edge of the stage, laughing, while scanning everyone around the circus. This scene's difficulty seems hard, but actually hides two escape routes, and you've already seen through both. Because you don't just want to escape this scene, you want to enter this vast virtual world. Before that, you need to stir up these NPCs' emotions. Which of you hasn't been called a freak? Don't you want to be respected? You bring several plastic buckets from the stage edge, placing them in front of you. The buckets are full of paint for performers. You grab a brush, dip it in white paint, and begin smearing it on your face. You want to give yourself a Joker face. We are all freaks. It's just that I've awakened, while you're still sleeping. You go to the right side of the stage to a mountain of gift masks. Reaching out to pull the strings holding the masks. Whoosh! Hundreds and thousands of Joker masks slide down. Freaks should wake up now. Chaos, complete chaos. At this moment, with your emotional manipulation boosted by 500%, everyone below the stage, like hounds smelling fresh meat, rush toward the stage together. Congratulations, host, for completing the initial character task, drawing your first Joker makeup. Task reward, Joker disguise technique. Reward item, Joker jacket. Joker jacket prevents fatal damage. Remaining uses, one time. Regular guests who suffer fatal damage will have their consciousness forcibly eliminated from the simulation pod. But after getting the Joker jacket, you essentially have an extra life. At the Olympic Sports Center Stadium, in the 7 guest judge positions, 5 are world-class experts. The remaining 2 are reserved for fear-inducing criminal masterminds. From right to left, they are Thailand's Chinatown detective Chin Fong, Chinatown's amateur detective Tang Ren, Cherry Blossom Country's top criminal investigator Shinichi Okamoto, Kimchi Country's leading detective Ding Cheng, America's former Special Forces ex-warrior Wade Wilson, also known as Deadpool. Among these people, the one with the most serious expression is Shinichi Okamoto. His role is very special. Besides being a judge expert, he's also responsible for designing the first 3 scenes of the show. His goal is very clear. He wants to end this episode within the first 3 scenes, so designers from other countries, especially Dragon Country's designers, won't even have a chance to participate. This way the world will know just how powerful Cherry Blossom Country really is. The next 2 seats are occupied by 2 people wearing prison uniforms. Besides the shackles on their hands and feet, these 2 are world-class criminal masterminds. One is the head of a world criminal organization, Sherlock Holmes' archenemy Professor Moriarty. The other is a crime master who likes to teach people lessons, Uncle Jack. These 2 sit there quietly, looking very calm. But no one knows how many dangerous thoughts run through their minds. These 7 people are currently just judge guests, helping everyone analyze the show. But in the later stages of the program, their roles will change. When the pursuit team needs help, these 7 guests can directly enter the field, acting as commanders of the pursuit team. In other words, to win the final victory, you must face the challenge of these 7 guests. And when the 7 guests participate in the pursuit, it's almost like they've been in half the competition. They have some understanding of the fugitives and their methods. The difficulty of escape is imaginable. This game has 50 ordinary guests and 50 high IQ elites participating. Now let's look at the screens of the most popular livestreams. Host Yonggo steps back, waves his hand and the background screen lights up. First, livestream room number 11, Mr. Sherlock Holmes has powerful information gathering abilities. Livestream room number 15's escape contestant is Logic, known as the strongest brain. Livestream room number 22's fugitive is the mind magician Darren, his specialty is mind control. Yonggo switches to livestream room number 61. In just 5 minutes, the viewer count multiplied dozens of times. Camera switches. The next second, everyone is stunned. Deafening music, noisy shouts, and a dancing crowd. Even the animals in the cages have been released. Dozens of clowns wearing the same masks are in a frenzy. This scene, rather than a circus, feels more like an out-of-control asylum. Seeing this, even the 7 judges present were shocked. Number 61 Lu Xiaoqian? A regular contestant? What is he trying to do? Chapter 6, Capture, begin. Due to too many high IQ geniuses in the show, their thinking and actions are often incomprehensible to most ordinary people. Therefore, in order for the audience to keep up with the pace of the show, the 7 top experts analyze and comment on The Fugitive during the early stages of the program. Before this, they had done simple analyses of Sherlock Holmes, Logic, and Magician Darren. However, upon seeing Lu Xiaoqian's livestream, the 7 experts fell silent. Because they couldn't immediately understand what Lu Xiaoqian was trying to do. Faced with the barrage of comments filling the screen and the 7 silent experts, host Yonga was anxious beyond measure. If it weren't for his lack of intelligence, he would analyze for a bit. To avoid an awkward silence, Yonga helplessly read from the material. Lu Xiaoqian, contestant from Longwa, 22 years old, participating in the show for the first time. Profession, actor, 3rd tier. Yonga never expected that this one sentence would break the silence in the venue. Oh. A supporting role Tangren replied earnestly, I already know what he's trying to do. He's here to start a business. Start a business? Qin Feng looked at Tangren in confusion. You don't understand this? Riding the wave of popularity. Internet celebrity live streaming. 3, 2, 1, let's send the link to the family. Ha ha ha, Tangren laughed with a grin. Qin Feng looked speechless. Although he's a 3rd-tier actor, his stage presence seems quite good, Ding Qing said, stroking his chin, lost in thought. I feel it's not that simple, Qin Feng stammered. No, Okamoto Shinichi shook his head, I don't think there's anything to analyze. He's just a regular contestant, and many of his actions may just be impulses, or have nothing to do with the escape. If we analyze such guests, it will only waste the show's time. In the previous commentary, Okamoto Shinichi had a high regard for Sherlock Holmes and the others. But for Lu Xiaoqian, he showed a disdainful attitude. The reason he spoke so definitively was that he already saw. Sherlock Holmes and the others had each found the correct direction. Yet this Lu Xiaoqian not only failed to take the 2 escape directions he set, but even lacked a serious attitude about escaping. This made Okamoto Shinichi somewhat displeased. Hearing Okamoto Shinichi's words, Yonga glanced at the time. Sure enough, only 1 minute remained for the fugitives. Yonga looked at the 2 criminal judges and found that they didn't even lift their eyes when facing the live stream of number 61. Clearly, they also had no interest in the regular contestants. Time's almost up. We'll soon enter the capture phase, so let's save time for the upcoming winners. Okamoto Shinichi said. Seeing time was up, Yonga waved his arm towards the big screen and shouted into the microphone. Let's move on to the next phase. Capture officially begins. Almost at the same moment, 100 white balls appeared on the big screen. Each ball represents a fugitive contestant. Once their status changes, eliminated or successfully escaped, the color of the ball will change. Eliminated means red, successfully escaped means green. No one at the scene spoke, and the barrage in the live streams disappeared at this moment. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the 100 balls. 1 minute passed. 20 balls turned red, these 20 fugitive contestants were directly eliminated. 2 minutes passed. Another 30 balls turned red. 3 minutes. Another 40 balls turned red. The speed of elimination and the number of eliminations far exceeded people's expectations. In just 3 minutes, over 90 contestants were eliminated. For the chasing group, it was as easy as taking candy from a baby. The barrage began to increase gradually. What's going on? If this continues, no one will remain in the first round. Waited for half a month, over in 3 minutes. Foot basin chicken designer. Come out. What is this? This is only the first round. For minutes later, finally a ball turned green. Congratulations to Live Room 1, Sherlock Holmes, successfully escaping the scene and arriving at the waiting area, waiting for teleportation. A banner popped up above each live room. The atmosphere of the program was pulled up from despair. At the bottom of the big screen, a replay of Holmes' escape appeared. Holmes, after observing the scene, chatted briefly with the prop master and selected one of the many sewer covers on the ground, diving in. So amazing. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with excitement. As expected of Mr. Holmes, he must have discovered clues from this prop master. Before Qin Feng finished speaking, Ding Qing, watching the screen, said, he's a repairman. This prop master is also a circus repairman. Holmes figured this out and learned about the hidden exit. Brilliant. Hearing the explanations from the 2 experts, the audience finally understood. Holmes really lives up to his name. Unfortunately, this program requires that all contestants must be confirmed before they can be teleported out together. So, the fastest homes must wait for others. Before long, the second green ball also appeared. Congratulations to Live Room 22, Mental Magician Darren, successfully escaping the scene and arriving at the waiting area, waiting for teleportation. Just 2 seconds later, the third green ball also appeared. Congratulations to Live Room 15, Luoji, successfully escaping the scene and arriving at the waiting area, waiting for teleportation. The replay of Darren's and Luoji's escape also appeared at the bottom of the big screen. In the footage, after Darren spoke a few words with the circus owner, the owner directly took Darren to the backstage makeup room. Inside the makeup room, there was a secret passage. Darren exited through the secret passage directly. And Luoji was a few seconds slower than Darren because he spent a bit of time observing the structure of the scene. After observing, Luoji's gaze fell on the load-bearing columns, following one of them to find the exit covered by other sewer covers. Luoji's escape route was the same as Holmes'. The fantastic performances of these two pushed the atmosphere of the program up even more. Although the audience still didn't fully understand their thought process, they could feel their brilliance from their decisive actions, and they all exclaimed, "Wow!" Seeing the performances of these two contestants, Qin Feng on the judging panel couldn't help but shout, "Old Qin! What are you doing? Did you forget which side you are on?" Tang Ren's thick eyebrows were knitted together. "Doing this is undermining your own people's prestige." I was just too excited to see Luoji's outstanding performance, you know." Qin Feng looked serious. Luoji just took a glance at the environment and found the flaw among those columns. Chapter 7, the game is not over yet. Columns? Flaw? Old Qin. He escaped through the drain. That has nothing to do with the columns. It does. Qin Feng turned to look at Tang Ren, because this escape route extends from under the columns to the outside. Ah. Ding Qing, from the side, couldn't help but speak. "Let me explain it to you. The circus is constantly moving, and the framework is all temporarily built. But even so, these support pillars must be driven deep into the ground to be secure. And the pillar that logic is focused on hasn't been driven underground." Ding Qing pointed to the big screen, where the angle of the stage was on display. From the stage, those pillars could be seen in full. At the base of the pillar logic was focused on, it indeed had not been embedded into the ground. There wasn't even a single nail or rivet to hold it down. This indicates that beneath this pillar, there is likely empty space. Additionally, the cover of the drainage channel can roughly indicate the direction and flow of the drainage system. Although there are many other covers on the ground for demonstration, it's not difficult to reverse engineer the direction of the drainage channel corresponding to this pillar. After listening to Ding Qing's explanation, everyone was stunned. This logic not only has strong observation skills, but his mind works so fast. Wait. The assumption you just made has a premise. Tang Ren focused on the screen. The premise is that you need to know there is an escape route in the drainage channel. How does he know that? Hearing this question, Ding Qing smiled but didn't answer. In order to prevent Tang Ren from being mocked by other mentors, Qin Feng quickly explained, "Think about it, why would a proper drainage cover be so concentrated? Even on a crisscrossed road, you wouldn't see such a situation." Oh. So it means that these drainage channels, at a glance, don't look like genuine drainage channels. There must be a problem. After saying this, Tang Ren burst into laughter. If the designer hadn't tried to cover this escape route and hadn't made so many fake drainage channels, perhaps logic wouldn't have discovered it so quickly. This is adding unnecessary details. As soon as these words came out, the expression on Okamoto Shinichi's face darkened. Because all of this was designed by him. However, he didn't bother to argue with Tang Ren. So far, aside from these three people, all the other competitors in the elite group had been defeated. This basically indicated that the first challenge had concluded. Moreover, the three who escaped were all top-notch experts. This was both reasonable and saves face. Okamoto Shinichi felt very satisfied with this outcome. This was just the first challenge. In the next two challenges, eliminating the remaining three should not be a problem. This round's escape scene was contracted out to Sakura Country. The designers from Dragon Country could pack up and go home early. Thinking of this, a slight, barely noticeable smile crossed Okamoto Shinichi's eyes. However, because of the phrase adding unnecessary details, he didn't want the topic to linger on logic any longer. Although logic performed well, Okamoto Shinichi shifted his tone. This mental magician, Darren, is even more brilliant. Yes, Sherlock Holmes and logic's methods are traceable, but Darren's techniques are rather strange. Ding Qing nodded. If we truly had to compete, Darren might be the hardest to deal with. No. Perhaps, it may not even come to our turn. Okamoto Shinichi's expression was neutral, clearly confident in his design. Hearing this, Han Ba on the projection seat finally showed a change in expression. His eyebrows moved slightly. This program, ending so quickly, wasn't the result he wanted. That directs. Tang Run grinned. Little Tang. Reminded quietly by Chin Fong, Tang Run realized he misspoke, quickly correcting himself. That Okamoto. It seems you are very confident. I'd like to see how you designed your second challenge. Hey! By the way, when do we enter the next challenge? Once these words were spoken, everyone finally came back to reality. The three contestants had already escaped for a while. But the system had not yet prompted to start the second challenge. The host, Swim Brother, quickly walked up and said, "It will automatically start once the data from the first challenge is concluded." After saying this, Swim Brother waved his hand at the screen, intending to bring up the settlement display. However, a few big words suddenly appeared on the screen. Attention! The level is not over, cannot settle. Attention! The level is not over, cannot settle. Everyone was stunned. Not over? But the escape success prompt only appeared 3 times. Apart from these 3 people, the rest of the elite group was all dead. Could it be? There are still people in the ordinary group inside? The host, Brother Yon, realized it and quickly pulled up the live broadcast list. 100 balls representing the live broadcast rooms, most of them had turned red. Only the 3 of homes were green, and apart from that, there was one that hadn't changed and was still white. Seeing the number on top, everyone was shocked. Number 61. It was the live broadcast room of the guy named Lu Xiaoqian. That lunatic hasn't been caught yet, still inside? In the next second, the screen switched to the live broadcast room 61. In live broadcast room 61, the circus. The pursuit team led by Captain Cage had already rushed into the circus. When they burst in, all 20 pursuers were dumbfounded. Before them was a room full of clowns wearing masks celebrating wildly. And in the air, there was a clown walking on a tightrope? Everyone, pay attention, the target might be a lunatic. Walking on a tightrope. Although the pursuers all held guns, signaling the others below to quiet down. But this group of clowns danced like they had gone mad. In the end, it was only under Captain Cage's strong suppression that the situation was barely controlled. But the clown in the air still ignored them and continued walking. When live broadcast room 61 was displayed on the big screen, Captain Cage and this clown had been in a standoff for 5 minutes. Did you hear me? Get down now. You are under arrest. Cage shouted angrily. Captain Cage joined this program just to go after Holmes. As a recipient of the Presidential Medal of Freedom and a Special Operations Commander, he was quite famous within the US. But once he stepped out of the country, very few people recognized him. So, he wanted to use this show to bump into Holmes. If he catches him, he wins big. If he doesn't catch him, he still gains a reputation. A sure gamble. For this, he even spent $10,000 to bribe a so-called insider with connections, trying to have the other person arrange a chance encounter with Holmes. But what he never expected was, not only was he not assigned to Holmes, he didn't even get close to the elite group. He was directly assigned to the ordinary group. Ordinary group? I am at least a star commander in the US, do I need those 10 or 20 viewers of yours? Spending $10,000 to enter the ordinary group. If this got out, wouldn't it be a laughingstock? After being assigned to the ordinary group, Cage just wanted to quickly finish this boring show and go back to demand money from that conman. Unfortunately, he encountered a lunatic clown dragging out the time with a group of NPCs. At this moment, Captain Cage was furious enough to explode. If it weren't for the mask on the other person's face, preventing him from confirming their identity, Cage would have shot him down already. In the end, Cage still pulled the gun's bolt. Take off the mask. This is the last warning. The clown continued walking on the tightrope, as if he heard nothing. Cage aimed the gun at the clown's head, moved back half a meter, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A loud noise exploded behind the clown. Although the other party did not stop, he visibly shivered. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared at the corner of Cage's mouth. For so many years, this intimidation tactic had never failed. Quickly do as I say, or the next shot won't be so accurate. Upon hearing this, the clown indeed reacted. He stopped walking. Very good, take off the mask. Hearing this, the clown extended one hand. But this hand did not reach for the mask, instead, it reached towards his chest. He slowly lifted his coat. Under the coat was wrapped around him a circle of homemade bombs. Chapter 8, Lost is Lost, what kind of life play is this? In the moment the coat was lifted, the electronic timer on the bomb started counting down. 4 minutes 59 seconds. 4 minutes 58 seconds. Watching the numbers keep jumping, Captain Cage's temples buzzed. His first thought was shock. The materials from a small workshop are this fierce? They even set up a bomb? Then, he began to doubt the authenticity of this bomb. After all, bombs can't just be made anywhere, at least, the other side must have gunpowder. But when he saw a large pile of fireworks shells dismantled at the edge of the stage and gunpowder scattered on the ground, he knew he had truly encountered a lunatic this time. At that moment, he even forgot about the $10,000. Whether he could walk away unscathed had become a problem. If not handled well, his lifetime of honor might remain in this show. However, what he didn't know was, while he was staring intently at the guy on the tightrope, there was also a pair of eyes, secretly watching him from behind. Among 100 live streams, only 4 remained. Because Liu Xiaoqian's livestream was projected onto the big screen, the 3 contestants from the Sherlock Holmes scenario were also in a waiting state, and a large number of viewers began to flood into Liu Xiaoqian's livestream. The number of viewers in the live stream jumped from around 200,000 to 42 million. The new audience growth rate data went crazy. The staff in the back end were also stunned. Adding to this, the sudden appearance of the bomb made the bullet screen in the 61st live room go wild. What the heck? What kind of godly contestant is this? Production team, is this episode sponsored by Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital? What's going on? I just came from the Sherlock Holmes livestream. Can someone tell me what's happening? Why is there a bomb? This situation clearly says, if you don't let me escape, I won't let you off easy. It's mutual destruction, right? You can't deny, this guy is clever, thinking outside the box. Even if he can't escape, he's still captured this wave of traffic. Wow. I just found out there are 40 million people in one live stream. Wait. Where did he get the bomb? Compared to these tens of millions of new viewers, the previous over 100,000 viewers suddenly became veterans. Because they had been watching Liu Xiaoqian's live stream all along. How Liu Xiaoqian kidnapped the boss, and how he brought the boss onto the tightrope amidst the excited shouts of all the clowns, they watched the entire process. Facing the confused and shocked new viewers, the old viewers proudly curled their lips, starting to tease. Everyone is wearing masks, who knows which one is Liu Xiaoqian, right? Only us old viewers can recognize him, huh? New friends, you know nothing about our Xiaoqian. Seeing the bomb activated, the judges at the panel couldn't help but freeze for a moment. This guy is really going all out for the show? Tangren exclaimed in shock. However, before the old viewers could tease Tangren, Qin Feng suddenly said, no. It may not be him standing up there. Once this was said, the hearts of the old viewers chilled to half. Wow. Did he see through it at a glance? This episode is truly hell level, these judges are all high IQ monsters, it's a bit hard to deal with. I suddenly really look forward to their next round, to personally bump into Xiaoqian. Let's see who is smarter, them or Xiaoqian who is crazy. After Qin Feng said this, the other judges remained silent. Although they shared the same thoughts as Qin Feng, they hadn't found any clear evidence to prove their point. They did not want to make a quick conclusion. These pairs of eyes were carefully examining the screen, trying to find clues from the image. Unfortunately, through the screen, with these limited angles and information, it was really hard to judge whether the man standing on the wire was the guest named Liu Xiaoqian just now. Apart from his clothing, there was no difference in height and build. In fact, the edge of the mask even revealed some white paint. It's not rational to make a judgment based on just one image, said Okamoto Shinichi, but there's no need to rush. Captain Cage of the 61st Live Broadcast Room, though not famous, is not an ordinary person in America. Although Okamoto Shinichi appeared calm on the surface, he was already a bit impatient inside. In his heart, an amateur player should not stay in the scene he designed for such a long time. This was not only an insult to his design but also a delay for the arrival of his next exciting show. However, to show his grace, he said nothing. He only pinned his hopes on Captain Cage. Host Yong-go, while receiving background guest information through his headset, said, "Yes, this Captain Cage has even received the Presidential Medal of Freedom in America. I believe he will be able to gather more information on site than we can from behind the screen. Let's wait and see. Let's see how Captain Cage will respond." Inside the circus. Watching the timer counting down, beads of sweat formed on Captain Cage's forehead. Although getting cheated out of $10,000 was a bit foolish, he was truly an experienced commander. At this moment, his mind was racing, formulating a temporary response strategy. If this were in the real world, the first action would be to evacuate the surrounding crowd and call in a bomb disposal expert to prepare. But the current situation was a bit special. First, this was just a virtual solo scene capture operation, there were no so-called bomb disposal experts at all. Secondly, years of experience told him that until the identity of the captured target was confirmed, anything could happen. Including the man who seemed to be the target right now, who might not actually be the target. Although the probability was low, it was still possible. So he could not recklessly evacuate others, especially letting them exit through the main door. The waiting area for the fugitive was not far from the main door. If the other party really mixed in with the crowd, once the door opened and the chaos broke out, they could rush into the waiting area, and he would lose. The door is not to be opened even by God. Fortunately, the circus had a back door, and outside the back door was a small yard. Evacuating everyone into this enclosed little yard was currently the most appropriate plan. There was less than 3 minutes left on the countdown. He had little time left to hesitate. Evacuate everyone to the yard behind the back door. Captain Cage ordered loudly. One of the team members closest to Cage quietly reminded him. Captain, according to normal procedures, we need to evacuate the crowd. I know. Cage's voice was low. Our elite team has been assigned to the amateur group, which is already very embarrassing. If we let him trick us and escape, how can we face anyone again? The team member did not dare to speak again. Do as I say, hurry up. Yes. The team members quickly ushered the group of clowns toward the back door. Once everyone was in the yard, Cage's gaze returned to the man on the tightrope. He said sincerely. Listen, I know the situation isn't as complicated as I thought. You might just want to hold on a little longer because you can't escape. But, you really don't need to do this. Doing so will not change the outcome. And also, if that thing explodes, it really hurts. You come down now, and we'll let things end peacefully. Due to program regulations, to prevent NPCs from knowing the real information and causing chaos. In the virtual world, all guests cannot reveal information about the program and the real world to NPCs or people of unknown identity. So, Cage could only subtly hint like this, implying to the other party it's meaningless to do this, and what you get is only the pain of perception. Sure enough. Hearing Cage's words, the person on the tightrope carefully nodded. Seeing the other's reaction, Cage let out a big sigh of relief in his heart. It seems the hint worked. That's right. Bro, you're an amateur guest. If you lose, you lose. Why play with your life? Again with the tightrope, and again with the bomb. What if it really blows up? Do I not have to mix in the industry for the rest of my life? Very good, then come down. Cage said. The clown started preparing to come down. At this moment, Captain Cage's anxious heart was completely set free. He even felt a bit smug. After all, he was a star commander. Being dragged by amateurs for so long was indeed a bit embarrassing. If he could recover a little face, that would be great. Actually, I guessed long ago that you were scaring us. I've worked on the front lines for 18 years, and I can see at a glance you won't. However, before Captain Cage finished opening the champagne halfway, the next second, boom! A deafening explosion sound. Including Captain Cage, all the pursuit team members instinctively fell to the ground. And that clown on the tightrope shivered in fright. His feet slipped. Like a bird without wings, he fell down. And in the live room, all the bullet screens disappeared. Everyone was stunned by the explosion. Captain Cage was the first to react. The explosion was not indoors, but in the back door. In the backyard. You guys hurry to the backyard. With Cage's command, several team members quickly got up from the ground and rushed to the backyard. He wanted to see what had happened in the backyard. But he had to figure out the identity of the fallen clown first. He walked towards the clown. However, when he reached the clown's side and saw the homemade bomb next to him, he was stunned for a moment. These homemade bombs had already been crushed by the clown. But what leaked out was not gunpowder, but sand. I was played. Sir. It has nothing to do with me. I'm the boss. I was forced. The clown on the ground covered his waist and quickly explained. Why didn't you say that just now? He said if I said a word, he would blow me to pieces. These bombs are all fake. Captain Cage left the boss behind and angrily ran towards the backyard. When he arrived in the yard, the scene in front of him made his scalp tingle. He saw. A section of the back wall had already been blown down. Several team members were injured in the explosion, leaning against the wall. And the 20 clowns from before had mostly run away. Only a few clowns, knocked down by the blast, were still laughing madly. These clowns had their masks shaken off, revealing their vividly painted faces. However, at this moment, Captain Cage had already forgotten to pay attention to these abandoned clowns, even forgetting to chase the ones who had escaped. He looked towards the broken wall outside the yard, his pupils shaking. In the distance, besides the backs of a dozen running clowns, there were hospitals, tall buildings, and churches. And 10,000 lights lit up. It turned out, this is not just a separate scene, but the entire city. This picture made the live room boil instantly. I've watched so many episodes, but I didn't know this virtual scene is an entire city? Could it be that each previous scene wasn't separate? This just left me stunned. Wait. This Lu Xiaoqian. Did you know it from the beginning? Maybe it's just luck. I don't think so. If he wasn't sure, why would he choose to escape this way? Come on. Choose? Did he have a choice? With so many contestants, only 3, including Sherlock Holmes, found the exit. Do you think everyone can find the exit? You people are overestimating this clown. Stop hitching a ride on Sherlock Holmes, okay? Did Lu Xiaoqian really break through the circus scene by luck, or was it planned in advance? This question is also bothering the judges in front of the big screen. The eyes of the other judges all fell on Okamoto Shinichi. Shiba, the scene, isn't it separate? Ding Ching asked in shock. Did you design this intentionally? Deadpool Wade also curiously asked. A bitter smile appeared on Okamoto Shinichi's face. Did I design it? How could I? How could I possibly create this kind of trouble? No, this question actually can't be explained in just a few words. Okamoto Shinichi hesitated. Then say a bit more. Tang Ren continued. I'm not sure if making this public will cause any impact. I must get the program's consent first. Okamoto Shinichi looked at the host, Brother Yong. At this moment, Brother Yong was communicating with the backstage through his earpiece. Finally, he picked up the microphone and said, as everyone knows, our show is the first in history to use virtual chamber technology. It's also the first time that virtual chamber technology has publicly appeared. There are some details that have not been disclosed yet. That's because we had concerns about control. We were worried about things getting out of control. However, since everyone has already seen it today, then. At this point, Brother Yon looked at Okamoto Shinichi. Mr. Okamoto, I have just received a response, and this matter can be made public today. Next, we'll have to trouble you to explain it to everyone. Upon hearing this, Okamoto Shinichi nodded slightly. He leaned forward slightly, looking at the big screen, and said, ever since virtual chamber technology was publicly showcased, we've all been amazed by its realism. Especially these NPCs. Their thoughts and actions are no different from real people like us. The reason they are so realistic is precisely because they really live in their own world. In other words, their lives are complete, there's not a single part missing. And every scene we designed before was actually built within their world. It's just that. When designing these scenes, the changed details would be input into their minds in a different interpretation. This is also why the mentalist Darren could learn about the exit through the circus owner. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was stunned. So, all the contestants really were escaping in another complete world. But, no contestant had ever discovered it before. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes unconsciously turned to the title above the livestream, number 61, Lu Xiaoqian. If it weren't for Lu Xiaoqian's actions today, everyone might still naively think this was just a small virtual space. How did this guy know? However, among everyone present, only Han Nibai did not show any shock. On the contrary, a faint, almost unnoticeable smile appeared in his eyes. Maybe, this result was exactly what he wanted. Lu Xiaoqian? An interesting young man. At this moment, Detective Ding Qing spoke up. Did Lu Xiaoqian guess it long ago? That's why he escaped this way? Before anyone else could speak, Okamoto Shinichi responded, saying, no, Mr. Ding Qing, I think you're overestimating him. Only 3 people found the exit I designed. And they're all top-tier guests like Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Lu Xiaoqian? He's just an actor in the amateur group. I believe that his purpose in participating in this program is not actually to win the competition. Because he has no hope of winning at all. So, he attracts attention, putting on a show. Only during the performance, he was lucky enough to discover the virtual world. The judges present are all smart people. Everyone heard the meaning in Okamoto Shinichi's words. He does not believe that an amateur guest can reach this point without relying on luck. However, others feel that this matter is not so simple. Especially Qin Feng. He thinks that this number 61, Lu Xiaoqian, is truly not as simple as it seems. The opponent might likely be a hidden expert. Although he currently has no way to prove his guess, that strong feeling cannot be ignored. It compels him to start secretly studying Lu Xiaoqian's actions. Seeing that others had nothing to say, Okamoto Shinichi also chose not to continue speaking. He tactically took a sip of water. Some things he did not want to say and felt unnecessary to say. Because he believes that a contestant like Lu Xiaoqian will soon be caught. He does not plan to explain to everyone for now. In fact, these 100 contestants are in the same virtual world. Chapter 10. Look into my eyes. On the other side, Holmes, Luoji, and Darren. The 3 stood in their respective scenes waiting area, waiting for the program team's transmission notice. At this moment, Holmes had already sensed something unusual. Because the waiting time was too long. In such a limited scene, the capture process should not take this long. It was either escape or be caught, there was no third possibility. Such a lingering silence must mean that something uncontrollable has happened. Just then, the phones issued by the program team in the pockets of the three buzzed simultaneously. It was a text message. Program notice: due to a sudden event, the duration of the first stage is extended by 10 minutes. Those who have escaped the scene, continue waiting in place. Specific arrangements will be notified shortly. Seeing this message, Holmes' eyebrows suddenly lifted. It seems that something truly wonderful has happened. What could it be? This message successfully sparked Holmes' curiosity. He enjoys this feeling, as it makes his brain even more excited and active. But at the same time, he felt a bit of pain. He had originally expected the first stage to end quickly, so he hadn't brought any cigarettes when he transmitted into the scene. And 10 minutes is too long for a smoker like him. In the live broadcast room 61, Keki, who also received the program notification text, quickly regained his thoughts. He knew that he still had a chance. These 10 minutes were his opportunity to turn the situation around. Behind the walls is a muddy wasteland, so the fleeing figures cannot run too fast. They are still within Keki's sight. They can't run quickly, there's still a long way to the road. Keki looked at two teammates. You two keep an eye on the remaining guys. Everyone, follow me. Yes. Not a single one can be allowed to escape. Captain, there are over a dozen of them. I don't care. Call everyone over. Not a single one can be missed. Keki shouted, leading the charge. Except for the two teammates, the others followed Keki over the wall, stepping into the muddy wasteland. The team members were all trained, so in this environment, their speed of advancement was faster than those clowns. Keki was confident that he could catch the clowns before they reached the main road. In front of the big screen. Seeing Captain Keki taking his team to chase, the host Yonggu picked up the microphone and began to comment. The chasing team in the show consists of trained elites in real life. Their speed in adverse conditions is faster than that of the clowns ahead. The distance between the two sides is constantly closing. I think, within 10 minutes, the first stage will end. Before Brother Yong could finish his words. No. Detective Pickled Cabbage Ding Ching shook his head. The first round can't be temporarily concluded. As soon as he said this, everyone's gaze fell on Ding Ching. Brother Yong seemed a bit embarrassed and asked, why do you say that? Because Captain Kaiji's direction is already wrong. Ding Ching's expression was emotionless. Guest number 61, Lu Xiaoqian, is not among those fleeing clowns. What do you mean? Not among those fleeing clowns? As soon as Brother Yong finished the sentence, his body suddenly shook, as if he had discovered a blind spot. He excitedly added, could it be that he is hiding among the clowns lying on the ground? No, I think Mr. Ding Chong means Lu Xiaoqian is not in this group at all. Qin Feng said seriously. I don't understand, sisterly. Brother Yong's blind spot was shattered. Feeling somewhat lost, why are you all so sure he isn't inside? In the previous first round observation, I counted the number of people in the scene. Including the fleeing guests, there are 22 people in each scene. Qin Feng said without thinking. If I remember correctly. Hearing this, Ding Ching looked at Qin Feng in surprise. He didn't expect this young man to be so attentive. He had done the same thing as himself. Yes, I counted too. Including an NPC in the dressing room, there are 22 people in each scene. But now. Ding Ching pointed at the screen, the fleeing figures add up to 14, there are 6 lying on the ground, and with the boss inside, there are only 21 people in total. That means one is missing. Could it be that he escaped amidst the chaos and is hiding in some dark corner? Not following that group of people? Brother Yong asked. It shouldn't be so. Although this desolate land outside is dark, the view is very broad, making it unsuitable for hiding. Once discovered, there wouldn't even be a chance to escape. Ding Chang looked at Qin Feng, right? So? I also believe that the other party hasn't escaped. Qin Feng shook his head. Captain Kaiji's emotions have been misled. As soon as his voice fell. On the big screen, the live scene of studio number 61 suddenly split into 2 parts, with 2 angles. One angle was outdoors, focusing on the frantically running Kaiji. The other angle was indoors, focusing on the sewer lid. This sewer is the one that Holmes and Logic used to escape. In the next second, with a loud clang, the sewer lid was pushed open. Lu Xiaoqian's head peeked out from inside. Host Brother Yong was stunned in front of the big screen. It turned out that, from start to finish, he had been hiding under the lid all along, watching the movements of the pursuit group through the gaps. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the live broadcast room began to type furiously. Wait, dude, you actually found the escape route? But you didn't use it? Who just said Lu Shaoqian was lucky? Look in my eyes. I held back from spoiling, and now I can't hold it in, just for this moment. Dude, don't be so excited, how about you take a bathroom break before we chat? Who just said he had no choice? Look clearly, this is the route that Holmes and Logic used to escape. Even so, I still choose not to believe it. After all, he didn't escape through this passage, how can it prove that he knows this route is open? You're all talk, aren't you? Don't get too happy too soon, didn't you see? Just now, both Jean Fong and Detective Pickled Cabbage have already speculated about his movements. You shouldn't be too happy either, don't you know? They are inferring while watching the big screen, that's the god's perspective. Why don't you let them try it themselves? If they try it, then I'll call them down when I ride home on my donkey. Stop it. You guys stop it. On the screen. Lu Shaoqian had already climbed out of the sewer. With disheveled hair, he swaggered over to the circus owner lying on the ground. Don't. Before the owner could finish his sentence, Lu Shaoqian pinched the owner's cheek with one hand. And with a dagger in the other hand, pressed it against the owner's face. Should Lu Shaoqian licked his lips. Relax a bit, relax a bit. What you just did was great. Chapter 11, this kid has changed all the rules. The boss looked at Lu Shaoqian, his eyes filled with fear. He had no idea what Lu Shaoqian would do next. He couldn't even guess what Lu Shaoqian was thinking. He just kept nodding. He only hoped that Lu Shaoqian's earlier words were not a joke, but a true acknowledgement from him. Now, please answer me one question. The boss continued to nod. Do you drive to work? The boss nodded like crazy. Give me the keys. Lu Shaoqian let go of the boss. Knowing Lu Shaoqian's intention clearly, the boss let out a deep sigh of relief. Okay, no problem, my car keys are in my pocket. I will get them for you. Saying this, the boss shakily handed the keys from his pocket to Lu Shaoqian. Take it and go. Thank you. That's too formal. Don't be so polite. Should I escort you out? So, under the boss's awkward escort, Lu Shaoqian boldly walked out the door. At that moment, there was no one outside the door, all the team members were running wildly in the muddy wasteland. Lu Shaoqian glanced at the waiting area sign glowing outside the door. He got into the boss's brand new Beetle, disappearing into the night. Leaving the boss standing alone, maintaining politeness, waving goodbye. Try not to scratch it, try not to. In front of the big screen. Seeing this scene, all the expert judges fell silent. Things were much more troublesome than they thought. Oh no! Captain Catch seems too impulsive. Tangren slapped his leg and said. This can't be blamed on Captain Catch. Anyone with feelings will react this way when played with repeatedly. Xin Feng said. Hearing this, the other judges did not speak. Because everyone knew well that they were currently watching the whole process from a god's perspective. If truly in Catch's position, it would be hard to stay calm. At this moment, a laugh came from the projection seats in the corner where it had been very quiet. Everyone's gaze was attracted to this eerie laughter. They found it was Han Niba laughing. Is it really that funny? Okamoto Shinichi frowned slightly. At this stage, Okamoto Shinichi was particularly sensitive to laughter. Seeing you all being disgruntled yet not daring to step down is quite funny. Han Niba's eyes slightly turned. It's still pretty amusing. Okamoto Shinichi chose not to respond to the sarcasm. Because the other party's words were sharp, it was indeed his current mindset. He felt terrible right now. In his original plan, the first stage would not take longer than 30 minutes. Then came the second stage, the third stage. Finally, the program would end. The glory would belong to the Cherry Blossom Country. But now, the rhythm was completely disrupted. And it was disrupted by a nameless lunatic. This made him very unhappy. However, the other party's neurotic behavior made him not dare to easily step down and clean up the mess. Because any mistake would make him, as the designer and pursuer, the biggest loser of this episode. He would become the real clown. So, he kept suppressing his annoyance, waiting for other experts to take action. Soon, he would need to explain the virtual world situation to everyone. Facing Han Niba's ridicule, he chose not to respond. Indeed, we should consider stepping down ourselves. Ding Qing looked at the time. Only 5 minutes left in the 10-minute time. Captain Catch is still in the mud, I think there shouldn't be any shocking turnaround. Hearing this, Yang Ge nodded. At the same time, he heard a notification from backstage through his earpiece. The first stage scene cannot end, please have all fugitives, including those already in the waiting area, continue fleeing. Number of fugitives, 4, if the number falls to 2 or less, enter the second stage scene. Yang Ge sighed inwardly. Because Lu Shaoqian actually changed the program rules at the last minute. Select 3 expert judges, enter the virtual arena, and begin the capture. 3. Hearing this number, Brother Yong was stunned for a moment. In past episodes, even when judges switched roles, they took turns going down one by one. This time, it's 3 at once? It seems the production team values this amateur guest very much. Brother Yong took a deep breath and spoke into the microphone. We just received a notice from the production team. Now, I will announce. Because among the remaining 4 fugitive contestants, 1 contestant escaped the scene but did not enter the waiting area. It is temporarily difficult to judge whether this contestant has advanced or not. So, the elimination rules for the first round have now changed. These 4 contestants will continue to flee in this virtual world. From the expert judges, we will select 3 people to enter the virtual world to capture them together. When the number of fleeing contestants is less than or equal to 2, the first round ends, and we move on to the second round. Before he finished speaking, several people in the seats began to discuss. Tang Run was taken aback and asked, 3? Isn't that a bit too grand? It seems a bit overly tense. Deadpool Wade shrugged. Wait a minute, although the virtual world is a complete world, aren't they in different worlds? Qin Feng realized something. Why are there so many strange terms? This virtual world captured together? Could it be that? You guessed it right. Okamoto Shinichi replied, they are in the same world. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Okamoto Shinichi continued to explain. When designing the scene, we first select a city in the virtual world. Then, in a corner of the city, we build the design scene. These scenes exist in the same space and at the same time. It's just that they are stacked. This corner is like a folded piece of paper, with each layer carrying a different plane. In other words, when they are in the scene, they cannot see each other, only NPCs. But when they all leave this scene and enter the virtual world, they will meet. Because besides this limited scene, all other places are shared areas. Ding Qing raised a hand to ask, what about memories? After all, it was just mentioned that these people are all real and alive, won't those NPCs' memories overlap? Okamoto Shinichi stroked his little mustache and nodded. They are overlapping, but only retain relevant memories with the contestants who have not yet been transported out of the virtual world. In other words, this circus owner knows Lu Shaoqian and also recognizes the mentalist Darren? Qin Feng asked. Yes, anyone who has interacted with him will retain memories. Their brains will automatically rationalize these memories. At this moment, Tangren spoke up. Hey, none of this matters, they've already left the scene, so don't worry about their memories. What's most important now is who to send. As soon as Tangren finished the sentence, the screen went dark. Brother Yong spoke. Everyone present may participate in the upcoming chase. So, the screen will be turned off for now. Now, let's start confirming the candidates. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng raised his hand. I volunteer. Chapter 12, good luck to you. As soon as Qin Feng raised his hand, he was pulled back by Tangren. Old Qin. What are you doing? I want to join the chase. The gun shoots the bird that sticks its head out. Don't you know? Let those guys go first. I came here to find competitive opponents. This episode has Mr. Sherlock Holmes and that player named Lu Shaoqian. I must participate. But that guy is a madman, he will bundle a bomb on you in no time. Qin Feng ignored him and continued to raise his hand. Host, I want to participate. Brother Yong nodded. Said, Mr. Qin Feng signed up voluntarily, and now there are only 2 spots left. Who else wants to join? Good words can't convince the damned ghost. As he spoke, Tangren also raised his hand. Mr. Host, I also want to join. Little Tang, you're joining too? Qin Feng was taken aback. Of course. If you really get tied up with a bomb, I would be poked in the spine. In any case, you are my nephew. Tangren shook his head, although, you are distant. Before we participate, I have a question. I want to ask, what is the background of this city in the virtual world? Qin Feng asked. Hearing this question, everyone looked at Okamoto Shinichi. America, the most evil city with the highest crime rate, goes in city. Okamoto Shinichi replied. Upon receiving this answer, Qin Feng frowned slightly. Alright, only 1 spot left. Who else wants to join? Yonggu asked. But the remaining few didn't express their intentions. Seeing this scene, Professor Moriarty in the shadows laughed heartily. I really didn't expect that, usually so confident, yet hesitating at a critical moment? Are you afraid of not catching Sherlock Holmes? Or are you afraid of not catching that clown named Lu Shaoqian? Moriarty said disdainfully. Perhaps, they are just brewing. Han and Iba said ominously. If allowed, I wouldn't mind stepping in to help you solve your troubles. Let you see what kind of good Sherlock Holmes really is. Moriarty clicked his tongue. It's impossible for us to be chosen. After all, the scene designers are just sitting quietly. Hanan Iba shifted the topic back to Okamoto Shinichi. He can't speak easily. If he loses, it'll be terrible. It's a burden much greater than ours. Moriarty said. Enough, you two don't need to sing together. Okamoto Shinichi stood up. I will participate. Okamoto Shinichi didn't raise his hand out of impulse because of the taunts from these two devils. But, under the circumstance where everyone was not very active, he had no choice but to raise his hand. Before, he wanted to see if anyone would raise their hand before him. That way, he could continue to stay behind and observe the situation. But things went against his wishes. If he kept hiding, it wouldn't be right. The audience from Sakura country were all staring at him. Once the candidates were confirmed, the next phase could begin. Yongu straightened his suit, raised the microphone, and said spiritedly, "Dear audience friends, thank you for your patience. I believe everyone is eager. Next, the 3 expert judges will enter the virtual world as the pursuers. I wonder how long our 4 fugitive players can hold out." On the big screen, the photos and introductions of Lu Shaoqian and the others appeared. Among them, who will be the first to be eliminated? Actor Lu Shaoqian? Mentalist Mr. Darren? Or the genius logic master? Or perhaps, the famous Mr. Sherlock Holmes? I have a feeling that the next program will be the most thrilling one ever. Because, besides the high IQ pursuing experts, the 4 fugitives might spark some fireworks among themselves. How will they handle their relationships with each other? Are they enemies? Or friends? Let's patiently wait for their performance. As the voice fell, the big screen flashed. Captain Cage appeared on the screen. He saw that all 14 clowns had been pinned down by the pursuers on the ground. The mud-faced Captain Cage was gripping a flashlight, identifying their looks one by one. But none were his targets. In the end, the program team's prompt rang in Captain Cage's ear. 10 minutes are up. The pursuit will be taken over by the 3 expert judges. Please move to the side of the scene and wait for the experts to log in. At this moment, Captain Cage collapsed. He knelt in the mud, looking up at the sky and howling no. Where the heck did that guy go? Captain Cage's roar. The audience number of the show has reached a new high. The total number of viewers online has directly surpassed 100 million. Before Lu Shaoqian appeared, the most talked about keywords online were who was more powerful, Holmes or Darren, and how much can Luoji's brain store. Now, the internet is flooded with Lu Shaoqian's name. Lu Shaoqian's background. What works has Lu Shaoqian done before? Is Lu Shaoqian really a madman? The top 3 spots on the trending search list are all dominated by Lu Shaoqian. Many clickbait posts about Lu Shaoqian have appeared on various websites. In 10 minutes, I made the program team change the rules. My name is Lu Shaoqian. Shocking. The beauty boy actually did this to the boss. Incredible. 99% of people don't know the escape program can be played like this. In addition to this, Lu Shaoqian's clown mask is being crazily replicated. In just half an hour, the orders for masks received by the small commodity city have skyrocketed. Other guests of this episode are also caught up in this wave. The once ignored Tang Ren's personal Weibo is now flooded with messages. Tang Ren, I have always liked you, can you help me get a signature from Lu Shaoqian? Tang Ren, don't embarrass yourself, don't run too slowly in the virtual world. Don't be afraid, Lu Shaoqian is also from Long Country people don't harm their own. Hello, sir, I am Manager Lee from XXX Media Company. Our company is interested in deep cooperation with you, if you can get Lu Shaoqian. Everything happening outside, Lu Shaoqian in the virtual world does not know. At this moment, the rain has stopped. A beetle car is hidden in the trees by the roadside. Lu Shaoqian, who has just received the notification from the program team, is quietly sitting in the car waiting. Like a hunter waiting for the appearance of prey. Before long, a figure ran past from the front. Then, a second, a third. There are still 3 contestants. Lu Shaoqian nodded with satisfaction. I hope you can hold on a little longer, don't interrupt my performance. Chapter 13, The Birth of Chaos. Before Lu Shaoqian received the program team's notification, he had already guessed this result. He did not follow the program's rules, so the program team would definitely change the rules for him, allowing the first round of capture to continue. It is impossible to directly eliminate him? Firstly, he has not been caught. Secondly, the moment the bomb appears, his live broadcast room is destined to become the focus of the show. And this show will also become the focus of the internet and news. After all, in this era, traffic is more important than anything. With increased influence, the probability of him being eliminated is almost zero. As expected, Lu Shaoqian received the program team's notification. The first round of pursuit will continue. Each escape contestant has 5 minutes to act early. End condition: the number of escapees is less than or equal to 2. The remaining escapees will be the qualifiers. Good luck to everyone. The message only stated the victory condition but did not reveal the current number of escape contestants. This is also why Lu Shaoqian parked the car by the roadside to observe. Then, he saw Holmes, Darren, and Luoji running past in sequence. 3 people, plus himself, makes 4. As long as out of these 4 people, 3 are not caught, the first round will continue. His performance will not be interrupted. In a sense, Lu Shaoqian does not want anything to happen to them. Those who often shout kill are just mindless fools. Killing is just a means, not the goal. This city needs higher-class criminals. Seeing these 3 people, Lu Shaoqian felt very satisfied. Because all 3 of them are capable big shots. For a while, they should not be caught. After getting the information he wanted, Lu Shaoqian started the car and left the woods, driving onto the road. Although the circus is not far from the city center, but it was still on the outskirts. The road they were on was a necessary path for the circus to enter the city. So the 4 contestants were racing down this road. 3 were using their legs, and 1 was using a car, speeding along. Among them, Logic, who usually disliked exercise, was running the slowest. Darren was in second place. Holmes reacted the quickest, training in boxing and swordsmanship, and was in the lead. Lu Shaoqian drove by them in his car. To urge Logic to run faster, he even flashed his headlights at him twice. This made Logic very nervous, and his legs couldn't stop moving. The audience watching this scene was thrilled. Xiangu, you're so bad, urging him on. Poor Professor Logic, the amount of exercise today is probably equal to a year's worth for him. This Lu Shaoqian is really sly, intentionally stopping to observe? I like this kind of man, crazy yet meticulous. Sister, are you talking about Njiaha? Lu Shaoqian drove past the 3 of them. He quickly left this road. Next, preparations for the next performance were about to begin. This performance was different from the previous ones in the circus. It was his first large-scale performance as a clown. It also represented the birth of chaos. So, he had to plan carefully. And the most important step in planning was to choose the right stage. This stage must represent people's desires and also their shackles. After all, breaking free from shackles is the first step toward chaos. 2 words suddenly jumped into Lu Shaoqian's mind: bank. Nothing shapes caution like a bank, and nothing reflects human nature like money. The bank was undoubtedly the best choice at this moment. However, this bank couldn't be an ordinary bank. It had to be big enough to attract the attention of the entire city. This reminded Lu Shaoqian of the information the old NPC had casually revealed during their chat. In this city, there was a bank called Wayne Bank. It was a private bank and also the largest bank in the city. Lu Shaoqian nodded slightly. He would start the first grand performance of the clown at this Wayne Bank. Now that the target was set, the next step was to prepare the props. Other scattered props weren't a big problem. With a little time, they could be solved. But there was one prop that was relatively troublesome and harder to obtain. He had to put in some effort. That was a bomb. The bomb he needed this time could not simply be made with some gunpowder like before. Because this time, he would be facing not just a shabby temporary wall, but a top-level secure bank. So, the bomb must be professional. Such things would never be available in the market. Where could he get them? Lu Shaoqian began to contemplate. At that moment, the car radio broadcasted a female host's voice, starting the news. Hello, listeners, we have an emergency news update. The city's biggest gang leader, Tom Abruzzi, nicknamed the Exploder, has been captured. Tonight, he will be transferred to the detention center in Gozen City, awaiting trial. Hearing this news, Lu Shaoqian had a flash of insight. A leader calling himself the Exploder. He should be able to get quite a few bombs from him, right? On the other side, Holmes had already run off the road. Once he left this road, the options for his escape route increased. He turned around and realized he was alone behind him. However, he didn't think so. Come out, Holmes said lightly to the empty road. Sure enough. Just as Holmes finished speaking, a figure emerged from the woods beside the road. It was the mentalist, Darren. As expected of Mr. Holmes, I have been very careful, Darren said with a smile. In this forest filled with fallen leaves, you shouldn't be tiptoeing. Mr. Holmes, I believe you received the information from the production team too. Only 2 people can get through this round. Are you interested in collaborating with me? Darren asked seriously. Collaborate? Yes, this way we can almost guarantee 100% advancement. If I agree to collaborate with you now, we both might get reported immediately, Holmes said expressionlessly. What do you mean? Darren was taken aback. Come out, you heel-dragging guy. As the words fell, another figure walked out from the woods. So, that just now was meant for me, Holmes, Logic said. Seeing Logic appear, Darren sighed. It seems like things are getting troublesome. Darren looked at Holmes. Mr. Holmes, make a decision quickly, it will make things simpler. Mr. Magician, how can you be sure his decision will be in your favor? Logic laughed. Isn't there a possibility he might choose to collaborate with me? At this, Darren's gaze instantly became cautious. Don't be nervous, I don't want to be enemies with either of you for now, Holmes said. Don't you want to win? Darren asked. Winning is just the result, the most important thing is the process of solving troubles. Holmes turned around. Without solving this trouble, even if we team up, we won't advance. The trouble you mean is? Logic asked. The guy who just drove past us is the biggest trouble. Chapter 14. What is Versailles? Hearing Holmes's words, both Darren and Logic were stunned. That car just now? Is it also an escape contestant? Darren asked. Yes, from the moment I heard the sound of that car, I noticed its speed, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. This can only mean they are separately observing the three of us, Holmes said. So it was this guy. He kept flashing his lights at me, and I thought the expert team had come down so quickly, making my legs almost run off. Logic rubbed his leg and said. Your legs almost ran off, yet you are still in the end? Darren asked with a smile. I'm just not good at sports. We all ran out, only he drove out. Holmes's gaze was deep. He's not a simple guy. Thinking back, this guy's thinking is indeed a bit anti-human, Darren contemplated. For a normal person, escaping from that scene is already very hard, yet he could turn back to get a car and drive away. It feels like he is not running away but enjoying that. It seems like only the four of us escaped. Logic glanced back. Since that's the case, the three of us should hold off on fighting amongst ourselves for now. After that guy gets caught, we can slowly sort out our matters. Aha. Holmes glanced at his pocket watch. We need to leave this place quickly. Let's go. Logic nodded. The three people left the road, casually choosing a direction to leave. Seeing the three reach an agreement, the audience had complex feelings. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you all targeting my Go? Three top contestants teaming up against one ordinary contestant, isn't that a bit unfair? Who told your Go to be so high profile, even using flash to shine on my Logic's PG? This is truly a hell-level difficulty. Next, I'll have to deal with three experts and three top escape contestants. Have you figured out where to go? Darren asked. At this stage, it's pretty simple, just find a place to hide. In this virtual city, we are all strangers, without a wanted notice, hiding isn't difficult, Holmes said. If a new expert comes out, won't they immediately issue a wanted notice? Luo Ji asked. Holmes shook his head and said. No. I talked to the NPCs in the circus before, their lives and memories are very complete. Now seeing this city again. I believe the city has its own operation. If there is a complete operation, and we haven't done anything outrageous here. After the hunter expert comes in, they will only use their own manpower to chase us based on the clues. They won't immediately organize a large-scale manhunt and affect the police distribution in this city. Otherwise, this city would be in chaos. Causing chaos in a city is not something a public show wants to do. Hearing Holmes's analysis, Darren nodded and said, yes, I also interacted with the circus owner before, and their memories are indeed complete. Otherwise, I couldn't have hypnotized him. Is your hypnosis really that powerful? Luo Ji asked curiously. It's just average, I can only control for a short time. Why are you so humble? What is humble? Darren asked. A palace from the Iron Tower country. Holmes answered seriously. Luo Ji was speechless and looked elsewhere. Huh? Why is the city so quiet at night? There are hardly any people on the road. Don't you know? The buildings and operations of this virtual city are modeled after the city of Gotham in America. Darren said. So what? The crime rate is very high, so in some remote places, there are basically no people at night. Darren glanced at Luo Ji. This is the edge of the city. Then let's head towards the city center. Luo Ji shivered. Are you a bit scared? Holmes asked. No, I just think it's easier to hide in crowded places. Luo Ji replied. When he just said this, his tone suddenly dropped very low. He is lying. Darren said beside him. But I think Luo Ji is right, going to a crowded place is a good idea. Holmes pondered slightly. Have you thought about where to go? Darren asked. Let's go to the commercial area, there are all financial institutions, and the local police force is relatively sufficient. When the hunter expert arrives in this city, they definitely won't prioritize these areas. Holmes analyzed. Very good, as long as we keep a low profile, there won't be any risk. After reaching a consensus, the three hailed a car and set off for the commercial area. A few minutes later, the three experts appeared in the circus's live broadcast room 61. Ah, can't you give me one more minute? I haven't even finished replying to my messages. Tang Ren complained. Catching people is the priority. Xin Feng said. No matter how important it is, you can't make me not respond to my female fans' messages. Otherwise, others will say I'm being pretentious. Okamoto Shinichi couldn't be bothered with these two guys and directly walked toward the backstage dressing room. Hey, Durex, wait a minute. Why are you going so fast? Before Tangren could finish, Okamoto Shinichi stopped suddenly, turned around sharply, and glared at Tangren. Pay attention, this is the second time you've called me the wrong name. My name is Okamoto. Oh, I'm sorry. Tangren laughed awkwardly. You're in such a hurry, where are you going? To the dressing room. That guy ran out the front door, why are you going to the dressing room? Looking for memories? Okamoto Shinichi ignored Tangren and continued into the dressing room. Xin Feng tugged at Tangren's arm, signaling him to say less. Can't you see he's about to explode? Why can't you keep quiet? Xin Feng said. Even if he's about to explode, it won't be me who does. Do I need to care so much? The reason he's going to the dressing room is to prove that Lu Xiaoqian accidentally escaped, rather than discovering his escape route and using it. Xin Feng said. Such a petty mindset, let's go, we should check it out too. As the two entered the dressing room, they saw Okamoto Shinichi squatting on the ground, his body appearing somewhat stiff. Xin Feng and Tangren exchanged glances. There was no talking. They approached Okamoto Shinichi and followed his gaze to the entrance of the passage lying on the ground. This passage entrance had previously been pressed down by clothing boxes. At this moment, next to the passage entrance, there was a playing card lying there. This card was a big king. Scrawled on it were a few letters Joker. Chapter 15, Don't Drag Us Down. Before the next match, Okamoto Shinichi already disliked Lu Xiaoqian across the big screen. Because this guy delayed his plan. But when Okamoto Shinichi saw this playing card, his mood became complicated all of a sudden. Of course, he still hated the other party. It's just that he couldn't believe. The other party actually discovered the escape route he designed. And not just one, but two. Both escape routes had been discovered. What's more outrageous was that he didn't even have to. He carelessly tossed aside the route he designed like a defective product, escaping using such crazy methods. The other party's actions were like trampling on his design in front of tens of millions of viewers, humiliating him. Thinking of this, a rush of heat surged from the back of Okamoto Shinichi's head. That cunning and evil grin reappeared in his mind. Joker? Tangren suddenly straightened up. Okamoto. It's talking about you. Hearing Tangren's words, Okamoto Shinichi's face, which was already slightly red, instantly turned dark. A dense barrage of comments flooded Okamoto Shinichi's face, flowing incessantly. Okamoto expressed, Tangren, thanks for the reminder. Tangren, take it easy, or you might give your teammate a brain hemorrhage before you find the person. I'm not afraid of a godlike opponent, I'm afraid of a teammate with a mouth that's automatic. Me? Okamoto Shinichi turned around, staring fixedly at Tangren. Do you think he's just humiliating me? Seeing that Okamoto Shinichi was about to explode, Xin Feng comforted him. Little Tang, he didn't mean it, he's just like this. The urgent task now is still to hurry up and investigate the clues of the four escapees. The longer we drag it out, the harder it will be to find them. Okamoto Shinichi nodded slightly. Don't be angry. Tangren patted Okamoto Shinichi's shoulder. Shouldn't we, like in normal cases, inform the police in this city and let them assist us in catching people? Okamoto Shinichi shook his head and said. Our identity in this virtual city is just law enforcers from other cities. It's equivalent to its special investigation team. During the capture process, the local police will provide us with assistance but won't follow our arrangements. They have their own operations. As long as the escapees have not committed crimes in this city, the capture work can only be done by us. Xin Feng thought for a moment and said. For live streams, a total of 80 pursuit team members. I think we have enough manpower. We only need the information department of the local police to assist us, providing some information, and it should be enough. Hearing the word information, Okamoto Shinichi nodded and spoke. Yes, I think so too. That Lu Xiaoqian didn't drive away? Then we should start with this Lu Xiaoqian for the four escapees. As long as we get the license plate number. Then use the local information department to access the surveillance, we can quickly find his whereabouts. That circus owner is still outside, we can go directly. Xin Feng raised his hand to interrupt. No need to find the owner, I remember the license plate number, it's PDDK1D. You remembered? Yes, it was just a subconscious thing. Very good. Okamoto Shinichi's gaze towards Chin Fong began to change to appreciation. Then next, investigating the surveillance in public areas will be our key work. After saying this, Okamoto Shinichi took out his phone and sent a message to the people at the Gozen City Police Department. At this moment, footsteps came from outside the door. The three walked out of the clothing room and saw Captain Kaichi and his teammate covered in mud. Seeing the three people, Captain Cage had a look of grievance on his face. You are the three experts, right? Captain Cage confirmed. Yes. Okamoto replied with a nod. I have worked on the front line for 18 years, I've seen all kinds of characters, but I really have never seen such an outrageous guy. Captain Cage, your eyes are really red, please don't cry. Tang Run hurriedly said. You must catch him. This Lu Shaoqian is not human. The bullet screen burst into laughter. No, buddy, why do I feel like you're not clean? Ha, such a medal-wearing captain, how did he end up like this? It's not that we can't afford to lose, it's just that there are too many tears to hold back. Please, hurry and catch Lu Shaoqian. Just when the audience was teasing happily. In the picture, Okamoto suddenly looked up at the sky. Although in the virtual world, there were no props or cameras to be seen. But at this moment, the angle of Okamoto's gaze was exactly facing the screen where the audience was watching. It seemed he was staring at all the viewers. This left the audience stunned for a moment. The bullet screen paused. With a blank expression, Okamoto slowly spoke. Seeing the hunting team in such a sorry state, perhaps you think it's quite funny. In your hearts, Lu Shaoqian seems to have won this episode. But I want to tell you all. It's too early to draw conclusions. I have seen countless cunning criminals and murderers. But none has ever become my opponent. As a detective from Sakura country with a 100% case-solving rate, I am going to show you. What is the spirit of Sakura country? What is a case-solving speed faster than trending search lists? After the speech, the paused bullet screen erupted again. Looks like it's getting serious. Serious my ass. Can't you understand the tone? Is this an advertisement? What Sakura country speed? How about the stickiness of natto? This speech actually reveals his original intention. Why make the first challenge so difficult? He just wants to eliminate everyone early, showing off how awesome Sakura country is. Although Lu Shaoqian seems a bit creepy, I'm rooting for Lu Shaoqian this time. Hello everyone, I'm a foreigner, why are you so excited? Foreigner? Just stay out of this and go play. After saying this, Okamoto pushed his glasses up his nose with a cold expression. While Tang Rin and Chin Fong quietly turned their bodies away. What are you doing? Okamoto asked. It's just catching a person, why are you bringing in regions? Tang Rin said with disdain. I didn't, I'm just expressing my stance. You are labeling yourself, setting a flag, Chin Fong said. And a speed faster than trending searches, how fast is that? It's embarrassing for a big man to be that fast. Tang Rin shook his head, you better not drag us down. Okamoto felt quite speechless. He hadn't found these two guys annoying yet, but they had started to find him annoying first? Explaining to these two was a waste of time. The most important thing now was to track Lu Shaoqian. Just then, Okamoto's phone vibrated. He received a message from the Gotham City Police Department's Information Division. Officer Okamoto, hello, the vehicle with the license plate PDDK1D that you asked us to find has been located. Please contact us as soon as possible. Chapter 16, I guess I haven't been abandoned yet? After receiving this message from the Information Division, Okamoto immediately called the other party. Soon, they quickly sent the real-time location of the vehicle to Okamoto's phone. Found it. Okamoto said in a calm tone, but his eyes were full of excitement. Then let's chase. Tang Run suggested. Should we ask the police department to send us some cars? Chin Fong said, we have so many team members, but there isn't a single car here. No need. Okamoto waved his hand, going to the police station would waste time. Are we really going to chase him on foot? Tang Ren said. We have a car. Think about it, where did Lu Shaoqian get his car? As soon as he said this, Chin Fong immediately understood what Okamoto Shinichi meant. He wanted to get all the cars from the other three planes, so there would be 3 cars available for them to use. 3 cars, each can take as many as they can, the other teammates can catch up later. So, the 3 experts, along with 7 or 8 teammates, set off first from the circus in 3 beetles. Sitting in the passenger seat, Okamoto Shinichi was constantly staring at his phone. That guy's speed isn't fast, we can catch up soon, Okamoto Shinichi said. What do you think he's doing? Still not abandoning the car? Not professional, is he still looking for a place to stay? Tangren gripped the steering wheel, glancing at Okamoto Shinichi's phone from time to time. Whatever the reason, we'll talk about it once we catch up. Okamoto Shinichi was almost unable to contain his excited feelings. He had endured this obscure player for a long time. In the stillness of the night, the recently rained street was drenched in a cool tone. A beetle was weaving between towering buildings. Lu Shaoqian was sitting in the driver's seat. Seeing his nonchalant demeanor and the pursuit team desperately chasing behind, the audience was anxiously on edge. But in reality, the seemingly calm Lu Shaoqian was keeping an eye on the map on his phone. And every time he passed an intersection, he would always turn his head to watch what was happening on the road next to him. Because his target was the escort vehicle on the adjacent road. On the street next door, 3 escort vehicles were lined up. Their destination was the detention center in Gozen City. In the front vehicle sat the infamous detonator, Tom Bluz. At this moment, although his face remained fierce, there was no fighting spirit left in his eyes. He was betrayed by his own brother, leading him to this point. He knew that this time he was completely doomed. "Hey, our black boss seems to be in a bad mood today," teased a chubby guard sitting next to him. "Of course I'm not in a good mood, outside he's a black boss, but once inside, he might become little Tom, right?" said another thin guard with a grin at a Bluz. "Call me a Bluz," said coldly. "Quite particular, huh? Let's see if you'll still be so particular once you're inside." The chubby guard scoffed. "Don't look at us with that kind of eyes, damn it, don't you see reality?" the thin guard spat. "You've been abandoned, tossed aside like garbage. You must want to blow us to bits, right? Ha ha ha. If I get the chance, I definitely will," a Bluz glared at the chubby guard. "Chance? In the next life. You think your subordinates will save you? You probably won't even have a lawyer to help you." Just as he finished speaking, a car whizzed past outside the window. "What the hell, is someone racing in the middle of the night?" the chubby guard was taken aback. The thin guard opened the car window and looked out. He saw it was a beetle. "Someone is actually racing in a car like that," the thin guard muttered. Before he could finish his sentence, the brake lights of the beetle suddenly lit up, and the car slowed down. The distance between the two vehicles quickly closed. In the end, the beetle pulled up alongside the escort vehicle. The letters spray painted on the beetle's door caught the thin guard's eye. "Joker," the thin guard looked confused. "Is he a psycho? Better close the window first," the chubby guard said. "What are you afraid of? Are you worried someone is going to hijack the escort vehicle in a beetle?" As soon as the thin guard finished speaking, the beetle's window rolled down. A menacing smile suddenly popped out from the window. The thin guard recoiled in fright. "Ha ha ha." The wildly laughing Lu Shaoqian held the steering wheel with one hand and pressed against the car door with the other, his hair flying messily in the air. Seeing this scene, the people in the livestream were stunned. What is this guy doing? Isn't he supposed to be fleeing? Why provoke the police in the city? Xiange, have you lost your mind again? The pursuit team is still behind. Oh my god. I just bet $100 that Lu Shaoqian would win against Okamoto, and this. Turns out he's really a madman. The thin guard pulled out his gun and aimed it at Lu Shaoqian. "We are on a mission. Step away. Give me what I want, and I will go." Lu Shaoqian's head shook left and right. "What do you want?" Abruzzo, Abruzzo, Abruzzo." "Oh ha 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 ha." Before the thin guard could respond, the beetle darted forward as if out of control. The thin guard quickly closed the window and grabbed the walkie-talkie. "Everyone pay attention. Everyone pay attention. There's a madman driving a beetle ahead. He might be trying to hijack." "How many people are in the car?" came a voice from the walkie-talkie. One. Are you joking? That's why he's a madman. He really is one," the thin guard shouted into the walkie-talkie. "Received, you guys pull back, we'll drive the 2 cars to chase him." Putting down the walkie-talkie, the thin guard told the driver, "Drive slowly, let them go ahead." "Okay." The driver nodded and slowly pressed the brake. The 2 police cars sped by the window, reaching ahead, trying to maneuver around the beetle. The thin guard turned to look at Abruzzo, asking, "Is this your guy?" Abruzzo swallowed hard. "I guess." Abruzzo never remembered having such a madman among his subordinates. But for him, who was certainly doomed, admitting it didn't seem so bad. At least it let this group of mockingguards know that he had not been abandoned by everyone. Chapter 17, Back off, officer, it's all beetles outside. Ahead. The beetle was swaying as if drunk, leaning left and right. The 2 transport vehicles tried to stop it, but both got shaken off. During this process, the beetle never made any outrageous moves. This left the guards holding guns unsure whether they should shoot. This went on for several minutes. They were about to reach a Y-shaped intersection. A voice came through the thin guard's walkie-talkie. It seems to be a misunderstanding, it's just a drunk man. Hearing this, the thin guard frowned. Because he was the only one who had seen the other's face. The other person's appearance was definitely not just from drinking a bit. Moreover, he clearly shouted Abruzzo's name, he must be here to hijack. It's not a misunderstanding. He's here to hijack. I suspect there's an ambush, the thin guard yelled. There's no ambush, there isn't even a ghost shadow on the road. Besides, one person hijacking a transport vehicle? No one would believe that. I can't be mistaken, there must be an ambush ahead. I suggest you hold him back while we temporarily change the route for transporting Abruzzo, said the thin guard. That can't be. However, before the person on the walkie-talkie could finish, he immediately reversed course. Oh no! There really is an ambush. What? The thin guard was taken aback. Behind us. Reminded, the thin guard quickly turned around. Through the back window, he saw 3 identical beetles. All beetles. All beetles, the fat guard shouted excitedly from the side, a beetle convoy. This confirmed without a doubt it was a hijacking. I guessed correctly, the thin guard spoke into the walkie-talkie, his tone resolute, the other side has already ambushed us. At this rate, we will be surrounded. What to do? Call for backup? No time. You 2 cars engage with them, and we'll change routes with the prisoner, the thin guard said. Okay. Mission first. We'll definitely hold them off. After the conversation ended, the thin guard quickly ordered the driver to change lanes. This car, which was holding Abruzzo, driving to the other side of the Y-shaped intersection. Here with Lu Shaoqian. Through the rearview mirror, he saw the other side split into 2 groups, and he smiled. Making the other side's convoy split up was Lu Shaoqian's goal. Earlier, after hearing that news, Lu Shaoqian decided to hijack the armored car. As long as he could get his hands on the trigger Abu Luz, he wouldn't have to worry about not having bombs. However, the opponent's route was all designed, with no obstacles to exploit. And Lu Shaoqian was alone, with no weapons in hand. One person, one car, hijacking a convoy was almost an impossible task. Unless he found a way to make their convoy split up. As long as their convoy split up, impossible could become possible. Then, how can this convoy be made to split up and change its route? There was only one answer, and that was to scare them. Make them believe that if they continued like this, the criminals would be hijacked, the mission would fail. The mission was their foundation. If the mission was threatened, they would unhesitatingly change strategies, including routes. To scare them, the show must be big enough. This made Lu Shaoqian think of the pursuit team right away. There were so many people in the pursuit team, the show was big enough, right? Compared to Sherlock Holmes and his few people, his escape was too blatant, and the clues were the most obvious. The pursuit team would definitely be the first to track him down. So, just wait. This was also why Lu Shaoqian had been slow to act and had been joyriding on the adjacent road. He had been waiting for the pursuit team to catch up, to help him bluff. Finally, he waited for 3 beetles like his own. Perfect, just looks like a family. In the 3 beetles behind. 3 pursuit experts looked bewildered. This guy is racing? Qin Feng couldn't believe his eyes. Is he racing against police cars? These armored cars were actually modified police cars. From the back, all they could see were the police lights in the back of the car, they couldn't tell any difference. I feel something is off, this doesn't seem like a regular police car. Okamoto Shinichi sensed something was wrong. What can you tell just by looking at the back? Drive to the side and check their doors, there must be a unit name on the doors, Tangren said. Let's go take a look. Okamoto Shinichi said. Without a word, Tangren stepped on the gas, and the car quickly approached the 2 armored cars. The members of the pursuit team and the 2 cars followed closely behind. This action scared the guards in the front 2 armored cars. They're coming closer. They're coming closer. Get ready to fire. Click click click. Everyone's weapons were loaded. Over here with Tangren, the gas pedal was already floored. He struggled to align his car with the 2 police cars. However, just as the cars were aligned, Tangren's body shook. Damn. Several black gun barrels were aimed straight at them. Hands up. Otherwise, we will shoot, a guard shouted angrily. Okamoto Shinichi and Qin Feng hurriedly raised their hands. Tangren got scared and raised his hands too. Little Tang. Why are you raising your hands? The steering wheel. Reminded by Qin Feng, Tangren grasped the steering wheel again. Let's talk slowly, what's going on? Okamoto Shinichi shouted to the opposite side. Driving this fast and still asking us what's going on? The angry guards seemed ready to pull the trigger at any moment. Don't shoot. Tangren gulped, driving a bit fast doesn't mean we deserve to be shot. At this moment, Shin Feng noticed the logo on the other car door. Armored car? Shin Feng was stunned for a moment. What? Tangren and Okamoto Shinichi exclaimed in unison. It's an armored car. Lu Xiaoqian is racing with the armored car. At that moment. Put. Pfft. The sound of flat tires came one after another. Before everyone could react, several cars lined up began to skid. Then, the front of the car lost control. Several cars bumped against each other like bumper cars. In the end, 5 cars came to a halt on the road. After the cars stopped, the guards immediately surrounded Tangren and his group. Before Tangren could speak, a gun was pointed at his nostrils. Easy there, big brother, easy there, I have a pimple in my nose. At this moment, Okamoto Shinichi realized that Lu Xiaoqian's beetle had vanished without a trace. And on the road, there were dense nails spread everywhere. On the neighboring road, the vehicle escorting Abruzzo was racing wildly. The thin guard was calling for help from headquarters. Abruzzo, sitting beside him, showed a look of relief. Who would have thought that at this moment, there were still subordinates willing to fight for him? Known for being cold-blooded and ruthless, he felt a little moved at this moment. If he really got saved this time, he would give the leading subordinate a warm hug. Though it didn't fit his cold persona, so what? After all, the person was his benefactor for regaining freedom. Before Abruzzo could decide how to hug him sincerely, a loud bang. A strong impact sounded from the side. The high-speed escort vehicle immediately spun like a top on the road. Chapter 18 Host. Hurry up and comment. This scene completely stunned the viewers in the live broadcast room. Is this a special effect? Why does it suddenly feel like a movie? I haven't bought a ticket yet. Xiangu just flipped the escort vehicle over? In the footage, the police car spun countless times before crashing into a roadside tree and coming to a stop. This impact was quite fierce. A cloud of hot smoke poured out from under the deformed hood. The fuel tank also began to leak gasoline. Except for the thin guard, the other guards in the car had passed out. So, the thin guard also chose to actively pass out. Although Abruzzo had hit his head on the front seat and felt dizzy, he hadn't passed out yet. He took a deep breath, pushed the car door, and tried to struggle out of the car. But his legs were firmly pinned down by the thin guard. At that moment, he heard footsteps approaching his direction. Abruzzo looked up and saw that strange smiling face. Earlier, when the car was racing down the road, Abruzzo didn't find anything strange about that clown face. But when that face was quietly facing him, the feeling completely changed. Abruzzo couldn't help but shiver. But realizing his own identity, he took a deep breath and pretended to be calm. Who sent you to save me? Are you sure I'm here to save you? Hearing Lu Xiaoqian's words, Abruzzo froze. What, are you here to kill me? I've already fallen, is it really necessary to be so ruthless? Abruzzo stood there in a daze. Lu Xiaoqian didn't want to waste time. Come out and follow me, Lu Xiaoqian said. Facing such a strange guy, Abruzzo certainly didn't want to follow him. But his current situation was weak. Who knows what the other party wanted to do to him? He could only pretend to be very troubled and say, I'm stuck, I can't climb out. Stuck by what? By. Abruzzo pointed at the thin guard pretending to be unconscious, feigning that he was stuck tightly and couldn't move at all. The thin guard also pretended to be completely unconscious, pressing Abruzzo's leg tightly, rendering him immobile. The thin guard's goal was clear. His gun had been thrown somewhere when the car spun around. He didn't want to take risks facing this strange clown. He just wanted to pretend to be dead and do so convincingly, leaving Abruzzo behind. This was the safest and smartest strategy. However, the next second. Ding! The sound of the lighter's lid popping open made both of them shudder involuntarily. The gasoline leaking from the tank seemed even more pungent. Try again. If you get stuck and really can't move, then I can only burn you in this car together. As soon as these words were spoken, the thin guard, with his eyes closed, immediately loosened his hands. Abruzzo also jerked back, quickly pulling his leg out. Then he took the initiative to crawl out of the car. Oh, it turns out my leg was just numb. Abruzzo covered up. Lu Xiaoqian said nothing, bending down to pick up a walkie-talkie that had flown out of the car, then walked towards his own vehicle. At this moment, police lights began to appear at the other end of the road. It was support from the police headquarters. Abruzzo did not dare to hesitate and got into the car with Lu Xiaoqian without saying a word. After the two got in the car, it quickly disappeared into the night. At the same time, countless question marks were flying in the live broadcast room. What's going on? Host. Hurry up and explain. You're getting paid for this. Yonggu, get to work. In front of the big screen. Host Yongji's mind had completely crashed. He stood there, dumbfounded. This show seems to have gone off track a bit? Isn't it an escape? Why are they robbing a transport vehicle? Is it just by chance? This. Yonggu held the topic, but couldn't spit out a second word. How to explain this? Who knows what Lu Xiaoqian really wants to do? Yonggu suddenly had an idea. What a wonderful, no, thrilling scene. I wonder what the judges think. He directly threw the topic to the remaining experts. Ding Cheng and Deadpool Wade exchanged glances. You go ahead. Ding Cheng said. I'm alright, after all, I've hardly shared my opinion so far. Everyone looked at Deadpool with anticipation. As for this matter so far, I just want to say, if possible, I really wish I could transfer my ability to the three judges who just got off stage. Yonggu was stunned and asked, why do you say that? Because they might be in danger. Seeing Yonggu still looking confused, Deadpool continued, think about it, what is the nickname of the person Lu Xiaoqian just kidnapped, number 61? Detonator. Yonggu was taken aback, the detonator. Exactly, the detonator. So, I shouldn't need to say what Lu Xiaoqian's goal is, right? This sentence quickly drilled into the minds of more than 100 million viewers. Bomb. What Lu Xiaoqian wants is a bomb. What is he planning to do? This is too crazy. Yonggu couldn't wait to ask the common question for all the viewers. So, what does he want to do? Yonggu looked at Deadpool and asked. I don't know. Deadpool shook his head. That's the scariest part, we can only guess at his goal but cannot see through his ultimate purpose. Ding Cheng said faintly beside him. Deadpool shrugged and said. We've roughly guessed each other's goals. But the perspectives and feelings of these three judges who just came off the stage are different from ours. So now, we can only wish them good luck. On the screen. Okamoto Shinichi was desperately trying to explain things to the guards of the two cars. You really aren't together with that car? Of course. Okamoto Shinichi waved his credentials, we are here to catch him. You are wasting our time, hurry up and let us go. Qin Feng said anxiously. Just then. Several guards' walkie-talkies beeped simultaneously. Calling car 2, car 3, calling car 2, car 3, we are headquarters support, where are you? The walkie-talkie shouted. One of the leading guards picked up the walkie-talkie and responded. We were just chasing a beetle, but the tires were blown out by the other side, now we are. The guard looked up at the door number by the roadside, near Mark Street 217. Beetle. What's wrong? That beetle has already taken the criminal Abruzzo away. Do you think this is a movie? Upon hearing this, the guards of the two escort vehicles felt their heads buzzing. After all, this is not a movie. In this day and age, who would rob an escort vehicle? Even powerful gang leaders would use other methods to get people out. Robbing an escort vehicle? No one does such a low-cost thing anymore. For the guards, such bad luck hardly occurred even once in 10 years. What exactly does this Lu Xiaoqian want? Tang Ren muttered, rob a criminal before escaping. Could it be that he thinks we don't have enough people to catch? The more Tang Ren thought about it, the angrier he got, suddenly taking out his anger on the guard who had just pointed a gun at his nose. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, we would have caught him long ago. The criminal wouldn't have escaped. Tang Ren shouted angrily. Us? The guard pointed at his own nose, you can't blame us. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves. Who told you to be in the same car as the fugitive, making it look like a convoy? Who wouldn't feel chills after seeing that? Seeing that the two were about to argue, another guard stepped forward to mediate. Forget it. Even without what you said, the other party would likely have escaped anyway. He pointed to the nails on the ground. We can only blame that guy for being too cunning, using such tricks. At that moment, two police cars drove over. Don't come over. There are nails. One guard waved his hand and shouted. The two police cars stopped not far away. The skinny guard and the supporting police officers got out of the car. After understanding the situation, the skinny guard looked stunned. It turned out the other party really did come alone to rob the car. In fact, he hadn't even pulled out a weapon. The skinny guard bent over and laughed heartily. We've been played, we've really been played. Tom, calm down. The supporting police officer comforted. It turned out this skinny guard was the leader of the escort team, named Tom, 28 years old. Calm down? How can you expect me to calm down? I just got promoted to captain, and on my first responsible mission, I got robbed? In fact, what Tom regretted the most was choosing to play dead just now. If he had known the other party was alone, he could have at least gone up and fought a few rounds for a bravery medal or something. But now? It's too late. But this incident wasn't entirely bad news for Gangben and others. Because Lu Xiaoqian's actions had a significant impact on this city. This gave them an excuse to raise Lu Xiaoqian's danger level and gain more local police support. There was even a possibility of issuing a wanted notice for Lu Xiaoqian. They are also here to catch him. The police officer looked at Gangben and the others. I can hold off on reporting this to the bureau, you hurry and go catch him. Tom was stunned, really? When have I not helped you? Hurry up and get moving to find him. If you don't find him by tomorrow morning, then I can do nothing about it. Alright, Tom nodded. No. Gangben Shinichi raised his hand, this matter must be reported. Qin Feng and Tangren exchanged a glance. They understood that Gangben did not want the other party to conceal the matter, he wanted to secure more police strength. You don't get to decide. That police officer suddenly got tough too. It seemed that he had a really good relationship with Tom. You want to keep this matter quiet? That's impossible. Gangben Shinichi took out his phone. I can call the bureau anytime and say that your criminal has been robbed. Is that so? That police officer smiled slightly. You go ahead and call, whether the call gets through to the director or not is another story. Upon hearing this, Gangben Shinichi scanned over the other officers. All the officers looked at him with hostility. It seemed that this police officer who was helping Tom had quite a low position in the bureau. It seemed like he feared no one but the director. Moreover, his standing among the other police officers was very high. But even so, Gangben Shinichi did not retreat. Okay, since that's the case, I won't make the call for now. I'll wait until tomorrow morning to call. Didn't you just say that? If no one can be found by tomorrow morning, then there's nothing you can do. I think, with Officer Tom, it should be hard to catch anyone before tomorrow morning, right? Okamoto Shinichi appeared indifferent on the surface. But in reality, he was burning with anxiety. The location on the phone was still moving. Lu Xiaoqian had not abandoned the car yet. Acting a minute earlier would increase the chances of catching Lu Xiaoqian. If they delayed any longer, Lu Xiaoqian might abandon the car and escape. That would complicate things a lot. But even with such pressing time, Okamoto Shinichi was unwilling to give up the opportunity in front of him. After all, Lu Xiaoqian's actions were undoubtedly adding obstacles to his escape. Okamoto Shinichi wanted to amplify that obstacle relentlessly. No matter what you say, I will protect Tom, said the policeman. Protect, of course, but I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on to him. Okamoto Shinichi turned to look at the policeman and said seriously. You have no idea who we are trying to catch. He is not an ordinary person. If he intends to take your criminal away and hide him. Trust me. This Officer Tom can start preparing for retirement life early. The policeman was taken aback and asked, what do you mean? Okamoto Shinichi said. What I mean is, if you want to solve this trouble by tomorrow morning, you must cooperate with us wholeheartedly. And not just hand over Officer Tom to us. This matter can be handled discreetly, there's no need to inform the chief. However, all police forces, except for the chief, must obey my command tonight. Only then will there be a chance to protect Officer Tom. Hearing these words, the policeman hesitated. For him, this was not an easy decision. Although he had high prestige in the police force, doing so would be akin to abusing his power. If he was careless, his career could end there. However, it was clear that, for him, this Officer Tom was far more important. In the end, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. He reached out his hand and said his name, Sean Walker. Okamoto Shinichi also extended his hand and shook with him, Okamoto Shinichi. Sean tossed a car key to Okamoto Shinichi and said, you drive one of these two cars. Tom will sit in your car and provide you with information. Other police forces will follow later. Whatever arrangements you have, just instruct me directly. Tonight the police power of this city is yours to arrange. Chapter 20. To be honest, you seem to have made a bit of a blunder. Upon hearing this, Tangrun was stunned for a moment. He leaned close to Qin Feng and whispered, Old Qin, why is this Okamoto so confident? It seems he is sure that the other side will agree to him. It's very normal. This Officer Tom might be the other person's brother-in-law. Qin Feng said seriously. What? How can he be a brother-in-law? Have you seen someone else's household registration book? Haven't you noticed? This Officer Sean was looking at his phone the whole time while talking to Okamoto. Qin Feng lowered his voice and continued. That kind of posture is like reporting to someone on the phone. In this situation, it's either a wife or parents. And comparing the two individuals, besides the age difference, there are no similarities in height, hair color, or facial features. Of course, we can't completely rule out them inheriting different genes or having the same father but different mothers, or vice versa. So, there's about an 80% chance he's a brother-in-law, and a 20% chance they're brothers. I'm saying he's a brother-in-law because I guessed the side with the highest probability. Tangren raised his hand to interrupt. Wait, it could also be a cousin, just like, our kind of cousin. If it were a cousin, the other side wouldn't notify the family right away. If something happened to me, would my mom be notified within half an hour? It must be said afterwards. His situation clearly shows that he was originally texting someone on the other end of the phone, and then suddenly encountered this situation. At this moment, Tom walked up to Sean and said, "Brother-in-law, I've caused you trouble." Seeing this, Chin Fong raised his chin at Tangren. "How is it? Did I guess right?" "Old Chin, not bad." That Okamoto must have noticed it immediately, which is why he chose to communicate with the other party this way. "Is he really as good as you?" Tangren shook his head. "I don't think so. On the contrary, he might be even better than me." Seeing this scene, the audience couldn't help but sigh. Is this Okamoto really as impressive as Chin Fong said? Sure, within just a few minutes, he managed to rally the city's police force. Come on, these experts are not ordinary people. You all just got swept up by Liu Xiaoqian's bomb and praised him madly. Calm down and think, these experts are not to be trifled with. Looking at my bowl of all-vegetable spicy hot pot, suddenly I have no appetite at all. But actually, if you think about it carefully, the members of the pursuit team probably number over a dozen, right? Why do we have to rely on local police? I'm not like Sisterly. It's not the same concept. Passive pursuit will never succeed. To be successful, you must take the initiative. The local police know this city and that criminal the best. So, Okamoto's decision is completely based on the bigger picture. Dude, you understand pursuit too? An insider? Yes, but what I catch are not criminals, it's electric bikes. The helmet, hard helmet. The police car raced down the road. Tangren was driving, and Chin Fong was sitting in the passenger seat. Okamoto Shinichi sat in the back, arranging follow-up matters with Tom. We are specifically pursuing Liu Xiaoqian. But we don't know anything about your criminal Abruzzo. Now there are a few things that require your cooperation. Listen carefully and then notify Officer Sean. Tom nodded to show he understood. First, monitor everyone who is closely related to this person named Abruzzo. His family, colleagues, and friends. All the places he frequently visits should also have people watching. Liu Xiaoqian must want to use his resources by getting involved with this criminal. Monitoring the people around him can effectively freeze all of his resources. Secondly, send people to key checkpoints at train stations, bus stations, and airports. If we let them leave this city, it will turn into a tug-of-war. It will be very troublesome. As for the city, it's not convenient to set up checkpoints openly right now. But at those important traffic intersections, police officers should disguise themselves as civilians to guard. Get these matters arranged first. Finally, tell us all the details about Abruzzo. Okamoto Shinichi spoke quickly, his commands clear and logical. After Tom heard this, he quickly nodded and immediately called Officer Sean. The audience was stunned by Okamoto Shinichi's orderly state. Okamoto Shinichi's commanding level is even more professional than frontline commanders. He is a forensic technology expert from Sakura country, who has long been involved in major official operations, truly a versatile expert, with commanding and planning abilities comparable to his crime-solving skills. Honestly, I feel that Liu Xiaoqian's situation this time is a bit counterproductive. He has drawn all the attention of the pursuit team to himself, which is a huge taboo. Yes, actually the most important thing right now is to hide your information. Just look at how Holmes and they did it, that's the most professional and safest method. Although Liu Xiaoqian's performance in the circus is eye-catching, I think he might be a bit too excited. I agree, I can't stand the bragging. Oh dear, Liu Xiaoqian won MVP, we need to see who can hold out to the end. I can't wait for the next actions of Chin Fong and Okamoto Shinichi. Did you just blatantly ignore my underling, Tangren? Soon, Tom relayed Okamoto Shinichi's arrangements to Sean word for word. Just after hanging up the phone, he was met with Okamoto Shinichi's gaze. Now, tell us the details about Abruzzo's situation. Tom recounted the information about Abruzzo, including how he fell from grace and how he was betrayed by his own brother. So he was sold out. Okamoto Shinichi adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose. Mr. Okamoto. Even though the target is still driving, we must be ready for him to abandon the car at any moment, Chin Fong said. I think the same. He may not wait for us to chase him, he might ditch the car first. So? Okamoto Shinichi's eyes deepened, we must be well prepared. As soon as Okamoto Shinichi finished the sentence, the mark on the phone indeed stopped moving, remaining still. Looks like he really plans to abandon the car, Okamoto Shinichi said, looking at his phone. Tom, there's something I need you to arrange. Mr. Okamoto, just say it. Contact Abruzzo's brother. Are we going to contact him? Yes, to prevent him from disappearing tonight, we must take the initiative. Watching the wet road outside the window, a mysterious plan slowly formed in Okamoto Shinichi's mind. Chapter 21, Do you smell it? The scent of betrayal. On the other side. Gozen City's commercial district. Lu Xiaoqian was at Abruzzo's company, sitting at the desk drinking. The reason Lu Xiaoqian came here was that after taking Abruzzo away, he immediately inquired about the other party's information. He learned about Abruzzo's company and home address. The office building where Abruzzo's company is located is right next to his target, the Wayne Bank. Abruzzo's company occupies a good floor with a wide view. Sitting by the window, one could see the outside situation clearly. The bank, the street, the intersection, all in sight. It's quite a nice base. The only downside is the risk of being searched. If this risk were eliminated, it would be perfect. That beetle was abandoned by him outside the office building, at a nearby intersection. On the other side of the desk, Abruzzo was restless. One should know he had just escaped from the police, making him a genuine fugitive, and his mind was fragile. Feeling guilty for not getting up to run a few steps made it even harder for him to sit down and drink. Even though Abruzzo was a big boss who had seen a lot of the world and believed he must stay calm in front of outsiders. But he couldn't help but ask. In our situation, shouldn't we hurry to find a way to run? Lu Xiaoqian did not look up at Abruzzo, replying instead, do you think that even if you hurry to run, you could escape? Abruzzo fell silent. Half an hour ago, he was a desperate prisoner, believing his life was about to end. But then he was suddenly saved? How unpredictable life is. Could he escape? How could he know the answer? But we still have to do something, right? Are we just going to sit here waiting to be caught? These are not things you need to consider. What you should think about most is your life. At this moment, Lu Xiaoqian suddenly put down his cup, turned his face, and stared intently at Abruzzo. That gaze made Abruzzo shiver involuntarily. Do you know why I brought you out? Lu Xiaoqian asked. It would be more appropriate to say rescued, right? Abruzzo really wanted to define the nature of what Lu Xiaoqian had done to him. It would make him feel a lot more secure. Now he was all alone, having someone standing by his side gave him peace of mind. Even if this person was a neurotic clown. He tentatively asked, do you want money? No, I want a bomb. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience went wild with comments. Great. Deadpool really hit the nail on the head. He really wants a bomb. Deadpool looks unserious, but he's really thinking seriously. Wait, why does he want a bomb? Have you thought about it? Hard to say, but I guess it's mostly to blow up the pursuers. Danger. Maybe he wants to blow up Sherlock and the others? After all, if he gets rid of them, the winner is naturally himself. But what if he doesn't care about winning or losing? Abruzzo suddenly realized. It turns out the other party was after his reputation. Abruzzo showed a troubled expression. If I could, I would definitely agree to all your terms. But right now it's not possible, right? When Lu Xiaoqian understood Abruzzo's situation, he guessed this result. A crime boss betrayed by his own brother must have been sidelined long ago. Now that he had just escaped, getting a bomb directly was not easy. However, not easy does not mean impossible. As long as he could motivate this crime boss, a bomb could definitely be obtained. Yeah, that damn brother has sidelined me. There are plenty of bombs, but they're all in his hands. Looking at the dejected Abruzzo, Lu Xiaoqian suddenly smiled. The smile was mixed with sympathy. Lu Xiaoqian's gaze fell on a photo frame on the desk. The glass on the frame was cracked, and there were two people inside, Abruzzo and another man. It was clear that their relationship used to be very good. But now, the broken glass had severed their smiles. Lu Xiaoqian put down his glass, picked up the photo frame, and clicked his tongue. Abruzzo, do you smell something rotten? What? The snake you raised with your own hands is now flicking its tongue on the throne. Lu Xiaoqian's finger traced a circle on the photo. Those wild dogs that used to kneel and lick your boots are now gnawing at your shredded dignity. Abruzzo fell silent. Lu Xiaoqian stood up by the window and continued. What a prosperous city. So many neon lights, how many are shining for you? And how many are flashing for that traitor? I can imagine. That guy is currently in some luxurious private room, drinking the finest wine you saved up, hugging the beauty you cared for. Your subordinates, all carefully presenting smiles to him. At this moment, Abruzzo suddenly said, stop talking. He really couldn't bear to listen anymore. Just a few words reminded him of countless familiar faces. These words pierced through his heart like needles. But Lu Xiaoqian did not stop because of Abruzzo's rejection. He continued. while he celebrates for obtaining everything you had. You, like a rat, hide in the dark corner, trembling, thinking about how to escape. Isn't this laughable? Bloodshot veins began to spread in Abruzzo's eyes. He gritted his teeth and asked, then, what should I do? This question shouldn't be asked of me, you should ask yourself. Lu Xiaoqian sat back down in his chair. I've already reminded you to think carefully about your life. Ask yourself whether to choose to run away or take revenge. Hearing these two words, Abruzzo was taken aback. Revenge. He certainly wanted it. He dreamed of it. In fact, thinking carefully, what was the purpose of his escape? He had already enjoyed everything that his life had to offer. Was fleeing just for the sake of dragging on? No, revenge was the ultimate goal. Yet, this goal had always been buried deep in his heart, far away and out of reach. In his current situation, could he really take revenge right away? Given the current situation, is it doable? I have nothing now, only myself. Lu Xiaoqian made a gesture for silence. Do not speak casually. He lowered his voice and said. Do not casually pass judgment on yourself. Whether you can do it or not is not something for you to consider. You just need to think, do you want to do it? Just like the escape just now, as long as you want, you will succeed. Abruzzo looked at Lu Xiaoqian, his gaze burning, and asked, will you help me? Lu Xiaoqian smiled and said. Of course. We will all get what we want. I will get the bomb. And you will get redemption for your soul. When you hang that snake's corpse on your Cadillac's rearview mirror, hell will reopen its doors for the true Godfather. Chapter 22. To be honest, we are together. This speech left the audience stunned. Dude, what you said made me excited. Were you selling insurance before becoming an actor? What acting? Such good acting, why have we never seen it? But how should we seek revenge? If I were Abruzzo, I'd go all in. Going all in is a kind of wisdom. Sure enough. After hearing Lu Xiaoqian's words, Abruzzo's fist slammed on the desk. Good. Then let us fight for what we want. After saying that, Abruzzo suddenly stood up and came to Lu Xiaoqian's side. He reached under the desk, pulled open a drawer, and gently pulled something out. With a click sound, the bookcase behind Lu Xiaoqian suddenly opened to both sides. It turns out that Abruzzo has modified a mechanism in his office. Behind the bookcase was a small secret room filled with weapons. Handguns, submachine guns, knives, and some spare phones and clothes. But there were no bombs that Lu Xiaoqian needed. Abruzzo armed himself and gave Lu Xiaoqian 2 guns. Then let's head out directly. No, wait a moment. Lu Xiaoqian said. Wait? Abruzzo followed Lu Xiaoqian's gaze and looked out the window. Oh. I understand, you are waiting for your friends. Right? Friends? Yes, I heard the guards say you have a bug car convoy, and you are the leader, waiting for the others, right? Yes, I am indeed waiting for them. Although not friends, Lu Xiaoqian was telling the truth. The reason Lu Xiaoqian left that bug car not far away was to let the pursuit team check here sooner. After all, they would eventually need to check places related to Abruzzo. Earlier is definitely better than later. After all, he was waiting to use this place to plan a bank robbery. Once he gets the bomb, everything can begin. At that moment, several figures flashed near the bug car. They're finally here. Lu Xiaoqian's lips curled up slightly. Here? Abruzzo quickly took 2 binoculars from the secret room, handed one to Lu Xiaoqian, and kept one for himself. I don't see anyone. Look through the glass wall on the other side of the phone booth. Following Lu Xiaoqian's hint, Abruzzo finally noticed a few people hiding behind the phone booth near the bug car. They were 3 experts from the pursuit team. But Abruzzo did not recognize them. These are your friends, right? 3 Asians, 2 of them are short, and 1 is very dark. Abruzzo said while looking and describing. It's them, but they are not my friends. Not your friends? Yes, they are here to catch me. Look carefully, there is someone behind them. Reminded by Lu Xiaoqian, Abruzzo then noticed the face behind them. That face was very familiar, it was the guard who just mocked him. What? They are all police. Abruzzo looked at Lu Xiaoqian in shock. Wait, you just now, didn't you have any teammates? Not only no teammates, but also brought other pursuing police? Well, to be honest, I am also a fugitive on the run. Boom. Hearing this sentence, Abruzzi's head buzzed like it had been struck by lightning. He originally thought the other side was a ruthless gang. Unexpectedly, it was a lone fugitive. And, on the way, saved himself? Even if his own father were still alive, he wouldn't do such a crazy thing for him, right? However, this made Abruzzi, who had tasted the warmth and coldness of the world, even more moved. Even if the other party is a madman or a lunatic, Buddy, this friend of yours is worth having. It's a pity we met too late. Abruzzi suddenly reacted, wait, since he's a police officer, what are we still doing here? Waiting for the other party to act. As soon as the words fell, a car slowly appeared at the intersection. This car, Abruzzi was very familiar with. That was his brother Jack's ride. On the other side. Before the car even stopped, Xin Feng hurriedly waved his hand, signaling the other party not to stop and to keep going. What's wrong? Tom asked. The target is too obvious. Let him stop farther away. Who knows if the other side is hiding somewhere watching now? Xin Feng said. Tom nodded repeatedly, dialing the other party's phone, asking them to stop farther away. After a while, Tom hung up the phone and said, that guy who sold out his brother says he doesn't want to leave his car. He wants us to go talk. Let's go, this guy is very nervous. Okamoto Shinichi said. A few people cautiously hid their figures and walked towards that car. After getting close to the car, Tom knocked on the window. Only then did the other party slowly open the window. Officer, are you saying Abruzzi escaped? Jack asked. Even at night, his sunglasses couldn't hide his worry. Yes, he finally abandoned the car here. Xin Feng pointed to the beetle on the other side. Okamoto Shinichi walked around the car twice, as if checking something. Then he must have gone back to the company. Jack blurted out. That's what we think too. Xin Feng nodded. Then why aren't you rushing to send people to catch him? Jack asked excitedly. We don't want to alert the snake. Xin Feng said. So you want to use me to test the waters? You're so clever. Tangeran said with a smile. I won't go. I can't possibly go. Don't worry, all the intersections here are filled with undercover police. Xin Feng said. Even so, I still can't take that risk. Then if we can't catch him, do you think he will come after you for revenge? Hearing this, Jack hesitated. In the end, he squeezed out a sentence, then I can't show myself, he will kill me. At most, I will tell you the access code for the company, and you can go find it yourself. Seeing Jack stubbornly refusing to go up, Okamoto Shinichi said, if you really don't want to go, can you help us contact him? That's okay, right? That's possible, no problem. Jack took out his phone, and before he had time to think about which number could contact Abruzzi, the phone suddenly rang. When the call was answered, Abruzzi's voice came through where? Chapter 23. What did I say? Keep a low profile. Abruzzi's voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with a sense of oppression. At this moment, Jack was once again dominated by a fear ingrained in his bones. He held the phone, unable to spit out a word for a long time. As if his throat was being squeezed. Beside him, Okamoto Shinichi gestured for Jack to turn on the speakerphone and steady the other party. Jack pressed the speakerphone and swallowed hard, slowly opening his mouth. Brother? You still want to call me brother, which makes me very pleased. But that does not earn you forgiveness. No, you escaped? Jack pretended that he didn't know the other side had already escaped. Okamoto Shinichi gave a thumbs up and then quickly took out his phone, typed a few words, and showed them to Jack. Jack saw the few words on the phone, call the office phone. He immediately understood Okamoto Shinichi's meaning. Did you think you would never hear my voice again in this life? I'm sorry to disappoint you. On the other end of the phone, Abruzzo's tone was filled with murderous intent. No, how could I think that? Jack said as he picked up Okamoto Shinichi's phone and dialed Abruzzo's office number. But in the next second. Ring ring ring. The office phone's ringing came from the phone. Everyone was stunned. Abruzzo was really in his own office. And Lu Xiaoqian must be right next to him. Okamoto Shinichi and Xin Feng exchanged a glance, saying nothing, both knowing what to do next. They had to act fast and capture him before he left the office. Okamoto Shinichi typed in the phone access password. Jack immediately entered the password into the phone. Okamoto Shinichi continued to type. Delay him, we go catch him. Jack nodded repeatedly, speaking into the phone. Brother, I think discussing anything else now is pointless, let's focus on the present. Thus, Jack talked about meaningless things on the phone, trying to prolong the call. Meanwhile, Okamoto Shinichi and Xin Feng notified nearby undercover police, quickly surrounding the office building. In such a critical moment, everyone was excited. Adrenaline surged wildly. But Okamoto Shinichi's command was still methodical. Under his command, more than 20 figures acted neatly, rushing in through several exits of the building. Every time they passed a key point, the pursuit team would leave one person to guard. This was to prevent the suspect from slipping away. Okamoto Shinichi connected the pursuit team and police's walkie-talkie channels. As long as anyone made an unusual sound or warning, everyone would become alert and react. So many people formed an invisible net that enveloped the entire office building. And this net kept tightening, compressing the area in which the prey could move until they were captured. Just like that. When the pursuit team arrived outside Abruzzo's company, only 10 people were left. These 10 held loaded guns, intently watching the access device. Once Okamoto Shinichi pressed the access device, they would rush in and conduct a thorough search of that floor. Okamoto Shinichi silently repeated the password Jack just left, reaching his finger toward the access device. Seeing this scene, the spectators' hearts were about to leap out. It's over, they've trapped inside, it's really over now. A good hand of cards played so poorly. Though I don't like Okamoto Shinichi, honestly, the opponent's reaction speed and command ability is really strong, and with Qin Feng assisting him, this match is almost certain to lose. Stay low-key. I said to stay low-key. What's up? No one is listening. I'm dying of anxiety, the production team keeps focusing on the pursuit team, can they give a shot to Qiangu? This is so nerve-wracking. The next capture scene should be very violent, as a class officer, I can't watch. I should go do my homework, keep working hard. Click. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the company's glass door opened. Without Okamoto Shinichi giving an order, everyone charged in neatly. The rooms were checked one by one. Okamoto Shinichi and the others, taking Tom, walked straight towards Abruzzo's office. Downstairs, Jack was still in the car, talking to Abruzzo. No problem, I'll prepare some money for you to use for your escape, this is my sincerity towards you. With every passing second of the call, the certainty of Abruzzo's arrest increased, and Jack felt a little more at ease. However, since just now, Abruzzo on the phone suddenly went silent. Hello? Jack shouted into the phone a few times. There was no response. Just when he was pondering whether Abruzzo was caught, someone suddenly appeared outside the car window. He looked up and saw a gun barrel aimed at him through the window. Jack jumped back in shock. He saw Abruzzo. Boss, it's fine, this car is bulletproof, his little brother sitting in the driver's seat reminded him, I'm calling the police right now. Hearing his brother's words, Jack suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Tremble, you traitor, Abruzzo outside coldly said. However, Jack inside the car suddenly had a strange feeling, a kind of fear that reached its peak and suddenly turned into no fear at all. Perhaps, this is what hitting rock bottom feels like. Then, let's take this opportunity to face the fear directly. A good night's sleep for the rest of my life. Ha! You bastard! You actually slipped out. But there are cops all around. Ha ha! Jack pointed at the car window, this car is yours, remember? It's bulletproof, glass. The next second, Abruzzo reached out and opened the car door. Jack was stunned. The little brother, who was just about to call the police, was also stunned. Jack's body was very honest, and he moved aside to make space for Abruzzo. Bro, how about you come in and we talk slowly? On the other side. Okamoto Shinichi pushed open the door to Abruzzo's office. Everything before them made them momentarily dazed. There, on the office desk, was a rack with 2 phones tied together, facing each other. Not good. Okamoto Shinichi immediately rushed to the window, now realizing what was happening. But it was already too late. The car that Jack was in at the intersection had already disappeared. Chapter 24. Don't forget, I'm a tech expert. Seeing this scene, Okamoto Shinichi quickly picked up the intercom. All units, pay attention. The Cadillac that Jack was in, license plate BO911, has vanished. The wanted criminal may still be in the car, colleagues at nearby intersections, pay attention to intercept. Okamoto Shinichi shouted. Not long after, Officer Sean's response came from across. Target spotted. Vehicle is traveling on Silver Ridge Avenue, I have followed, requesting support. Immediately after, 2 other police cars responded. Received. Received. Although the police cars did not turn on their sirens, standing by the window they could still see the police lights appearing at the distant intersection. Played. Okamoto Shinichi said coldly. Really cunning. It's like a brain teaser. Tangren clicked his tongue, this actor really went all out to promote. Should we chase the car now? Tom asked. Let's not leave yet, there might still be some clues here. Okamoto Shinichi said firmly. As he stood by the window, Qin Feng was lost in thought. Why did he intentionally come here? Qin Feng muttered, there's no reason to deliberately lead us here and then leave. Qin Feng felt that the target's behavior was very strange. He must understand the other party's motives, otherwise, he could easily be led by the nose. Take these 2 phones first. Tangren stepped forward and stuffed the phones into his pocket, by the way, the phone. Abruzzo definitely doesn't have a phone on him, did they come here to get the phones? Qin Feng shook his head and said. These 2 phones were only for this escape. If he hadn't come, he wouldn't have been stuck this time. To come here and get stuck for a phone. This is inherently contradictory. There must be another reason. As Qin Feng analyzed, he walked toward the desk. At that moment, Qin Feng's peripheral vision suddenly noticed a ray of light seeping out from the middle of the bookshelf. He approached the bookshelf, bent down, and saw a fallen pen wedged in the middle of the shelf. There's a mechanism. Qin Feng frowned slightly. Hearing this, the other three hurried over. Tom tried to move the bookshelf with his hands, but failed. The bookshelf was as if welded to the wall, not budging an inch. Since it's a mechanism, using brute force is definitely not an option. Qin Feng suddenly turned around and sat in the boss's chair. Based on normal people's thinking, when building traps, they always design around their own convenience and habits. So, it definitely won't be too far from the owner's position. While speaking, his hands began to search under the desk. Drawers, cabinets, keyboard stands. He checked all these places. Finally, when he opened the third drawer, he froze for a moment. This drawer was particularly heavy. Although, like the other drawers, it held nothing inside. Qin Feng reached in and checked it out. Found it. Found a switch. He flipped the switch, and the sound of the bookshelf slowly moving came from behind. It's opening. It's opening. Tang Ren exclaimed excitedly. When the bookshelf fully opened, and they saw the secret room behind, everyone was momentarily stunned. These are weapon racks? Tang Ren asked. Yes. Qin Feng nodded slightly. Guns. There should be many guns here. Tom excitedly pointed at the weapon rack. They are armed. Then it makes sense. Qin Feng glanced at Okamoto Shinichi. Their purpose for coming here is clear. The escapees getting guns was a terrifying thing for Tom and the other pursuers. But for Qin Feng, it was actually good news. Because for him, being able to grasp the logic of the other party's actions meant not losing sight of the target. What he feared most was not being able to grasp the other party's logic. That kind of situation, more than actual weapons, made Qin Feng feel scared. Yeah, they must have weapons now. Otherwise, Jack's car wouldn't have disappeared so quietly. Okamoto Shinichi said. The few of them exited the secret room and returned to the desk. Just at this moment, in the live broadcast, the camera angle suddenly changed. It became a low-angle shot from below. This made the audience feel quite awkward. Production team, could you be more professional? Don't show us the footage like this. Yeah, it's totally unprofessional. Camera angles are important in storytelling. Many viewers began to complain. However, some observant viewers noticed the problem. Wait. Look, is there a gap on the ceiling? Yeah, it seems like an eye socket. Oh my god. I spilled my soup out of fright. He's up there. So thrilling. It turned out that only Abruzzi had left the office alone. Lu Shaoqian had never left. He had been observing Qin Feng and the others in secret all along. How did that Cadillac downstairs get away? Abruzzi. Abruzzi left early alone. The phone on the table is a transfer. Abruzzi called Lu Shaoqian, and Lu Shaoqian called Jack. This transfer has two purposes. One is to allow Abruzzi to leave early without being discovered, and the other is to disguise Lu Shaoqian, making the pursuit team subconsciously feel that everyone has left. Damn, I feel better now. I'm getting the hang of reasoning. Is Lu Shaoqian so capable? Can he predict that the other side would call to test? If that's the case, I have a bold thought. You guys think, could this secret room also be something he intentionally let the pursuit team know about? My scalp is practically numb. At that moment, the intercom sounded. Officer Sean's voice came through. Mr. Okamoto, we've lost the vehicle. The other side dashed through the crowd like crazy. Sean's voice was filled with guilt. Ran away? Yes, should we contact the information department to check the surveillance? Sean asked. No need to be so troublesome. Wait a moment, I'll track the location for you. Saying this, Okamoto Shinichi opened his phone. On the screen, a flashing red dot appeared, constantly moving. This red dot was Jack's Cadillac. Beside him, Tang Ren exclaimed, Okamoto. Have you located that car? Yes, while you were talking to Jack, I placed a tracker on the back of his car. Don't forget, I am a technical expert in the criminal investigation department. Well done. Tang Ren slapped Okamoto Shinichi on the shoulder. How did you think of leaving this behind? At first, I didn't plan to do this, but when Jack received the call from Abruzzo, I had this idea. After all, if they didn't want to target Jack, they wouldn't have contacted him first. Okamoto Shinichi smiled slightly. Hiding in the ceiling, Lu Shaoqian also smiled. Chapter 25. Don't be suspicious. Hiding in the ceiling, Lu Shaoqian felt very satisfied upon hearing this news. He lured the pursuing team over, but did not leave, mainly for two reasons. First, to ensure the pursuing team searched this place immediately and got the clues they wanted, making this location much safer. The pursuit itself is a job with a lot of work and information, and without special clues, subconsciously no one would want to check places that have already been checked before. Lu Xiaoqian needed a good spot to arrange the bank robbery operation. Second, Lu Xiaoqian wanted to understand the information of these supporting characters performing alongside him. Just having escaped from the first scene and without any listening devices on him, he could only go down himself to learn about the opponents. On stage. Only by knowing what kind of people he was acting with, could they cooperate with each other, thus making this performance even more wonderful. Lu Xiaoqian was quite satisfied with the performance of the leading experts. Among the three of them, the one with the best reasoning was this expert from the Dragon Country, Qin Feng. His observations were the most careful, and his reasoning process was also step by step. Lu Xiaoqian sensed that, barring any accidents, this would be the most difficult one to deal with among the three experts. However, this Qin Feng also had a flaw, which was that he was too young, too confident in his own judgment. In contrast, this expert from Sakura Country, named Okamoto, was much more experienced. His strengths were not only in reasoning but also in action command and response to emergencies. He was top-notch in these areas. As for his flaws, they were much more subtle than Qin Feng's. From his behavior, it was apparent that he wanted to lead this pursuit. Although he had already obtained the command authority, he always subconsciously avoided Qin Feng's analysis and tried to summarize his own viewpoints based on that. As for what motive he had, Lu Xiaoqian could not know. However, Lu Xiaoqian didn't care. As long as he grasped the strengths and weaknesses of his opponents, Lu Xiaoqian would arrange suitable and dramatic roles for them in the upcoming performance. Next, Lu Xiaoqian needed to wait for these people to feel at ease and leave, so he could go out early. After all, it was still quite stuffy in the ceiling. He needed to climb out early and notify Abruzzo that the car he was in had already been tracked. Below, a group of people was checking the office again. There were no more clues. That's enough. I feel like this place is a bit heavy with negative energy. My neck keeps feeling cold. Tang Ren touched his neck. Let's hurry and chase after that Cadillac. Okamoto Shinichi nodded slightly. Let's go. However, just as a few people were about to leave, Lu Xiaoqian, feeling too hot, found the black paint around his eyes mixing with sweat. That black paint mixed with sweat dripped down loudly. It fell right on the backside of Okamoto Shinichi's left shoulder, sticking to his coat. This made the live stream audience hold their breath. Don't mess around, don't mess around. I don't like this kind of plot. God bless the pursuit team, they all left. God warned Okamoto not to look back. Bro, it's tense right now, don't sing, even though Qiango can handle any background music, but this is really not the time. Fortunately, it's nighttime, and the paint color is quite dark, so the pursuit team didn't notice. Okamoto Shinichi didn't even notice and just followed everyone to retreat. Qin Feng casually closed the office door. Everyone has left, and the sound of the company's main door closing can be heard outside. The audience finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lu Xiaoqian still did not come down, because he sensed something was wrong. When he came in, he had noticed the glass door outside the company. That door required an access code to open, then pushed in. There was no door handle outside. Under normal circumstances, after pushing the door open, the automatic retracting device on the door would slowly pull the door back and close it. The device is very slow, and the moment the door closes, there is only a slight sound. But this time, the sound of the door closing was very crisp. This crisp sound made Lu Xiaoqian suspicious. The door was closed manually. Since it was closed manually and there was no door handle outside, it must have been pushed from the inside. In other words, there were people from the pursuit team who had not left the scene. This is a trap. Sure enough, after 2 minutes, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Standing outside the door was Qin Feng. The audience's hearts jumped. Wow, scared me. Production team, can you not play like this? This feels like a horror movie. Damn, my soup spilled again, now I have to make it again. What a sudden attack. Qin Feng, you're really sneaky. Fortunately, Shengo can keep his cool. If he came down just now, it would be spicy. I'm suddenly very curious, what kind of character could capture this Lu Xiaoqian? Seeing that there was no movement in the office, Qin Feng sighed slightly. Oh dear. Old Qin, stop being paranoid, let's go. If we don't leave, the Cadillac will turn into a pile of trash, hurry up. Finally, under Tang Ren's urging, Qin Feng gave up on this place completely. This time, when they really left, Lu Xiaoqian opened the ceiling grid and climbed down. At this moment, the room was pitch dark. Lu Xiaoqian stood by the window and dialed the phone that Abruzzo had. Did you catch the person? Lu Xiaoqian asked. Yes, the situation is good. Abruzzo was in a good mood. Don't be too happy too soon, your car's tail has a tracker. What? I'll stop and remove the tracker and throw it away. Don't remove it yet, I will call you later to tell you what to do. Lu Xiaoqian said. Okay. Remember what I told you, don't rush to take action against Jack. Revenge with a warning is true revenge. I understand. Lu Xiaoqian hung up the phone. He picked up the binoculars and looked outside. Many figures appeared at the intersection, hurriedly retreating. Lu Xiaoqian knew that the pursuit team planned to concentrate their efforts on chasing Abruzzo's car. But just then, Lu Xiaoqian noticed a flicker in a window of the building across the street. He aimed the binoculars at that building and searched back and forth. Finally, he found that behind a window, a few figures were hiding. It seemed there were 3 heads. Chapter 26, These are local hounds. 3 heads. It seems these 3 guys teamed up. What a coincidence. Why did these 3 guys think to run this way? Do they think the chance of being searched in this bustling area is lower? Although the thinking is good. But, I'm sorry. After seeing these 3 heads, Lu Xiaoqian looked up at the big screen above that building. Sheraton apartment. These 3 guys probably originally planned to spend tonight here, but they noticed that weird figures kept appearing at the intersection. They probably won't be able to sleep tonight. But Lu Xiaoqian didn't care about them. After all, it was their first meeting, they were running, while Lu Xiaoqian was sitting in the car, and they didn't clearly see his face. In other words, they were in the light, and he was in the dark. Even if they had any bad thoughts, they couldn't threaten him for now. Lu Xiaoqian left Abruzzo's office and walked to the deepest part of this floor of offices. The bank's building is U-shaped, with one side connected to this building. This location is crucial for Lu Xiaoqian, as it impacts the success or failure of the entire plan. Lu Xiaoqian is about to check the specific situation. When he arrived at the innermost part of the company, he found that it was a newly renovated office. This office is twice the size of Abruzzo's office. It must be a new office that Jack got for himself after Abruzzo got caught. To prove he was better than his brother, he specially upgraded the size and luxury of the office. Even the style is completely different. Behind Abruzzo's desk is a bookshelf with a trap. And behind this desk is a painting of an angel. Although it's an angel, the painting style is very dark. Lu Xiaoqian got closer and found a few small words under the painting, Lucifer. Seeing this name, Lu Xiaoqian smiled. It seems Jack sees him this way. The artistic value is quite high. Lu Xiaoqian looked at the entire wall and found there were no windows. Then he walked to the side window, stretched his phone out, and took a picture of the neighboring building. Looking at the photo, he confirmed that the 2 buildings are completely connected. In other words, from here to the neighboring bank building, there are only 2 walls distance. However, it's not easy to just break through the wall to the other side. Because the location to break the wall is crucial. Currently, he has confirmed the environment on this side, but not the environment on the opposite side. If he randomly picks a spot to break the wall, his plan will be exposed before he even gets to the bank. Now it's already midnight. At night, the bank's anti-theft system is fully operational, so sneaking around to check things out is clearly unwise. He will have to wait until tomorrow during the day. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaoqian took out his phone and called Abruzzo. As soon as the other side picked up the phone, he eagerly asked, "Bro, what should we do now? This locator makes me feel like there's a bomb in my car. I've already driven around with it. I feel like the police are about to surround me at any moment." Lu Xiaoqian said on the phone, "There's no need to be so nervous, the big team left here less than 10 minutes ago, and they won't catch up to you so quickly. You better tell me the next plan quickly, I don't want the opportunity to slip away." What Abruzzo referred to as opportunity was the chance to kill Jack. If not for believing Lu Xiaoqian could help him escape, he would almost want to put a hole in Jack's head at that very moment. As a well-known gang leader, you should know where in this city do people race cars at night? Hearing Lu Xiaoqian's words, Abruzzo looked confused. Racing? Those little kids? Of course, I know. So, you should have guessed what to do next, right? Abruzzo on the other end of the phone paused for a moment and then suddenly shouted, "Okay. Okay. I got it. You're really cunning. Then go do it. After you get away, help me prepare the bomb, and bring Jack along." "No problem. By the way, I need to stay at your company for a day tomorrow, help me get a company employee identity." "Sure, the people there were all my subordinates before, I can arrange it." "No, use Jack's identity to arrange it." "Okay." Across the road, Sheraton Apartments, 7th floor. "I thought I could rest for a night and play with them tomorrow, but unexpectedly." Darren shook his head by the window, "What bad luck. How could it be so coincidental, we come here, and that guy comes here too?" Logic looked at the moonlight on the wall, lost in thought. "Mr. Holmes, have you received any news or messages?" Darren turned to look at Holmes. No. Holmes pinched a cigarette with one hand, while the other kept switching radio channels. It's normal not to have news. Just because the pursuit team is arresting people doesn't mean that guy has made any moves in this city. Logic said. However, Holmes shook his head and said, something is definitely happening. At least half of those people downstairs are local police. Mr. Holmes, are you sure? Darren asked. Darren was a mental magician, easily seeing through a stranger's thoughts. But the distance just now was too far. Furthermore, it was nighttime, and the lighting was not good, so he wasn't sure whether those people were the pursuit team or police. But Holmes was different. Holmes could determine a person's profession based on their body shape and movements. Especially for police and public officials, he had done specialized research. Holmes moved his hand away from the radio and said, just now, there were two groups of people on the road. Although their actions and behaviors looked absolutely like police, there is actually a big difference. When the first group passed the puddle at the intersection, they all subconsciously tiptoed, as if avoiding a drunken man's 20-year-old brick crevices. But the second group. Holmes shook his head. They looked like clumsy ducks who fell into the water when they passed the puddle. Upon saying this, Holmes looked at Darren. Local hounds would never make such a big noise while on duty. Their pace has long signed a contract with the city's rhythm. After hearing these words, Darren clapped in admiration. Mr. Holmes, seeing is believing. But we just escaped for such a short time. How does that guy have the ability to alarm so many local police? In response to Darren's question, Holmes did not answer. Instead, he said, I'm not interested in blind guesses. Let's talk about this tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, we'll meet that guy across the street and we'll know. Darren and Logic were both stunned. You mean, that guy just didn't leave? Yes. Holmes lit another cigarette. The pursuit team was played. Chapter 27, So Hard. So hard. Holmes ignored the surprised expressions of the other two, only focusing on his own words. Just like judging those police officers. This is our first time in this city, and that guy is the same. But the person who just got in the car had a very strange route. He didn't walk directly to that car, but twisted and turned like a lizard, making several loops. At first, I thought he was trying to avoid the police. But when I saw the surveillance cameras by the road, I realized what he was really trying to avoid were those cameras. This person has definitely not been to the city for the first time. At this moment, Logic interrupted, just because he can skillfully avoid the cameras? This deduction didn't sound very convincing to Logic. Because he was the kind of person who could memorize every surveillance camera on the whole road at a glance. Not just the number, he could even clearly remember the angle of each camera. Although he didn't think anyone could have such talent like him. But for him, this deduction might have loopholes. After all, occasionally there are people whose memory is half as strong as his. It is not impossible. However, Holmes shook his head and said, I'm not just talking about the cameras that can be seen by the roadside. It also includes the ones that cannot be seen. Even you, Logic, you can remember all the cameras on the street at a glance. But can you remember the surveillance inside the car that came later? At these words, Logic froze for a moment. He recalled how that person got into the car just now. The person approached the car from the left side, but just as he was about to get close to the car, he bypassed and got in from the right side. This did not make sense. So, the person was avoiding the surveillance inside the car. Holmes continued. In such a high-end executive car, besides the driving recorder, there are also some cameras and alarm devices installed inside. But the angle of the cameras is limited, usually adjusted based on where the vehicle often parks. Focusing on the outside that is not against the wall. Obviously, the right side of this car's fixed parking space is against the wall. And the deliberate behavior of the other party indicates that he is very familiar with this car. It's even possible that he is the driver or owner of this car. Darren snapped his fingers and said, so the one who just got into the car is the bait. After taking a puff from the cigarette that quickly burned to the tip, Holmes slowly spoke. Yes. That guy, I don't know what means he used, connected with local figures. Then he used that person to divert the police's attention. He is likely still in the building opposite. Holmes pointed to the window with the cigarette butt. It's the 5th floor, the one where the pursuit team just went in with flashlights on. Upon hearing this, a hint of excitement flickered in Darren's eyes. Our target is to eliminate him first, but now we cannot confirm his location. Reporting will only expose our own information, right? Darren looked at Holmes. Yes, so we need to wait until the daytime to take a look. If we are lucky, the three of us might directly take him down. Darren turned his gaze to Logic, smiling slightly. If that's the case, we've entered the finals. But Logic didn't want to pay him any attention at all. Discussing who wins and who loses now is pointless. Watching the analysis from these top 3 elite team members, the audience was sweating for Lu Shaoqian. So hard. So hard. What kind of person can win this episode? This is unfair. The pursuit team wants to catch Qiango, and you masters also teamed up against Qiango. What are you doing? I used to think Holmes' reasoning was amazing, but this time, I only feel scared. Brothers, bear witness, my wife struck first. She supports Holmes, and I support Qiango. Meanwhile, Lu Shaoqian was wandering in the company warehouse. He planned to go to the bank tomorrow to check the situation and leave a mark where he could chisel a hole in the wall. But how to leave a mark on the opposite wall that he can see when he comes back? That is a question. Lu Shaoqian has a habit: when faced with a problem he cannot figure out, he first observes and adapts according to the real environment and the conditions he has. He had many classic improvised performances when he was an actor, and they all came this way. He was wandering in the warehouse at this moment to determine what conditions he currently had. The warehouse had many items, and they were very mixed, like a trading company. Based on this messy inventory record, Lu Shaoqian roughly guessed that this trading company in Abruzzo was just a facade for the arms business. He glanced roughly at the inventory sheet. In the product name column, a product called Metal Seal for Wine Customs Declaration caught his eye. What he noticed was not the word seal. Red Wine Customs Declaration metal stamp, including imported magnetic ink. Magnetic ink. It seems a bit promising. Lu Shaoqian quickly found that batch of goods according to the storage number, a total of 3 large boxes. One box had 2/3 of the space filled with ink, and the instructions printed red. Product attributes: special ink containing neodymium iron boron magnetic powder. Precautions: please use on paper products, and avoid proximity to magnetic items within 24 hours, otherwise it may cause uneven color. Seeing this reminder, Lu Shaoqian smiled slightly. What he wanted was uneven. So if it's not used on paper and magnetic items are used, wouldn't it be even more uneven? Then, Lu Shaoqian continued to search in the warehouse. Before long, he found half a box of magnet samples. With both items ready, he applied the magnetic ink on the warehouse wall, only covering a small patch. He needed to do a test first. After applying, he went to the other side and slowly drew an X on the wall with the magnet. However, when he walked back, he found that the X he had drawn was barely showing half on this wall. Not enough, far from enough. This was just one wall, the place where 2 buildings met, at least 2 walls. Such magnetic force was clearly insufficient. But normal magnets can only do this much. So what to do? At that moment, Lu Shaoqian's temples tightened suddenly. The clown's talent for making props suddenly awakened, crashing wildly in his mind. A series of manufacturing plans for magnetic props surged forth. Chapter 28, Officer, you lack competitive spirit. Magnetic strength of this intensity is beyond ordinary batteries, it must use an electromagnetic coil. However, the electromagnetic coil has a problem. That is, it needs a lot of turns, which will make it larger than a magnet. In that case, it would be inconvenient to carry when entering a bank. So it can only hide the electromagnetic coil in everyday items. Thinking of this, Lu Shaoqian walked to the shelf and found a bunch of canes. He picked one up, weighed it, and found it very light. With a gentle twist, the head of the cane was removed, revealing it was hollow inside. Abruzzo must have often used such hollow items to carry goods. Next, Lu Shaoqian opened a bundle of wires under the shelf and coiled the wires into circles, stuffing them into the cane. Finally, he went to the explosion-proof cabinet, took out the electric batten inside. He removed the outer shell of the batten, connected the electrode head with the wire coil, and shoved all the parts into the cane, leaving only the switch exposed. Lu Shaoqian returned to the other side of the wall. Let's test this brand new electric cane. He flipped the switch and once again drew an X in the same spot. When he returned to the warehouse, he saw the scene on the wall. He froze for a moment. He saw that the magnetic ink's color had all concentrated together. A deep brown X was tightly pressed against the wall. No, not pressed, but imprinted into it. Even in this dim environment without lights, it was incredibly clear. Lu Shaoqian reached out and touched it. As a result, the brown mark peeled off with the wall surface. It seemed the magnetic force was truly sufficient, it not only made the mark appear but could even cause the concrete to resonate. In this way, his speed in chiseling the wall would be quicker, and there'd be no noise. In this moment, Lu Shaoqian felt immense excitement. On the contrary, the audience was getting anxious. Qiango, let's stop playing, let's hurry up and leave. Although we misjudged the first 2 times, this time, you really are being watched, and it's still the 3 experts of Sherlock Holmes. I could be single for another 20 years, just hoping Qiango won't be caught. Bro, don't play the victim, your single status has nothing to do with Qiango. Why not look for your own reasons? Ask yourself after so many years. Did I lick enough? Oh, the sky is getting bright soon. I don't care, it's bright, take the subway, go to work, I will continue watching. On the other side, 7 or 8 police cars rushed along the roadside. They were desperately chasing a car. But this car drove really fast, they could only occasionally see the faint light from its taillights. Damn it, this guy is really skilled. Tang Ren's palms were sweaty on the steering wheel. If this goes on, the car will run out of gas. Sitting in the back seat, Qin Feng had a bad premonition. Something was off. Logically speaking, after stealing the car, they should be heading straight for their destination. Even if the other party was cautious, they would quickly abandon the car and change transportation. Not like this, driving all the way. It had already been over an hour, and there was no sign of stopping. This was too unusual. This won't work, Qin Feng muttered. Of course I know, but the other side doesn't care about the traffic lights at all, I can't catch up. If it weren't for the GPS, I would have lost them dozens of times. Sitting in the back, Akimoto Shinichi was deep in thought, looking at his phone. Suddenly, he picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted. All vehicles, pay attention, change strategy. Spread out the route and drive the other party to the suburbs. Due to Officer Sean's orders, the police did not set up roadblocks openly in the city. But there were checkpoints in the suburbs. Akimoto Shinichi planned to use the checkpoints to force the other party to stop. Soon, other vehicles responded one after another. Tom, call Officer Sean and let him inform the checkpoints on the outskirts to be on the lookout for interceptions, don't let them break through. Okay. Meanwhile, in the car ahead, a blonde teenager was chatting on the walkie-talkie while slamming the accelerator down. What's going on today? Is the entire city's traffic police out? The teenager said into the walkie-talkie. Cool. Everyone's limelight has been stolen by you. The race here is not as focused on as yours. It feels great, but it's a bit tiring. I've run through over 20 red lights, the teenager said. Tired? Come on, man. What's cooler than cruising with so many cops behind you? True. Come on. Starting tomorrow, you won't be called Blondie anymore, your nickname will be Golden Lightning. Hearing his new nickname, the teenager's fatigue disappeared in an instant, returning to his true self. He slammed the accelerator down again. Half an hour later, the Golden Lightning's head was pressed against the hood of a police car. Officer. Be gentle. Isn't this lacking in sportsmanship? Why set up a blockade with a truck? The teenager's face was tightly pressed against the hood. Beside him stood a dozen confused police officers. The walkie-talkie constantly buzzed with other police officers' inquiries. Foiled? Tang Ren wiped his sweaty palms on his pants. Akimoto Shinichi was searching through the other party's car for his belongings. Finally, he found the tracker in the trunk of the car. Seeing the tracker, Tang Ren felt utterly hopeless. Hey! I really got played. Tang Ren smiled bitterly. Very good this time, we really met a worthy opponent. Qin Feng's pupils trembled with excitement. This guy might be more difficult to deal with than Mr. Sherlock Holmes. This is great. Stop the great, think of a way, or else, this little brother Tom will have to retire early. Tang Ren shook his head. Akimoto Shinichi remained silent, feeling the pressure on his mind growing. Because it seemed that every one of his actions was being calculated by the other party. This time, placing the tracker was a sudden idea he had. How could the other party guess it? Could it be there was a mole? At that moment, Tom's phone suddenly vibrated. After he answered the call, he grunted a few times and handed the phone to Akimoto Shinichi. Mr. Akimoto, my brother-in-law is looking for you. Akimoto Shinichi answered the phone and said, Officer Sean, we've been played, this tracker was put on a different car. Mr. Okamoto, forget about that for now. We just received a report from Jack's wife. A missing persons report? No, it's a kidnapping report. She said her husband has been kidnapped, and the other party has already contacted her. Okay, we're coming right away. No need to come. Jack's wife said she secretly installed a tracker on Jack's phone. She has already locked on to the location. Chapter 29, Want to star in my great show? First learn to relax. They already have a location? Yes, I will send the location to you right now. Upon hearing this, Okamoto Shinichi immediately turned and ran to the car. Hurry! Hurry up, he shouted to Qin Feng and the others while running. Jack's wife has provided a clue. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly rushed to their own cars. In just half a minute, 5 or 6 police cars disappeared completely. Only the blonde teenager was left standing there. The dream of gaining fame shattered in an instant. What is going on? He looked at the disappearing police cars in disappointment. What are you doing? Can't 26 traffic lights get your attention? In Goshen City, at the inner port dock. By the side of the internal road, the pursuit team found the Cadillac. But there was no one in the car. Tom and a guard opened the car door and checked inside. Mr. Okamoto, there was originally a surveillance system in the car, but it has been destroyed. In addition, we found a mobile phone under the seat. Tom handed the phone to Okamoto Shinichi. Okamoto Shinichi looked at the phone. The phone was on silent and had many missed calls. It must be clues that Jack left in the car after being kidnapped. Could those guys have escaped by boat? Tang Run asked. Impossible, Okamoto Shinichi replied immediately. This is the only dock in the city, as important as the train station or bus station. Officer Sean has already arranged for people to check its security. It would be pointless for them to run here to escape. But they must have a purpose to come here. Calling Jack's wife for ransom was just to divert the police's attention, making it easier for them to act here. They just didn't expect Jack's wife to have a tracker on him. Chin Fong frowned slightly. If their purpose for coming here is not to escape by boat, then what could it be? Tom scratched his head anxiously. Chin Fong had never relied on a tracker alone to catch them. So, while on the way, he studied this dock in advance. Chin Fong closed his eyes. The layout of the entire dock unfolded in his mind. The function of each area gradually emerged on the layout map. He analyzed to himself. The functions of the dock revolve around transportation. Transporting people or goods. Like Mr. Okamoto analyzed, they probably won't choose to escape from here. If they were planning to escape from here, security would have already reacted during their check. Then, it's related to goods? The areas related to goods include the loading area, temporary storage, and warehouse. These three areas are all possibilities. But a single speculation is not enough to make a judgment. We still need to deduce based on other clues to find overlapping factors. The only clue left for now is this car. Yes, the car is also a clue. If it were my own car, without knowing it was being tracked, I wouldn't park it too far. The fatigue initiation line for an ordinary person walking is 10 minutes. Within this time frame, the areas irradiated by the car include restricted zone, inspection area, waiting area, warehouse. The overlapping area is the warehouse. Chin Fong suddenly opened his eyes. The warehouse. They came all this way here to get something. On the other side, inside warehouse number 78. Abruzos pointed his gun at Jack, but there was no killing intent in his eyes. He was now a bit flustered. After transferring the tracker onto the street racing gang, he took Jack and himself to the warehouse. The purpose was to move the goods here, bombs packaged as crafts. This batch of goods was recently sent out by the company, but had not yet been shipped due to an unresolved commission with the new dock manager. Abruz forced Jack and the driver to spend 2 hours picking out the bombs hidden among the items in the warehouse. Worried that the reckless driver wouldn't last 2 hours, Abruz even set off a smoke bomb for the police, pretending to threaten Jack's wife for ransom. But unexpectedly, the police suddenly chased after them. Wait a minute, don't move, or I will shoot at any time, Abruz said, holding a gun in one hand and taking out his phone with the other to call Lu Xiaoqian. Jack and the driver didn't dare to move, knowing Abruz's temper. Once the call connected, Abruz quickly explained the situation to Lu Xiaoqian. On the other end of the call, Lu Xiaoqian instantly understood what was going on. Abruz's smoke bomb was somewhat unnecessary. When he designed this smoke bomb, he didn't consider all the uncertainties. However, for an ordinary person, managing to brainstorm in such a situation was already quite difficult. It was a bit too much to demand a completely flawless plan. Fortunately, Abruz still believed in himself, knowing to call immediately. Otherwise, Lu Xiaoqian estimated that within half an hour, Abruz would be caught, even with a hostage in hand. Lu Xiaoqian had no time to explain more to Abruz, just asking, do you have any other warehouses nearby? It shouldn't just be this one, right? Yes, there is. Why? Don't ask too much, you're running out of time. Just do as I say. Since you can see them, I estimate that in less than 10 minutes, they will discover your traces. Okay, tell me quickly, I will do as you say, Abruz said without delay. Open the video so I can see the environment. Abruz quickly opened the video for Lu Xiaoqian to check the surroundings. Let me see the road outside. Abruz did as told. There are footprints on the road. Hearing Lu Xiaoqian's words, Abruz's heart sank like a stone. So careless. He didn't notice the fine sand on the road outside the warehouse. If the pursuing team had been a bit more careful, they would have discovered it quickly. How about running directly? Abruz asked. With those people's tracking ability, I estimate you won't have time to run. Then what should I do? On the screen, Lu Xiaoqian licked his lips and said. Abruz, since the game has already started, don't rush to end it. Calm your nerves and learn to enjoy the process. Otherwise, you won't be able to handle the big show I have planned next. Now, listen carefully, I will tell you what to do. Chapter 30, a chain of smoke bombs? Abruz nodded repeatedly, as if holding onto a lifeline. Lu Shaoqian said. First, tie them both up and gag them. Hide them in the pile of goods inside. Take off all their shoes and hang them on you. Then you crawl out through the side window alone. You need to leave everyone's shoe prints at the window, and remember to leave a gap when you crawl out. Abruz was taken aback and asked, I understand what you mean, but will they fall for it? Lu Shaoqian smiled and replied. The clue you just left is for one of them. Now, you need to leave the second clue for the other one. Once both of them have the clues they want, they will definitely fall for it. Abruz couldn't help but ask, what is the second clue? Do you have any paint or playing cards nearby? There are playing cards. This batch contains them. That's good, pull out the joker inside, place it on the ground, and don't worry about the rest. Is that all? What about this batch? Will they search? They will search, but they won't search personally. That's not your concern, just leave the warehouse first, wait for them to leave, and then come back. By then, there may be 2 or 3 police officers left in the warehouse, you can handle it as you see fit. Okay, then. Abruz still wanted to confirm the feasibility a bit. Time. Lu Shaoqian dropped these 2 words and hung up the phone. These 2 clues were given to 2 people in the pursuit team, one was Qin Feng, and the other was Okamoto Shinichi. Although Abruz didn't understand, there was no time to think more, so he immediately took action. To ensure these 2 hostages wouldn't make a sound, Abruz tied them up tightly, leaving hardly any gaps except for their eyes. Following Lu Shaoqian's instructions, Abruz pulled out the joker from the deck of cards and placed it in the empty space in the middle. Then he climbed out of the window, running away, leaving behind footprints. 20 minutes later. The pursuit team indeed found this warehouse. Seeing the warehouse door was open, everyone drew their guns. When the door was pushed open, 2 police officers rushed inside immediately. Then others followed them in. When they saw the playing card on the ground, the police officers exchanged glances. Only Okamoto Shinichi's face darkened to the extreme. Another provocation. That guy deliberately brought everyone here. He was really about to burst out with curses, but due to face and image, he held it in. This time, even Tangren, who always laughed, could not smile. They had already been through enough trouble tonight. And they were being led around by the nose the whole time. Tangren's head was starting to hurt. Only Qin Feng didn't react immediately. Another decoy? Qin Feng's eyes scanned the surroundings, mumbling, but even if it's a decoy, someone still needs to operate it. At this moment, his gaze fell on the window. He noticed the window hadn't been closed tightly, and without a word, he climbed up. Looking down, he saw shoe prints. They escaped through the window. Hearing this, Tom and 2 police officers rushed out of the warehouse doors to search. Should we call in all available police and seal off the area to search slowly? For the first time, Okamoto Shinichi actively asked for Qin Feng's opinion. But Qin Feng shook his head and said, no need, that guy is not here. What? Tangren stepped forward, are you saying this guy has never been here? Yes, we just found 3 pairs of footprints outside, but they're not clear, the prints on the window are clear. Qin Feng looked at those marks, do you remember what shoes he was wearing when we saw him partying in the circus before? Leather shoes, very flashy ones, I have a deep impression of them. Tangren said. But look at these 3 pairs of shoes, 1 pair of sneakers, 1 pair of flats, and 1 pair that looks like golf shoes, where are the leather shoes? Qin Feng asked. Is it possible he changed? Leather shoes get tight after wearing them for a long time. Tangren asked. No, if he changed shoes, the number of people wouldn't change, there's only 3 here, but where's the other one? Qin Feng shook his head, this slippery guy must have not shown himself and used others as a smokescreen. This is a chain of smokescreens, one after the other. If that's the case, they probably won't find anything searching outside. Okamoto Shinichi sighed, the warehouse area is too large. If the opponent was prepared, it's definitely hard to find them right away. Just as Okamoto Shinichi finished speaking, his phone rang. It was a call from Sean. Hello? Officer Sean. Is there a situation? Asked Okamoto Shinichi. Did you find the person? Sean asked. We found some clues, but we suspect these could all be tricks from the other side, he himself isn't here. Right. Sean couldn't wait for Okamoto Shinichi to finish, just now the bureau received a call saying a clown with a painted face was seen at the Sheraton apartment. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng quickly said, Sheraton apartment. It's right across from that office building we were at before. Damn. This guy has really been messing with us. At this moment, all the guesses fell into place. I've already headed there, Sean said. Wait for us to arrive, surround the apartment, then begin the search. Don't act rashly beforehand, this guy is too cunning. Okamoto Shinichi shouted. Understood. The team packed up and quickly headed back, leaving Tom and 2 officers to guard the warehouse. Hearing that the pursuit team had retreated, Jack and the driver, hiding among the cargo, let tears flow down their faces along the tape. The sky was already lightening a bit. Sheraton apartment, 7th floor. Sherlock sat alone by the window, smoking. He hadn't slept the entire night. Because for him, sleep would slow down his mind, which had just begun to feel a little excited. And Darren and Logic had slept, but their sleep was light. Because the situation was very delicate, if one of the 3 secretly escaped and reported the others, there would be no need for a final duel. So the 3 of them were very cautious, on guard with each other. Suddenly, Sherlock stood up from the window and reached for his overcoat. Darren immediately sat up. Where are you going? Almost at the same time, Logic also jumped up from the bed. What are you guys doing? Let's go, Sherlock said coldly. What happened? Darren asked. Police, there are cops downstairs, Sherlock said as he put on his overcoat and walked out the door. What? Chapter 31, this guy is so abstract? What the hell? Why are there cops? Darren got up and looked at Logic. Don't look at me. I was just sleeping. Wait for me, I haven't tied my shoelaces yet. When they went downstairs, they found that both the front and back doors of the apartment were already guarded by the police. The 3 of them quickly climbed out of the bathroom window on the 1st floor and hid in a small alley by the roadside. Within 10 minutes, the entire apartment was sealed off. All individuals entering or leaving had to undergo strict inspections. The 3 hiding in the boxes saw Okamoto Shinichi, Shinfeng, and Tangren enter the apartment together. So rushed. Otherwise, I could have hypnotized the receptionist before leaving, to prevent her from exposing our whereabouts, Darren sighed. These people's goal is very clear, they are heading straight for the apartment. Logic looked around. He noticed that apart from this apartment, there were no other police around. They must have been reported. Sherlock's eyes sparkled with sharp light, focusing on the apartment like a hawk. Logic pondered and asked. Do you think it was the waitress? Or the receptionist? To be honest, I really doubt the effectiveness of Mr. Darren's hypnosis. Wouldn't the hypnosis on that receptionist wear off by the time we checked in? After all, that registration information was too outrageous, using the names of 3 people from Flying Pancake Country. It's possible that the more she looked at the names, the weirder it seemed, and then she reported us. Seeing this scene, the air in the live stream was filled with joy. Hey, look, they are about to turn against each other. Qiangu is really ruthless, reporting himself right away, but targeting the other 3 contestants. It seems Qiangu noticed these 3 opponents when he was standing by the window. His observation skills are sharper than my wife's. This move is indeed ruthless. Originally, Shinfeng and the others were still contemplating their guesses. This report directly made them feel secure. And it also hit a trick to use someone else's blade to kill. Looking at it this way, the pursuit team isn't all that impressive. Don't be smug, never be smug. Shinfeng and the others just haven't recovered yet. These guys are all exceptionally smart. Once they regain their senses, they could change the situation in an instant. Yes, my wife made a fuss about going back to her parents last time. I was halfway through opening champagne, laughing to the point of not being able to close my mouth, when she turned around, pushed the door open, and slapped me twice. In the face of Luo Ji's doubts, Darren merely smiled faintly. Instead of guessing here, it's better to verify. Leaving those words behind, Darren walked out of the alley. He headed towards a solitary policeman on the outer circle of the encirclement. Darren approached the policeman from behind. Before the policeman could react, he tapped him on the shoulder. At the moment the policeman turned around, Darren snapped his fingers less than 10 centimeters from between the policeman's eyebrows. With a snap, the policeman's eyes instantly lost focus. Although he still stood in place, it seemed as though he had lost his soul. Hey, friend, I'd like to ask you, what person are you searching for? Darren asked, staring into the policeman's eyes. The clown, we are here to catch the clown. Clown? Yes, someone reported that there is a clown in this apartment. That clown is a wanted criminal we need to catch. Darren frowned slightly. Clown? Could it be that other contestant? So abstract. He really has fallen in love with the circus vibe. Darren continued to ask, what has this clown done to be wanted? He is not a local wanted criminal. Several outside experts are capturing him. Oh. At this moment, Darren thought of the person who led the police away. So besides this clown, are you pursuing anyone else? Yes, we're also hunting the escaped convict Abruzzo, the biggest mob boss in the area. What's the connection between the two? The clown kidnapped Abruzzo. Hearing this, Darren's head buzzed. What on earth? This guy left in a car earlier, then went to hijack the transport vehicle? But he is alone. At this moment, Darren saw several policemen start to patrol back and forth. He quickly said, "Turn around." The policeman obediently turned his body away. "You have never seen me before." Saying this, with another snap, another finger snap echoed. The policeman's eyes instantly regained focus, sensing something was slightly off, yet it seemed as if nothing had happened. He turned back, finding no one behind him. Confusion swept over the policeman's bewildered face. "What did I say? It's all monsters. Did you see that?" The mental magician is truly terrifying, just a few words and all the information was pried out. I am almost inclined to become a fan. If he teams up with Sherlock Holmes, they are almost invincible. If they find out it was Brother Chien who reported it himself, then it will really be trouble. Over here, Darren returned to the alley. "What did you find out?" Luo Ji asked. "They received a report to catch that clown." Darren said. "Clown?" Sherlock Holmes and Luo Ji both looked stunned. Yes, it is likely a disguise from the circus, and he particularly loves this disguise. The report, clown, and the location is here with us. Sherlock's eyes suddenly brightened. He discovered us. He already noticed us when we were by the window. Are you saying he deliberately made the report call? Darren asked. Absolutely. Luo Ji nodded. And another piece of news, the reason why he is being pursued by so many local police is that he hijacked a transport vehicle and rescued the biggest mob boss in the area. What? Luo Ji was stunned. What? Sherlock was also stunned. It's absolutely true. When a person is hypnotized, they speak only the truth. I can vouch for that policeman. Darren said. One person? Robbing a transport truck? Holmes confirmed again. This is a madman. Otherwise, why would we all have escaped and still need to keep running away? It's definitely because this madman broke the rules. Logic frowned. It seems Mr. Holmes' earlier decision was correct. We must work together to eliminate this guy first. Darren said. Hey, I just want to win some prize money. Why do I have to gamble against a madman? Logic looked frustrated. If we don't deal with him, he will deal with us. Darren looked at Logic, otherwise, why would he save the boss? Resources. He is after resources. Holmes looked up. He gazed at the office building across the street, his eyes deep. Mediocre opponents are like a ticking clock. And this time's opponent could be a Paganini-style Rhapsody. Chapter 32. We are being kicked like a ball. Mr. Holmes, should we still follow the plan and go across when it gets light? Darren asked. Yes, of course we will. Just be more careful than before. Morning came. The pedestrians on the road increased more and more. Office workers began to rush into the building. Inside the office. After several hours of effort, Lu Shaoqian painted the entire wall behind Jack's office with magnetic paint. He walked out of the office to wash his face. When he came out of the bathroom, he saw a bald man standing in the hallway, looking drowsy. Upon seeing Lu Shaoqian, he immediately forced a smile. Hello, you are Jack's cousin Mike, right? The man reached out his hand. Yes. Lu Shaoqian shook hands with him. I told you, Mr. Jack wouldn't share the password with just anyone. He has already instructed me that starting today, you are his assistant. The man smiled. I am Manager Martin. You can tell me anything from now on if there's a problem, find Martin. Okay, Manager Martin. Mr. Jack said he is taking a day off today. He should have told you, right? Lu Shaoqian asked. He did, but he told me it would be for several days. Manager Martin laughed. Oh, he is someone who is influenced by his mood. Hey, only you would dare to say that about Mr. Jack, you must be close. At this moment, Manager Martin glanced at the wall of Jack's office. He has suddenly become obsessed with art lately. He wants to change his mood and arranged for me to try out color matching. Lu Shaoqian shrugged. He is all about his mood. Got it. Manager Martin nodded repeatedly. Then feel free, your job is to follow Mr. Jack's instructions, and my job is to assist you. Today I need to go to the bank for some matters, and then stay in the office to help Mr. Jack with the renovation, not letting anyone else in casually. Understood. Manager Martin gave an okay sign with his finger. If there's a problem, find Martin, okay? Okay, I like your smile. Martin smiled even brighter. After exchanging pleasantries with Martin, Lu Shaoqian took his prepared cane and left the company, heading to the nearby bank. On the other side, Okamoto Shinichi and his two companions had already searched all 6 floors of the apartment building. After a whole night without rest, plus searching over 100 rooms, they were close to breaking their backs. In the corridor on the 7th floor. No need to say more, this time we must have been played again. Tang Ren was unwilling to take another step. I've learned my lesson. The information provided by that officer Sean is not to be trusted, absolutely not to be trusted. Xiao Tang, hang in there are only a few rooms left. Xin Feng said. If I keep hanging in there, I'm going to die. I'm your uncle, if I die, you have to give me a funeral, there are many rituals to follow. Cousin, it's not that complicated. Saying this, Xin Feng pushed open a half-closed door. As soon as he stepped inside, he smelled a strong smoke odor. Ah, smoking is harmful to health, and yet you smoke heavily, which is even worse. Tang Ren followed behind. Okamoto Shinichi walked to the bedside to check, while Xin Feng moved to the window and saw a full ashtray. He picked up the crushed cigarette butts next to the ashtray and took a look, then walked over to the trash can, bending down to pick up a shopping receipt. Seeing this receipt, his face immediately turned serious, and he swiftly turned around in the room. Holmes. Xin Feng waved the receipt in his hand. It's Holmes, he was here. Old Xin, I told you it's time to rest, you're starting to hallucinate. No, Holmes really was here. Xin Feng pointed at the receipt, Rosen Convenience Store, 201, Linning Avenue. This location is the corner to the right after the Circus. Holmes is a notorious chain smoker. Remember, earlier in the scene, Mr. Holmes didn't smoke a single cigarette, not because he didn't want to, but because he thought the scene would end quickly, and he didn't bring any. So, the first thing he did after coming out was to buy cigarettes. But, judging that Holmes came based on this isn't very reliable. And the quantity. 3 people have stayed in this room. How do you know? Tang Ren was curious to see what clever angle Xin Feng would use this time for his reasoning. This guy always comes up with astonishing conclusions and then provides reasonable explanations. Sometimes it can be quite exciting. However, Xin Feng directly took out his phone. The phone had a photo of the check-in record. I looked at the check-in records, there are 3 people. Don't make that face, the answer is right here. Xin Feng pointed at the screen. Look, these 3 names are quite strange, aren't they? Tang Ren leaned closer, murmuring, there's a strong smell of curry, it is a bit strange. At this moment, Okamoto Shinichi, standing by the window, suddenly spoke up and said. Mr. Xin Feng is right. Holmes was here. He once stood here, looking at us. Watching us appear at the corner and watching us search that company. Originally, all of this had nothing to do with those 3. But they suddenly found themselves reported. So they hurriedly left. Okamoto Shinichi turned and looked at Xin Feng and Tang Ren. Why were they reported? Xin Feng's eyes suddenly narrowed, they were discovered by someone else. The person who reported them is the one we are currently tracking. Yes. Okamoto Shinichi rubbed his hands, appearing very excited. This guy knows we are after him as the clown, so when reporting, he said that the clown was in this apartment, just to divert us. At the same time, he could also drive away these 3 spectators. The outline of the matter is becoming clearer. Xin Feng paced back and forth, they discovered each other, while we are being played like a ball. Wait. Let me sort this out. Tang Ren interrupted, they discovered each other, but those 3 were right in this room, how were they discovered? It can only be through this window. Okamoto Shinichi pointed at the window and said. So that means. Tang Ren began to deduce, after we finished searching the company, we chased that car, but Lu Xiaoqian wasn't in that car. He waited until we left, then returned to the company, saw these 3 guys, and then made the call to report. If that's the case, then this Lu Xiaoqian is really cunning to the extreme. Okamoto Shinichi said. Just then, Xin Feng noticed the black paint on Okamoto Shinichi's shoulder. Chapter 33, only by acknowledging him can we catch him. Mr. Okamoto, what is that on your shoulder? It's all black, Xin Feng reminded. Okamoto Shinichi tugged at his coat and glanced. Probably got dirty in that warehouse. Okamoto Shinichi casually patted it, he wasn't in the mood to care about such things. Thinking about what he had said to the camera earlier, he became more and more anxious. Bringing so many people with him, diving into the field, and after a whole night with no clues at all was one thing. But being led around by the nose by the opponent. The frustration couldn't be shown. This feeling was truly worse than death. This Lu Xiaoqian is too cunning. Said Okamoto Shinichi, the time limit mentioned by Officer Sean is getting closer, we need to act fast, or else Lu Xiaoqian's incident will blow up in this virtual space. Xin Feng interrupted him and asked, Mr. Okamoto, I have always wanted to ask you a question. What question? There are 4 targets for capture, why are we only focusing on Lu Xiaoqian? What do you mean? Okamoto Shinichi frowned slightly. I mean nothing else, I just want to know your thoughts. How about you? Aren't you also watching him? I think he is a surprising opponent, and I want to have a match with him. Chin Feng looked at Okamoto Shinichi, but I feel that Mr. Okamoto should not think like that, right? Just like you said just now, if you really worry that this incident involving the armored car will explode in the virtual world, then why not continue to pursue it in the warehouse? After all, Lu Shaoqian was not among them, but the fugitive Abruzzo was. Yet, you chose to ignore Abruzzo. I don't understand what you mean by asking me this. Okamoto Shinichi lost patience with this topic. Chin Feng shook his head and said, Mr. Okamoto, you misunderstood. I have no intention of targeting you or your thoughts. I'm saying this just to help us calm down a bit. We have been led around by the opponent mainly because we are too anxious. Every time we encounter clues left by the opponent, we easily get provoked. Our actions are rushed, and there is not enough communication between us. At this rate, all we will face is failure, one after another. Chin Feng looked directly into Okamoto's eyes. Mr. Okamoto, you should understand what I mean, right? Hearing Chin Feng's words, Okamoto Shinichi fell silent. Because what Chin Feng said was absolutely correct. Okay, then I'll tell you, my thoughts are simple. I just want to eliminate him, and the others do not matter to me. The most important thing is him. Okamoto Shinichi said decisively. Chin Feng nodded slightly and said, very honest. I will also tell you that our goals are completely aligned. Now that we have unified our goals, there is one thing that must be made clear. That is, we must clearly recognize. This guy is someone even more difficult to deal with than Mr. Holmes. Although I greatly admire Mr. Holmes. But this person, besides having an extremely high IQ, has no limits in his methods. I think Mr. Holmes must have also noticed this problem. That's why there are 3 fugitive players gathered here, forming a 3-to-1 situation. If we want to catch him, we must sincerely acknowledge this fact. Acknowledge that he is stronger than us. Recognizing and valuing him gives us the chance to get close to him. These words were harsh for Okamoto Shinichi. He was not unaware that Lu Shaoqian was strong. He just didn't want to admit it. Deep down, he didn't want to acknowledge it. For Okamoto Shinichi, Sherlock, Darren, and Logic, any of them could reach this point. Only the ordinary Lu Shaoqian could not. No background, no fame, was his original sin. Furthermore, this Lu Shaoqian now had turned into a clown, constantly mocking him. However, he knew that Chin Feng was right. If this continued, he would keep failing, until he became a real joke. So, he decided to cooperate with Chin Feng for the time being. Okay, I agree with what you said. Okamoto Shinichi gritted his teeth secretly. Then, Mr. Chin Feng, what insights do you have next? I think that we should first understand his motivation. Chin Feng tapped the shopping receipt placed on the table, just like Mr. Holmes buying cigarettes. Tangren was stunned for a moment and quickly said, this guy is a weirdo. He could have leveled up from the first scene, but he ran out instead. Who knows what he wants to do? We cannot figure out his biggest motivation, but we can with the smaller one. Chin Feng returned to the window and analyzed. Why did he let that Cadillac drive away? To divert us. Why did he make the report call? The answer is still to divert us. But these two motivations are different. The first diversion involved only 3 people in the car, indicating that this diversion was for himself. In other words, this area is a safe zone he created for himself. Although this area is a bit large, with office buildings, streets, and this apartment. But we can still be sure he is within this range. And the second diversion was to ensure those 3 people wouldn't be caught. The reported address was set in the original area, which is very convincing. It's as if he actively exposed his first motivation. In the situation where we realized we had been played, this report seemed even more genuine. But there is a problem here. If he wants the report to seem real or more attractive, why didn't he set the report location at the office building? Instead, it's at the opposite apartment? Does he want to eliminate the other 3 contestants? If he gets rid of these 3 contestants, he can immediately level up and enter the next stage. But if that's the case, why would he escape from the circus scene? That's contradictory. So I believe Lu Shaoqian thinks this report call will not have a substantial impact on the other 3 contestants. He just did it casually. As he finished speaking, Chin Feng turned to look at the 2 of them. He did not use the office building as the report location. The main reason, I'm afraid, is that a confident light flashed in Chin Feng's eyes. He has never left his nest. As soon as these words came out, Okamoto Shinichi and Tangren were both stunned. You mean, that guy Tangren swallowed has been in the office building all along? Chin Feng nodded slightly. And possibly, still there now. Chapter 34. Mr. Holmes, you are so great. So, we need to go back and investigate again. Okay. But the other officers should stay here. Okamoto Shinichi's eyes held a smile. Let them continue to enjoy their brief success, making it easier for us to act. In an instant, the live broadcast room exploded. No! Shin Feng. Don't think that way. He's not here, our Chen-go is not here. Oh my, I thought they had been misled, but how come they figured it out with just this analysis? Shin Feng is truly a top expert. I only knew he was a fan of Holmes, but I didn't expect his skills to be on par with Holmes. Just now when he saw the paint on Okamoto's shoulder, I almost wet my pants. This show is making me more and more anxious. There are 3 monsters over there, and another half here. What to do? You counted Okamoto Shinichi as half? Tangrun is just air? I have to say, Tangrun is infinitely close to 0. So lively early in the morning, don't you all need to go to work? Just started collecting unemployment benefits, let's talk after that. On the other side, the 3 members of Sherlock Holmes had already entered the office building. The 3 of them were hiding in the stairwell of the office building. Wait, we are too conspicuous like this, there are 3 of us, and he has seen us before. Luo Ji reminded. Then should one person go in first to scout? Darren asked. Not only that, but we also need to disguise. Holmes did not explain much. Let's go to the 2nd floor first. The 3 of them walked from the stairwell to the 2nd floor. Upon arriving at the 2nd floor, Luo Ji realized this was a modeling company. It turns out, Sherlock Holmes had already considered the issue of disguise. When entering the office building, he observed the company signs in the lobby. He finally set his target on the model agency on the 2nd floor. Because in the model agency, there was no shortage of cosmetics, the very thing Holmes needed the most at the moment. It was work hours, and the people in the model agency were all crowded outside to clock in. Taking advantage of the chaos, the 3 slipped into the makeup room. However, as soon as they entered, screams erupted. The 3 were frozen in fear. It turned out, the room was filled with women, and they were all without outerwear, applying makeup. Ah! Call the police! Before the 3 could react, 2 people rushed up and started swinging things at them. The 3 were chased out of the makeup room like rats crossing the street. As Holmes was being shoved out, he conveniently grabbed a makeup case and yanked a handbag off a shelf. Back in the stairwell, the 3 were panting heavily. That was terrifying, Raj said, catching his breath. I've never seen anything like that in my life. What do we do now? Darren muttered. Why don't you go in and hypnotize them all? Raj suggested. Hearing this, Darren turned to Raj and retorted, do you think I'm an anesthetic gun from a hospital? So you can't do it? It's not about being able or not, it's about the conditions. While the 2 were talking, Holmes spoke up. What do you think, is this okay? The 2 turned their heads. Seeing Holmes with golden wig, they were instantly dumbfounded. Mr. Holmes, what is this? Raj pointed at the lipstick on Holmes' face. The sacrifice is too great, right? Mr. Holmes, your skills are truly. Darren gave a thumbs up. Holmes seemed indifferent to their opinions, saying, there is no choice, time is tight. The handbag I just grabbed is full of women's accessories. No problem, it looks good, Darren said, giving Raj a knowing look, don't you think? Yeah, looks good. In this situation, with limited conditions, someone is willing to step up, which is already great. There is no way to complain. Then it's settled, I will go in alone first to scout, you 2 wait for me in the stairwell, Holmes said seriously, no one is allowed to be clever. Understood, united we stand, Darren clenched his fist. No clever tricks, with you sacrificing this much, no one would sell you out, Raj nodded. Then let's set off. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoqian was already dressed in the suit left by Jack from the office, wearing Jack's watch, with slicked back hair, walking into the bank. As soon as he stepped into the bank, he saw a curly-haired business manager shooing away customers with an arrogant nose. Don't even think about this loan, the curly-haired manager said with a flat expression. I have always paid on time, you can check my record. My credit record is very clean. Please, I really need money to get by. The speaker was a haggard-looking man with a loose tie. The credit record only constrains you, it does not constrain us, the business manager made a gesture of please, we only serve distinguished customers, and we do not accept others. The business manager no longer wanted to talk. Although this customer used to be a distinguished customer. But his business was on the brink of collapse, so he was no longer distinguished. But no more. The business manager turned and walked away. Just then, Lu Xiaoqian's voice rang out behind him. What kind of damned bank is this? There isn't even a service person. Lu Xiaoqian's voice was very loud. The business manager turned back, sizing up Lu Xiaoqian. Suit, tie, leather shoes. All high-end products. Even the hair gel on his head exuded a scent of money. That watch. Needless to say, it was worth 2 years of his salary. Only the cane in his hand was unclear what brand it was. But it no longer matters, it must be top quality. The business manager hurriedly approached, fearing that other colleagues would get ahead. Hello, sir, how can I serve you? The business manager showed a sincere smile. Damn it, how could you ask such a question? Lu Xiaoqian glanced at the business manager's name tag, Little Bill. I'm of course here to do business with you. So, are you here to deposit money or to take a loan? Deposit money? Think with your brain, with your face, would I deposit money here? Lu Xiaoqian looked at the surveillance cameras and equipment in the hall. Alone, I heard the interest rates here are low? Yes, we are lowering interest rates recently. Manager Bill tentatively asked, could I please have your business card? Lu Xiaoqian showed an impatient look, took out the gold-edged card of Jack, and threw it to him. Upon seeing the business card, Manager Bill's straight back instantly bent down. Mr. Jack. Shall we discuss it upstairs? Fewer people, I can't stand the dirty air. Fourth floor, the fourth floor has fewer people. Fourth floor? No, that's not my lucky number. What about the fifth floor? Chapter 35, what a brilliant idea. Fifth floor? I can reluctantly agree. Then please follow me. Bill made a please gesture again, but this time it was clearly more sincere than before. Lu Xiaoqian followed Bill into the elevator. During this process, Lu Xiaoqian kept observing the bank's environment. This bank had a very high security level, even exceeding his expectations. The interior of the bank looked very spacious, but every piece of transparent glass was made of quartz bulletproof glass. The surrounding windows, including the front door, were made of titanium alloy, only used in bank vaults. The security guards behind were often flashing red dots in their pupils, on alert. Although dressed in suits, they were actually fully armed. In case of emergencies, there was no need to wait for the police to arrive. The entire bank could automatically become an impregnable prison within 3 minutes. No matter how ferocious the criminals were, anyone with a thinking brain would never target this bank. At this glance, Lu Xiaoqian's next wall-breaking plan became increasingly important. However, the viewers did not know what Lu Xiaoqian really wanted to do. I'm not saying, but Lu Xiaoqian's bare-faced look is too different from before? It's completely like two different people. Looks delicious. Sister, wipe your drool. Give up the fantasy. Let me. Shallow. You are too shallow. Even if he is ugly, I would still marry him. What do you have to compare with me? Why did the rhythm of the comments suddenly go off track? Wait, what do you think Xiangu is trying to do? What's he doing at the bank? He's so smart, of course, he's hiding from trouble. Didn't you see the office building is about to fall? The capture group and the female dressed homes have gone to the office building. It feels like something strange will happen. Following Manager Bill, Lu Xiaoqian arrived at the 5th floor. The 5th floor was different from the first floor, it was very quiet, almost no one around. The entire floor was divided into individual meeting rooms with frosted glass. This way, please. Bill bent down to lead the way. But Lu Xiaoqian did not follow his lead and walked toward the wall on his own. Mr. Jack, there is no sunlight in this direction. Are you sure I like sunlight? With this question, Bill had nothing more to say and could only let Lu Xiaoqian choose the room himself. Upon reaching this side, Lu Xiaoqian saw that the wall was divided into 5 meeting rooms. Looking up, 3 of the meeting rooms had beams. This indicated there were load-bearing steel bars inside, so it might be difficult when breaking the wall. Therefore, Lu Xiaoqian casually chose one of the other 2 rooms and walked in. After walking in, Lu Xiaoqian sat down against the wall. Mr. Jack, would you like tea or coffee? Cola. All right. Bill hurriedly picked up his phone, 2 colas in meeting room 19 on the 5th floor. Received. Putting down the phone, Bill took out a tablet and smiled. Mr. Jack, I need to create a file first and I need to ask you a few questions. Lu Xiaoqian sat on the chair, relaxing his arms by his sides. Go ahead. Lu Xiaoqian shrugged. How much do you need to borrow this time? Bill asked. I haven't decided yet, little Bill, help me make a choice. Lu Xiaoqian's gaze wandered on the wall. On the wall hung a large print. Hearing this, Bill was taken aback and asked, can you tell me what you're going to use this money for? Lu Xiaoqian said. Well, how to put it? My office was just renovated last year. But with the development of the business, it is already out of date. Little Bill, you know. In today's society, there are always some snobs everywhere. If my office isn't a bit more luxurious, those clients won't even want to sit for a while. Bill nodded repeatedly, agreeing, right. I hate these kinds of people. So, how big do you plan to renovate? This whole floor, roughly. Then I think you would need about $3 million. Top-notch renovation. Then about $4 million is what you need. Right. Lu Shaoqian suddenly stood up and took down the print. Then he circled the wall with his cane. I plan to make a tiger's head this big in my office. The cane gestured on the wall, with a big grin, made of pure gold. What a brilliant idea! That would cost about 5 million. Bill noted on the tablet. Although he sighed privately that Lu Shaoqian was a brainless rich man, he still flattered him verbally. Because he had seen too many rich people, and they were all so inexplicable. The more inexplicable, the more it showed that this guy didn't lack money. Little Bill, you have a good eye. Also, double this budget. I want to put the extra money in another bank to earn interest. Lu Shaoqian's lips curled up. After all, your interest is low, this way I can make a profit. After this was said, Bill became completely honest. A capitalist. A thorough capitalist. This kind of client is exactly what he dreams of. No problem. Mr. Jack. Leave this to me, it will definitely go smoothly. Bill stood up. I'll go get the contract. You have collateral, right? Collateral? Of course, I have 10 houses to use as collateral. I just don't have them with me right now. Lu Shaoqian shrugged. I originally just wanted to come and take a look and consider if I want to cooperate with your bank. I didn't expect to run into such a smart manager like you on the first try. No problem, I can provide door-to-door service. Bill took out Jack's business card, holding it tightly. Alright, let's keep in touch later. Okay. Lu Shaoqian casually responded a few sentences and slipped away. Before leaving, he didn't forget to help Bill hang the print back up that he had taken off the wall. Next, he had to hurry back to the company to check where the magnetic mark appeared on the other side of the wall. After leaving the bank, Lu Shaoqian looked around. Those policemen were still guarding next to the apartment, while everything was normal on the office side. Lu Shaoqian walked into the office building and went upstairs. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he saw a tall woman standing outside the company talking to manager Martin. Ma'am, I'm sorry, I can't let you in, our company has regulations. Manager Martin said seriously. Sir, I'm here for an interview. We didn't post a job ad. Lu Shaoqian passed by the woman. At this moment, Lu Shaoqian noticed the boots hidden under the woman's skirt. These were men's boots. Chapter 36, which tactic is this of the 36 stratagems? Lu Shaoqian immediately realized that the other party was disguised as a man. At this time, cross-dressing to sneak into the company was most likely aimed at him, right? Is it the pursuit team, or those 3 guys? Lu Shaoqian looked up and observed the other party. At this moment, the other party was also sizing him up. The facial makeup was exquisite, and the technique was good. Even upon careful inspection, nothing seemed amiss. However, as an actor, Lu Shaoqian knew that no matter how well someone disguised themselves, their eyes could not be hidden. The other party's eyes were extraordinarily sharp. So sharp that Lu Shaoqian couldn't help but think of that great detective, Sherlock Holmes. Moreover, that high-nose bridge was hard to disguise, which made Lu Shaoqian even more certain of his suspicion. Mr. Mike, this woman claims to be applying for a job, but we're not hiring. Martin said innocently to Lu Shaoqian. You handle it, I'm a bit busy right now. Lu Shaoqian didn't want to have too much interaction with these Holmes types, so he dropped this line and left. Seeing this scene, the audience went crazy typing. Xian Gu. That's a cross-dressing boss. An uncouth brute. Xian Gu. Don't enter the company. Run. While Holmes hasn't discovered you yet. This is your last chance. I, Sherlock Holmes, have sacrificed so much, yet what have I received? My pillow is soaked with tears. Back in the office, Lu Shaoqian immediately looked for signs on the wall. But the magnetic ink on the wall showed no change at all. This left Lu Shaoqian stunned. He recalled his previous actions and checked the cane in his hand. No problem, everything is normal, I just turned it on. Lu Shaoqian felt a bit lost for a moment. At this time, his gaze suddenly fell on the painting of fallen angel Lucifer behind the chair. Lu Shaoqian walked to the painting and slowly lifted it. The next second, on the wall, a deep brown clown face, made of magnetic material, appeared before him. This face was drawn by Lu Shaoqian himself on the other side of the wall. Lu Shaoqian nodded in satisfaction. Next, he could start digging into the wall. But Lu Shaoqian didn't act immediately. Instead, he sat down on the chair and opened the company's surveillance on Jack's computer. He wanted to see if the cross-dressing Holmes outside had left. If she was still hanging around, he would have to think of a plan to help manager Martin. After opening the surveillance, he found that the other party really hadn't left. Lu Shaoqian zoomed in and examined closely. Just as he was staring at the screen for a minute, an alert sounded in his mind. Clown makeup technique. Reminder, would you like to record the makeup of the person in front, blonde beauty? Current stored makeup, no makeup/clown. Lu Xiaoqian was taken aback. What? Even makeup not done by oneself can be recorded? This was something Lu Xiaoqian never expected. He thought it had to be his own disguise. He had even thought about learning disguise techniques later. Unexpectedly, he could directly record from someone else's face, no learning needed at all. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaoqian chose record. Warning, to record someone else's makeup, you need to be in close proximity for more than 5 minutes. Please prepare and try again. Hearing this reminder, Lu Xiaoqian raised his eyebrows slightly. To be face-to-face for 5 minutes. For this one makeup, he had to keep Holmes around him. That's a bit unworthy. After all, Holmes' observational skills were notoriously sharp and astute. If he let slip any clues, it would be a loss. But just then, other windows in the surveillance started to move. The outdoor surveillance captured 3 familiar figures quickly diving into the office building. It was the 3 experts from the pursuit team. They all came. Without a second thought, Lu Xiaoqian picked up his phone and called Martin. Mr. Mike, what's wrong? Martin answered the phone. I just remembered, Mr. Jack said he wanted to hire a beautiful receptionist, so let that sister stay. Lu Xiaoqian said. Hearing this sentence, the viewers in the live broadcast room started cheering. Qiangu, what does this mean? Wang Gang is staying, right? Qiangu, didn't you notice anything unusual? Oh no. This is bad, heroes struggle with beautiful women, and it's a fake beauty. It's a disaster. Martin was stunned for a moment and asked, so the admission? Let her come to the office, I will interview her, Lu Xiaoqian said. Okay, no problem. Martin clicked his tongue, Miss, your opportunity has come. We need a receptionist here, can you do it? Holmes nodded and said, no problem, I can handle any position. Alright, you go inside, walk straight in, to the innermost office, let Mr. Mike interview you. Okay, thank you. Holmes finally stepped through the company's door. On the way to the office, Holmes started to observe. Observing every person in the company. Because anyone inside could be that guy. Inside the office, Lu Xiaoqian lit a cigarette and sat in the chair. He had the air of a boss. The door was knocked on. Come in. The door was pushed open, and Holmes walked in politely. Have a seat. Lu Xiaoqian pointed to the chair opposite the boss's desk. Holmes sat down. However, before Lu Xiaoqian could start the interview, Holmes took the initiative to ask. Sir, didn't you just say you weren't hiring? Why are you suddenly hiring? Holmes was very sharp. Recently, 2 colleagues have been on vacation. I was worried I had no way to teach them a lesson, and you came just in time. If you adapt well to the job, I'll directly fire them. I see. What? Don't you want to work? No, I was just asking. Holmes was observing the office. The job is simple, just a receptionist. What is your name? My name is Moss. It's a bit strange for a girl to have that name. You can almost start the job right away. But you are too tall, which puts pressure on the guests. Lu Xiaoqian shook his head slightly. Oh, I was a bit rushed this time, I will pay attention next time. There are work shoes and uniforms in the warehouse, go get them yourself later. Lu Xiaoqian glanced at the time and waved, alright, go to work. Good. Holmes turned and left the office. As soon as the office door was closed, Lu Xiaoqian's phone rang. Lu Xiaoqian answered the phone, and Manager Martin's voice came through. Mr. Mike, there are a few gentlemen from the fire department saying they want to come and check, can they check? Lu Xiaoqian looked at the screen and saw that Okamoto Shinichi and 3 others were already standing at the company's door. Alright, let them check. You don't need to worry about it, just have the newly arrived Miss Moss receive them. Okay. At that moment, the viewers suddenly understood. Qiangu. It's you again. Which trick from the 36 strategies is this? What does it drive again? Drive Holmes to the pursuit team. This is really lively now. Mr. Holmes, this is truly a wrong step. Chapter 37 Old Sheen. Control yourself a bit. After Holmes left the office, he ran into Manager Martin. Manager Martin took him to the warehouse. Just change your shoes yourself, and once you're done, start working. There are 3 people from the fire department outside who want to check, you receive them. Okay. Just handle it casually, these guys come by occasionally, it's all just for show. I understand. After giving instructions, Manager Martin left. Holmes hurriedly changed his shoes. When he was disguising himself, he had noticed this issue. But due to limited conditions, he couldn't change shoes. Now, he finally had a way to solve this loophole. Very good. And he was also very satisfied with this position. As a receptionist, he could move back and forth, observing every person in the company. The only thing that made Holmes feel a bit strange was this person named Mike. He didn't seem like the boss here. That office probably did not belong to him. Though he looked relaxed and had a strong presence. But everything around him seemed mismatched. Especially that chair, it was too high. This caused the light from the spotlight on the opposite wall to shine directly in his eyes. Someone who works in a car for long periods must avoid such situations. According to Holmes's estimation, the true owner of this chair must be half a head shorter than Mike. However, Holmes did not have time to consider this issue at the moment. He needed to resolve the task at hand first, then observe slowly. Especially this Mr. Mike, he was the focus of his observation. Holmes walked out of the warehouse and went directly to the company entrance. 3 people were standing at the gate waiting. They were Okamoto Shinichi and his 2 companions. When Holmes saw the 3 of them, his heart skipped a beat. Last night the light was dim, and with a major road in between, Holmes had not recognized them. But Holmes recognized Okamoto Shinichi at a glance. Because Okamoto Shinichi was very famous in Sakura country, having appeared twice on the World Criminal Investigation magazine, promoted as a national treasure. Holmes had communicated with him once. Holmes never expected to see him here. It seemed he had also joined this round of the pursuit team. Then the other 2 must also be experts from the pursuit team, disguised as firefighters to cover their actions, not even bringing any other officers. What bad luck! His investigation had just begun, and he ran into the pursuit team. Wasn't this like stepping in dog poop when going out? However, Holmes was not too worried, he had confidence in his disguise. Just deal with them casually and send them away. Good afternoon, gentlemen, are you here for an inspection? Holmes showed a polite smile. May I see your identification? Okamoto Shinichi nodded slightly and placed his phone in front of Holmes. On the screen was a Gozen City Fire Inspection Order. This order was obtained by Officer Sean. According to Article 121 of the Gozen City Fire Regulations, the inspection order has absolute authority, and accompanying personnel do not need to show other proofs or identification. Okamoto Shinichi looked at Holmes. Miss, you should know this, right? Yes, I know, this isn't my first inspection, it's just that you weren't the ones who came last time. Holmes replied. While Holmes was speaking, Shin Fong had been watching him closely. Shin Fong felt that this woman in front of him gave him a very wonderful feeling. It seemed very wise. Shin Fong looked her up and down. Just at that moment, Tangren elbowed Shin Fong. Old Shin, Tangren lowered his voice, the girl is indeed very beautiful, but you can't just keep staring. Though it's a man's instinct to look at beauty, you shouldn't stare for so long. After Tangren said this, Shin Fong awkwardly shifted his gaze away. Let's go. Okamoto Shinichi walked in without courtesy. The others followed behind him. Okamoto Shinichi first walked around the lobby. He would observe each staff member's computer screen in the lobby for a short while. If anyone appeared to be inexperienced or seemed a bit guilty, he would linger a little longer. Because, at the beginning of the program, no one had noticed Lu Xiaoqian. By the time Lu Xiaoqian's livestream appeared before them, his face was already covered in makeup. This meant, in a way, they had not seen Lu Xiaoqian's true face. They did not know Lu Xiaoqian. So, he had to be very careful. Such a cunning opponent, with just a slight oversight, could slip away. Okamoto Shinichi walked back and forth in the hall a few times, but found nothing unusual. In desperation, Okamoto Shinichi had to give up the hall and began to check the offices. This floor has 10 rooms in total, aside from the hall. 4 of them have been turned into storage rooms. 6 are used as offices. Among the 6, the largest is Jack's office. Next is Abra's office. Knowing that both Abraz and Jack were not in the company, Okamoto Shinichi first checked the 4 offices in front, based on their ranks. Still, he found nothing unusual. Could it be that he has already left? Shin Fong asked. Okamoto Shinichi thought for a moment and said, we can't draw a conclusion yet, there are still 2 offices left to check. It's hard to say, a person with a normal mind wouldn't stay here in a situation like this. Tangren said. But he is not normal. Shin Fong said. At these words, everyone fell silent. Indeed, this guy, all his actions and thoughts, which of them is like a normal person? Apart from not wanting to be caught, normal thinking just cannot be applied to him. Then let's go, keep looking. Shin Fong pointed to Abraz's office. A few people walked toward Abraz's office. However, when Okamoto Shinichi was about to push open the office door, his footsteps suddenly stopped. He turned around and stared at Holmes, asking, This office, do you know whose office it is? Hearing this, Holmes knew. The other side was starting to test him. Chapter 38, Victory and Defeat, just a hair's breadth apart. Facing this question, if it was an ordinary person, they would likely reveal their flaws immediately. After all, they have only been at work for 10 minutes. Let alone figuring out whose office this is, even remembering the company's name would probably not be so easy. But Holmes was, after all, not an ordinary person. He knew very well that this office was the one the pursuit team had focused on checking last night, definitely related to Lu Shaoqian. And that person was Abruz, the other fugitive mentioned by the police Alan during hypnosis. "This is Mr. Abruz's office," Holmes said. Okamoto Shinichi nodded slightly, but a hint of cunning flickered in his eyes. "Then what does Mr. Abruz look like? Can you describe him to us?" Holmes showed a troubled expression and said, "Sorry, I have never seen him." "Oh?" Okamoto Shinichi became interested. "Yes, I joined not long ago, and when I joined, Abruz was already not in the company. As for why he is not here, I think it is inconvenient for me to elaborate, please understand." Holmes's answer was just right, both masking his own flaws and showing his sincerity. The viewers in the live broadcast room were amazed. Great, masters compete, victory and defeat are just a hair's breadth apart. This hair's breadth is the lethal dose, right? Show a little flaw, and the next second will be eliminated. Lu Shaoqian is really cunning. In the face of pursuit, he directly pushed Holmes out. But he is Holmes, how could he be brought down by such small tricks? Is it possible that Lu Shaoqian didn't intend to bring him down? Yeah, thinking about it this way, Lu Shaoqian mentioning his height seems to be a kind of reminder. Hey! This is the big picture. Let's all not get caught, let's play this game slowly. By the way, let's push Holmes to swallow the pursuit team. But just as the audience was still savoring this, Qin Feng suddenly spoke up. Wait, miss, you said you joined not long ago, then how do you know the last fire inspection wasn't us? Qin Feng frowned slightly. After all, fire inspections happen once every 6 months. 6 months ago. Mr. Abruzzo should still be at the company. As soon as these words came out, everyone's gaze landed on Sherlock Holmes's face. Even the delayed Tangren showed a look of doubt at this moment. The audience froze completely. Mr. Holmes may be carried away. Hearing this sentence, I couldn't react for a long time, and after savoring it, cold sweat broke out. Qin Feng no pai, he seized such a casual remark. If Mr. Holmes is carried away, then Lu Shaoqian won't be far behind. Lu Shaoqian's move was still thoughtless, so reckless. At this moment, Holmes remained expressionless. He calmly opened his mouth and said, "Oh, that's because I used to work in this building." Holmes pointed downwards, in the modeling company on the 2nd floor. "I used to be a receptionist, so I received the firefighters as well." Modeling company? Okamoto Shinichi pondered. Yes, Sophia Modeling Company. Fire safety inspections usually check from the bottom up, you must have just come out of there recently. Holmes showed a suspicious expression and began to scrutinize the three. What's wrong? Didn't you know? The three quickly nodded. Yes, we just checked. Qin Feng replied. Then let's continue inspecting the offices. Okamoto Shinichi then reached out and pushed open the office door. Returning to Mr. Abruzzo's office, the few were particularly cautious. Because the other party must have returned after sending everyone away last night. The more actions there were, the more traces would be left behind. The current scene, compared to last time, would definitely have more clues. The three let go of Holmes and began to recheck the entire room. Everyone had clear roles, checking the places they had examined the night before. After Qin Feng finished checking the desk, he began to inspect the carpet. The pen from yesterday was still on the floor. However, the placement seemed a little different. If it were someone else, they definitely wouldn't have noticed, but Qin Feng had an excellent memory. He was certain that the nib of this pen was facing the door yesterday. And now, it was turned slightly. Did any of you enter this room? Qin Feng turned to look at Holmes. Holmes shook his head. He couldn't answer carelessly. If he did, the other party would surely verify with others. If it was found that he was just making things up, he would be exposed. Holmes countered, why ask that? Aren't you checking the fire safety? Right, we are checking the fire safety. Recently, there have been many safety incidents caused by carpets, so... Qin Feng casually responded and continued to check. Just as he was about to walk to the window, he suddenly spotted a drop mark on the carpet. It was... paint? This kind of paint. A light flashed in Qin Feng's mind. He quickly grabbed Okamoto Shinichi beside him. Mr. Okamoto, turn around, let me take a look. What's the matter? Just turn around. Seeing Qin Feng so serious, Okamoto Shinichi turned as he was told. Qin Feng's gaze landed on Okamoto Shinichi's shoulder. Then, it fell back to that mark on the carpet. The two were the same. At this moment, Qin Feng felt a chill creeping up his spine. He originally thought that the other party was just cunning. But, unexpectedly, their mental fortitude was so strong. It even made Chin Fong feel a hint of terror. The reason he felt this way wasn't because he had never met someone with such mental fortitude before. On the contrary, it was precisely because he had encountered such people. And those people were all real. Murderers. No, it shouldn't be like this. Lu Shaoqian was only an actor, just an actor. Chin Fong once speculated that this actor simply applied his acting skills to this program, using exaggerated and nonsensical performances to enhance the show, while also confusing the pursuit team. But at this moment, Chin Fong denied that speculation. Because anything can be acted. Mental qualities and reactions cannot be faked. What kind of person is Lu Shaoqian truly? Could it be that he really has experience as a fugitive or a killer? Seeing Chin Fong standing still, motionless for a long time, Okamoto Shinichi asked, "Chin Fong, did you discover something?" "Yeah, speak up. You're making me feel like disaster is coming my way," Tang Ren said. Chin Fong looked at the two, his Adam's apple slightly trembling. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "That guy. He was watching us all night." Chin Fong extended a finger, pointing upward. "Watching us." Chapter 39, Why are you wearing men's shoes? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. Okamoto Shinichi hurriedly took off his coat and carefully checked the paint on his shoulder. Then he squatted down and compared it closely with the paint on the carpet. Sure enough, it was exactly the same. Finally, Okamoto Shinichi stood up, standing on the desk, gently moving aside a piece of the ceiling to reveal a gap. He was hiding in the ceiling yesterday, secretly observing us. Do you remember? Previously, we saw his facial graffiti in the live broadcast, and the color around his eye sockets was black. Okamoto Shinichi looked at Chin Fong and Tang Ren. It was the paint from his eye sockets that dripped onto my shoulder. Tang Ren looked up at the gap in the ceiling, a chill running down his spine. He could imagine a clown's smiling face hiding behind the gap, watching the back of his head. This was too horrifying. Wait. Tang Ren suddenly pointed at Chin Fong, his finger trembling. Old Chin. Yesterday, when you were leaving, didn't you specifically do a backshot? But the other party didn't come down. Could it be that? Chin Fong continued, yes, he probably saw through me at that time. At that moment, Tang Ren hesitated. He subconsciously wanted to say, how is this possible? But he didn't say it. Because he had deeply realized that old Chin's earlier statement, he is better than us, was not a joke. Tang Ren swallowed hard and said, Old Chin. I think your previous judgment might really be right, this guy is even more troublesome than Sherlock Holmes. Hearing this, Sherlock Holmes, who was standing by and trying to manage his facial expression, couldn't help but pause. The audience in the live broadcast room almost burst into laughter. Tang Ren, can't you control your mouth a little? Sherlock Holmes was dazed, pushed forward to block bullets, and now he has to be taunted face to face. Actually, I think in comparison, the pursuit team is in a worse situation. They discovered that Lu Shaoqian had been watching them earlier, but had no idea that, at this very moment, Sherlock Holmes was also watching them. If they find out later, I guess they will regret it terribly, regretting being the first to go out. Detective Kimchi and Deadpool state, buy at your own risk, consequences are your own. In reality, Sherlock Holmes was not very concerned about this statement. What he cared about was this clown. This guy is really strange. He had been hiding in this room while the pursuit team was checking. At that time, Sherlock Holmes was standing opposite, watching the entire scene. Perhaps it was then that the clown discovered the movements of himself and his companions. That's why he later used a reporting phone to disrupt their plans. This clown is a bit of a problem. Not only is he quick-thinking with unique ideas, but even his on-site reaction ability is top-notch. Sherlock Holmes has dealt with many experts. Based on the performance of the clown, his ability can at least rank in the top 3. Holmes even suspected that this guy was someone he knew in real life. Because a person with such ability would definitely be quite famous in reality. Perhaps they had once crossed paths with him. Holmes looked at the 3 shocked experts from the pursuit team and involuntarily put himself in their shoes. Hurry up and act, since the other party dared to stare at you like that once. Then, we cannot rule out a second time. Because people's behavior logic is repetitive. If the first action brought benefits, then the second time will replicate the first action. This discovery made by the pursuit team made Holmes even more convinced the clown was most likely still in the company. It's just that. The other party was very calm and disguised well, and the pursuit team simply hadn't found them yet. When Holmes thought of this, a man's face suddenly surfaced in his mind. Wait. Could it be that man named Mike? Earlier, Holmes had noticed that Mike had some small issues. But he hadn't had the chance to observe again, as he was assigned work by manager Martin. Now, after encountering the pursuit team experts, reflecting back. The man named Mike was increasingly suspicious. And the pursuit team had not seen him. A wonderful idea arose from the bottom of Holmes' heart. What if he influenced the situation a bit, let the pursuit team test Mike, what would happen? However, just as he was about to guide the pursuit team, the office door was pushed open. It was Manager Martin. After politely smiling at the three experts, Manager Martin said to Holmes, "Miss Moss, in a moment, a batch of goods will be coming into the warehouse. Can you help out then, and put away your shoes?" "Okay. Or shall I help you put them away?" Manager Martin asked. Holmes could not let anyone handle his shoes, after all, they were men's shoes. Just because Manager Martin did not notice anything unusual, doesn't mean the experts from the pursuit team wouldn't notice. If the shoes appeared in front of them, they would surely notice something strange. "No need, I'll tidy up by myself, after all, those shoes are a bit dirty." Holmes didn't want Martin to say more in front of the pursuit team experts. The more he talked, the more likely it was that the fact he had just started working would be discovered. "All right, but the goods are arriving soon." Under Martin's urging, Holmes reluctantly turned to Chin Fong, saying, "Sorry, gentlemen, I need to go help first. What about you all?" "It's fine, you go ahead, we can check around on our own." Holmes left the office. He planned to fix his loophole first, then go deal with this potential clown Mike. But when he heard Manager Martin's next words, he immediately dismissed that idea. "Miss Moss, there are outsiders here, I couldn't speak just now, as it would affect our company's image." "I want to ask you, why are you wearing men's shoes?" Manager Martin's expression suddenly became serious. Wasn't that clear enough? The shoes you just changed out of are men's shoes." "I can explain this." Martin raised his hand to interrupt Holmes, saying, "There are people inspecting the company now, and I don't want to discuss this issue here. I've already informed Mr. Mike about this matter. The shoes are in his office now, after these people leave, you can explain to him yourself." With that, Martin walked away. Chapter 40 Don't Mess Around. Everyone's identity is fake. Holmes felt terrible. He had just wanted to take action when he got tangled up by his own loophole and trouble. This feeling is like suddenly having someone choke you by the neck. Such a hassle. Next time when stealing disguise props, I must also steal the shoes. However, this doesn't seem to be accidental. At that time, after he changed those shoes, he specifically hid them in the corner. How did this Martin discover them? This Martin's silly appearance is purely natural, he is definitely not pretending. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't seem like a clown. Could it be that Mike directed this? But anyway, at this moment, Holmes temporarily dismissed the idea of taking the pursuit team to Mike. Because it is very unprofitable. Right now, his loophole is in that office. If the pursuit team goes over, there are only two outcomes. Either Mike really is the clown, and after being discovered, both he and the clown are eliminated. Or, Mike is actually not the clown, but he will expose himself, and he will be the first to be eliminated. No matter how you calculate, it is guaranteed to lose. Holmes decided to deal with this Martin first, and after handling the warehouse situation, he would investigate Mike in depth. After mastering a definite answer, he would act after getting out of danger. By then, whether to report by phone or retaliate in other ways, it would not be too late. Inside the Abruzzo office. After Holmes left, Okamoto Shinichi spoke up, saying, "This guy's actions are not just to avoid us. He deliberately creates a false impression that he has already left here. And he intentionally leaves us clues, letting us find the secret room. His goal is to make us discuss our views on these matters. And he can quietly observe us." As he said this, Okamoto Shinichi put his coat back on. "Our foundation has already been seen through by that guy." Chin Fong nodded in agreement. "If that's the case, things become quite troublesome." Tangren said dismissively, "Since we started chasing this guy, we have been in trouble all along." "No, I mean, it will be more troublesome." Chin Fong looked at Tangren. "Think about it, why has he, all along, not escaped in situations where he could? Creating so many troubles, and now finding opportunities to observe us? Because playing with us makes him happy? Can we provide him with emotional value?" Tangren shrugged. "No." Okamoto Shinichi shook his head, because for him, this game is still in the preparation stage. "What? You mean, he is planning some big project? Something bigger than robbing a transport truck?" Tangren was taken aback. Okamoto Shinichi nodded and said, "Yes. We must start pondering. Think about what exactly he is planning. Only by figuring out his plan and his ultimate goal can we have the chance to predict his actions and thus catch him. For now, let's finish checking this place. Right now, he must be in a state of confidence after victory. The probability that he is still here is very high." Tangren suddenly thought of something and said, "Hey, there's another office, it's Jack's office. I just saw that Martin manager go in. Maybe there's someone inside? Qin Feng and Okamoto Shinichi exchanged glances. Let's go check it out. At the same time, Lu Qian was cleaning the room. During this time, he was chiseling the wall while keeping an eye on the surveillance. The progress of chiseling the wall was going very smoothly. With the help of the modified electromagnetic cane, Lu Qian had successfully chiseled through one side of the two walls. This means that the progress had already been more than halfway done. As long as he chisels through the remaining side, he can smoothly get into the bank. In addition, there was one more thing that made Lu Qian feel very happy. That is, Abruzzo has already moved all the bombs out. These bombs will soon be disguised as goods. They were transported to the warehouse next door. Tom, who was left in the warehouse, along with 2 other police officers, had been tied up by Abruzzo. At this moment, they were wrapped in tape like mummies, hugging each other among the piles of goods, crying. When Lu Xiaoqian learned that the bomb was being transported upstairs, he saw through the surveillance that the pursuit team had discovered the marks on the carpet. Moreover, he noticed that Holmes seemed to be getting a bit restless. So, Lu Xiaoqian instructed Martin to bring over the shoes of the other party and gave them a little warning, urging them to behave and help move the goods. Although Holmes was not an ordinary person and had a chance to discover the problem with the goods. However, his identity was also fake. As long as he didn't run away from the company, there was temporarily no danger. Just then, the office door was suddenly knocked on. Come in. When the door opened, Qin Feng appeared at the door with 2 others. Lu Xiaoqian glanced at the 3 of them and asked, "Who are you?" The 3 walked in. "We are here for a fire inspection." Qin Feng looked Lu Xiaoqian up and down and said. Meanwhile, Okamoto Shinichi's gaze was exploring around. "Oh, is there a problem?" "If there is a problem, you can tell me." Lu Xiaoqian shrugged, "I will pass it on to the boss." "Aren't you the boss?" Qin Feng asked cautiously. Before Lu Xiaoqian could respond, his phone rang. It was Abruzzo calling. Lu Xiaoqian answered the phone and heard Abruzzo's voice. "The goods have started to be unloaded, and some people are moving them upstairs," Abruzzo said. Lu Xiaoqian didn't respond to this but feigned anger and questioned. "Is there still no news? Mr. Jack has spent so much money supporting you, and you are this useless?" Abruzzo on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment and didn't say anything. "Hurry and find it. Don't trust those cops. Relying on their words, you'll never find Mr. Jack in your life." Abruzzo realized something and obediently replied with an O. Lu Xiaoqian angrily hung up the phone, looking like a second in command of a gang. He looked up and turned back to Qin Feng, asking, "What were we talking about?" "We were at Aren't You the Boss?" "Oh right, I'm not the boss. The boss has encountered some trouble, so he's temporarily unavailable," Lu Xiaoqian said. "Then who are you? Why are you sitting here?" Okamoto Shinichi asked. "Me? I'm just Mr. Jack's subordinate, temporarily helping him handle some affairs." "Just? Subordinate?" Okamoto Shinichi's mouth slightly curled up. "But we heard that you are Mr. Jack's cousin, huh?" It turned out they had verified the information with manager Martin before coming in. "And we remember, the boss is not Asian, right?" Okamoto Shinichi's eyes were fixed on Lu Xiaoqian. It seemed like in the next second, he was going to slam Lu Xiaoqian's head onto the desk. Chapter 41, Even from across the street, I can smell your scent. When Okamoto Shinichi said this, Qin Feng had been expressionlessly watching Lu Xiaoqian's every move. Meanwhile, the Chinese man beside him looked doubtful and asked. "Yeah, even if it's by marriage, there's still some blood relation, right?" The 3 of them were waiting for Lu Xiaoqian to give an answer and then to expose him. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense. However, Lu Xiaoqian looked puzzled and asked, "Aren't you fire inspectors? Why are you interested in my background? I don't quite understand." "Well, this is a census. We need to record the information of the company's responsible person and the actual person in charge," Okamoto Shinichi blurted out. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqian showed a disdainful expression. "Come on." Lu Xiaoqian leaned slightly forward. "You guys are police, right?" As soon as he said this, Okamoto Shinichi was taken aback. "What? Don't play dumb. I've been able to tell you cops apart since I was 8. I can smell you from across the street." Lu Xiaoqian felt no fluctuation in his heart at all. The reason Martin told the other party about his identity and background was because Lu Xiaoqian instructed him to do so. Lu Xiaoqian didn't believe that Martin could act well. If they lied right away, there would be too many flaws. He couldn't escape the eyes of these 3 guys. So, Lu Xiaoqian told Martin that these people were actually police officers who came to the company to investigate clues while Jack was not there. They were all professional police officers, so don't lie easily. Whatever questions they asked, just tell the truth. It's just that the truth needs to be mixed with a little lie, which is Lu Shaoqian has not been at work for just a day, he has been in this company for a year. Otherwise, these guys who like to squeeze soft potatoes would keep pestering him. Martin thought this made sense and followed what Lu Shaoqian said. Looking at Lu Shaoqian's slick look, Okamoto Shinichi and the other two were a bit speechless. You want to investigate, just investigate directly, why pretend to be doing a fire inspection? Lu Shaoqian shook his head. But what you're doing is actually wasting time. What you should do now is to help us find Jack back. Abruzzo was caught, we are happy, but now, you let him run away? And let him call home at midnight to make extortion calls. We will look into this, don't change the subject. You still haven't answered my question, Okamoto Shinichi insisted. Question? Oh, you mean my skin color? Lu Shaoqian took out a cigarette and then threw the cigarette box in front of the three, you take it yourselves. After lighting the cigarette in his hand and taking a puff, Lu Shaoqian continued. I'm a bit lazy to explain this skin color issue. However, since you care so much, it's fine to tell you. Jack and Abruzzo's aunt, also known as my mom, is not my biological mother. She is just my stepmother. Are you satisfied with this answer? Clearly, the three people opposite were not satisfied. You, an Asian person, here. Before Okamoto Shinichi finished speaking, Lu Shaoqian suddenly frowned. What? You're so focused on skin color? Aren't all three of you Asians? 1/3 of my colleagues outside are also Asians, your attitude makes me feel you are very unprofessional. Lu Shaoqian's cigarette pointed at Tang Ren. On the contrary, this dark-skinned officer is much more professional, never saying anything out of line. Lu Shaoqian's words made Tang Ren's corner of the mouth involuntarily lift. Although he didn't like the word dark-skinned, he still found that statement quite beneficial. On the contrary, this remark stung Okamoto Shinichi. Mr. Mike, I did not mean to be discriminatory in my language. On the contrary, I am trying to help you separate from some troublesome matters. Though Okamoto Shinichi said this, he already wished he could directly handcuff Lu Shaoqian. However, in this virtual world, he also had to abide by the corresponding laws. Although with Officer Sean's assistance, even if they arrested the wrong person, it wouldn't have any substantial effects, it would waste them a lot of time, including handling the other party's complaints. I don't understand, Lu Shaoqian shook his head, how is such impolite questioning good for me? Has this world already gone crazy? Okamoto Shinichi did not want to get entangled with him on this issue. Let's do this, actually, the best way to prove your identity is to ask the colleagues outside. Okamoto Shinichi stood up and walked to the door. If they have known you for a long time, then even if you say the truth. Then I will have manager Martin arrange it. Lu Shaoqian planned to pick up the phone but was stopped by Qin Feng. We have already asked manager Martin, but just to be safe, let's randomly pick a target ourselves, Qin Feng said. This was not good news. There are so many people outside, Lu Shaoqian has no time to arrange each one. However, at the moment Okamoto Shinichi opened the door, a figure appeared at the doorway. It was Sherlock Holmes. He was raising his arm, about to knock on the door. Miss Moss, do you have something to say? Lu Shaoqian was taken aback. I want to tell you, the goods are almost moved out, do you need to inspect them? Holmes asked. Lu Shaoqian was a bit speechless. Inspect what? It's full of bombs inside. Yes, you let those people move 10 boxes in here to my office, I'll check them slowly, Lu Shaoqian said. Okay. Just as Holmes turned to leave, Okamoto Shinichi called out to him. Miss, wait a moment. What is it? Holmes turned back and asked. What is this man's name? Okamoto Shinichi pointed at Lu Shaoqian. He is Mr. Mike, what's wrong? Do you know him? How long have you known him? Okamoto Shinichi asked seriously. Hearing this, Holmes knew that the pursuit team had already suspected this Mike. Good. Okamoto indeed has some skills. Holmes really wanted to say he didn't know this man, and let the pursuit team check him thoroughly. But he caught sight of his own shoes, which were left in the corner of the office. He turned his head, looking at Lu Shaoqian, who was also looking at him. Everything was unsaid. At this moment, he finally confirmed. The man before him was the clown. He saw through the other side, and the other side saw through him. So his flaws would be repeatedly reminded. This was a warning from the other side. Mr. Mike. Holmes paused for a moment. We have known each other for a long time. I have known him since I just joined the company. Moreover, he was the one who helped me with the interview before. Chapter 42, Crazy. Who agreed to you? Hearing Holmes' words, Okamoto Shinichi and the others hesitated. But Okamoto Shinichi still didn't want to give up. He stared into Holmes' eyes, trying to find a hint of something unusual in his gaze. As long as there was a flicker in the other's eyes, he would grasp that thread and continue to investigate. However, Holmes was not a minor character. That gaze was as firm as if ready to take an oath at any moment. At this time, Tang Run looked at the light on Lu Xiaoqian's face and suddenly said, "Mr. Mike, isn't it glaring to sit like this?" "What?" Lu Xiaoqian was stunned. "This light." Before Tang Run finished speaking, Qin Feng's phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone, his eyebrows drawing closer together. "Are you sure? It's them?" Qin Feng asked over the phone. Hearing this, Holmes felt a sense of ominous premonition. "Yes. We are sure it's the two of them." A noisy voice came from the phone, "We are chasing them down the street." "Okay, we will come down immediately." Qin Feng hung up the phone, and Tang Ren quickly asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Target discovered. Qin Feng didn't want to say much in front of outsiders, they need support. It turned out that just now it was a call from the pursuit team members. They found 2 fugitives in this office building. They have now escaped the building and called for backup. Qin Feng turned and walked toward the door, and Tang Ren followed him. Seeing that Okamoto Shinichi seemed unwilling to give up, Qin Feng said, "Mr. Okamoto, why don't you stay here for now?" "Okay." Okamoto Shinichi was also thinking this way. The mic in front of him had been temporarily identified, but he would not easily leave this company. This time, he must find out the guy who made a fool of him in front of so many people. After Qin Feng and Tang Ren left together, Okamoto Shinichi still stood in the office. "Mr. Mike, I will go get busy then." Holmes knew that something was wrong, and wanted to withdraw. But it was not that easy. "Miss Moss, wait a moment, let others handle the outside matters, I have something to discuss with you," Lu Xiaoqian said. "Ah?" Holmes was stunned for a moment, silently cursing Lu Xiaoqian in his heart. "What a cunning guy, it seems he wants to drag me along. Things outside are quite busy, Holmes tried to find an excuse to leave, as long as he could get away, he wouldn't come back. Logic and the other person were being chased, and his identity was also half exposed, this place was already very dangerous. He needed to get out quickly. Seeing Holmes hesitating, Lu Xiaoqian glanced at Okamoto Shinichi and said, "Do you think it's inconvenient with outsiders here?" "It's okay, come over, I'll tell you." Holmes looked at Okamoto Shinichi, feeling speechless. The other party was putting a label on him. Reluctantly, Holmes walked in and stood in front of the desk. "Sit down, let's talk," Lu Xiaoqian said, "don't mind what others think." This others referred to who, everyone knew in their hearts. Okamoto Shinichi pretended not to hear, turning his head away. Holmes cautiously sat down. He felt a bit uneasy because he had sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off. It seemed a bit inappropriate? Sure enough. As soon as he sat down, Lu Xiaoqian asked a strange question. "Have you thought about what I told you last time?" Lu Xiaoqian smiled. "What?" Holmes was stunned, not knowing what the other party meant. "It's about us too." Holmes instantly turned to stone in his chair. At that moment, that detective mind, which never stopped working, completely crashed. Staring at that already stiff face, Lu Xiaoqian continued, "What does it matter, we're all single, it's a straightforward thing." "No, I refuse," Holmes blurted out. "Don't answer so quickly, think about it. Is it because there are outsiders that you feel embarrassed?" Lu Xiaoqian hinted. "No, I refuse anyway." "Why?" Okamoto Shinichi could not bear to listen any longer. No one wants to be a third wheel in this situation. He decided to go outside and take a look. After all, Mike can't disappear in the office. Maybe he could find some clues outside. In the end, Okamoto Shinichi raised his hand to open the door and walked out. Click. The door closed again. Holmes' gaze immediately turned cold. "You guy, so cunning, not only cunning but also quite open-minded." Holmes coldly said. "I'm open-minded?" "Not necessarily." Lu Xiaoqian lifted his chin towards Holmes' wig. "I wouldn't dare wear women's clothes. If I'm not mistaken, it was you who stirred things up with logic being chased, right?" Holmes asked. "I don't have to answer your questions, you can keep guessing," Lu Xiaoqian replied. Actually, this was indeed Lu Xiaoqian's doing. When he discovered Holmes' disguise, he guessed that the other two were also hiding in this building. As a result, while drilling the wall, he saw 2 heads poking out in the stairwell through the surveillance. He promptly reported them. "Alright, we have nothing to discuss between us, this time it's even out. But if I really want to leave, you can't stop me." "I didn't intend to stop you, please go ahead." "Oh?" Although Holmes didn't know what Lu Xiaoqian meant, he didn't want to hesitate and was ready to leave. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. "By the way, your disguise skills are not bad, I can roughly guess who you are." Holmes dropped this remark and opened the door to leave. This sentence left Lu Xiaoqian baffled, he hadn't disguised at all. What was the point of guessing? However, Lu Shaoqian had no time to think about that. Right now, he needed to hurry and drill through the wall for the bomb. There was still one wall left to break through. Okamoto Shinichi, waiting at the company entrance, saw Holmes rush out. He wanted to step forward and ask the lady 2 more questions. But when Holmes walked up to him, he angrily muttered, "Crazy. Who agreed to this?" Startled, Okamoto Shinichi took a step back, giving way to the other person. Watching the back of Holmes leave, Okamoto Shinichi shook his head. It seems like this Mike is really a persistent jerk. Just then, a man walked out of the elevator, eagerly heading towards Okamoto Shinichi. Hello, could you open the door for me?" The man waved the folder in his hand. "I'm here to sign a contract with Mr. Jack." This man was the client manager from the bank, Manager Bill. "Jack?" Okamoto Shinichi shook his head. "You won't see him these days, he's not here." 2 days? I just saw him this morning. Chapter 43, Son of Beach. Hearing Bill's words, the nerves behind Okamoto Shinichi's ears twitched fiercely. "Are you saying that the boss of this company, Mr. Jack, just met with you today?" Okamoto Shinichi confirmed. "Yes, that's right, Mr. Jack." Bill handed his business card to Okamoto Shinichi. He dressed very well. "He came here to process a loan this morning, and I am here to provide service for him. You know, our Wayne Bank is the largest bank in the city, and our service is the best, as long as you become our esteemed customer." Okamoto Shinichi raised his hand to interrupt, asking, "Can you tell me specifically what Mr. Jack looks like?" Bill looked puzzled. He originally thought that Okamoto Shinichi was an employee of the company. But judging from the other's attitude and the angle of concern, he surely was not an employee of the company. Bill was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. After all, the personal information of esteemed guests must be kept confidential. However, before he could think it through, Okamoto Shinichi shouted, "Speak quickly. Please be more polite. Hurry up." Okamoto Shinichi took out his ID. "We are performing official duties. If you don't hurry and tell me, I will accuse you of hindering official duties, and I will sue your esteemed bank along with you." Seeing the ID, Bill nodded repeatedly. I will tell you, let me think." While recalling, Bill said, "That person is a bit taller than me. Approximately 1.80 meters. His hair is a bit long, neatly combed. His skin is a yellowish tone, very handsome. His watch is a Patek Philippe Ultimate model, which I adore. As for his suit, it's custom-made, a fabric blended with 18K gold thread and cashmere. As for his cane, I don't recognize the brand." All these descriptions pointed to one person. That is Mike in Mr. Jack's office. Except for Mike taking off his suit in the office, all other details match perfectly. Okamoto Shinichi suddenly turned around and hurried back to the office eagerly. In his rapid walk, Okamoto Shinichi was extremely excited. The temples on both sides were pounding fiercely. I knew it. I had already known that something was wrong with this Mike. I should have just arrested him back then. Fortunately, this time when Qin Feng and the other 2 left, I didn't leave, otherwise, he would have taken advantage of it again. This time, surely he has nowhere to escape. If it weren't for the worry of being noticed by the other party, Okamoto Shinichi would have already wanted to run. So far, Lu Xiaoqian's fan conversion rate has been very high. Out of more than 100 million viewers, 80% of the audience hoped that Lu Xiaoqian would not be caught. Seeing this scene, the viewers in the live stream exploded. Damn! This Manager Bill is really cursed. Shit, Bill. Son of Beach. This was supposed to be safe. What a pity. Fake fans, please calm down, don't be afraid. Based on my 2.5 hours of replay study, I believe he will definitely escape. Can he escape? If he can escape, I'll eat my screen right here. Please prepare your digestives. Didn't you think, are there still windows? Brother, look, which floor is this? Performing acrobatics? If he escapes through the window, I'll also be on the screen, eating live. Before the audience could discuss the result, Okamoto Shinichi pushed open the office door. However, when he rushed into the office, a cool breeze blew towards him. The window was open, and the room was empty. Okamoto Shinichi was stunned for a moment. Impossible. It's impossible that he escaped again. Okamoto Shinichi hurried to the window to check. There was a rope by the window, one end tied to the window, and the other dangled down to the first floor. Hearing the noise, Manager Martin rushed in as well. What are you doing? You can't cause a ruckus in our company. Martin shouted. Get out of the way. At this moment, Okamoto Shinichi was angry and prepared to take out his phone to call. But Manager Martin kept pulling at him. If you keep talking like that, I'm going to call the police. Although Martin knew that the other person was a police officer, he still made things difficult for him. I was about to call the police. If you keep pulling me, you'll be obstructing justice. Didn't you see someone run away? Okamoto Shinichi pointed at the rope by the window. By the way, how does your company have such a long rope? We have it in our warehouse. Why are you being so angry? Didn't you come here to inspect fire safety? Martin said deliberately, this proves that our company has many escape routes. Get away. Seeing that Martin was being intentionally difficult, Okamoto Shinichi pushed him away and dialed Feng's number. How's it going over there? Okamoto Shinichi shouted into the phone, the mic just now is the one we need to catch. After I realized it, he escaped through the window, keep an eye on the area. Me? I'm not leaving, I still need to check. After hanging up the phone, Okamoto Shinichi picked up something and began to poke the ceiling. He told himself that he couldn't make the same mistake again. He poked holes in the ceiling piece by piece, the dust falling onto his face. The live room was extremely lively. Feeling, this cherry blossom country's detective's mental state is a bit hard to describe. Who let him come up and set a flag? Faster than trending searches, the speed of solving cases? I feel like if he keeps going like this, he's really going to trend. Those two guys just now, eating the screen, you two team up, gather at one table to eat? Can we hold off for a bit? I want to eat 4K, I'm on 1080, after I eat I cough. Just then. The angle of the live broadcast suddenly flashed, quickly switching from the window's view to behind the desk. This angle seemed to be shot from inside the wall. In the shot, the hollow part of the wall was clearly visible. Lu Xiaoqian was stuck in the wall, hiding himself with that oil painting in front. Countless 666 comments flew by on the screen. Wait, can someone tell me what's going on? What's going on? When did he dig the wall? Amazing. This predictive ability, if put in billiards, would win big. Preemptively dug the hole. Hey! I don't need to eat the screen anymore, I'm done. Bro, stop struggling, you're not alone, I'm here with you. Accompanying my ass. I mean, if he escapes through the window I'll eat, you said he escaped you'll eat, we aren't on the same concept. Chapter 44, ready, set, go. On the other side. Luoji and Darren were running wildly on the street. Behind them was a long line of police and pursuit team members. Darren's hypnosis could only be used on one target at a time, without environmental cooperation, he couldn't hypnotize everyone. Therefore, they had to keep running, trying to stretch the team behind them while looking for opportunities. They had already been running for 10 minutes. Those pursuing them had begun to create some distance between each other. The opportunity had come. Darren spotted a small alley ahead and quickly slipped into it. Luoji quickly followed him in. Within seconds, a police officer charged in. However, at the moment he rushed in, he heard a crisp sound of a snap. Snap. Then, there was a disorienting sound. Over there. Hearing these three words, the police officer turned and ran in another direction as if possessed. Immediately, a crowd of people followed the first officer, running towards another direction. Darren and Logic were hiding behind a large trash can, barely daring to breathe. I'm in so much trouble. My lungs are about to explode. Logic swallowed hard, and I can't even breathe. Darren peeked out to observe before crawling out. Your physique won't cut it, you need to exercise more. Darren glanced at Logic, with this kind of physical condition, how are you participating in a survival show? I thought I could solve most problems using just my brain, I didn't expect it would be impossible. Logic panted, have you noticed something is off? Off? Yeah, when we acted, there wasn't even a ghost around us. How could we be discovered so suddenly? Logic questioned. You mean? Surveillance. We were at most discovered by monitoring. Recovering his breath, Logic's eyes sharpened, someone reported us, and that person is hiding behind the surveillance. Are you sure? Logic nodded and said. Sure. I observed while we were acting. There were no strangers around us. And there are 3 surveillance cameras that we must pass by. 2 on the first floor, 1 on the 5th floor. That means the person hiding behind the surveillance is either in the monitoring room of the office building or in that company on the 5th floor. Just as he finished speaking, Darren's phone vibrated. It was Sherlock Holmes. Darren answered the call and warned, Mr. Holmes, be careful of those cameras. Logic says we were reported, and that guy might be hiding behind the surveillance. I know. You already knew? Both Darren and Logic were taken aback. Yes, that guy is in the trading company on the 5th floor, and the pursuit team is watching him there too. Sherlock Holmes said. See? I was almost right. Logic exclaimed with excitement. You found him? Did you report him? Darren asked. No. Why not? Because he also saw me and has been hinting that if I make any small moves, he will drag me down with him. Darren and Logic exchanged glances. This guy is really something, threatening Mr. Holmes in front of the pursuit team? So what's the situation now? Darren asked. I've already gotten away, the pursuit team is still inside the company. Sherlock Holmes replied. So that means he is trapped in the company? Yes. Then we wait for him to be caught, or stir the pot a bit, he will soon be eliminated. No, I believe he won't be caught. Sherlock Holmes interrupted, this guy is not worried at all, he is well prepared this time. He's not a god, he must make mistakes too. He's already trapped in the company, and even if he hasn't been discovered yet, it doesn't guarantee that the experts in the pursuit team won't get a flash of inspiration. Darren, you didn't see his eyes. If you saw his eyes, you would understand what I mean. So what now? Do we just admit defeat? Darren asked. Hearing this, Logic slowly stood up, becoming alert. If that clown is invincible, it's possible this temporary alliance could turn against each other. After all, eliminating anyone means elimination. I only said the pursuit team can't catch him, not that we can't catch him. We go and catch him? Darren almost dropped his phone, we were just being chased like wild dogs by the pursuit team, and now we have to help them work? Without doing this, there's no way he will be eliminated. Don't worry, I already found a clue. Hearing this, both Darren and Logic perked up their ears. What clue? I know why that guy has been staying inside the company. He did not do it to avoid the pursuit team. Then why did he do it? He did it for a batch of bombs. Sherlock Holmes's voice revealed excitement. On the contrary. After knowing this news, Darren and Roji were frozen in place. 5th floor, company lobby. Manager Martin was arranging for people to transport the goods to the office. Okamoto Shinichi was rolling his eyes at Martin, nearly flipping them to the back of his head. Shin Fong and the others had returned. Didn't see him? Okamoto Shinichi asked, he just went out of the window, down this street. No, we had already distanced ourselves a bit while chasing those two guys, and it took some time to turn back after receiving your message, Shin Fong explained. If this keeps up, my slippers are going to break. Tang Ren muttered, what now? No way, just issue a wanted notice. There's no choice, this guy is too difficult to deal with. Okamoto Shinichi gave up the struggle. He couldn't think too much now, just wanted Lu Xiaoqian to be caught as soon as possible. Losing a little face didn't matter anymore. The three of them dejectedly picked up the phone to contact Officer Sean. Inside the office, Manager Martin set down a box of goods and glanced at the ceiling that Okamoto Shinichi had messed up, sighing. Even though Okamoto Shinichi kept stressing that Lu Xiaoqian was a fugitive, Martin didn't care, from Abruzzo to Jack to Mike, which one wasn't a fugitive. What's the big deal? These rules are just trying to bring this company down. Martin couldn't be bothered with him. After putting down the goods, Martin casually closed the door and left. At the same time, Lu Xiaoqian was already standing on the other side of the wall on the 5th floor of Wayne Bank. This time coming to the bank, the feeling was worlds apart from the last time. Excitement. Extreme excitement. After so long. Preparation, finally ready. Lu Xiaoqian smirked. His hands brushed over his head, pulling his hair back. Audience. The show is about to begin. Ding. Progress reminder, task gradually getting better is about to be completed. Chapter 45, what's important is our image. Only half an hour passed, and the wanted notice spread all over Gozen City in various ways. Television, newspapers, subway broadcasts, radios and taxis. Everywhere there was information about the wanted criminals Lu Xiaoqian and Abruzzo. Some well-connected news websites had already created news columns about the two wanted criminals, explaining last night's story of the Beetle convoy heist. Gozen City Police Station, Chief's office. The television was playing a news report. Chief Jones sat at his desk with a dark expression. Even though he was dark-skinned, it still couldn't hide his anger. Officer Sean, who had just finished the wanted notice matters, stood silently to the side. The continued silence made the television's broadcast sound clearer and clearer. Finally, Chief Jones couldn't help but speak first. Are you planning to remain silent with your mouth shut? Officer Sean shook his head repeatedly. No, I can explain. Then explain. Officer Sean wiped the sweat from his forehead and told the chief everything that happened yesterday, in detail. After listening, Line knew Chief Jones covered his chest, swallowed a pill, and asked, are you saying you not only lost a number one criminal but also attracted an even bigger criminal? Officer Sean wanted to argue, but thinking carefully, it was indeed the case. He nodded his head. My God. Chief Jones slapped his chest, my blood lipids are already like chocolate, why do I have to suffer like this? Chief, actually, we didn't mean to hide it from you, we just wanted to minimize the impact and catch those two guys. In the end, it couldn't be controlled, and I was the one taking the blame, right? No, Chief. Officer Sean realized that saying more was pointless, he could only say, "We will definitely catch them back quickly. I promise." "Sean, I've trained you for so many years, why are you still so clueless?" So we don't need to rush to catch them? Director Jones almost choked on his breath. Of course, we need to catch them. But right now, the priority is to pay attention to public opinion. It is not that you shouldn't catch anyone. I will definitely pay attention. From now on, all actions must be low-key. Do not respond to any media. Wait until we catch them before we announce anything. The most important thing is image. Image. Our image. Understood. Just after Sean loudly shouted these two words, the office door was suddenly pushed open. A police officer rushed in. "I told you to knock." Director Jones was about to explode when he was interrupted by the officer. "No. Director. The situation is very urgent. There are a lot of reporters outside the police station. Do not respond. Do not respond to anything. If we can't catch anyone, don't respond." "No, it's not about catching people, they say they found a bomb. They want us to give them an explanation." Director Jones jumped up from his chair in shock. "A bomb? Where did the bomb come from?" "In the warehouse, a lot of bombs were found in the Abruzzo Company's warehouse." Director Jones looked at Sean, and Sean quickly shook his head. "I don't know." "Why do we not know, but the media already knows?" Director Jones questioned loudly. "It was discovered by the experts from the Special Operations Team." Seeing the director about to blow a gasket, Sean quickly reassured, "Don't panic, Director, let me call Tom first." "No need to call, Officer Sean," the police officer shook his head. "I just heard those people say that Officer Tom was found along with those bombs." "What do you mean was found?" "It means he was found all wrapped in tape, together with the bombs." "Director! Don't lie down, take another pill, Director." At this moment, the pursuit team was rushing back from the warehouse. Behind them, several media interview vehicles were relentlessly chasing. "These guys, how are they like a sticky plaster that won't come off, even an invisible one, sticking to us when we found them?" Tang was driving, mumbling. "It's over, my brother-in-law and I are done for." Tom's eyes were filled with tears. "I originally wanted to handle this quietly, but now it's more chaotic than election voting." "Who told you not to say anything earlier?" Okamoto was already fed up, and when he saw Tom all wrapped in tape, lying gracefully among the bombs, he almost fainted. "I couldn't say anything. When I saw him, the gun was pointed at my head." Tom complained. "They acted in threes?" Sheen Foam asked. "One person, the other two were tied up the whole time, only at the end did Abruzzo take them away." "One person?" Okamoto paused for a moment. "You three policemen were tied up by one person with a gun?" "Although it was one gun, there were 14 bullets. Those two were always in the warehouse, so to say, those 3 shoe prints on the window are fake, they were planted there." Tang said. "Officer Tom, when Abruzzo left, did he also take some bombs with him?" Sheen Foam asked. "Yes, he took a lot." "Hurry to the company." Okamoto urged Tang. "Don't we first go back to the police station? Let Officer Tom report back by himself." "There's no time, hurry to the company, the bombs might all be in the company." Okamoto said. "What? Did you forget? During our investigation, there were still goods being transported to the company. Those goods are the bombs. On the 5th floor of the office building." The pursuit team stormed in hurriedly. "Everyone freeze. What's going on?" Manager Martin had a confused face. "Mike is really not in the company, I haven't seen him since you left." "It's not about catching anyone. We suspect there are bombs here." This made Martin even more puzzled. Bombs and such, of course, he has seen many. But it never goes to the company. The goods in the company are just products used for concealment. "Officers, are you sure you have made a mistake? How could there be? Even if there is, it wouldn't be here." "No, absolutely not." "Move. Search." More than a dozen team members entered the warehouse and began searching. In the end, more than 30 cardboard boxes were torn open, and inside were filled with. It was all. At this moment, Martin already saw himself locked behind iron bars at the age of 80. His legs went weak immediately. "All right, we found it, that's good, at least one problem solved." Tom let out a sigh of relief. "No, the problem is still here." Sheen Fong pointed to the marking on a box at the edge, 30/60ths. There are a total of 60 boxes, but here, there are only 30. Chapter 46, My client is on the news? 30 boxes missing? Keep searching. On command from Okamoto Shinichi, everyone resumed the search. Inside Wayne Bank. The live broadcast screen also switched over. Huh? How did the broadcast go to the bank? Isn't it with the guest? Dude, did you just go to the bathroom? The guest is in the bank now. What? Looks like there's a great show ahead. This episode is really worth it, like watching a movie. The disappearing, the bank, I really can't imagine what will happen next. I saw little Bill. Manager Bill sat at his desk, gloomily throwing Jack's business card into the trash can. So annoying. He had originally thought he was going to get another big client. Excited, he had prepared the contract and was rushing over. But then, he was told that the big client was fake? This is absurd. More absurd than when I rashly decided to get married back then. Bill, hurry up, the meeting's starting. A colleague waved at him. Bill walked over, his head hanging low. At this moment, the other account managers were standing in a line, waiting for the real big manager to give a lecture. When Bill stepped closer to the line, a man wearing a bow tie appeared. This man was the general manager of the bank, Mr. Giplin. He was one of the Wayne family's trusted aides. Giplin walked back and forth in front of everyone before finally speaking slowly. Yesterday, I already informed you all. Young Master Bruce will be here today for an inspection. So please, get yourselves together. Kick out those low-quality clients. And then show your best side. At this point, Giplin stopped right in front of Bill. Bill, can you please tidy up that damn curly hair of yours? Bill pursed his lips and softly mumbled oh. At this moment, a colleague beside him spoke up, Mr. Giplin, Bill has secured a big client today. Hearing this, Bill's heart skipped a beat. He had been so happy preparing the contract earlier, that he boasted to his colleagues. But the client was fake, he hadn't said that yet. If no one mentioned it, he could just bury his head like an ostrich and let this slide. But things didn't go as he wanted, it was brought up. Damn it. Oh? Giplin turned his head and looked at Bill properly. Bill, big client? Which rich person? It's Mr. Jack from the building next door. The colleague answered eagerly for Bill. Jack. Giplin nodded slightly, seemingly understanding Jack's situation. But clearly, he hadn't been keeping up with the news lately. Has some money, though it's not clean. But who cares? Giplin pointed at Bill, Bill, deal with him. These words made Bill feel like he was burning up. Deal with him? How does he deal with him? He has no idea where the real Jack is. But Bill still forced himself to nod. At this moment, the big screen in the lobby suddenly displayed news. Bill. It's your client, a colleague shouted. What? Both Bill and Giplin looked up at the big screen. On it was a news report about Lu Xiaoqian's hijacking and kidnapping. Bill's entire face turned green. His client was indeed in the news, but not as the kidnapped one, he was the kidnapper. What bad luck! It was one thing to lose the deal, but how did he get linked to a wanted criminal? If people find out he hosted a wanted criminal for a cola, what would he even do in the finance industry anymore? Bill, you really have bad luck, your client got kidnapped. Well, life is unpredictable. Such bad luck, did the deal get signed? No. Hearing the word no, Giplin disdainfully shifted his gaze away from Bill's face. As if what just happened didn't occur, Giplin continued speaking. Put your thoughts away. Get ready to receive young Master Bruce. Besides what I just said, you all need to be aware of your safety. Safety is the most important thing for a bank. Although our bank doesn't need to worry about these issues. But during young Master Bruce's visit, we still need to show a good performance. If during this time, someone shows laziness, carelessness, or any unsafe behavior, causing young Master Bruce to feel dissatisfied, I will immediately fire that person. In the live stream chat, countless danger emojis popped up on Giplin's face. This Giplin should be careful about his job. Friendly reminder keywords, bomb, wanted criminal, internal staff have received. This guy is likely heading for tragedy, this is the ultimate law of the universe, the power of flags. This time I'll play it big. 2 screens. If this Giplin doesn't get fired, I'll eat 2. I can also eat 2. In the live stream, everyone has 2 screens, right? This Lu Xiaoqian is really strange, look at all his actions, what kind of brain loop is this? Is he planning to rob a bank? Holmes is about to be overshadowed. Truly taking a strange path, while others are fleeing, he is crazily committing crimes, traffic flooding in. Perhaps what Tangren said is the correct answer, Lu Xiaoqian's ultimate goal is to sell merchandise. Don't get too smug, all contestants are still in the game, who will ultimately win it isn't certain yet. In the bank. After the lecture, Bill quietly disappeared. He needed to erase the surveillance records from the 5th floor. Otherwise, being discovered for hosting a wanted criminal would really cost him his job. If he lost his job, who would refuel his Mercedes? Although this Chiplin's face was annoying, this job was still worth cherishing. Bill sneaked up the stairs, preparing to go to the 5th floor machine room. However, as soon as he climbed to the 5th floor and pushed open the door of the stairwell, a face appeared in front of him. A clown's face. Seeing this face, it felt like New Year's in the live stream. Bill was so scared he almost shouted, but the other party was faster and covered his mouth. "Shh, little Bill, relax a bit." Bill was stunned. This voice sounded familiar. This term of address was very familiar too. Wait a minute. He is the fake Jack. If you don't yell, I'll let go, okay? Lu Shaoqian asked. Bill nodded repeatedly. Lu Shaoqian loosened his grip. It's okay, do you need a place to hide? I can help you, Bill said desperately. You can help me? Yes, I can find a place for you to hide. You really are a warm-hearted manager, but I'm not alone, you might need to find a bigger place. As soon as the words fell, Bill noticed a crowd behind Lu Shaoqian. Over a dozen people wearing clown masks stood behind him. Chapter 47, How Will I Face People in the Future? On the 5th floor of the office building. The pursuit team turned the whole company upside down and couldn't find the bombs that Qin Feng mentioned were missing. Forget about 30 boxes, not even one was found. Could it be that there are only this many? Those serial numbers, could they have existed before the items were transported into the warehouse? So, Tangren speculated. They only transported 30 boxes, not 60 boxes. Qin Feng shook his head, pointing at the number on one of the boxes, saying, "Look at what this number is written on." Label. Okamoto Shinichi replied. These labels are inspection labels when entering the warehouse, and the number appears above this label. This means it was only during the retransportation after entering the warehouse that it existed. The total amount they transported this time is indeed 60 boxes. The other 30 boxes must have been hidden by that guy. Tangren suddenly thought of something and said, "The surveillance. Let's check the surveillance." With this reminder, Qin Feng quickly asked Martin, "Where's the surveillance? Where can we watch it?" "In Mr. Jack's office." Hearing this, Qin Feng ran straight to the office without saying a word. When he arrived in the office, he sat in Jack's chair and began to search the computer. However, the surveillance system showed it was offline. And all the previous surveillance records on the computer had been wiped clean. After learning this result, the morale of the pursuit team instantly plummeted. "I think, maybe we should switch 2 experts in," Tangren said weakly. "Xiao Tang, how can you have such thoughts? You're thinking of quitting now, and you don't want that new fan base you just gained?" Qin Feng asked. "I do think about it. But we really can't catch him. Plus, now we've lost so many bombs, I feel like there will be big news coming soon. Instead of that, let's apply for a change, it's still surrender and lose half. It's not embarrassing, and it can let the next people handle the blame." Tangren's little calculations fell on everyone's face. Among the pursuit team, one person nodded repeatedly. That was the previous team leader, Cage. Ever since the capture operation was taken over by the experts, he had gone from team leader to team member. He just wanted to quickly end this program and go back to demand the 10,000 yuan from the staff who deceived him. "No." Okamoto Shinichi refused decisively, "We can't do that. If we do this, will we ever see people again? I'm trying to stop the loss. If we wait any longer, that guy might create big news, and then we really won't see anyone again. For the rest of our lives, we'll be hiding at home surfing the internet." The more Tangren spoke, the more he felt he was making sense, and he was already itching to run away. At this moment, Qin Feng spoke up, "Actually, this is the closest we've ever been to him." "What do you mean?" Tangren was stunned. Qin Feng sat in the chair, his gaze wandering around. He tried to feel the thinking of Lu Shaoqian when he was sitting here. He said. So far, all his motives have almost been revealed. Previously, the reason we had difficulty keeping up with his pace was because we couldn't understand what exactly he wanted to do. And now, it has become clear. As he said this, Qin Feng picked up a marker from the table, stood up, and walked to the wall. Tangren, close the door. No one is allowed in except for the pursuit team. Oh. After Tangren closed the door, Qin Feng began writing on it. Escape scene purpose, enter the world. Robbing the armored truck purpose, contact Abruzzo, then obtain the bomb. After finishing writing these, Qin Feng waved his hand, drawing a straight line connecting all the keywords together. He wrote below. Preparation work is complete. After writing this, Xin Feng tapped the wall with his pen, saying, "Next, it's the main event." Based on his behavior and logic, it's not hard to deduce. After he has done all this preparation, he will carry out a crime next. And based on the dynamite quantity and characteristics, this crime can be further narrowed down. That is. Xin Feng raised the pen in his hand again, leaving a few words on the wall. Collective panic practice. Seeing this row of words, all team members gasped. Although they had never caught that Lu Shaoxian. But so far, Xin Feng's deductions hadn't been wrong. If he has deduced this outcome, then this outcome will become inevitable. Xin Feng looked at Okamoto Shinichi and said, "Now, we are getting closer to each other. As long as we follow this line of thought and push forward, eventually, we will definitely find him." At this moment. The location. As long as we find the location, it's fine. Okamoto Shinichi suddenly snapped his fingers. In the past, when predicting the next target of a serial killer, our focus was on finding potential victims. This time, since it is a collective panic event, then our focus should be on the location. The audience in the live broadcast room, who had been mocking the Tang people, suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Why did the atmosphere change so suddenly? Why is it tense again? How can it not be tense? Lu Shaoxian is only separated by a hole from the pursuit team. Don't let that painting fall down. Okamoto Shinichi and Xin Feng seem to be on the same level, but why do I like Xin Feng so much? Please, listen to the Tang people, change the expert. Can we relax for a moment? Hearing Okamoto Shinichi's words, Xin Feng slightly nodded. Clearly, the thoughts of the two were in agreement. So next, the problem they faced was the location. Where exactly is it? The location must be in a place with a lot of people. Xin Feng first set a tone, otherwise, it would not fit the characteristics of collective panic and wouldn't match the behavior habits shown by him. Right, and this location must be nearby, Xin Feng said. Why? Tang Ren asked, puzzled. Because if it were far, why would he bother transporting the bomb over here? Yeah. Let me check the map. Tang Ren picked up his phone to look it up. No need, I've memorized it. After that, Xin Feng's pen moved again. 3 locations appeared on the wall. Bank, shopping mall, hospital. Xin Feng pointed to these words and said, "These 3 places are the ones with the most foot traffic nearby. If that guy really wants to do something, he will definitely choose one from these 3 places." Chapter 48. No worries. There is no place safer than this. In the room, everyone's gaze fell on these 3 targets. Which one will it be? But no matter which one, this was the first time the pursuit team members felt so close to that madman. Not in terms of distance, but in terms of thinking. Xin Feng continued to analyze. Among these 3 places, the shopping mall has the highest foot traffic. So I believe this location has the greatest possibility. Next is the hospital. Most of the crowd inside the hospital is in a weak state. If you want to create panic, this place is also a good choice. Lastly, there's the bank. However, I think the possibility is very small. Because this is not an ordinary bank, but the largest Wayne Bank branch in this city. The security level inside is too high. Even if Lu Shaoxian prepared explosives, he wouldn't even have the opportunity to get them inside. So, I am more inclined towards the first 2 places. Xin Feng's analysis was very reasonable, and even Okamoto Shinichi did not show any doubts. Let's do this. I'll contact Officer Sean first and tell him our thoughts. Then we can deploy police forces early. Okamoto Shinichi said. But be a bit more tactful. I worry they might not be able to handle it all at once. I understand. On the other side. Wayne Bank lobby. Chipulin had already led all the business managers and front desk staff to stand in 2 rows. Everyone stood tall and straight, waiting for the arrival of young Master Wayne. Chipulin appeared anxious, glancing at his watch from time to time and looking outside. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Chipulin paced back and forth, and to ease his emotions, he observed his subordinates' employees from time to time. Is everyone here? Chipulin asked. Everyone is here. No, not right. It seems Manager Bill hasn't arrived yet. Bill? Chipulin frowned. What the heck is this guy doing? Doesn't he know to wait in the lobby? Shall I go and look for him? He might be in the bathroom? No need to look. It's already too late. After everything is over, call him to my office. Okay. Chipulin looked up at the big screen, which was still playing the wanted notice for Lu Shaoxian and a bruise. Quickly turn that off. No wonder I'm feeling so anxious, it's because of that thing. Chipulin pointed at the screen. Hurry up. It's just bad luck to look at it. Yes. An employee rushed to find the remote control. At that moment, two black cars slowly stopped at the bank's entrance. Jiplin quickly jogged over to greet them. The reason he stood in the lobby instead of outside was so he could jog this way, both to show he was busy and to demonstrate his importance and enthusiasm. Reaching the car, Jiplin reached one hand to pull the door and held the other hand above, ready to welcome the person inside to get out. However, when the door opened, he did not see the young Master Wayne he had been eagerly awaiting, but instead an old butler named Fred with white hair. Although he was a butler, his status was second only to young Master Wayne. Jiplin's smile did not change at all as he bent slightly, saying, "Mr. Fred, you are here." Young Master Wayne didn't rest well last night, so I'll help him check things out," Fred said. "All right, Mr. Fred, please come inside." Jiplin bent slightly and invited him in. As soon as they entered the door, Fred frowned slightly. "Is everyone standing here?" Hearing this, Jiplin's heart sank. He thought to himself. So powerful? Can he notice right away that people are missing? That damn Bill, is he still in the bathroom? Before Jiplin could reply, Fred continued, "Everyone is standing here, what about our guests? Just let them sit aside and wait?" So that was what Fred meant. Jiplin let out a sigh of relief and said, "To welcome your arrival, everyone wanted to stand here and wait. And besides, our bank's reputation is at stake, guests waiting a bit is fine. You may not know. Recently, customers have lined up for a long time just to deposit money in our bank. They almost queued outside. Waiting a little while, everyone doesn't mind." Fred's frown did not ease with that statement and continued, "Let's not even mention service. What about security? Even the security personnel are standing here, isn't that leaving their posts empty? What about safety?" Jiplin smiled and said, "It's all right, Mr. Fred. Our bank is safer than ever. The level of security even surpasses the governor's office. There won't be any issues. If possible, I would like to cut our annual security costs by half. That would save a lot of money for the company." Fred was taken aback and asked, "Are you sure?" "Of course. Just relying on our bank's security systems is already incredibly strong. Look at them, fully armed, it's totally unnecessary." Jiplin joked, "If you ask me, fire them all, and I can guard the bank by myself with one gun." Fred shook his head and said, "I hope you don't take this lightly." At this moment, the news was still playing on the big screen, and the employee who had gone to find the remote came back empty-handed. Looking at the news, Fred murmured, "The world is not peaceful nowadays." "Hey!" Jiplin grew more confident as he talked, "No matter how chaotic it is outside, our bank will not be disturbed. Who doesn't know that our bank is the safest? A bit of chaos outside is good, that way, more people will rely on our bank." Then, Jiplin took the opportunity to start introducing his work achievements. He pointed at the decoration of the hall and said, "All the materials here are carefully chosen and transformed by me. Even a tank couldn't break it. Let alone the vault. Not even a fly can get inside there. I'll show you in a moment." At that moment, Fred asked, "Is the money in the vault arranged in 9 piles, alternating?" "Yes. That makes it easier to manage and count." "Are there 4 vents on both sides of the aisle?" "Yes, those are newly installed exhaust vents. If there's a problem, we can clear the air inside in 2 minutes." Jiplin suddenly realized something. "Hey, Mr. Fred, how do you know this?" "It was just modified recently." Fred didn't speak, pointing at the big screen. Jiplin turned around and looked at the big screen, freezing in place. On the big screen was a scene from inside the vault. In the picture, a man with a clown face lay on a pile of money. Chapter 49, Commissioner Sean, don't answer so quickly. What is this situation? Is it a showcase? Fred asked, looking confused. Normally, Jiplin would have answered yes without hesitation. Even if it wasn't, he would have agreed first and found an excuse later. But what was happening in front of him was definitely wrong. Jiplin didn't even have time to answer Fred, hurriedly grabbing a nearby security guard. Quick! Go check what's going on. Yes. The 2 security guards quickly left the hall. Hearing the commotion, the customers who were waiting in the hall also stood up. Everyone looked up at the big screen, wanting to see what was happening. What is going on here? Fred pressed for answers. This. Jiplin wanted to tell him, you ask me? How would I know? Can you let me slow down? But he didn't dare say that. In the end, he bit his teeth and squeezed out a sentence. Mr. Fred, don't worry. Don't worry? Isn't the vault not accessible? Even internal staff can't go in, right? Just then, the 2 security guards ran back. This is bad. This is bad, one of the guards shouted. Stop shouting. Jiplin turned to look at the restless customers and then at the guards. Just tell me what happened. Don't shout. It's like this, the elevator doors on the first basement floor are blocked. The emergency stairs exit is also locked. Hearing the guard's answers, Jiplin's head was buzzing. He felt someone was deliberately messing with him. Especially when Fred the butler came to inspect messing with him. Hey! Could it be that brat Bill? Among the bank's internal staff, only he was absent. But now wasn't the time to worry about that, stabilizing the situation was the priority. Jiplin considered himself quite a veteran in the workplace. What big scenes hadn't he seen? Risk and opportunity coexist, it was time to showcase his work. Shut all the doors and windows. Jiplin waved his hand, let's have an emergency drill. However, as soon as he finished speaking, one of the guards raised a doubt. Manager, the exits on the first basement floor are all blocked, there's no other exit in the vault. He has already locked himself inside, we don't need to close the doors anymore, do we? Shut up. What do you know? This is our emergency plan. Jiplin's words weren't finished when Fred stopped him. Wait. Fred seemed to recall something, a thoughtful look on his face. Huh? We can't close the door, quickly call the police. Why? Mr. Fred, I can handle it well, please trust me. Jiplin patted his chest loudly. Clown. Fred pointed at the big screen, trying to keep his voice down, clown. The wanted criminal from the news, that person dressed up as a clown to rob the armored truck. What? Is that so? Don't you watch the news? Jiplin had all his thoughts on welcoming Master Wayne these 2 days, thinking about how to advance further. Where's the time to watch the news? Hearing the news just brings bad luck. Still stunned? I'm coming. I'm calling the police right now. You all, keep the customers calm, no one is allowed to leave the bank. Yes. The staff, who were initially standing in 2 rows, instantly scattered. On the other side. On the 5th floor of the office building, Okamoto Shinichi was on a call with Officer Sean. What? You mean, that guy has prepared 30 boxes? Sean suddenly lowered his voice, bombs, could attack these 3 places. Yes, we have analyzed it, the most likely place is the nearby mall, followed by the hospital. Okamoto Shinichi said. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Director Jones had just instructed to handle this discreetly, image first. Why does it seem to be getting bigger? Officer Sean even felt like wanting to take a pill from the director. Get Officer Sean to act quickly, otherwise, I suspect there will be a call to report soon. Qin Feng said beside him. Yes, Officer Sean, please make arrangements quickly, first. Before Okamoto Shinichi could finish, Sean suddenly interjected on the phone. The bank. No, Officer Sean, you might have misheard, first is the mall, then. The bank. It's the bank. Wayne Bank. According to our analysis, security there is too high, it's unlikely. Before Okamoto Shinichi could finish, Tangren suddenly shouted, oh no. We forgot about the bank manager. As soon as this was said, everyone was stunned. On the phone, Sean's voice continued. No. There has already been a report. The clown has appeared in the vault of Wayne Bank. Crash. Okamoto Shinichi took a step back and bumped into the desk lamp. The bank, that guy is already at the bank. As soon as these words were spoken, even the quickest thinker, Qin Feng, was momentarily stunned. Quick! To the bank! With a command from Okamoto Shinichi, everyone rushed out. In an instant, the office was empty. Only the painting of the fallen angel on the wall showed a sinister smile. Seeing so many people from the pursuit team rush out of the office building, the paparazzi lying in wait below stirred like they smelled meat. Some followed the pursuit team to the bank, while others started calling and gathering people. When Okamoto Shinichi and the others reached the bank, the police had not yet arrived. Upon entering the lobby, he first showed his credentials. Normal people would just glance and move on, but Fred was very careful, taking a moment to look at the credentials. Special Task Force? Fred sized up Okamoto Shinichi and the others, you are not local police? We're from out of town, specifically here to capture this clown-wanted criminal. Okamoto Shinichi explained. Fred returned the credentials to Okamoto Shinichi. Anyway, please handle this discreetly, this could severely impact our reputation. Okay, we will definitely. Before he could finish, a series of flashing lights lit up outside the main door. This. Fred, who had been calm, also lost his cool. Did you call the reporters on your way here? No, it wasn't us. Okamoto Shinichi quickly shook his head. Oh, we also wanted to handle it discreetly, but we really couldn't. You have no idea how crazy that guy is. Tangren couldn't help but say. What about our bank if you act this way? Jiplin tried to make a case for himself. You think it's just you who feels embarrassed? We don't even want to show our faces anymore, what are you afraid of? Now, of course, we should catch him as soon as possible. Tang Ren said. Chapter 50, You misunderstood, I have no interest in you. With Tang Ren's shout, Fred also had no more words to say. How about I close the door? Jiplin suggested tentatively. Can you stop thinking about closing the door? Fred glared at Jiplin. Although the impact of this matter is bad, as a responsible person, shouldn't you hold up the situation? Don't keep thinking about closing the door. Kipling nodded awkwardly. Yes, we can't close the door now. The other side might have 30 boxes of. Okamoto Shinichi glanced at the guests in the waiting area. We might need to evacuate the crowd. At these words, Fred and Kipling looked at each other. Sir, did you just say 30 boxes of what? Fred felt his ears couldn't be trusted. Asterisk asterisk dot. Hearing those two words again, Fred's legs went soft, and he almost sat down on the spot. Luckily, Kipling had sharp eyes and quickly held him up. Sir, this is kind of big. Should we maybe just close the door first? Fred asked. Kipling pursed his lips. We can't close the door. We still need to wait for backup. The problem now is whether to evacuate the people in the bank. It's a hard decision. Okamoto Shinichi said. Let's evacuate. I can give them some nice gifts, so they won't talk nonsense after they leave. Kipling said. That's not the problem. Okamoto Shinichi shook his head. We're worried that guy will slip out mixed in with the crowd. Last time he did exactly that, made the circus owner paint himself like a clown, and he ran away himself. The Chinese man pointed at the big screen. We haven't confirmed that this is really him yet either. That's sneaky? Kipling was stunned. Yeah, it's really hard to deal with. The Chinese man shook his head. This is really not him. At that moment, everyone realized that Qin Feng, who hadn't spoken all this time, was watching the big screen. Not the clown you're trying to catch? Kipling asked. Even though the painted face looks similar, look, the way he's lying down, his hands shouldn't be behind him. Qin Feng turned to everyone. His hands must have been tied up. Is he asleep? Fred squinted at the screen. He must have fainted. Qin Feng said, I think, for now, don't evacuate the customers in the hall. Manager, go calm them down, don't cause panic. Okay. Kipling immediately took action. You two, go check the surveillance lines. Then pull out all the surveillance records here. Okamoto Shinichi ordered 2 team members. Got it. The 2 team members left. Sir, Qin Feng looked at Fred. Are all the entrances and exits to the first basement blocked? Yes. Before this, did the other side reveal any information? Only broadcasted this feed? Qin Feng asked. Yes. He's waiting for something. Okamoto Shinichi said. Waiting for us to come. That's just how he is. Just waiting for us. The Chinese man said. At this moment, the sound of police sirens came from outside the bank. 4 or 5 police cars stopped at the entrance. One officer from a police car got out and walked straight into the bank, while the others spread out and surrounded it. The one who walked in was Officer Sean. Officer Sean? Aren't you worried this will look bad? You could have left the sirens off. Fred asked. Fred knew the local police and was quite familiar with Sean. Mr. Fred. I didn't want to either. As soon as I left the station, 7 or 8 media vans followed me. Sean pointed outside, the intersection's already blocked. Without the sirens, I couldn't even squeeze in. What? The road's blocked? Fred's mind went blank. This is definitely going to be front page news. Where's Director Jones? I want to contact him. Don't bother. Sean waved his hand. The director collapsed. Still hasn't woken up yet. He's getting oxygen. The 2 team members who went to retrieve the surveillance returned. Except for the lobby and vault interior cameras, all other lines were destroyed, and the footage is gone. Also, we found the broadcasting console is missing, maybe taken away, only a microphone is left. The team member handed over the microphone. Hearing this, Okamoto Shinichi's expression grew grim. That feeling of being played with returned again. Because, the other side's actions. The purpose was to plan a dialogue with the pursuit team. Sure enough. The next second. A harsh noise came from the speakers around the hall. It sounded like a microphone being blown. Then, a hoarse voice began to speak. Oh, everyone is here, right? Before anyone could react, the large screen suddenly went black. It was blocked by a face, the face of a clown. Okamoto Shinichi and the others all took a step back. They were too familiar with this face. What they were familiar with was not the makeup on it, but that kind of aura. That kind of crazy aura. For those who didn't know the details, it was hard to connect this face with Mike in a sharp suit in the office. This was the second time Okamoto Shinichi observed this face through the screen, and his mindset was completely different from the first time. In the image, Lu Shaoqian wiped the camera lens with a flourish, then retreated back to the pile of money. Sure enough, the one lying in the pile of money was not him. You guys, pick someone who can make decisions," Lu Shaoqian commanded through the speaker. Officer Sean, refereed, and the three pursuit team experts exchanged glances. "What's wrong? Are you all a bit nervous?" Lu Shaoqian bent over and laughed wildly. After a while, he laughed until tears came out, then he raised his head again. "Relax, don't be so serious." Lu Shaoqian pointed at the camera, "The one who cares most about skin color, you come here, I have high hopes for you." In an instant, all members of the pursuit team focused their gaze on Okamoto Shinichi's face. Okamoto Shinichi's Adam's apple involuntarily moved. At this moment, he felt like an ordinary audience member being pushed onto the stage. However, he did not show hesitation and directly took the microphone from his team member's hand. Okamoto Shinichi tried to appear more relaxed, because he was now the representative of the pursuit team. Once he showed panic, everyone else's confidence would collapse instantly. "Very interesting, Lu Shaoqian. Please pay attention to how you address me, I am now, the clown." Lu Shaoqian dramatically bowed, as if he was truly standing on stage at that moment. "Haha, clown, you really love to show off. But locking yourself in the vault is not a wise decision." Okamoto Shinichi weighed the microphone in his hand, causing so much trouble. "It's directed at us, right? Then just speak directly." No. Lu Shaoqian shook his head. "You misunderstood, I have no interest in you blind cats." "What do you mean?" "You are just a microphone, that's all. Go on, call in the reporters outside." "No way." Fred blurted out. "You don't get to choose, if they come in, they will hear my voice." "But if they don't come in?" Lu Shaoqian licked his lips. He lifted his foot and kicked. A pile of money fell down. What was revealed was a pile of bombs. "They will hear the roar of hell." Chapter 51, Lao Chin. "You move me so much." The bombs appeared on the screen. The hall instantly fell into chaos. All the guests who were sitting there rushed out one after another. Even several staff members, disregarding Fred's presence, followed the crowd out. The pursuit team, originally wanting to stop everyone from going out, was also frozen in place and did not stop them. The live broadcast room exploded. I knew it. From the moment the bomb was thrown, I knew. Holy shit. Thank goodness it's not real. I am currently a bank intern, looking to switch jobs. I ask for reliable career advice from the experts. I don't want to stay in the bank anymore. Laxative, I suggest buying the same clown mask and flying with dreams. While the audience watched from a distance, Okamoto Shinichi stared at the screen. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. Not just because he saw the bombs. More because he suddenly realized these bombs were not ordinary bombs. These bombs looked similar to regular bombs. Earlier, when he discovered these bombs in the warehouse, Okamoto Shinichi did not examine it carefully. But just now, when he saw the controller in Lu Shaoqian's hand, he identified the true type of these bombs. Octo-fusion mixed explosive. Although Okamoto Shinichi seldom dealt with military weapons, as a technical expert, he had some understanding of this information. The power of this small box is about equivalent to 480 kilograms of TNT conventional bombs. It can release heat exceeding 5,000 degrees Celsius in just 1 second. At this temperature, a 30-centimeter thick composite vault door would turn to cheese. Only such bombs would be paired with the high-pressure controller in Lu Shaoqian's hands. This made cold sweat involuntarily drip from Okamoto Shinichi's forehead. Fortunately, the bomb was on the underground first floor, and it was in the vault. The outer layer of each vault, besides titanium alloy and boron carbide ceramics, also has very thick pouring and interlayers. If it truly exploded, it wouldn't immediately cause a catastrophic blow to the entire building. This is good news, and it is the only good news. Okamoto Shinichi's brain spun rapidly, with countless possibilities and countermeasures intertwining and comparing in his mind. Beside him, Shin Feng, though not very familiar with military weapons, sensed the seriousness of the situation from Okamoto Shinichi's expression. "Okamoto, Mr. Okamoto, I think we should do as he says first," Shin Feng suggested. "No way." Okamoto Shinichi snapped, looking sharply at Shin Feng. "He is trying to fool us. Can't you see that?" "Of course, I can see it, but right now we have to do as he says." Shin Feng, usually gentle, suddenly became strong, which startled Okamoto Shinichi. But just for a moment, Okamoto Shinichi did not back down. "We must resist. Otherwise, how will we go back?" Seeing the two of them filled with tension, Lu Shaoqian in the picture sat on a pile of bombs, clapping his hands. At this very moment, he seemed like an outsider, enjoying a good show. He looked serious yet greedy. Go back? Qin Feng frowned. Mr. Okamoto, I know your inner thoughts. From the moment you sat in the guest seat, I knew your thoughts, but... Qin Feng lowered his voice. But think about it, what if this isn't a program? What if this is real? Can you still stubbornly uphold your damned pride? You are too selfish. Upon hearing this, Okamoto Shinichi froze. I am not selfish. I represent our country. Do Okamoto. Who can you represent? You can only represent yourself. How can you call yourself an expert like this? You are selfish. You walked in high and mighty, looking down on everyone. Let me tell you, we look down on you too. Tang Ren spat, full of conviction. Listen, Mr. Okamoto, this competition is not about country and reputation, it is about humanity. Qin Feng pointed at Lu Shaoqian in the picture. This is his ultimate purpose. Okamoto Shinichi hesitated but still refused to budge. It really won't work. Okamoto. Qin Feng lowered his voice again. When I said to agree with him, it doesn't mean I'm letting everyone give up resistance. We must buy time first, only then can we find a better countermeasure. Otherwise, he really might do something crazy. Remember what we said before? Acknowledge him, value him, so we have a chance to win. First, do as he says. Okamoto Shinichi stared at Qin Feng, saying, I hope you already have an idea. After saying this, Okamoto Shinichi turned to Officer Sean, saying, let's do as he says, call the reporters in. Upon hearing this, although Officer Sean was very reluctant, he did as told. These bold reporters entered one after another with their equipment. During this process, Qin Feng called Tang Ren to the side. Little Tang, you need to hurry back to the company, back to that office. Just now, having gone head-to-head with Okamoto Shinichi, Qin Feng started stuttering again. Going back now? Old Qin, you really moved me. Although it's formal, you still consider Uncle's safety in a crisis. Tang Ren pulled Qin Feng's arm. Actually, I wanted to leave a long time ago, but I just didn't have a way out. Now that you say this, I have a way out. Who told you to run away? I told you to go back and check for clues. Qin Feng glanced at Tang Ren with disdain. Ha? Think about it. With so many bombs brought in, could he have done it alone? Qin Feng asked. Definitely not. His build isn't even as strong as mine. That's why he had help. With so many bombs, could they possibly come in through the front door? Definitely not. Tang Ren suddenly realized. Old Qin. I got it. I got it. That office has a problem. The bombs came in from there. Right. Little Tang. Your brain finally started working. I'm too smart. That office definitely has a problem. Hurry and check it. Maybe his escape plan will be there. Okay, I'm going now. If I catch him, many companies will want to cooperate with me. And many female fans are waiting to chat with me. Tang Ren got excited. Stop wasting time. Go. Keep the earpiece on. Got it. Old Qin. Wait for me. After saying this, Tang Ren crouched down and slipped through the gaps in the crowd. After giving instructions to Tang Ren, Qin Feng came to Jipulin's side. Are the devices in the vault still usable? No, we just checked. The opponent is an expert, all the lines have been destroyed, including the exhaust system, all systems are paralyzed. Over here. The voice of Lu Shaoqian came from the speaker again. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? The hall fell into a deathly silence. No one dared to speak casually. Thank you for your enthusiasm. Now let the show begin. Chapter 52, Audience. Join in. As soon as the words fell, the surveillance footage on the big screen suddenly changed from 1 window to 10. 10 screens, 10 vaults. 9 of them were piled high with money. The remaining one was empty, with 2 people inside. One was a Brusso and the other was his brother Jack. Lu Shaoqian dragged the bound clown into the empty vault. Damn little Bill, you are really heavy. Lu Shaoqian threw him to the ground and kicked him twice. Wake up, it's time to go on stage. Jack took a small step back upon seeing this. Bill, who had fainted, suddenly woke up. He looked up at Lu Shaoqian and moved his butt back twice in fear. What's wrong? Please, let me go, please. Lu Shaoqian made a gesture to Bill. Then he turned around and muttered to himself. I swear. Rules are the most nauseating things. Lu Shaoqian's tongue flicked over his lips twice. Finally, he raised his head and looked at the camera. Listen up, all viewers. To show my sincerity, I have restrained my disgust and set a rule for you. There are only two outcomes today. Lu Xiaoqian shook the gun in his left hand. Lose one or two people. Or. He shook the controller in his right hand. Lose 10 volts. Bill and Jack's faces instantly turned pale. Either outcome makes me very curious. I'm really curious, how will you choose? Lu Xiaoqian knocked on the watch on his wrist in front of the camera. Starting now, 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, I want to receive votes from 100 of you. No matter the gender, no matter the age, anyone in this city can vote. Choose money or choose people. Then the results will be given to that guy with the microphone. Remember, leave your messages on your votes. As soon as these words were spoken, the originally silent bank hall immediately became chaotic. The live broadcast room was also filled with discussions. Wow! This is awesome, letting the audience vote? What will those two hostages feel? So many people, it means they are all their judges. Program team. Program team. Can you let me perform for an episode? I will sponsor the program team 1,000 yuan. Lu Xiaoqian's voice suddenly rang out again. Oh, wait. There's something I forgot. Can I take up your 10 minutes? As he spoke, he pulled Bill up. Now, let the two guests confess first. This way, it will be fairer. Little Bill, let's start with you. At this moment, Bill was already scared out of his wits. Hearing Lu Xiaoqian's words, regardless of anything, he hurriedly begged for mercy. Please, sir, I beg you to let me go. Little Bill, you don't understand, I am giving you a chance. Who knows, confession may bring forgiveness. No one knows the answer. Lu Xiaoqian glanced at his watch, treasure time. Jack beside him said first, don't waste time. Let me do it. Jack stood in front of the camera and said. Since I was young, I have followed my brother around. In the end, I became a gang member. I have done many bad things. Kidnapping, threats. Even. I have 11 lives on my hands. Moreover, I personally betrayed my brother who raised me. I made him a scapegoat. I sincerely repent here, hoping everyone will give me a chance to live. I beg you. Jack cherished his time, finishing his confession in just 1 minute. Next, it was Bill's turn. Bill was still not ready, but seeing Jack cherish his time so much, he quickly started speaking. I am a bank manager. I can't do anything, I only know how to lie. I once deceived dozens of elderly people into buying financial products. In the end, it caused them to lose all their savings. I also misappropriated client funds, using their money to speculate. Until now, there's still a part that I haven't made up. As he reached this point, Bill suddenly broke down. His pants began to show a wet stain, which expanded larger and larger. Please. I don't want to die. I was wrong. I beg you, give me a chance. I won't dare again. I beg you. At this moment, a buzz pulled Bill away, and Lu Xiaoqian reappeared in front of the camera. All right. Lu Xiaoqian glanced at the time, see you in 7 minutes. As soon as his words fell, the camera was covered. Immediately after, the phones of reporters in the hall began ringing one after another. There were still many onlookers outside the bank, waving to the reporters inside. They all wanted to cast a vote. At this moment, Qin Feng was hiding aside, talking to Tangren. Xiao Tang, have you found anything? No, I searched the entire office, including the adjacent restroom. I found nothing. Look again. Qin Feng suddenly felt that urging him wasn't right. Xiao Tang, calm down, don't rush, observe. Remember what I told you? Don't just look with your eyes, observe. Before Qin Feng finished speaking, Tangren suddenly exclaimed. Words. Those words. Take your time. The words on the wall. They are weird. The sound of scraping the wall came from the phone. The paint on this wall is not normal. This direction is the clue. Keep going, you can do it. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel excited. The phone was quiet for a while. Suddenly. Smack. It seemed like something fell to the ground. What happened? Xiao Tang? What happened? Did you find something? Qin Feng asked eagerly. Perhaps too excited, Tangren couldn't speak for a long time, and the headset only transmitted the frantic sound of him swallowing. Xiao Tang? Hole, there is a hole behind the painting. Lower your voice. Hurry. Hang the painting back. Huh? Why? There's more than one person involved, who knows if someone is guarding nearby. Hurry, hang it back. On the other end of the phone came flustered voices and heavy breathing. Alright, Lao Qin, I hung it back up. Wait there, I'll have Sean bring people up. You come. I'm a little nervous. I can't disappear, they will find out. Just wait. Okay, then you tell Sean to hurry up. Inside the bank lobby. Reporters quickly scribbled down the votes from the audience. Soon, 100 votes had been gathered and handed to Okamoto Shinichi. Upon seeing the voting results, Okamoto Shinichi's heart sank to the bottom. Chapter 53. Wow. Little Bill. You are saved. Just as Okamoto Shinichi finished checking the votes and messages, the big screen lit up again. The time was exactly 10 minutes. On the screen, Lu Shaoqian leaned his head close to the camera. His expression was strange yet excited. Happy times are always short. Next, let our microphone master announce the answer. He eagerly rubbed his hands together, like a child waiting for a toy. Okamoto Shinichi glanced at the screen, then lowered his head to look at the votes in his hand. Hurry up, don't make me wait any longer. The clown's face began to tremble, and his impatience suddenly burst out. The reporters present instinctively held their breath, as if avoiding a wild beast that could go mad at any moment. Okamoto Shinichi took the topic and said in a deep voice, 100 votes, more than 90%, agree to let the two live. Before Okamoto Shinichi could finish speaking, Lu Shaoqian jumped up in excitement. Wow! Lu Shaoqian cradled Bill's face. Little Bill. You are so lucky. You have achieved redemption. Upon hearing this, Bill, who had already collapsed, instinctively smiled. Thank you all, thank you. Hot tears suddenly welled up in his squinting eyes. He had thought that today, he was doomed. Jack beside him also let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, a glimmer of mischief flashed in Lu Shaoqian's dark eye sockets. Little Bill, do you want to hear what the audience said to you? Hearing this, Bill was taken aback. His mind couldn't keep up with these thoughts. Although he wanted to leave this place immediately, he didn't dare defy this madman and nodded stupidly. Lu Shaoqian turned sideways, tilting his head at the camera. Microphone master, read everyone's messages. Outside the bank. Sherlock Holmes and the three of them crouched down, hiding in an alley across the street, watching the bank's lobby. This guy is really creepy, Luoji said, watching intently. Typical exhibitionistic personality. Darren shook his head. This expert from the cherry blossom country is in trouble this time. Do you think this guy came specifically for these experts? Luoji asked. Darren looked on and answered, it seems so. This guy is complicated. Although he shows an exhibitionistic personality. But from that guy's eyes, I saw very complex emotions. I once studied those extreme and crazy guys. In reality, those who experience the most complexity usually have two dominant emotions. At most, there are only three. For example, that infamous pull uncle. Because a normal person cannot exceed that limit, otherwise, the whole person will collapse and lose control. But this guy in front of me. Darren shook his head and did not continue. Why aren't you saying more? Is it a lot? Luoji asked. A lot, just through the screen, I saw 5 emotions. This guy is too complicated. Then isn't he just a proper madman? Luoji asked. But look at his behavior and strategy from start to finish, can he be a madman? Holmes shook his head, clearly not. Thinking about it carefully, it's a bit creepy. Luoji swallowed. I really hope to have a chance to let him face off against my brother. Is your brother very powerful? Darren asked curiously, the famous Victory Cold leader. I'm really curious. No, not powerful, on the contrary, in my eyes, he's just a fool. Then why do you want your brother to encounter him? This way, I can let my brother taste the feeling of being taught a lesson. As Luoji spoke, the corner of his mouth involuntarily curled up. Logic, did you forget? We're on a show, right? Is it possible that your brother is watching? Darren reminded. Logic was taken aback, realizing he had gotten a bit carried away. He turned his head to the air, repeatedly explaining. I was just talking nonsense, brother, you can't see it. At this moment, Holmes asked, Darren, can you infer his background and history from his emotions? I can probably guess. Oh? Logic became interested, what do you think? Although his emotions are very complex, the dominant emotion is still revenge. Looking at the target he has been targeting, I judge that in reality he might have a deep grudge against a certain expert. Participating in this show is to take revenge on them. Hiss, Logic gasped at the juicy gossip. Let's keep watching. I hope he gets caught directly this time. Otherwise, we'll have to deal with him if we don't want to be stuck at the first level forever. Holmes lit a cigarette, stretching his neck to observe. In the bank. Hearing the other party's message to read vote, Okamoto Shinichi did not panic. Because he was already prepared. Next, are the viewers' messages. He lowered his head, quickening his pace of speech. I am a caregiver in a hospital. In my eyes, life is more important than money. I think both of them should live. This world should be filled with love. People who have made mistakes also need opportunities to correct them. I vote to let them live. I made mistakes when I was young too. I am willing to give them a chance. At this point, a sneer suddenly echoed from the speakers. Enough. Okamoto Shinichi stopped and looked at the screen. What's wrong? What's wrong? I asked you to read, not to perform live. Lu Xiaoqian drooped his eyelids, slowly raising the gun in his hand. Don't be so smart. As soon as this was said, the viewers in the live room were startled. What? What Okamoto Shinichi read isn't real. It must not be. The result is not what he said. It feels, the consequences will get worse. Okamoto Shinichi, don't mess things up. Qin Feng reminded you, do as he said. Actually, it's understandable. Whether it's money or people, they are all in a virtual world, but sacrificing lives affects the experts differently. Especially for Okamoto Shinichi, who cares so much about face. It's not surprising that he did this. When Lu Xiaoqian said this, his voice was not high. But Okamoto Shinichi knew this was a warning. A very serious warning. Have you ever thought that maybe if you revealed the truth, I might actually spare them? But you're being too clever. The sound of a gun being chambered echoed in the speakers. Your actions will kill them. Chapter 54, sorry, chaos is my theme. At this moment, Okamoto Shinichi suddenly felt regret. Qin Feng had already told him that the hole on the 5th floor had been discovered. That was likely the escape route for Lu Xiaoqian. No matter what, the probability of catching Lu Xiaoqian in the end was very high. Even if someone died, it would still be Lu Xiaoqian's fault. He was also in a helpless situation. But right now, he felt like he was being roasted over a fire. If there was a problem with the hostages now, it would be caused by his arbitrary decision. This won't do. This absolutely won't do. No. Okamoto Shinichi quickly raised his hand. No, I will read it as it is. Please don't hurt the hostages. In front of the camera, Lu Xiaoqian had a blank expression but did not move. Okamoto Shinichi seized the opportunity to turn over a new leaf, picking up the boats and reading. I don't know this person, but I really want to use the scalpel in my hand to cut his throat. Because I hate liars. My father was cheated of his savings by him. All the pressure is on me now. I want him dead. Is this a performance? If so, I hope to see explosive scenes. If not, I hope you all die. Don't blow up that money. I not only have money in there. I still have many collectibles inside. Those things are priceless. The bank compensating me is useless. Let them die. 2. Can we take out a few more? Otherwise, I can only give you a bad review. I am really curious. Reading this, Okamoto Shinichi paused. He clenched his teeth. Continue reading. I am really curious, when bullets hit a person, is it the same as in the games? I hope the sacrifices are these two people. After reading all the scripts, Okamoto Shinichi was already a bit tired. More so, it was a mental fatigue. He admitted, he wasn't a very noble person. At times, he was indeed quite selfish. But voicing so many people's negative emotions made his soul feel as if it had been rolled in a pot of hot oil. Burning, painful. Disappointment. Okamoto Shinichi raised his head again, planning to question Lu Xiaoqian. Now, what do you plan to do? If you're going to kill, then kill. Okamoto Shinichi just wanted things to end quickly. When Lu Xiaoqian escaped, he would catch him and withdraw from the show. But before he could speak, Lu Xiaoqian spoke first. Lu Xiaoqian on the screen licked his lips with satisfaction. With the hand holding the gun, he wiped his forehead. You guys did well. Otherwise, I would really blow up all this money. Then, I would need to find another bank. Hearing these words, Fred quickly picked up the phone, issuing an emergency announcement. On the screen. The gun was already raised, aimed at Bill. Bang! With a loud sound. Bill lay on the ground. Jack next to him suddenly collapsed. Abruzia pulled him. According to the rules, they are dead, and these bombs will be very quiet. Bang! Another gunshot. Jack also fell to the ground. But unfortunately, I am the Lord of Chaos. The clown's blood-red mouth cracked open once more. Widened to the root of his ears. The rules in my hands are nothing. Immediately followed by a fit of maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. Oh ha 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 ha. Lu Xiaoqian on the screen waved his arms and laughed wildly. The button on the controller in his hand felt like it could be pressed at any moment. Seeing this scene, everyone in the hall realized something was wrong. Some people had already started to run outside. Fred was knocked down by the crowd, and Jiplin was nowhere to be seen. The scene was completely in chaos. Outside the bank, Holmes and the three saw so many people starting to push outside, and became alert. That guy, will he really detonate it? Just as the word "will" came out of Logic's mouth. Boom! The explosion sound shook the earth. The whole bank seemed to tremble. Holmes and the three only felt a gust of wind hit their faces. The crowd that surged out didn't know if they were shaken or scared, falling into a pile. Crazy! He really is a madman! Logic exclaimed. Run! Holmes turned to leave. This block will soon be sealed off. Logic quickly followed. Darren, aren't you leaving? I want to see the result, you go first. Logic couldn't care about that much and followed Holmes. Inside the bank, everyone had run away, leaving only the mess on the ground and a group of chase team members. The big screen was flickering, losing its signal. At this moment, Okamoto Shinichi actually felt relieved. Because the worst result had already come. You block the stairways above the second floor. Don't let them come out. Yes. You two, go check the elevator, see if it can still work, he might escape from the fifth floor. Yes. You break down the stairs leading to the basement, the door has been shaken and will be easy to break open. Go in and see if the target is still there, if not, rescue the hostages. If you can save them, save them. Yes. Wait. Okamoto Shinichi called to a few people preparing to go to the basement. You recognize each other. After you come out, you have to check each other's identities. He has not escaped in disguise for the first time. Yes. After arranging all this, Okamoto Shinichi arrived at the elevator entrance. Mr. Okamoto, the elevator is unresponsive. A team member was quickly pressing the elevator button while looking at the number screen above. The number screen had gone dark. It seemed the elevator was broken. He is definitely going to escape, certainly. Okamoto Shinichi paced back and forth at the elevator entrance. How will he escape? How exactly will he escape? There was no other exit, except for the fifth floor exit, just the elevator and the stairs. No other way left. At this moment, Okamoto Shinichi suddenly stopped in his tracks. He pushed two team members aside and pressed his ear against the elevator door. In the next second, Okamoto Shinichi's eyebrows furrowed tightly together. Mr. Okamoto, what is it? Shoo. Okamoto Shinichi continued to listen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The elevator. The ropes of the elevator are moving. He is going up to the fifth floor. Okamoto Shinichi took out his phone and dialed Qin Feng's number. On the other side, Jack's office. Officer Sean and Qin Feng, along with a team of police officers, with more than a dozen guns, aimed at the oil painting. And Tangren, feeling nervous, had already made an excuse to leave, actively requesting to go help at the bank. Including Qin Feng, everyone present felt their throats dry, gripping their guns tighter. This moment was crucial. That madman could push aside the painting and step out at any moment. Just then, they heard footsteps coming from behind the painting. Clop, 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 clop. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Chapter 55, the later the showdown, the bigger the role. Hearing these footsteps, every person in the office held their breath. All their joints dared not move. The opponent was a guy 100 times more cunning than a rabbit. A slight hint of movement could alert him. The footsteps continued. Judging by the rhythm of the footsteps, it was two people. Captain Sean's fist was raised in the air, ready to give the order at any moment. However, just when the sounds got closer, only a few meters away, the footsteps behind the painting suddenly stopped. Everyone's heart tightened. What happened? Why did it suddenly stop? Was he discovered? Sean's hand was still raised. At this moment, they had to endure. Waiting for the opponent to come out was much safer than rushing in. After all, no one knew how many boxes of explosives the previous explosion used. Who knew if there were more bombs left on the other side of the painting, waiting for the pursuit team? Sean gritted his teeth. Footsteps stopping only meant the opponent had not moved forward. At least, he had not escaped. Wait. Keep waiting. In the bank hall, the door to the basement stairs had been smashed open. Inside was a mess, filled with black smoke. A few pursuit team members had already rushed in. Okamoto Shinichi and Tangren stood by the elevator, keeping guard. Fred, though looking a bit disheveled, also stood next to Okamoto Shinichi, waiting for news. Not long after, the intercom crackled to life. Mr. Okamoto. The person is gone. Only the shot bank manager was found. Is there any sign of life? Okamoto Shinichi asked. He is still alive. But is bleeding heavily. Hearing this, Fred breathed a sigh of relief. What about the others? Okamoto Shinichi inquired. Some places collapsed, and we can't confirm if anyone is trapped inside. Fred couldn't help but speak up. Sir, save the people first, the living must be saved first. You two bring the injured up first, the rest continue the search. Okamoto Shinichi shouted into the intercom. Yes. Not long after, a person was carried out. His clothes were in tatters. He had lost consciousness, his face covered in dark dust, blood continuously flowing from his chest. Bill, wake up. Fred tried to call him. Meanwhile, Okamoto Shinichi assessed the person. He reached out to check his wounds. Fortunately, the injury was not near the heart, otherwise, it would have been too late to send him for rescue. At this moment. Cough. A mouthful of fresh blood was sprayed out from the other person's mouth. It's not good. They might be bleeding heavily, one team member couldn't help but shout. There's no time to wait for an ambulance. Fred exclaimed anxiously, I need to take him to the hospital. Gong Bensini checked the wound, still feeling uneasy. Hurry up. If you're worried, you should personally take him to the hospital. We must not let him die. Seeing how much Fred cared about the employee's safety, Gong Bensini had nothing more to say. Tangren, you go along too. Gong Bensini said. Okay. Tangren responded decisively. He had long wanted to leave this place. With bombs and bullets flying around, it was too dangerous. Although in the simulated world, dying just meant being eliminated. But the sensory system was completely realistic, it hurt a lot. Tangren and two members of the pursuit team carried the injured person out. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast hall of the program team, all the staff of the program team, including the host Yonggu, had not yet recovered from the recent explosion. At this moment, they all had a common thought. Did the coordination team verify the files of these guys when accepting contestants? Is this Liu Shaoqian really an actor? With his current state, he would probably have to stay in a VIP suite at a mental hospital, right? At the expert table, Kimchi Association President Ding Qing was also shocked by this scene. This guy, although it's not the first time he has detonated a bomb, but this time, it's much stronger than the last one. He even fired a gun. Ding Qing shook his head, I can't believe it. This just proves that he is an extremely dangerous psychopath, nothing more. Deadpool shook his head. Hey, Mr. Deadpool, if you go down next, you might have to worry about this kind of scene. Ding Qing said. Me? I don't want to go down so early. After all. Deadpool twisted his head into a strange angle, the later you go down, the bigger your presence, right? In the corner. The usually indifferent Uncle Boss suddenly became enthusiastic. Host, come here, I have something important to tell you. Uncle Bo's lips slightly curled up. Huh? Yonggu really didn't want to go over, if you have something to say, just say it, we can all hear you. I want to remind you that here, there should be more commentary, otherwise, it will seem unprofessional. Oh? How am I unprofessional? Yonggu cursed him in his heart. The escaped contestants have successfully gotten away, and you still don't provide commentary, isn't that unprofessional? As soon as these words came out, Yonggu was stunned in place. All eyes shifted from Yonggu to the somewhat elusive criminal expert. The guy who was just carried out, the location of his wound, and the guy who wet his pants are 2 fingers apart. So, what does this mean? I don't need to say more, do I? In the live broadcast room, countless keyboards flew into action. This means that the wounds of the two are 2 fingers apart. I don't believe it. How can he see that? Although he has professional experience, how could he see through that bloody mess? The point isn't that. The point is, if what Uncle Ba said is true, what does that represent? It represents that Uncle Ba is indeed telling the truth. Those upstairs, get lost. Get out of the live broadcast room. This means Liu Shaoqian has a real wound on him. Otherwise, Gong Benseni would have checked it out instantly. Damn. Qiangu, where did that wound come from? Are you really crazy? Uncle, don't go crazy, I'm scared. Yonggu was unconvinced, asking, can you see the exact location of the wound through the screen? No matter how stable a person's character is, being repeatedly insulted will make anyone angry. Uncle Ba's gaze at Yonggu suddenly turned cold. Host, I advise you to discuss early about who will fill the gap left by the pursuit team later. What? Someone will be eliminated? You've already heard the answer. Uncle Ba smiled slightly, if needed. I'm willing to serve you all. Before the audience could finish discussing, the scene cut to the inside of a truck. Chapter 56, The Expert's Position, Are You Free? Inside the truck, the injured person lay on the floor. Tang Ren and two members of the pursuit team stood guard beside him. This guy seems like he's about to die. One of the team members said. Mr. Driver, please drive faster, or this person is going to die in your truck. Tang Ren turned his head and said to the driver. Under Tang Ren's urging, the speed of the truck noticeably increased. Mr. Tang, that scene from earlier really scared me, one team member said. Yeah, with that bang, I instinctively felt the whole building was going to collapse. It took me half a minute to regain my senses. Tang Ren shook his head and said. You guys are too timid. I used to be in Sawadika. Before he could finish his sentence, the injured person sat up suddenly. Tang Ren was so startled he shivered. The two pursuit team members bounced back, hitting the wall of the truck. By the time they reacted, two guns were already pointed at them. Don't move. It was then that Tang Ren realized the other person was Lu Shaoqian. 10 minutes earlier, the vault. As the explosion went off, the system voice in Lu Shaoqian's mind also rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the gradually getting better task. Reward, Mad Empath. Mad Empath, passive skill, can observe the dark sides of people around and can amplify it tenfold through eye contact. Additional effect, immune to all mind control, including spells, gas, hypnosis, etc. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the perfect performance bonus. Reward, Nitrous Oxide Fireworks X1. Nitrous Oxide Fireworks, anyone who sees the fireworks will simultaneously see their most feared scene. Ding! Task received, Madness Threshold. Requirement, character similarity must reach 50%. As the system voice faded, Lu Shaoqian quickly grabbed Bill, who was lying on the floor. He wasn't dead yet. Because, when Lu Shaoqian shot, he intentionally aimed away from Bill's heart and internal organs. I'm not dead yet. Oh ha 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 ha. Lu Shaoqian was obviously in a good mood. You've already died, you were reborn. What? Before Bill could understand the situation, Lu Shaoqian placed the gun in his hand and aimed it at his own chest. Abruzzi, standing beside them, looked dumbfounded. Bill was stunned too. What? What is this for? Shu, listen to me. Lu Shaoqian pressed his forehead against Bill's forehead. Little Bill, this performance has just begun. From this moment, you must understand one thing. Chaos is fairness. As soon as he finished speaking, bang! Blood began to drip down. The other three in the vault stood frozen in place. Mr. Godfather. Lu Shaoqian glanced at Abruzzi. Please help me bury him. Then, the rest of the performance is up to you. Sir. Abruzzi swallowed hard. To me, you are the real Godfather. At this moment, Lu Shaoqian, sitting in the truck, had his makeup all messed up, with a layer of black soot. Yet even so, it was evident that his lips had lost color, looking somewhat pale. Opposite him, the frightened Tang Ren had lips even paler than Lu Shaoqian's. You, please don't get too excited. Tang Ren's voice trembled. If you get too excited, you'll bleed out, and you'll die. At that moment, Tang Ren saw one of his team members subtly reaching for a gun holster. In a flash of inspiration, Tang Ren coveringly said, Do you want me to help you bandage it up? My skills are pretty good. Before Tang Ren could finish speaking, bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out. The 2 team members' bodies fell to the ground. A notification instantly popped up on the program's big screen. Notification: Pursuit Team Member Wei Huasheng from Group 23, Team Member Mei Wuda from Group 24, has been eliminated and is about to be teleported out of the scene. The bullet comments in the live broadcast room went wild along with the 2 gunshots. Oh my! He didn't even blink. So decisive? Oh no! Tang Renwan is hot. Uncle Ba is waiting for your position. Due to the gunfire, the car shook a couple of times. Clearly, the driver was also scared. Tell the driver to stop the car in a deserted place, Lu Shaoqian commanded. Tang Ren obediently went to inform the driver. Turning back. Xian Gu, don't shoot. I'm afraid of pain. Do you think I could let you go? Tang Ren tactically swallowed hard, unable to produce an answer. On the other side, Qin Feng and Shan were still waiting for the footsteps to sound again. Time passed slowly. Qin Feng gradually sensed that something was wrong. Just as he was about to approach the oil painting, suddenly a phone rang from the opposite side. The call was answered. However, there was no voice on the line. After a while, footsteps sounded again, approaching the direction of the oil painting. Then, the painting was pushed open. However, Qin Feng did not see Lu Shaoqian, only Abruzzo and his injured traitor brother. At this moment, Qin Feng seemed to understand something. He quickly picked up his phone and dialed Tang Ren's number. Abruzzo, seeing so many guns pointed at him, did not resist and simply threw down the gun in his hand. "Where's that guy?" Officer Sean shouted. Abruzzo ignored Sean and instead turned to look at Jack. His gaze was full of disdain as he said, "I raised you up. I didn't expect that you learned nothing. You only learned to betray and to be weak. Damn thing. Come with me to prison, let me keep teaching you." Finally, the two were controlled together. At this time, the truck had entered an abandoned factory. The car stopped in the yard. Inside the car, Tang Ren's phone rang. It's okay, easy, I won't answer the phone, I won't answer." Tang Ren quickly stated. "Answer it." "Ah." Tang Ren froze for a second, glancing at the dark barrel of the gun. "Answer it, say whatever needs to be said." "Ah." He answered the phone. Qin Feng's anxious voice came from the other side. "Little Tang. That guy might have run away. Where are you?" I'm right opposite this gentleman, don't address people like that, they will get angry." "What? Little Tang. You've been captured? Stop talking nonsense. My heart is beating very fast, get to the point, okay? Otherwise, what will you use to trade for me? Ask him what he really wants?" Qin Feng asked. "He asks you what he wants." Tang Ren handed the phone to Lu Xiaoqian. But Lu Xiaoqian did not take it, instead, he pushed open the door of the cargo compartment. "Run." 3. Before he could even start counting down, Tang Ren had already started running wildly. He was very fast, like a master with lightness skills. However, in the next second, bang! A gunshot exploded behind Tang Ren. Tang Ren's lightness skills deflated, and he fell to the ground. Everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned, even forgetting to send barrage comments. Tang Ren was the first expert to be eliminated? Before everyone could regain their senses, a figure suddenly appeared behind Lu Xiaoqian. "It seems you really are a madman." Hearing the voice, Lu Xiaoqian turned around and saw the person. He was the mind magician, Darren. Chapter 57. This time, I stand with the clown. After Sherlock Holmes left the scene, Darren stayed behind alone. He stayed not just to observe the situation. He also had to find a way to approach Lu Xiaoqian. Because during the confrontation between Lu Xiaoqian and the chase team, Darren had already discovered. The three experts of the chase team, one had already collapsed under repeated tricks, one was only thinking about escaping, leaving only Qin Feng trying hard to cope. The failure of the chase team had almost become a foregone conclusion. This means that the current chase team definitely cannot catch Lu Xiaoqian. So, what's next? The four escapee contestants will face a situation of mutual competition. Darren estimated the strengths of both sides. According to Sherlock Holmes' previous encounters with Lu Xiaoqian, it is almost impossible for Holmes to crush the opponent. There is even a hint of loss. If Holmes wants to win against Lu Xiaoqian, he must have the full cooperation of both himself and Luo Ji. But then, what happens next? Ending the first round by simply eliminating one person is not enough. After eliminating Lu Xiaoqian, he still has to face Holmes and Luo Ji. So far, Holmes has maintained a neutral attitude between himself and Luo Ji. Staying neutral, in a way, also means refusal. If that's the case, the variables become significant. In Darren's heart, human emotions are the most unstable and the most changeable things. He is unwilling to entrust his victory and defeat to others. So, he came up with a bold idea, to try to get close to Lu Xiaoqian. To create a 2-against-2 situation. If successful, then the following contest would be simple. His goal is to win the show. As for whether the teammates are normal people, he doesn't really care. At this moment, Tang Ren is lying on the ground. Lu Xiaoqian sees Darren and shows a surprised expression. "Oh." Lu Xiaoqian's eyes widen. "I was ambushed?" "No, I have no weapon." "On the contrary, you do." Darren raises his hands, so this is not an ambush. It's just a friendly communication. Seeing the scene, the audience shouts with excitement. They flipped. They flipped. Did you see? This world is real. As long as you are strong enough, there will naturally be people who will come to you. Let's give my buddy a thrill. This Darren is truly a master. Not only does he know how to read the wind, but every little action conveys his sincerity. He is a master of the mind, the one who understands human hearts best. You never hit someone who is smiling. Indeed, although Lu Xiaoqian is crazy, he is not a real madman. Communication? Lu Xiaoqian walks towards Darren, his steps somewhat awkward. He leans forward, sniffing in front of Darren. But why do I smell betrayal? Darren shakes his head and says, "No, this is not betrayal. After all, I have not made any agreement with those two. In fact, we are not even familiar. I came to find you this time with sincerity." Lu Xiaoqian nods slightly and says, "First, tell me how you set your sights on me, then start your communication." Darren does not hide it and says, "Very simple. At that time, there were only two escape routes available for you. One is the fifth floor discovered by the pursuit team, which is the entrance to the bank where you entered. The other one is the bank's main door. Based on your previous behavior and your personality, I am sure you are a person with a strong desire to perform. And you really enjoy messing with those experts. So I believe you will definitely come out from the main door." "Absolutely. Once I determine your escape route, the rest will be simple. Because there is nothing easier than judging whether a person is afraid. And after the explosion, everyone coming out from inside was very scared. Except for you. Of course, when you came out, you were in a fainting state. But your body language betrayed you. When humans feel excited, their hands will unconsciously clench and be placed above their abdomen. You were just like that. So, a person who has fainted yet still very excited. Who else could it be but you?" Lu Xiaoqian suddenly bursts into applause. "Wow! Amazing! I love your skills." Lu Xiaoqian leans a little closer to Darren, showing a strong interest in him. But this small act makes Darren a bit uneasy. Darren takes a step back. "I admit, you are strong. But your situation behind you will only get worse. You need a helper to help you become the last winner," Darren says. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqian shows a disappointed yet regretful expression. "What a pity. So your skills can make mistakes as well. What do you mean? Is it possible? I never wanted to become the so-called winner." Hearing these words, Darren suddenly felt something was off. His gaze immediately fell on Lu Xiaoqian's hand holding the gun. At this moment, that hand had started to rise. Snap! A crisp sound of a snap echoed next to Lu Xiaoqian's ear. The audience in the live stream exclaimed in alarm. "Oh no! Darren's going to control him. Too careless. No dodge." However, hearing the snap, Lu Xiaoqian froze, looking at Darren in confusion. This guy wants to hypnotize me? Oh no, I've missed the best moment to cooperate. Should I try again? Seeing Lu Xiaoqian's reaction, Darren was also stunned. No reason. Even a genuine lunatic can be controlled. Sure enough, Darren unwillingly snapped his fingers again. This time, Lu Xiaoqian's pupils instantly lost focus. Yes. This is the feeling. Darren's lips curled up slightly. "You are my partner." Darren whispered. "Yes, we are partners. Tell me, what do you plan to do next?" "I plan to use this expert's body to lure the other experts over, and then eliminate them all," Lu Xiaoqian said. "What a crazy plan. But I don't like it. Come with me to eliminate Sherlock Holmes." "All right. But according to my calculations, the pursuit team should be back soon." "How soon?" "Within 5 minutes." "Then let's hurry." With that, Darren planned to get into the car. "There's no time, the best option now is to hide in the sewers," Lu Xiaoqian pointed to a nearby sewer cover. "Why?" "Because the first time they caught me, I abandoned their designed route and didn't go through the drainage canal. This time, they won't think I would go inside." Hearing Lu Xiaoqian's response, Darren silently marveled. This guy is really cunning. Unpredictable. Luckily, he has become my teammate now. Sherlock Holmes and his team are in for some bad luck. Chapter 58, Run. Mr. Magician. Darren brought Lu Xiaoqian to the sewer entrance. A foul odor rushed at them. This drainage outlet is nothing like that of the circus. The circus's drains were designed as escape routes, not for actual sewage disposal. But the drainage canal in front of them was genuinely for draining waste. It was stinky and filthy. Smelling this odor, every cell in Darren's body resisted. "This place is too dirty, shouldn't we hide inside the factory?" Darren asked. "The danger level is too high, they will surround the factory as soon as they arrive." Lu Xiaoqian's gaze was vacant. This. Just as Darren hesitated, the sound of fast-moving cars reached their ears. No time. The pursuit team is coming. Without saying a word, Darren jumped in. "Get down here." Darren shouted at Lu Xiaoqian. "Wait, I need to drag the body a bit further," Lu Xiaoqian said. "Really clever. I'll wait for you." Darren waited. He heard a dragging sound from the ground, it must be the sound of the body being pulled. "Are you done yet?" Darren tilted his head, waiting. "Done." "Then hurry down." However, Before Darren could finish his sentence, above him, clang! The sewer cover was slammed shut with force, accompanied by hysterical laughter. Ha ha ha. Oh ha 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 ha. Run! Mr. Magician! In this moment, Darren felt hopeless. He had been played. He heard the sound of someone jumping on the cover. Then, he heard the sound of a car starting. Bastard! You lied to me! Give me back my car! Darren roared. But there was no response at all. Darren's lungs felt like they were about to explode, but he had no time to be angry. Because he had to leave this place immediately. Otherwise, he would be the first one eliminated among the four. Looking at the dark sewer, Darren swallowed hard. Before long, several police cars arrived at the scene. They were chasing based on Tang's phone signal. Sean and Shin Fong just got out of the car and froze. They saw a Chinese man lay on the ground, with a long trail of blood spreading beside him. It spread all the way to the drain, then turned into an arrow. The arrow pointed at the drain, with the words "Go" written above it. The drain? Sean paused. Did someone escape through there? Be careful, it might be a trap, Shin Fong reminded. Not a trap, someone really escaped through there. The Chinese man on the ground suddenly spoke. Xiao Tang. Are you okay? Shin Fong crouched down. I was playing dead, but your question came 2 minutes too late. Shouldn't you have checked on me first before studying the drain? Are you all right? Sean asked. I'm fine, just got shot in the butt. I'll take 2 people to the drain to chase them, you wait here. Sean led the group into the drain. MD, this guy shot my butt and used my blood to draw an arrow on the ground. The Chinese man's eyes turned red. Why would he leave a mark if he is escaping? Shin Fong asked. It wasn't him escaping from the drain, it was that mentalist. The magician wanted to recruit him but got played. Where did he go? He drove away. I'm going to chase him now. Wait, help me bandage my butt first, okay? Don't worry about your butt, I'm afraid he's gotten far. Don't be afraid, I left some things in the car, help me bandage first. If I get eliminated, I will lose my fans. It turned out that before the operation, Okamoto Shinichi had installed small trackers on everyone. It was to prevent any accidents. When the Chinese man was held at gunpoint, he secretly threw his tracker in the car. Xiao Tang. How come you're so smart this time? Shin Fong was surprised. I was actually afraid he would search and find the tracker on me, afraid he would hit me, that's why I threw it away. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoqian was driving fast on the road. Except for wasting a bit of time with Darren, everything was going as planned. This performance had already warmed up the city. All the participants had also found their roles. Now, it was time for them to enter the second act. This time, Darren's appearance was quite unexpected. Fortunately, the rewards given by the system were matching, successfully avoiding Darren's hypnosis. Lu Xiaoqian was very satisfied with this passive skill. However, the laughing gas fireworks as the other reward were slightly insufficient. There were too few, only one. And Lu Xiaoqian took a look at it. The fireworks were small, and when ignited, could only affect 3 to 5 people at most. It would be better if they were larger. He would have to think of a way to expand it later, that would be interesting. After looking at the rewards, Lu Xiaoqian glanced at his phone. He was waiting for information from the other clowns. Those clowns had all come from the circus. After being investigated by the hunters, they were released. They took the initiative to contact Lu Xiaoqian and helped him move the bombs into the bank. Before the show started, Lu Xiaoqian had let them leave the bank. And had given them an important task: if any other branches of Wayne Bank started moving money and valuables during his performance, they should hijack the armored cars. Of course, this was just a backup plan. Whether it could succeed depended on that old man, Fred, and whether he had activated the emergency plan. If it succeeded, the construction of the second stage would have funding. Otherwise, the second stage would be a bit shabby. That would not be fun. Just then, Lu Xiaoqian's phone vibrated. Partner, we did it. We hijacked the cash trucks from 2 banks. Partner, it was awesome. It's a pity we couldn't hijack the 3rd truck in time. Seeing the message, Lu Xiaoqian smiled. He didn't reply but pressed the dial button. Now, it's time to wake up our protagonist. On the other side, Wayne Tower, top floor office. Bruce stands in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking outside. Fred sits nearby, looking pale and haggard. Young master, I'm very sorry, I did not handle this matter well. Bruce waves his hand. You don't need to blame yourself, such things happen every day in this city, it's just that this time it made a bigger noise. That guy is really a madman. I will solve this matter. I hope it won't affect the group. It's just the compensation from one bank, it won't shake ours. As soon as Bruce finishes speaking, Fred's phone begins to receive message after message. Fred picks up his phone, nearly fainting. Bruce turns around, seeing Fred's expression, and asks, "What's wrong? Why does your face look so bad?" "Young master, this one bank is fine, but the compensation from 3 banks might be a bit troublesome." Chapter 59. Just as I began my fight against crime, was I already being retaliated against? Hearing the butler Fred's words, Bruce's originally deep and defined features suddenly stiffened. His rugged aura wavered at this moment. What? What did you say? 3 banks? Didn't we only blow up one? We only blew up one, but at the time of the explosion, the armored cars of the other 2 banks were robbed, 2 colleagues were injured and are currently receiving treatment. Fred lowers his head. I was too worried and made a rash decision. I instructed the other 3 branches in the city to quickly transfer their collectibles and some cash to avoid. You were fooled. Bruce's eyes flashed with a hint of vigilance. This guy seems to have been prepared. I'm sorry, young master, Fred suddenly thought of something. Young master, are we being retaliated against? Bruce had just begun his secret operation, and no one knew. Although Fred sensed something, he pretended not to know. The 2 maintained a tacit understanding and did not directly address the matter. The retaliation Fred spoke of was this incident. He suspected that the young master had offended some criminals and that they were intentionally retaliating. However, Bruce did not think so. He had been operating for only a few days, catching just 3 thugs and 1 thief. It was like he hadn't even opened yet and was already being retaliated against? Impossible. Moreover, such a sensational plan definitely could not be orchestrated by a small character. Retaliation? Bruce shook his head. Impossible. So what do we do next? Fred asked. Bruce pondered slightly. Only fear and pain could make these criminals confess. He must personally catch this guy and break 3 of his ribs. So, the investigation must be conducted by himself. However, with such a big incident, if he didn't report it, he would seem very suspicious. The other shareholders of Wayne Group would also have complaints. And the police would definitely come knocking automatically. So, why not report it on the surface? And incidentally gather information about that madman. Let's call the police. Bruce said. Okay, young master. But this is just a procedure, those police have been tracking him. Plus, there is a special task force from out of town that has been investigating him. Task force? Yes, they have 3 experts, one of whom is still at the bank scene. Take me to the scene. Huh? Go. Bruce rushed to the explosion site with Fred. At this moment, Okamoto Shinichi was still there searching the scene with his team. Okamoto's expression was grim. Because he had already received news from Shin Fong that Madman had escaped. Shin Fong was already on the chase. Okamoto stayed at the scene to collect as much information as possible. At the very least, he needed to clarify the entire course of events. Otherwise, not only would the audience outside be laughing at him, the subsequent pursuit work would become increasingly difficult. When Bruce arrived, Okamoto Shinichi was just about to retreat and go back to the office building to take a look. Hello, officer, are you the expert on the case? Bruce asked with a smile. Yes, what's the matter? Okamoto Shinichi retorted. This is young Master Wayne. Fred took the initiative to introduce. Hearing this, Okamoto Shinichi felt a bit embarrassed. Oh, I'm working. Is there something you need? Although to Okamoto Shinichi, these people were all just characters in a virtual world, he could ignore them. But still, it felt a little awkward. After all, the criminal he was pursuing had blown up someone else's bank. At least, he should give them some face. So when talking to the other party, Okamoto Shinichi remained polite. Excuse me, sir, I came to communicate with the police and also to understand some information about that guy. Oh, you can talk to Officer Sean about that later. Are you saying communicate or understand? Bruce pressed. Both are fine, just find him, Okamoto Shinichi replied dismissively. But as far as I know, you are the expert in capturing that guy. Actually, you don't need to ask too much, just leave this matter to the police to handle. Before Okamoto Shinichi could finish speaking, Bruce interrupted him. Sir, if it were just one bank, that would be one thing. I lost funds close to 3 banks, can I inquire a bit? Okamoto Shinichi was stunned on the spot and asked. What? 3 banks? The other members of the pursuit team also put down their actions and pricked up their ears. Yes, 3 banks. When this bank was blown up, all the armored trucks from my other 2 banks were robbed, and 2 of my colleagues were injured and hospitalized. With such heavy losses, don't you think I should inquire a bit? Hearing Bruce's words, Okamoto Shinichi suddenly thought. When he was confronting Lu Shaoxian, he said the line, "Still need to find the next bank." At that time, he was still pondering the meaning of that sentence. But he couldn't figure it out. Now, he finally understood, this was Lu Shaoxian intentionally throwing out a smoke bomb. The purpose was to scare Fred and make him transfer funds from other banks. Robbing armored trucks is much simpler than robbing a bank. This made Okamoto Shinichi both angry and shocked. The other side, alone with Abruzzo, was facing so many police officers. Surrounded in the vault, yet still so calm, planning the robbery outside. How many brains does this guy have, and how much courage? Besides that, Okamoto Shinichi also felt very confused. At first, Lu Shaoxian acted alone. Then Abruzzo joined him. But there were only two of them. They were both inside the vault during the incident. So who was it outside robbing the place? Does Lu Shaoxian have helpers? Abruzzo had been isolated, with no more subordinates who could be commanded. And at such moments, any movement would become the center of attention, and other gangs wouldn't risk collaborating with Lu Shaoxian. So who were those people? Sir, I know you have many questions, and so do I. So, I think we should cooperate. You provide me information, and I will use all my resources to assist your investigation, Bruce said, looking directly at Okamoto Shinichi. What do you think? If it were before, Okamoto Shinichi would have refused without hesitation. Because he never looked down on others' cooperation. But now, things were different. He had already lost thoroughly, just short of being eliminated, and grasping any hope felt like a lifeline. Hearing the other party say they would use all their resources, Okamoto Shinichi chose to agree. Then let's go up and talk. Okay, is this place checked? Yes, let's go. However, just as they lifted their feet to leave the basement, a cell phone rang out. The sound came from a collapsed ruin not far from Bruce's side. Chapter 60. This time, besides the bats, no one can help you. In an instant, all the people's gazes gathered on that pile of rubble. There's someone inside, a team member shouted. The other team members rushed over and began searching for people. In the end, a person covered in dust was dug out. His appearance was exactly the same as the previous person pulled out for rescue. His face was covered in ash, his chest was bleeding. It was obvious, this person was the real Bill. Okamoto Shinichi took out his mobile phone, the call he had made was already disconnected. Quickly take him for rescue, said Okamoto Shinichi to a team member, I have questions to ask him later. Yes. It will take a long time for him to wake up, Bruce said calmly. What do you mean? Okamoto Shinichi asked. Bruce didn't answer, but instead crouched down. He took out a small bottle of medicine from his pocket and injected it directly into Bill's outer thigh. This was adrenaline, prepared by Bruce for himself. In just a few seconds, Bill woke up. He lifted his head, looked around, surveying everyone around him. In his eyes, there was a sense of vigilance. Bill, don't be afraid, we are here to save you, Fred was the first to speak. Bill did not speak. Bill, when that guy came, how many people were there? Besides those two, did they have any accomplices? Okamoto Shinichi hurriedly asked. Bill still did not speak. Expert, I think Bill is in shock, so let's wait to ask, let's take him to the hospital first, Fred said. But Bruce did not think so. The look in this guy's eyes was not fear or fright, but vigilance. This gaze was not uncommon among those bad guys hiding in the alleys. Bruce believed that the other side was not afraid to speak, but didn't want to speak. He even suspected there might be some deal with that madman. Okamoto Shinichi's thoughts were similar to Bruce's. Well, it seems he won't say anything for a while, how about this, let's take him to my mansion, my private doctor will treat him, Bruce said. Bruce decided to slowly ask after returning. I still need to ask him questions, Okamoto Shinichi said. No problem, you can come to me later, he will be safer with me, Bruce replied. Okamoto Shinichi understood Bruce's implication. He thought about it and felt this approach was fine. Having such a key person stay at the mansion was much safer than staying at a public hospital. Moreover, Bruce had already promised to fully cooperate with him, using his resources for the pursuit was only right. Under Fred's arrangement, Bill was sent to the mansion. As they left, Bruce glanced at Bill. He found that the other party was also looking at him. Moreover, the gaze was filled with hatred. Bruce and Okamoto Shinichi left the basement level together, heading to the 5th floor of the bank. On the way, Okamoto Shinichi told Bruce everything Lu Shaoxian had done after entering the virtual world. After listening to these, Bruce did not say anything. But in his heart, he remained suspicious. Were there really such crazy people? Single-handedly robbing a truck, using over 60 boxes of explosives, and destroying 3 of his own banks within an hour? Bruce couldn't imagine how insanity and high intelligence were combined into such a monster. What did that guy look like? However, when he saw the big hole in the wall, The other party's image became vividly clear in an instant. Bruce could already imagine the taunting and ferocious smile on their face when they dug through this wall. Then, they arrived on the other side of the wall. Bruce checked the office and examined the paint on the walls. Magnetic paint, Bruce murmured. This guy wants to use this to make a mark. Mark? Okamoto Shinichi was taken aback. Yes, magnetic paint is generally used for anti-counterfeiting tags or tickets. After encountering magnetism, the color difference will appear. I think he must have scouted the bank ahead of time. Wait. Okamoto Shinichi interrupted Bruce. Mr. Wayne. Just call me Bruce. Alright, Bruce, I understand the principle you mentioned, but these are two walls. In actual operation, it's practically impossible, right? There's nothing that's impossible, only things that people don't dare to think about. If the magnetic force isn't enough, there are many ways to resolve it. After saying this, Bruce continued to check. He looked over all the power outlets. Because ordinary magnetism truly can't penetrate two walls, he suspected the other side might use electromagnetism. He wanted to investigate from the power source. However, as he walked around the desk, his gaze fell on a cane hidden under the desk. The handle of this cane seemed to have an extra piece attached. The moment Bruce picked up the cane, he confirmed that there was something wrong. Because it weighed far more than an ordinary cane. Without saying a word, Bruce directly took it apart. Clack! Something rolled out. It was a switch. Bruce hurriedly followed the wires and pulled everything out from inside. Seeing these things, Okamoto Shinichi was completely dumbfounded. It was a stun rod with an electromagnetic ring. The viewers in the live broadcast finally understood. Whoa! We focused on Lu Xiaoxian for an entire night, not understanding what he was doing, painting walls and twisting wires, but it turns out. Turns out what? You still don't understand. I just feel like I'm about to understand, so I wanted to express my feelings in advance. It's a modified electromagnetic ring from a stun rod. This magnetic force is beyond what an ordinary magnet can compare to. Look, I understand now. Wait. Do you all remember, Brother Chien went to the bank for a loan? He even painted a tiger head on the wall. It was a mark. Ah. My head. At this moment, the one feeling the worst was Okamoto Shinichi. Because, he came from a technical background. Okamoto Shinichi stared at the items on the desk, frozen in place. He prided himself on being a technical expert. Yet he hadn't even noticed the magnetic paint on the wall. He didn't even think the other side would modify an electromagnetic ring. This electromagnetic ring could not only mark but also help him speed up the digging process, right? No wonder Lu Xiaoxian lingered in this office building before acting. It turns out, he had planned this for a long time. Last night, when everyone was chasing after the Cadillac, he must have been applying this paint. Damn it! Lu Xiaoxian sitting in front of the desk suddenly flashed in Okamoto Shinichi's mind. At this moment, thinking back to Lu Xiaoxian's earlier days, the mocking intent became increasingly obvious. Bruce put down the cane and lifted his head, thoughtfully saying, based on what he has done before, we can roughly analyze what kind of person this guy is. Jumping thought processes, skilled in modification technology, expert in demolition. Even his shooting skills are high level. This is really tricky. Bruce looked at Okamoto Shinichi. This time, it's uncertain whether you can catch him, unless you get lucky. Mr. Bruce, there's no need to be so sarcastic, right? Okamoto Shinichi replied. No, when I said get lucky, I meant running into a master to help you. Master? Who? The Black Bat. Just as Okamoto Shinichi was about to ask about the bat mentioned by the other party, his phone in his pocket rang. It was a call from Qin Feng. As soon as the call was answered, Qin Feng's urgent voice came through. Mr. Okamoto. We've found that guy. Please provide immediate support. Upon hearing this news, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Have you found that madman? Where is Tang? Is he rescued? Okamoto Shinichi confirmed. Yes, Xiao Tang pretended to be dead and escaped a disaster. Keep your voice down. I'm your uncle. Do you want to be seen again? I've been running for the capture team until my butt is sore. A voice from the phone was Tang's. Qin Feng continued, before Xiao Tang pretended to be dead, he threw his locator in the car. The locator? The one I gave you? Yes. Okamoto Shinichi quickly took out his phone to check the positions of the several people. Indeed, at this moment, Qin Feng's position was very close to Tang's locator's position. The distance between them was probably just across a street. We're now at 666 Linian Avenue in the old industrial area, across from a factory turned indoor basketball court. That guy parked his car outside, Qin Feng said. So easy to find him, Okamoto Shinichi seemed thoughtful. Yes, I also think it's a bit too easy. Officer Sean went to catch another fugitive, so I called you, hoping you could bring people for support. Okay, I'll come right away, but don't act rashly before that. Sure. After hanging up, Okamoto Shinichi planned to set off with his team. But he was stopped by Bruce. Wait a minute. What's wrong? I remember, with that madman, there's also a boss called Abaluz, right? Yes. The old industrial area is his turf. I advise you to be careful. Besides, this type of person cannot be tracked so easily, you'd better be prepared mentally, Bruce said. Thanks for the reminder. Here, put these on. Bruce took out 3 button-like objects and handed them to Okamoto Shinichi. What are these? Okamoto Shinichi asked. The bat I mentioned before is a busybody in this city. I met him once. These things are given to me by him, so I wear them when I have trouble. I think you might need them later. Okamoto Shinichi took the items and put them in his pocket. No, I mean, wear them. All right. After Okamoto Shinichi wore the items on his chest, he hurriedly took his team to leave. In this parallel world, Bruce really exists, not portrayed on the big screen. Moreover, his career as a bat has just begun, so the audience does not know him. This guy looks very manly, but I still like the bad type. He. His watch seems nice. If it were on my Chenji, it might have more charm. Why do I feel this person is not just rich but also smart? Just now, he recognized the electromagnetic field at a glance. My sixth sense is a bit off. I feel he might become an obstacle for my Chenji. Why do I feel the atmosphere in the livestream is getting more and more awkward? We are a public education show. Yes, educating us to reflect on life and start anew. Wait. After robbing 3 banks in the virtual world, will this Bruce be angry in reality? What you said is interesting. He won't have time to be angry. First, he needs to stabilize his company's stock price. Feels like the show team will be offline real. Unlike Okamoto Shinichi, Bruce didn't seem to be in a hurry. Because he had a feeling that this chase could very likely be a trap. To really catch this madman, he needed to put in some effort. He planned to go back first, pry some information from Bill's mouth, and then make a concrete plan. On the way back, Bruce kept an eye on the cameras on Okamoto Shinichi. He didn't expect the capture team to catch the other side this time, but leaving behind some footage and clips would be very useful. For him, the most important thing now was to collect more information about the other side. And not to attack hastily. After returning to the manor, the bullet in Bill's chest had been removed by the doctor and the wound was bandaged. Mr. Bruce, the wound has been treated. He just needs to rest well now, the doctor said. Okay, Bruce turned around to glance at the doctor and the servants. You all can leave now. I need to talk to him. Understood. The doctor didn't have time to clean up the medical supplies and, along with everyone else, exited the room and closed the door behind them. Throughout this process, Bill didn't say a word, only staring at his pants, which were placed on a chair nearby. Bruce followed Bill's gaze and glanced at the pants, understanding something. Bill, it's okay, everything will pass. Really? Yes, once that guy is caught, everything will be over. And what about my memory? Bruce froze for a moment, not responding. You want me to provide information, right? Well, I can tell you right now, I don't know, I know nothing. Bill, eyes can betray a person. Bruce's expression darkened. Oh? You can't hold it back anymore? You were just speaking so gently, trying to coax me into giving you information, right? Bill retorted. I actually don't need to coax you. If I want you to talk, you'll talk sooner or later. Oh, that tone, it really sounds like the voice I hear when I pray. Who do you think you are? God? Bill clenched his fists. I used to be your employee, but not anymore. You're guilty, you know that? Deceiving clients, embezzling bank funds. Yes, I'm guilty. But without sinners like me, how would your and your father's wealth have accumulated? Your glorious lives. Every thread on your clothes is tainted with our sins. And now, you think I'm dirty? Facing Bill's resistance, Bruce didn't want to get angry with him. At that moment, Bruce's phone suddenly vibrated. Alert, the system has detected new information. He opened the phone. On the screen, 4 armored trucks were approaching. Bruce's pupils contracted. These armored trucks belonged to his bank. At the same time, a voice from the Chinese person came from the phone. It's the armored trucks. Now we can finally confirm the target. At the same time. On Maple Avenue, number 666, Big Bear Indoor Basketball Court. This basketball court was converted from an abandoned factory, but it shut down not long after it opened. Now, it was in a state of bankruptcy. The pursuit team was lying in wait around the area. We still need to be cautious. Until we see him, we can't be sure he's inside. Okamoto Shinichi had become much more cautious this time. Before, his heart was full of arrogance, but now, it was full of humility. Qin Feng nodded and said, Okamoto. Mr. Okamoto is right. We can only be certain once we see him. However, since the stolen money has arrived, then, he should show up soon. Chapter 62, with so much money, I'm loved by everyone. Watching the 4 armored trucks enter through the back door of the basketball court, the Chinese man sighed. This guy really is something. He came with a sneak attack. He blew up 1 bank, then robbed 2 more. This guy is a top-level expert. No wonder even the mind magician couldn't hypnotize him. Qin Feng turned his head and asked. Darren used hypnosis on him? Yeah, I saw it with my own eyes. But when you were playing dead, you were lying down. How did you see it? I heard it with my own ears. Snap, snap, Darren was snapping his fingers like crazy, his fingers were almost sparking, of course I knew. The Chinese man exaggerated the story. If what you say is true, then, this guy really deserves our study. Of course it's true. Otherwise, how could he have tricked Darren into the sewers? At that moment, Okamoto Shinichi picked up the walkie-talkie. Everyone, pay attention, all the armored trucks have entered. Tighten the encirclement. Yes. Be aware of the situation around you, we can't confirm yet if that madman is inside. Understood. After giving the command, Okamoto Shinichi and Qin Feng also approached the basketball court. They crouched down, hiding by the wall next to the basketball court. Then they stepped on a large garbage bin and climbed up. The 3 stood by the window, observing the situation inside. They saw 4 armored trucks, their tails close together, forming a circle, parked in the middle of the basketball court. The doors opened. 4 people wearing clown masks got out from the 4 driving positions. They were cautious, looking around before stepping out of the vehicle. Confirming there were no tails following them, they walked to the back of the truck and opened the compartment. The 4 climbed inside. Then they pushed all the money inside the compartment out. Look, it seems like they're handing over the dirty money. Don't rush to act. These 4 wearing masks are definitely not that lunatic, just his subordinates. Okamoto Shinichi said, he will surely come to collect the money. We need to be patient. So much money. If I could take some of it away, I'd become loved by everyone. Tangren swallowed, I suddenly have an idea, not sure if I should say it. You want to take dirty money, right? Qin Feng blurted out. Hey! Lao Qin, what do you think? Dream on. Okamoto Shinichi said expressionlessly, wait until you can get close to him, and have the qualifications to catch him before you have dreams like that. Get close to him? I've already gotten close. My butt even caught his bullet. However, the audience now had no mood to listen to Tang Rin's cold jokes. Because they were all worried that Lu Shaoqian would be caught next. Especially with Lu Shaoqian having the chance to take so much money and escape, they were even more anxious. No. Qian Gu. There's a tail. Terminate the transaction. I don't know why, but from the beginning to now, I've never hoped the pursuit team would fail so much. Because there's hope, he has the chance to escape with all that money. If they fail, it would be a pity. Soon. The 4 had unloaded all the money and valuables from the truck. After unloading, they stood motionless at the rear of the truck. It seemed they were waiting for someone. All the members of the pursuit team were also patiently waiting outside. After previous failures, this time they were very patient. After all, so much money had already been unloaded from the truck. It could not be moved quickly. They had to see Lu Shaoqian before they could act. They waited for a full 10 minutes, and finally, there was movement on the road outside. A car was driving toward them. Before Okamoto Shinichi could pick up the walkie-talkie to ask the members guarding by the roadside, the walkie-talkie automatically sounded. Mr. Okamoto. There's a car. I know, what kind of car? It's a news company's car. What? As soon as this was said, the 3 standing on the garbage bin were stunned for a moment. Okamoto Shinichi turned to look inside, only to see the 4 men suddenly pulling out a barrel from the back of the truck. Not good. Okamoto Shinichi suddenly shouted, turned around, smashed the window, and rushed in. What's wrong? Tangren also jumped in. The 3 hurriedly charged towards the armored truck. But it was already too late. For barrels of gasoline had already been poured out. Sizzle. One of the clowns threw away the lighter he was holding. In an instant, flames erupted like a giant wave. The fire soared to the sky. Ha 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 ha, oh ha 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 ha. So refreshing. Ha 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 ha. The four clowns danced by the flames, their laughter exactly like Lu Xiaoqian's. Outside, a large group of reporters rushed in, madly taking pictures of this scene. And the four clowns didn't care at all, letting themselves be photographed. In fact, one clown even turned and laughed wildly at the reporters. Ha 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 ha. Do you feel sorry? You guys who only respect money. Go die. Okamoto Shinichi and the others stood aside, sweating profusely. The audience was all crying. Xiangu, don't. Why? We know we were wrong. But that is money. Oh no. What the heck is this? Xian is a tough guy, he wants us to understand that money is nothing. You guys who brag online all day, if I asked you to give me 50, you wouldn't be able to. Look at Xian, that's real strength. Thank you to the production team, you show me a scene I would never see in my lifetime. I feel like I've gained something. On the other side. Seeing this scene on his phone, Bruce's calm demeanor shattered instantly, veins bulging. Earlier, when he found out his bank money was stolen, he was very angry. But that was just about money. As long as he could catch the culprit and control public opinion, it would be fine. If worst comes to worst, he could just cover this money himself, that would not be impossible. Things that can be solved by money are not really problems at all. But from this moment on, it was no longer about money. This is about dignity. The four armored trucks with Wayne Bank printed on them, parked beside the flames, seemed to mock him. Bruce grabbed Bill by the collar. While I'm still rational, you'd better confess quickly. What else do you know? In that moment, Bruce's eyes were filled with fury. If it was nighttime, this kind of gaze would be enough to scare those thieves to the point of weakness. But for some reason, facing this furious Bruce, Bill showed no sign of fear or weakness at all. On the contrary, he was fiercely resisting. Let go of me. You bastards. This world shouldn't be like this. Speak up. Chaos, fairness, save me. Seeing Bruce's eyes turning redder. Though he had no intention of hurting the person in front of him, the strength in his hands was too much for someone who had just undergone surgery. Bill struggled like a person about to drown, his arms flailing more wildly. During his struggles, his hand accidentally hit something. That thing fell down. Slash. With a burnt smell, a wave of pain drilled into his cheek. Ah! A scream echoed through the hallway. Chapter 63. Holy shit! Hello, sir. Hearing the scream, the doctor burst into the room. He saw his portable ultraviolet disinfection box had fallen to the floor, set at maximum. It must have been accidentally touched. Bill on the bed was holding his face and wailing. And Bruce stood beside him, looking bewildered. He did not intend to actually hurt the other person. He just wanted to scare him a little. In Bruce's eyes, Bill was no different from those street criminals. Cunning, sinister, full of lies. They had to be made to fear, only then would they tell the truth. But he never expected such a thing would happen. That machine, he was the one who caught it. The doctor was perceptive, said nothing, and quickly began treating the injured. Meanwhile, indoor basketball court. The four clowns were caught by the pursuit team. But even though their hands were already handcuffed, their faces pressed against the cold floor. They still grinned, laughing. That smile, as if they had just received recognition from their god, excited and proud. This is really bizarre. That guy is clever enough. Tangren whispered, how could he brainwash them? Aren't these people from the amusement park? How did they follow us here? Yes, it is pretty bizarre. Xin Feng's expression was somewhat serious. I suspect he's not only done research on props but has a deeper understanding of psychology. His level might not be less than Darren. Okamoto Shinichi murmured. Did he engage in success studies before becoming an actor? Tangren exaggeratedly waved his arms, he understands applause. I think we now need to study this thoroughly. Okamoto Shinichi said. I think so too. Xin Feng nodded. Earlier, the bank owner told me. Their resources can be used by us, I think we can find him to discuss it together. Okamoto Shinichi said. Is he reliable? Xin Feng asked. His bank was blown up, of course he is reliable. Tang Ren replied. But the bullets are fired at your rear, you might not be reliable. Xin Feng said. Old Xin. Tang Ren changed the topic, leaning closer to Okamoto Shinichi. Hey, Okamoto, weren't you in a hurry? Why are you not in a hurry now? The problem is, being anxious is useless. Is it because you can't keep up with the hot search speed, so you want to give up? Mr. Xin Feng, I don't want to talk to him, please pull him away a bit, I need to call Officer Sean. At the same time. On the roadside, many news media vehicles were clustered together. There was a pickup truck with Gissen Times printed on it parked among them. In the driver's seat of the pickup was a Mediterranean fat man. His name was Bobby, the director of Gissen Times. The recent news was just too much, otherwise, he wouldn't need to come out for this kind of thing. However, Bobby had no complaints about it. On the contrary, he was very happy. "Oh God, this is a great opportunity you gave me." Bobby watched the footage from reporters on the screen while puffing on a cigar. His eyes were full of excitement. Because Gissen Times was the second largest news company in the city. The largest was Rapid News under the Wayne Group. After being suppressed for a long time, Gissen Times finally had the chance to vent its anger. At this moment, Bobby was very excited. If this matter was handled well, Gissen Times might surpass its rival and become the #1 news company in Gissen. The boss would definitely give him a big red envelope. Hee, those guys from Rapid News didn't even come, how can they catch their own ugly news? Bobby smacked his lips, that crazy guy really is cool. Really? Really, it's so exciting. Halfway through his words, Bobby realized he didn't have any colleagues next to him. Outside the car window, a hat suddenly appeared. Bobby was startled. "Who are you? I wasn't talking to you." The hat slowly raised, revealing a familiar scarlet mouth underneath. Holy shit! Bobby instinctively reached for his phone, planning to call the police. But before he could touch his phone, a pitch-black gun barrel was aimed at him. He instantly calmed down. Even his gaze became clear in an instant. "Sir, may I ask how I can help you?" In the short few seconds after Bobby said this, his brain quickly established a criteria for choices. If it's money, give it all to him. If it's the car, he can also give it to him. If it's something else, that's fine too. In short, as long as it's not his life, everything else could be discussed. "Get out of the car, come with me." "Sir, where are you going?" "I can drive you, this car is great." Lu Xiaoqian didn't speak but instead chambered around in his handgun. The next second, Bobby was already outside the car. "Sir, please hurry, don't waste your precious time." "Sir, relax, I have experience in this kind of situation. The last time, our reporter was taken hostage by a robber. Our reporter was very calm, cooperating while providing psychological guidance, successfully calming the robber and escaping. I think I can do it too." Bobby carefully walked while staring at the gun in Lu Xiaoqian's hand, babbling on. He was trying to prevent the other party from getting too excited and accidentally firing. After all, the guy's previous act was too much like a madman. A madman's emotions are unstable. So, Bobby demanded that he must remain calm, using his stability to maintain the other party's stability. "Sir, where are you planning to take me?" "Get in the car." "Oh, getting in the car is good, it's not tiring." "Getting in the car." "Where are we going by car?" Lu Xiaoqian ignored him and continued to lead him forward. After 5 minutes of walking, they finally saw a car, parked next to an abandoned distribution room. Seeing the car, Bobby immediately sat down on the ground. "Sir, I don't mind taking a car, but I don't want to ride in an armored truck." It turned out that 2 banks had lost a total of 5 armored trucks, not 4. Before the armored truck entered the basketball court, Lu Xiaoqian had kept one for himself. "Sir, I'm begging you, I just want to film news about the bank robbery, I don't want to participate in robbing a bank." Bobby said with a sad face, "If I'm caught in a photo like this, my life will be ruined. You should first consider if you have a life to speak of." With that, Lu Xiaoqian got into the car. But the gun was always aimed at Bobby. 3. Lu Xiaoqian began to count down. 2. 1. Bobby appeared in the passenger seat, his head drooping. "Sir, do you have a hat?" Chapter 64, the impact is huge, but it's just the beginning. "Sir, whatever you need, just let me know. If you don't say it, I won't feel at ease," Bobby said sincerely. Lu Xiaoqian drove while whistling. "First, you need to answer me 2 questions, Lu Xiaoqian said. "No problem, sir. First, can you help me get the information of the 100 audience members who voted at the bank?" Lu Xiaoqian casually asked. "This should be doable, because those people's votes went through the reporter's hands, I can collect that," Bobby sighed in relief, making an okay gesture with his hand. "Sir, no problem. Also, I need one more thing. Within 3 days, I want to prepare a large live broadcast at the Gozen Theater. Can you get the filming work and equipment ready?" It turned out that Lu Xiaoqian had kidnapped Bobby to prepare for the second show. All the reporters in the basketball court had been notified by Lu Xiaoqian. Before this, he had already set his sights on the Gozen Times. This was the second largest news company in Gozen City, not under the control of the Wayne Group, and was the most objective. Hearing Lu Xiaoqian's words, Bobby's face showed difficulty. "Sir, I might really not be able to do this. Although I am the director, my authority is quite limited." Bobby shook his head. "This matter, even if you kill me, it won't help." Lu Shaoqian was dismissive of this answer. Because he had already felt the dark side of Bobby's heart through the crazy empathizer. At this moment, Lu Shaoqian suddenly turned his head and stared directly into Bobby's pupils. Hey! Sir! Watch the road. Before he could finish, Bobby's emotions turned as still as a stagnant pool, his fear disappeared. Lu Shaoqian calmly said. Director, your life seems enviable. But in reality, it's awful. The child is getting more rebellious while the cost of the prestigious school is rising. The company's performance and your income are continuously declining. Your wife looks down on you, and your body lets you down, even your last 2 strands of hair are on the verge of falling. But that's not the worst. The worst comes a few years later. When you lose your job, the malice of this world will truly reveal itself. Bobby suddenly shivered. Lu Shaoqian shifted his gaze away. Director, I am giving you a chance for a turnaround. This bank incident will have a huge impact. But I can tell you clearly. This is just the beginning. If you obey, you will receive first-hand exclusive information on the subsequent news. At that time, in your company, who will call the shots? The answer is obvious, it's you. No matter what decision you have made on your own now, in the end, it will all be forgiven. You might even be praised. For some reason, when Bobby heard these words, his ears felt particularly clear. These words seemed to be spoken directly against his eardrum. Deeply drilled into his head. Yeah, these terrible days. He couldn't take it any longer. What he needed was to turn things around. Sir, wait for my news. I believe I can do it. I believe you can do it too. I've always believed. The car pulled over to the side of the road. Get out, oh right, hand me your phone. Why, sir? Because then you can contact me easily, ha ha ha. Oh, right. Bobby handed his phone to Lu Shaoqian. Sir, I will contact you. I'm counting on you. As soon as the words fell, the car shot off. Lu Shaoqian was now rushing to the area near the Gozen Theater, preparing for the stage performance. On the other side. Wayne Group, VIP reception room. It had been transformed into a temporary office. Bruce sat at the front, with the Gozen police and the pursuit team sitting in 2 rows on either side. A background screen displayed the facial portraits of 4 people. Lu Shaoqian, Holmes, Logic, Darren. In the virtual world, all participants' identities were stripped away. So Bruce had never heard of Holmes. At that moment, Bruce was still thinking about Bill's situation. He planned to wait until Bill's treatment was over before discussing compensation. As for the shortfall in the bank, he was willing to help the other side waive it. Right now, it was still important to quickly discuss a plan and catch that madman. There are 4. Bruce glanced at the screen and then turned to the pursuit team. Thank you all for your hard work. The entire pursuit team remained silent. Hey! Officer Sean isn't here yet? Tang Ren successfully shifted the pressure to the police. Yeah, a police officer replied vaguely. Just then, the office door was pushed open. A foul smell hit them. A muddy person appeared at the door, followed by staff holding their noses. Sir, you can't go in. I am the police in charge. I've been in contact with them. At this moment, everyone recognized that the muddy guy was Sean. It's fine, you go back to work. Bruce waved to the staff and invited Sean in. Sean wisely sat alone in the corner. Officer Sean, did you catch Darren? Tang Ren asked. No, that guy runs faster than a thief. Even I, the top of my police academy class, couldn't catch up to him. Sean paused. Wait, how do you know that the one who jumped into the sewer is Darren? He was playing dead, but he was always awake. Xin Feng explained. You were awake? Then why didn't you stop him? Sean looked confused. Stop? With what? My butt is all torn up. One is a madman, the other a hypnotist. If I didn't play dead, I'd not only have to suffer physically, but also be mentally manipulated. Alright, everyone, stop arguing. The most important thing now is the follow-up capture operation. Bruce spoke, and everyone quieted down. In fact, on the way here, everyone had already started thinking about this issue. Each person probably had their own plan in mind. However, Bruce clearly had no intention of letting others propose plans. He reached out and placed a phone on the table. He said, "This phone belongs to the injured bank employee, Bill. When we found him, a number had called this phone. That call alerted us Bill is still inside. I believe this number belongs to that madman." Okamoto Shinichi glanced at that number, noticing the first few digits were similar to the number in his hand. It was indeed the phone given to everyone by the program team. Officer Sean quickly said, "We need to locate this number, right? If needed, just register it, and through a process, we can locate it. No, I don't need to go through the process, I can locate it instantly. Bruce looked at Sean. I just wanted to let you know that I'm going to do this. This is to capture a wanted criminal, we have no objections. Bruce looked at the pursuit team and asked, you shouldn't have any objections either, right? Three experts exchanged glances. The production team has rules, they cannot use police equipment to track the phones of the team to capture the opponent. But this is not using police equipment. And it's not the pursuit team doing this, it has nothing to do with them. The three shared a smile. This guy is too hard to catch, using a bug, isn't that too much to ask? Mr. Bruce, it's up to you, we won't express our opinions. Chapter 65, Me? Avoid his brilliance? On the other side, Lu Shaoqian had already hidden the money truck. At this moment, he had removed his makeup and was walking in the alley. Before he went to the Gozen Theater, he still had one thing to do. That was to dispose of his previous phone. Although the production team has rules that the pursuit team cannot track the location of fleeing contestants, Lu Shaoqian knew Bruce would definitely do it. Others didn't know Bruce was Batman, but Lu Shaoqian did. This was actually another reason Lu Shaoqian was eyeing Wayne Bank. Such an incident at Wayne Bank could not only wake up the people in this city but could also infuriate this hero of justice. Although provoking this guy might be troublesome, Lu Shaoqian felt not only that it was worthwhile but even a bit excited. After all, the easiest way to make people reflect completely is to destroy their beliefs. However, based on the current situation, Bruce seemed to be in the early stages, and his influence was still not very strong. This left Lu Shaoqian a bit disappointed. So Lu Shaoqian sincerely hoped that Bruce would be more active tonight and go out to do some work. Establish his popularity sooner. But no matter what stage he was in, Bruce should never be underestimated. The phone in his hand must be dealt with. Lu Shaoqian could have just thrown the phone away. But he always felt that just throwing it away would be a waste. This thing seemed like it could be reused. How about finding a criminal gang to directly throw the phone in there? Before Lu Shaoqian could finish his thoughts, a familiar figure appeared at the end of the alley. Lu Shaoqian looked up and found it was Sherlock Holmes. Turning around, he saw Logic blocking behind. These two guys were also covered in mud. Oh, long time no see, friends, huh? Lu Shaoqian said with a smile. Hey, you sly guy, looking quite fresh-faced without makeup, where's your flowered face? Logic asked. Actors also have their rest time, my friends. And what happened to you two covered in mud? Did you fall into the sewer? Lu Shaoqian retaliated. Sewer? Holmes and Logic exchanged glances. Oh, it seems you don't know yet, Lu Shaoqian said thoughtfully. You sly guy. Holmes combed his breath, lit a cigarette. When you said in the bank, I still want to find the next bank, I knew what you were planning. We've been watching these 5 money trucks for a long time. Oh? Were you hiding in the car? Lu Shaoqian asked. No. We were hiding under the car. The one you drove. Logic said angrily, if it weren't for you going around and taking those bumpy muddy roads, how would we have been thrown off? No choice, I hope you understand, this money truck was stolen by me, not mine. So, caution is necessary. Lu Shaoqian smiled. Take your hands out of your pockets. Holmes had a gun in his hand. This gun was picked up from the scene when the money truck was robbed. Used in case of emergencies. And Lu Shaoqian slowly took his hands out of his pockets. He also had a gun in his hand. The two pointed guns at each other. Hey! Relax a bit, if you accidentally fire with me, then your friend Lu Shaoqian pointed at Logic. He smoothly got promoted. Holmes glanced at Logic, who shrugged innocently. Don't play these tricks, today you fell into our hands. Holmes said lightly. What do you want to do? We want to eliminate this trouble of yours. Holmes threw a bundle of rope on the ground. It's best if you hand over that car money too. The corner of Logic's mouth lifted slightly, that car must be nearby. You guys are too greedy, don't forget, I have a gun too. Lu Shaoqian said. So, let's play a game. If you win, we let you go. If I win, you tie yourself up and hand over that car money. Logic said. I love playing games, but... Lu Shaoqian shook his head, one chip can only bet one gift. So? If you win, I give you that car money. If you lose, you give me that gun in your hand. No matter win or lose, I will leave. Lu Shaoqian smiled at Logic, you can't stop me. This. Logic hesitated. No. Logic, the most important thing is him, it's him. Holmes said solemnly. Then do you have a way to make him put down the gun? Or you both fight, and I leave? Logic retorted. Holmes fell silent. Logic personally leaned towards getting the money first. Not just because he liked money, but because the game was equal to winning for him. There was no difference from directly handing the reward to him. So, under the circumstance that Lu Shaoqian had a gun, Logic felt winning first was still the same. Besides, some guys after a loss might get carried away and make a bigger bet. The Lu Shaoqian in front of him seemed like someone very emotional, the kind that easily gets carried away. So, everything was under Logic's control. Have a little confidence in me. Logic winked at Holmes. Holmes felt somewhat helpless. Then hurry up, please. How do we play? Lu Shaoqian had a playful look. Hurry, or the police will come and there won't be a game for anyone. Logic took a deck of cards out of his pocket and said, let's remember the cards. Remember the cards? Lu Shaoqian was taken aback. Yes. How many cards? Holmes asked curiously. A whole deck. Remember a whole deck in 5 seconds. Hearing Logic's words, the audience began to complain. I can't. I can memorize ode to night thoughts, but remembering a full deck of cards in 5 seconds? Dude, you don't understand logic. If anyone else said this I wouldn't believe it, but if it's logic, I really have to believe it. No way, we can't play, absolutely can't play, this is a pit. Logic is starting to use his strongest brain as a weapon. Xiango, let's avoid his sharpness and not argue with him. However, hearing Logic's words, Lu Shaoqian grinned widely. Alright. Chapter 66 Buddy, keep your voice down. As soon as he said those 2 words, Lu Shaoqian burst out laughing. At that moment, his mind was filled with funny things, making him unable to stop laughing. The reason he did this was to prepare to use the passive skill Master of Chaos. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to defeat Logic. Ha 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 oh ha ha ha. This sound startled both Logic and Holmes. Damn. Keep it down. Holmes raised his gun, repeatedly looking back. Dude, a card game isn't that interesting, is it? Logic was confused. Don't be so excited. Oh ha ha, sorry, I suddenly feel, it's really fun. No, buddy, I suggest you see a doctor after the show. Logic, hurry up. Holmes reminded. Okay. Logic began to shuffle the cards. I'll go first. I will quickly sweep through the cards, and we will count, whoever remembers the most wins. Logic held the cards in his palm. Okay, let's begin. Logic started to memorize the cards. He slightly bent the entire deck of cards. One by one, he flicked the cards down slowly. The numbers on the cards flashed quickly in his eyes. 5 seconds. Exactly 5 seconds. Luoji's movement stopped. He crouched down and started to flip the cards. Spade 7, Diamond 5, Spade A, Heart Q. Soon, an entire deck of cards was flipped over. And all correct. The audience was in shock. I told you not to play. Look. This is a monster. He remembered an entire deck? Can it even get more than this? There's no hope. It's your turn. Luoji handed the cards to Lu Shaoqian. Lu Shaoqian took the cards and, mimicking Luoji, put the cards in his palm and flicked them down one by one. However, while Lu Shaoqian focused on memorizing the cards, he found his attention becoming very detailed. The entire world seemed to slow down. As he memorized the cards, Lu Shaoqian saw a fly buzzing past him, flying very slowly. He could even see the frequency of its wings flapping clearly. 5 seconds passed. Lu Shaoqian discovered that these chaotic numbers inexplicably drilled into his head. He began to flip the cards. Sherlock Holmes and Luoji were both stunned, and so was the audience. Wow! Brother Qian is also a super brain? Brother Qian? Where have you been? Hidden in plain sight? How do we count now? Who won? How do we count now? Lu Shaoqian asked Luoji. Luoji looked at Sherlock Holmes, then scratched the back of his head and finally said, best of 3, 2 wins? Meanwhile, 4 police cars sped down the street. Their target was the place where Lu Shaoqian currently was, Wadi Alley in the slums. They were able to lock onto the target because Bruce had pinpointed the number. For the Wayne Group, this was a small matter, too small to be surprised by Bruce's actions and abilities. We're almost there, Officer Sean said into the microphone on his collar. Okay, Wadi Alley has a complicated terrain. Don't disturb the snake before you're absolutely sure you can surround them, Bruce's voice came through the earpiece. Understood. Since we found the target, he has been staying in one place. Be careful, there might be traps, Okamoto Shinichi's voice also came through the earpiece. Thanks for the reminder. We'll be there in 3 minutes. When we arrive, I will first arrange for a perimeter. On the other side, Lu Shaoqian and Luoji just had another tie. The competition was intense. To save time, they didn't waste words, and immediately started the third round. Still, Luo Ji memorized the cards first. And the result was still the same. Luo Ji memorized the sequence of all the cards without missing a single one. However, just when Luo Ji handed the cards to Lu Shaoqian, Lu Shaoqian saw Luo Ji quickly pull out one card. His technique was so fast that even Sherlock Holmes didn't notice. But it was seen by Lu Shaoqian. Lu Shaoqian felt speechless. This guy. He really knows a lot. Even learned these tricks. If he hadn't seen it, he would definitely have been tricked by him. Because even if he memorized all the cards and calculated what the missing card was, it couldn't guarantee where that card would appear in the end. It seems he truly wants to win. At that moment, Lu Shaoqian noticed the street outside the alley, where the glass of the shop window reflected the figures of two policemen, lurking just outside the alley. Lu Shaoqian's heart tightened. It seemed Bruce really did track him using his phone. Otherwise, it couldn't have been so quick and so precise to follow him. The phone was not even handled. Thinking this, a smile appeared in Lu Shaoqian's eyes. He began to flip the cards quickly. When all the cards were flipped over, he paused for a moment. Why does it feel wrong? Am I missing one? Lu Shaoqian muttered. It seems so. Luo Ji kindly went up to help Lu Shaoqian compare. In the end, he drew a playing card that had just not been reported behind one card. Oh. You are missing a club 3. Ah, you lost. Luo Ji was very happy. Seeing this result, the audience went crazy typing. This kind of ending? I can't accept it, I absolutely cannot accept it, I need an explanation. Yeah, everything was fine, how did one card get missed? Cheating. Yes. Luo Ji definitely cheated. Yuqian fans, are you being too petty? This can also be a setup? At this moment, Sherlock Holmes also breathed a sigh of relief. He had just thought Luo Ji had messed up and directly intruded into the opponent's comfort zone. Now it's good, he finally won. Luo Ji was also very happy. Because he felt he had caught the opponent's blind spot. With this, he could win again next time. Next, will this madman continue to play? Betting on that gun he has in his hand? Or just let himself get trapped? Next. Before Luo Ji could finish his sentence, Lu Shaoqian suddenly frowned and looked towards the alley entrance. There are police. Dropping these 3 words, Lu Shaoqian turned and prepared to leave. Sherlock Holmes glanced back and found Lu Shaoqian was not lying. Indeed, there were several shadows reflected on the glass. Hey, don't think about slipping away, I won. Luo Ji stepped forward to block. There's no time, if we don't leave, everyone will be eliminated. Sherlock Holmes said. That's not an excuse for him to cheat, I'd rather be eliminated than be cheated. Luo Ji insisted. But the specific location can't be explained in just a couple of sentences. Lu Shaoqian placed his phone in Luo Ji's hand. There's a location on this. Chapter 67. Pull me along. I'll share the money with you. After a brief contact, Lu Shaoqian had already seen through this guy Luo Ji. Although the other party had the strongest brain, his ability to adapt on the spot was a bit lacking. Especially when frightened or tempted, the error rate in judgment would rise. After throwing the phone to Luo Ji, Lu Shaoqian did not say a word and ran away. Sherlock Holmes and Luo Ji had no choice but to run after Lu Shaoqian. Seeing Lu Shaoqian move, the police outside the alley hurriedly rushed in. Hey! You two have guns. Just take out 2 and save some energy. Luo Ji shouted while running. There are definitely more than these 3 police behind us. The louder the gunfire, the more people will be attracted. Sherlock Holmes swiftly ran, his legs moving quickly. The leading Lu Shaoqian turned and asked, They are coming for me, why are you still running with me? Upon hearing this, Luo Ji was stunned for a moment. Yeah. Sherlock Holmes quickened his pace. The intersection ahead has a side alley for vendors. We run left, you run right. Okay. After reaching an agreement, they split at the intersection. Sherlock Holmes and Luo Ji ran towards the west alley, while Lu Shaoqian ran alone towards the east alley. This vendor alley was different from the others, both sides had stalls, and the foot traffic was quite large. It was a good place to find cover. Sherlock Holmes had already scouted this escape route beforehand, just in case. He didn't expect to actually use it. Luo Ji squinted, running, drenched in sweat. Sherlock, why aren't we running east? This side is against the sunset, it's really tiring. That road is specially prepared for him. What do you mean? It means it's a route for the police. As he spoke, Sherlock Holmes pulled out a remote control from his pocket. This remote was the firework remote Sherlock had bought at a stall when they came. At that time, Sherlock just thought that if they were accidentally targeted by the police, this could distract everyone's attention. Now, Not only can it distract attention, but it can also be directed at Lu Xiaoqian. The cost-effectiveness doubled directly. Sherlock. I almost forgot about this thing. No wonder you made him run that way, you're really cunning. As soon as Luo Ji finished speaking, Holmes pressed the remote. The next second. Above the east alley, fireworks burst open in the sunset. Though not as dazzling as at night, it was enough to attract everyone's attention. Everyone looked at the fireworks in the sky, showing a look of confusion. The encirclement just hadn't been established, and suddenly the other side noticed. Now they're setting off fireworks? Why is someone setting off fireworks during the day? There must be something fishy, a police officer's voice came through the radio. Yeah, Chief. I just saw them run to the corner and then disappear. What do we do now? Which way to chase? While everyone was swaying left and right, Sean looked at his phone, a slight smile appeared on his lips. As expected. He really is a sly guy. To think he even used a strategy. In the language of the Dragon Kingdom, it's called feint to the east and strike to the west, right? Humph. You played me several times before, but this time, absolutely not. West. Chase west. Everyone surround them. Officer Sean shouted into the radio. Yes. Chief. Meanwhile, in the office, Okamoto Shinichi frowned slightly upon hearing Sean's command. For Okamoto Shinichi, this feeling. It was a bit too familiar. Decisive command, then promptly outwitted, it all happened in one go. First, what worried Okamoto Shinichi was. The alley for the street vendor had too many people. Who knows if that guy would doubt his electronic equipment after seeing the police coming and dump all his devices on someone else. Although based on the movement speed from the tracking, the possibility of him being an ordinary passerby was very low, it couldn't be completely ruled out. Second. In the previous conversation, Okamoto Shinichi heard that there seemed to be more than one person on the other side. It seemed there were other fleeing competitors also present. If this were the case, fully surrounding one direction could easily leave fish slipping through the net. No matter what, this kind of command was imperfect. But before Okamoto Shinichi could say anything, all the police on the scene followed Sean toward the marked area like vicious dogs. Running wildly, Luo Ji felt something was off. Because every time they ran past an intersection, they could see the silhouettes of police running from another direction. Something's wrong. Holmes. Something's very wrong. Your fireworks don't seem to have attracted their attention, but instead have led them all over here. Luo Ji expressed in frustration, what kind of defective product is this? Feels bad. Holmes increased his running pace. I don't think it's the fireworks problem, but the pursuers are conspiracy theorists. What do you mean? I mean, that crazy guy is right at the site of the fireworks explosion, but they think it's your Dragon Kingdom's empty city strategy, firmly believing that the madman is in our direction. They think this is a feint to the east and strike to the west. What the heck? My brain is a bit oxygen-starved. That means if we don't hurry, we're done for. Wait for me. No, no. Up ahead. The end is a river. Jump. No way. No way. Luo Ji shouted no, but watching the police running along the riverbank, his body honestly followed Holmes and jumped down. The two of them did a dog paddle and directly swam to the opposite bank of the river. While behind them, the police didn't jump down proactively before Sean arrived on the scene. Everyone was itching to try, waiting for Sean to come and witness the work. On the opposite bank, Holmes climbed up first. Luo Ji's stamina was a bit depleted. Holmes. Give me a hand. I'll split the car money with you. Luo Ji shouted with his hand outstretched. Seeing this scene, the audience was overjoyed. Ha, wonderful, wonderful, a battle of skills, mutual scheming, right? But still, Brother Qian's signal provided to the pursuit team is more attractive. Man dies for wealth, bird dies for food. Luo Ji. Be more mindful. Don't lose face for Sheng Han. The first one to actively seek out ugly master for a game. By the riverbank. Are you still thinking about money? Just after he said this, Sherlock froze and suddenly thought of something. He quickly reached out and pulled logic up. Then he rushed to a nearby trash can, dumped everything out, and started rummaging through the mess. Sherlock, are you okay? Sherlock. Have you been stimulated? Calm down, let's learn the lesson and just not buy unregulated products next time. Chapter 68, if we want to catch him, we must plan early. Sherlock did not speak, continuing to search through the trash. In the end, he found half a bag of chips. He emptied the chips out and then reached out to Logic, saying, Give me your phone. What? The phone. The crazy man gave you a phone. Hearing this and seeing Sherlock's expression, Logic seemed to suddenly realize something. He quickly threw the phone to Sherlock. This phone might have been located by the pursuit team. Sherlock stuffed the phone into the chip bag and wrapped it up. That's why the pursuit team is chasing us so hard. Damn. No wonder he left that sentence, there's a locator. It turns out it's not the cash truck's location. It's the pursuit team's location. Run. Let's escape first and vent your anger later. When Sean ran to the riverbank, the two people on the other side had already disappeared. At this moment, those police officers finally dove in recklessly, jumping down one after another. Meanwhile, Wayne Group, temporary office for the capture operation. Seeing the footage sent by Sean on the big screen, everyone fell silent. They were silent, not out of disappointment, but because they were all mentally adjusting their plans. After several previous setbacks, including Bruce, no one expected to catch anyone this time immediately. If they failed again, it wouldn't be a big deal. Continuing with the next operation was the most important thing. At this moment, Sean's voice came through the earphones. A police officer just reported that there were only 2 people who jumped into the river here, but there were originally 3. One is missing. There was a pause in the voice. Oh. The one who is missing is that crazy man. It seems we've been fooled again. Everyone remained silent. Fooled? Isn't this very normal? In fact, there was no need to be so blunt on the communication channel. At this time, Okamoto Shinichi suddenly spoke, saying, I've thought it over carefully, we've failed so many times. The main reason is that we have always been in a passive state. His reaction ability and thinking changes too quickly. If we want to catch him, we must be proactive. After experiencing several failures and with Qinfeng's previous analysis influencing him, his perspective began to change. Tangren took off his slippers and placed one foot on the chair. Okamoto, you are right, but being passive isn't our choice. I think in this situation, we should find someone to help. Bruce was taken aback and asked, aren't you all from other regions? Can you find someone to help here? Yes. I have a friend who wears a red hood and is really good at capturing. Tangren said cheerfully. As soon as he said this, Qinfeng immediately knew Tangren wanted to pass the blame, quickly stopping him. Let's first hear Mr. Okamoto's thoughts before discussing anything else. Mr. Okamoto, please continue. Bruce said. Okamoto nodded and continued, saying, if we think about it carefully. So far, this guy has done everything he set out to do. His goals have all been achieved. But he still hasn't left this city. Why is that? After causing such a huge commotion and even taking away a cash truck, anyone who doesn't want to be caught would choose to temporarily leave the city. But now, he shows no signs of wanting to leave here. What does this indicate? Okamoto Shinichi's gaze swept over the faces of the others. It means he's preparing for the second performance, Qinfeng said. Right. Okamoto Shinichi snapped his fingers before he completed his first performance. If he doesn't leave, it means he's about to start his second performance. As he said this, Okamoto Shinichi stood up. He walked over to Bruce, pointed at the mouse, please let me use the computer. No problem, Bruce stood up and cleared his spot. Okamoto Shinichi did not sit down, but directly took control of the mouse, switching the screen back to the profile of the fugitive. The mouse pointer spun around Lu Xiaoqian's portrait. In a performance, the most important thing is the location. The first time, we guessed wrong. The second time, we don't know. So, we can only change our thinking and start from other conditions. For example, characters or props. The mouse pointer clicked on Lu Xiaoqian's avatar, popping up 2 related characters, Bill and Abruzzi. In the first performance, he chose such an eye-catching method. The second time will have certain effects, it definitely won't be worse than the first. Even. It could be more explosive. Therefore, I believe the bomb as a prop is still essential. The mouse pointer continued to click on Abruzzi's avatar, popping up 2 related characters, Jack and Martin. Abruzzi is the main source of Lu Xiaoqian's bombs. But now, both Abruzzi and Jack have been captured. So, this character will be very critical. He is likely to be the person Lu Xiaoqian will contact next. As he said this, the mouse pointer landed on Martin's photo. Martin? That manager from Abruzzi's company? Tangren asked. Yes. But that guy has also been caught, right? He's involved in arms dealing. He'll be going to jail with Abruzzi any minute now. Tangren said. He is different from Abruzzi, he only participated in this case and is not the main culprit. He will be temporarily released in 4 hours. After tomorrow's court session for Abruzzi's case, when they are convicted, Martin will be detained again. So? Okamoto Shinichi glanced at Qinfeng. So when he comes out, Lu Xiaoqian has a high probability of looking for him. And he is also likely to cooperate with Lu Xiaoqian, Qin Feng said. Right, so now we. Okamoto Shinichi looked at his watch. It's about time to start preparing. Okamoto, you're great, you've evolved. You're taking the initiative to attack now, but I think this time, the trap we leave for him needs to be well designed. Tang Ren said with a grin. After the meeting, Okamoto Shinichi called Qin Feng and Tang Ren aside. He said, to quickly end the first stage, we need to determine our target. Still the original plan, keep an eye on Lu Xiaoqian. Or go capture the other three? Qin Feng asked, isn't your target very clear? Yes, and the other three are also not easy targets. Tang Ren shrank his neck. What I mean is, if we are determined to deal with Lu Xiaoqian, we need to appropriately ignore the other three. Okamoto Shinichi said. Why? Tang Ren was taken aback. Don't you see? Throughout, Lu Xiaoqian has always wanted to stay in this world, constantly doing crazy things. Meanwhile, the other three are trying to stop him. Right. Darren originally wanted to join him but was rejected. Tang Ren said. So, his motive is clear. Then we will appropriately ignore the others and focus just on him. Qin Feng nodded. On the other side, Lu Xiaoqian took a turn around the theater before heading to the detention center. According to the information he learned earlier, Abruzzi's case was going to court tomorrow. He needed to get the bombs he required before Abruzzi and these people were convicted. So, he had to hurry. Lu Xiaoqian's gaze landed on the entrance of the detention center. The main culprit of this case, Abluz and Jack, surely can't make it out. The only one who can get out. Is that manager? Martin. Chapter 69, Be careful. It's a dark, windy, murderous night. Seeing Lu Xiaoqian appear outside the detention center, all the spectators were anxious and restless. How did the pursuit team guess so quickly? No way, hurry up and leave. There's no choice. Okamoto Shinichi's analysis this time hit the point. Lu Xiaoqian wants to make a big move, he still needs bombs, and not fewer than the first time. And in this city, the only one who can satisfy him, besides Abluz's gang, has no other targets. Get away from that place, we finally got a moment of safety. However, Lu Xiaoqian did not approach the detention center. The guards outside were not many and seemed rather lax. But the flow of people around was clearly a bit unusual. Among them, there was even a man carrying a briefcase, who had already passed through the detention center's gate twice in just 5 minutes. If this situation happened during the day, it could be a coincidence. But at night, there must be something wrong. Lu Xiaoqian didn't care. Because if the pursuit team couldn't even think of this, they weren't qualified to be brought onto his stage. Lu Xiaoqian took out the phone that Director Bobby had given him and dialed a number. The call was quickly picked up. Hey! Hearing Lu Xiaoqian's voice, a tired and hoarse man's voice immediately came from the other end. Is it my turn? The man coughed violently twice. Am I up? You're really eager. Because I'm the one suffering the most, so I'm the most anxious. Let me know right away when you're ready. I hope all 100 people are there. Not one can be missing. To make our little Bill's wishes come true, I will gather these guys. Now, little Bill, tell me. Lu Xiaoqian's mouth curled up. Do you have any exciting news for me? I have a video, sending it to you now. Very good. Please, all 100 people have to be present. After Lu Xiaoqian hung up the phone, he immediately received a video. He opened the video. Bruce's figure appeared in it. In the footage, he was yanking Bill by the collar, shaking and threatening him madly. And Bill was begging for mercy. Until at last, an object smashed into Bill's face, and after a scream, Bruce quickly backed away. Seeing this scene, Lu Xiaoqian smiled. Very good. The little bat of justice. Didn't expect you to get into the swing of things so quickly. You got impulsive. In that case, you can participate in this show too. After leaving the circus, Lu Xiaoqian found that the system's similarity increase was getting slower and slower. At first, he only needed to mimic some actions and forms to easily improve. Later, he had to do something explosive to make it work. Then, the scenes had to get bigger and bigger. But Lu Xiaoqian knew that these were not the essence, nor the core. Madness has never been shouted out from the mouth. Chaos can't be created just with a few bombs and low-quality gasoline. Real madness and chaos only lie after total collapse and despair. The despair of the pursuit team, Bruce, the police, and every person in this city. Every single person. To achieve this, Lu Xiaoqian had to squeeze his brain. Pull out those extremely crazy thoughts again and again. Then press them together. In the end, forming a plan that could be compared to art. On the contrary, for Lu Xiaoqian, madness without brainpower was meaningless, and had no style at all. After hanging up the phone, a few minutes later. Two cars appeared on the other side of the street. Lu Xiaoqian observed and confirmed that the two cars were filled with experts from the pursuit team, then he left the scene. On the other side, Okamoto Shinichi and the three of them were sitting in the car, looking at the prison gate from afar. This operation was mainly their responsibility. Officer Sean had a task tomorrow morning, and Bruce said he was busy tonight. So this time, the mission to follow Martin fell on the three experts of the pursuit team. Tonight, something bad is going to happen. Everyone be a little careful. Tangren said seriously while holding the steering wheel. Why? Okamoto Shinichi asked. It's a dark night for killing. Tangren pointed at the sky, I can tell just by looking. Little Tang, being cautious is good, but parking this close, isn't it too much? Xin Feng asked. If something happens, I can just hit the gas and rush over. Besides, Tangren pointed to the L-shaped intersection behind them, I have nowhere to back up to, if I go back, I'd just park on another street and wouldn't see anything. Just as he finished speaking, two people walked out from the prison gate. That guy is out, Okamoto Shinichi reminded. One of the two who walked out was Martin. The other man was holding a briefcase, probably his lawyer. The two of them hailed a taxi and left. Little Tang, follow them, but remember to keep your distance, that Lu Xiaoqian might also be watching him, Xin Feng instructed. I got it, I'm a professional detective, following is part of my job. Old Xin, can you stop saying useless things? This is a live broadcast, so many people are watching me. If you keep saying this, my potential clients will misunderstand me. I won't be able to take on business or sell anything. Amid Tangren's rambling, the two cars quietly followed Martin to his home. Martin's house was in an upscale villa area, a standalone villa. The environment inside the community was great, and there weren't many people, which was very conducive to monitoring. After Martin got home, he chatted briefly at the door with his lawyer, arranged a time for the next day, and then sent him away. Okamoto Shinichi arranged the pursuit team to surround the perimeter of Martin's villa. Okamoto, Mr. Okamoto, isn't this arrangement too crowded? Xin Feng expressed his worry. That guy is so sly, as long as he notices the slightest movement, he might escape. Should we give him a couple of directions to lure him in? With this guy's capabilities, unless the whole area is surrounded, it's impossible to keep him here. Okamoto Shinichi glanced at Xin Feng. Tonight, we'll just take a chance and guard here all night. If he doesn't come, it's just wasting a night. But he won't have another chance to get to Martin and this batch of people. Without a channel to get bombs, his plan will also be disrupted. If he comes, then let him fly without wings. No matter what, we won't lose anything. Chapter 70, I declare, today is a holiday. The pursuit team really did as Okamoto Shinichi said, guarding there for a whole night. However, throughout the night, apart from Martin's neighbor taking out the garbage once, nothing happened. He really didn't come. Tangren said, looking disappointed, such a loss. Actually, it's not a loss at least, we ensured Lu Xiaoqian didn't succeed. Okamoto Shinichi explained. At that moment, the door of Martin's house opened. A pre-ordered taxi stopped at his door. Tangren saw Martin give a couple of instructions to the housekeeper, then intended to get in the car and leave. Follow him, as long as we can ensure he gets to court, it's fine, Okamoto Shinichi said. Okay. Tangren started the car. The other car of the pursuit team also started. The two cars drove together onto the road. But the next second, Tangren noticed that his car's rev counter was shooting up, but the car was stuck in place. Turning to take a look, the car next door was the same. The tires were still puffing out white smoke. What the hell is going on? Tangren pressed the brake and mumbled as he got out of the car. When he arrived at the back of the car, he froze in place. Damn! Who locked our car to a tree? Hearing Tangren's colorful language, Okamoto Shinichi and Xin Feng quickly got out of the car. When they reached Tangren's side, they realized he wasn't joking. The back of the car was really chained up, the other end of the chain locked to a tree. Tangren crouched down, carefully checking if there was anything else tampered with on the car. Okamoto Shinichi frowned. Is it Lu Xiaoqian's doing? Without time to think more, he quickly picked up the walkie-talkie. Our car has been tampered with, you guys stop Martin first. I have a feeling the other side is about to act. Okamoto Shinichi said. Got it. We will stop him and make sure he stays home. At this moment, Tangren, who was crouching on the ground, suddenly rolled out from under the car. Oh no! There's a bomb! There's a bomb! Tangren yelled while rolling. As soon as he said this, everyone ran away, distancing themselves from the two cars. The onlookers were startled. What's going on? Is it this exciting so early in the morning? There's a bomb under the chase team's car. It must be Lu Xiaoqian's doing. I fell asleep last night. Did anyone see Lu Xiaoqian? No, I was always watching. The camera never focused on Lu Xiaoqian. No way, he has a bomb on him? Maybe just a little? This little bomb is a cost, while more bombs are profit. Very business-minded. Tang Rin's words made everyone near the two cars disappear. Only Okamoto Shinichi and Qin Feng stood still. Okamoto Shinichi and Qin Feng exchanged a glance and wiped the sweat from their foreheads. It's not that they didn't want to run. But if everyone suddenly panicked and ran away, it would be too shameful. The chase team needs to keep some face. Also, this guy Tang Rin is always so noisy, at least they should confirm before running away. Okamoto Shinichi crouched down, one hand on the ground, the other propping up the back of the car. He slowly lowered his body to look at the car's undercarriage. Until his head was almost touching the ground, a blinking red number appeared before his eyes. 431. 430. It's a timer. Okamoto Shinichi quickly got up, took 2 steps back, and picked up his phone to call Sean. At this moment, Sean, sporting 2 black circles under his eyes, looked a bit tired. Last night, he had carried out an overnight interrogation on those clowns who robbed the armored car. Those guys had all confessed. This made Sean breathe a sigh of relief. At the very least, it was still a small gain. Otherwise, with so much happening in the city, if there was no one to take the blame. At this moment, Sean was escorting them personally. Suddenly, the phone rang. Sean glanced at it, saw it was Okamoto Shinichi, and answered the call. Hello? There hasn't been any movement all night, there shouldn't be any issues, right? Is Martin almost at the courthouse? I'm on my way. Sean asked. We stopped Martin, he is still at home. Our car is locked to a tree, and a bomb was found under the car. What? Sean suddenly raised his voice, startling everyone in the car. Yes, it must be that guy, he wants to disrupt our plan and take the opportunity to snatch Martin. Okamoto Shinichi said. Sean nodded and said. Exactly. That guy can even rob a professional escort vehicle. If you guys take a taxi, something will definitely happen. You all stay away from those 2 cars, I'll call a bomb expert to come over. Also, keep Martin from going out. There will definitely be trouble on the road. I'm coming to assist you now. On the other end of the call, Martin's noisy voice could be heard. Okamoto Shinichi said, okay, hurry up, this guy says he is going to court late and is very angry. You ask him, is it more important to attend the hearing or to keep his life? You first stabilize him and tell him that I will explain the situation to the judge later. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Sean's 3 police cars stopped at the courthouse entrance. You 2 cars, 1 car's people get down and take these guys inside. The other car comes with me. Sean didn't get out of the car and said to the officers in the other car. Got it. Inside the courthouse, in courtroom 5. The audience seats were already full. The judge, the jury, the lawyers, and the Abruz brothers had all arrived. Only Martin was still absent. It's already 5 minutes late. The judge looked up and adjusted his thick glasses. Mr. Sam, may I ask if your client is coming? He will definitely come back, maybe he's stuck in traffic. The lawyer quickly explained. Hearing this, the judge showed a disdainful smile. Traffic, that's the most plain excuse I've ever heard. It's okay, I'm just asking according to procedure. If he doesn't come, it's fine. After the trial ends, the warrant will be issued immediately. Before the judge could finish the sentence. Bang! The door of courtroom 5 was suddenly kicked open. In an instant, all eyes were focused on it. There stood a clown with green hair at the door. It was Lu Xiaoqian. Seeing Lu Xiaoqian's face, Abruz, who was standing in the defendant's seat, nearly cried out. On the other side, seeing the situation, 2 court officers walked towards Lu Xiaoqian. While walking, they reached for their guns at their waists. But before they could touch their guns. Chirp! Chirp! 2 sounds. Both fell to the ground simultaneously. At this moment, people realized that behind this clown, there were 4 other men wearing clown masks. These 4 clowns were the 4 men who had just been brought in by Sean's men. They were all holding guns with silencers in their hands. Everyone, including the judge, was stunned at the scene. Because robbing a bank, even if you haven't seen it in person, you've at least heard of it. But robbing a courthouse? That's something unheard of. Someone actually dares to? At the moment the 2 court officers fell, Lu Xiaoqian suddenly laughed out loud as if awakened. Ha 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 oh, ha ha ha. Abruz abruz. Lu Xiaoqian opened his arms towards the defendant's seat. Sorry, today's court is closed. Chapter 71, Fuck. Fuck fuck fuck. In an instant, courtroom 5 was in chaos. The audience scattered to the sides, hiding in corners. The jury and the lawyers huddled at the judge's bench, trying to shield the judge in front. But the judge reacted very quickly, backing up against the wall and protecting everyone in front of him. They all shared a common belief, to keep quiet and avoid provoking these crazies. If all goes well, the guards outside will arrive soon. After all, every courtroom is monitored. However, they didn't know that all the guards on duty inside had already been dealt with. This was the true purpose of Lu Shaoqian voluntarily sending the 4 clowns to the police. Making the news? That was just a bonus benefit. Everyone's gaze focused on Lu Shaoqian, wary of his every move. Fearing that this painted-faced guy might suddenly do something crazy. And at the same time, everyone shared an agreement to make their gazes look as innocent as possible. That way, the chance of being harmed would be much lower. But Lu Shaoqian showed no interest in their gaze. He bounced joyfully towards Abruz, looking lighthearted and comical. "Hey, Abruz. Hey, my dear godfather, I see you again." Abruz's eyes were filled with tears. Seeing the two greet each other, the court officer beside Abruz voluntarily unlocked Abruz's handcuffs. The judge on the stand was trembling in fear. The emergency remote control button in hand was almost worn out, yet there was still no response. "Let's go." Dropping these 2 words, Lu Shaoqian turned to leave. But he was called back by Abruz. "Thank you for coming to save me, but I'm ready to stay here for the rest of my life. For the rest of my days, there's only one thing I must do, and that is." Abruz turned his head and glanced at Jack. "Take care of him." "No, buddy, you misunderstood. I didn't come here specifically to save you." Lu Shaoqian's bright red lips curved upwards. "I am here to ask for your help." "Really? Then let's go. Once I finish this job, I'll come back." Abruz hurriedly followed along, not forgetting to look back as he was about to leave. "Jack, this time the car is full, I'll come back to save you next time." As soon as these words fell, everyone's eyes shifted to Jack's face. Jack wanted to cry but had no tears. "If you're not going to save me, then don't save me. Why are you throwing dirt?" After Lu Shaoqian and his group disappeared, Jack was pinned to the ground by 5 big men. On the other side, the bomb disposal expert had paused the timers of the 2 bombs under the car. Now he was attempting to take the bombs apart entirely. This skill is impressive. He just came up and directly stopped it. Tang Ren stood far away and gave a thumbs up. This Lu Shaoqian is really sly, sneaking around at night to lock our car." Qin Feng complained. "I think our lower limit should be lower. There's no way, last night the car lights were all off. Besides, our attention was in front, it's normal not to notice what's behind." Okamoto Shinichi said. "Okamoto. You are getting more and more open-minded. You can even self-comfort now. Mr. Qin Feng, I don't really want to talk to him." As the few people were talking, the comments in the live broadcast room were all in an uproar. "Expert, expert. Calling the experts. You've been robbed at home. You should lose the car to the court." I guess they were afraid to be passive when hailing a taxi with Lu Shaoqian, not daring to act rashly. "The problem is, I feel like even if they go, it won't help. It seems like there will just be more victims." "That's not entirely true. The capture team is armed, they're not that helpless." "Helpless or not, the house is gone." I thought Okamoto had figured out Lu Shaoqian's weak point this time, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a useless point. Perspective, Okamoto calculated Martin based on the safest and most efficient approach, but Lu Shaoqian wasn't even on that wavelength. They were on different channels, one was energy-saving mode, and the other was sports mode. At that moment, standing far away, Okamoto Shinichi and his 2 companions saw the bomb disposal expert suddenly stand up. And he cursed loudly, "Fuck." The 3 were stunned. Why is he still cursing? Tang Ren curiously led the way over. When they got there, they found that the bomb disposal expert had already disassembled the bomb and was holding it in his hand. "Expert, why were you so excited just now?" Tang Ren asked. "Because this isn't a bomb at all. It's just a timer." Saying this, the expert angrily threw what he was holding onto the ground. As a result, a plastic clown figurine suddenly popped out. And it arrogantly started playing music. "Fuck. It's still a joker." The 2 bomb disposal experts angrily stepped on it a couple of times to vent their frustrations before turning to leave. Leaving Tang Ren and the others standing there, exchanging glances. "Isn't it normal to be tricked? Getting this angry could cause a stroke," Tang Ren murmured. "Pulling a trick on us at this moment." Qin Feng's temples tightened. "Oh no. Something might happen at the court. Quickly call Sheriff Sean." Without saying a word, Okamoto Shinichi picked up his phone to contact Sean. The call was answered. Before Okamoto Shinichi could speak, Sean's voice came through. "You guys wait over there for a minute, the bomb disposal expert has already gone over. I need to rush back immediately." "What's wrong?" "There seems to be a problem at the court." We just suspected this too. Why are you so sure? Because when I set off, I had my two partners send those 4 guys in first. But later, I remembered some things I hadn't mentioned, so I contacted them, but they had all disappeared. If there was only suspicion before, then Sean's words confirmed everything. Hearing this, Koenma Shinichi and the 3 were stunned. Court. Abruzzo. Shin Feng blurted out. Oh. What the heck? A 50-50 chance, and we guessed wrong? It's a pity not to buy a lottery ticket. Tangren slapped his thigh hard. Koenma Shinichi remained silent. But he felt a heaviness rising in his chest. What troubled him was not that Lu Xiaoqian chose Abruzzo instead of Martin. The end result of who it was didn't matter. What mattered was that 4 clowns. It turned out that while he was finishing the first performance, he had already been planning the arrangements for the second show. Those 4 clowns were deliberately left for the police as nails. At a critical moment, these nails would break through the barriers within the police. Koenma Shinichi's palms felt cold. How is this possible? How could one person be so prepared for the future to this extent? Chapter 72, I did it, I successfully infiltrated. Just as Koenma Shinichi was lost in thought, Sean on the other end of the phone suddenly shouted excitedly. I saw them! I saw them! Then, Sean seemed to be talking into the intercom, you all stay back, don't come near me. Hearing this news, everyone's body shook. You see them? Koenma Shinichi asked. Yes, they just left the court. There are 2 cars, now, they are heading west. Sean said while observing. You follow them first, report your position at any time. We're heading over now, and we'll block them together. Before Koenma Shinichi finished speaking, Sean said. No, I don't think we should do that. Why? Koenma Shinichi was stunned for a moment. Because I think you were right before, if we passively chase him, we won't catch up even if we surround him now and trap him on the road. If he pulls out a bomb and threatens us with bystanders, what can we do? Sean said seriously. So what do you mean? I think, just like you said, let's not chase. I'll first figure out the details, confirm the location, then we can strategize and take proactive action. Koenma Shinichi didn't respond immediately but looked at Shin Feng and Tangrun. I think Officer Sean is right, Shin Feng said. Koenma, don't look at us. You used to be very decisive, why are you suddenly indecisive and looking at us? I'm already very psychologically affected. Koenma Shinichi ignored Tangren and directly said to Sean, okay, let's do it your way. Just make sure to stay safe. Understood. I've sent the police cars back. This car I'm driving is a private car, it shouldn't be discovered. Sean said. Make sure to be careful, if you're caught, it will be painful. Tangren's hand unconsciously covered his butt. Then switch the call to the earphone, we'll stay on the line to ensure your safety. Okay. Sean drove alone, quietly following Lu Xiaoqian's 2 cars. Eventually, he saw those 2 cars enter a large courtyard and stop. He also parked his car on the road outside. Sean began transmitting real-time information through the earphones. Sean, the target has stopped at the sewage treatment plant in the Gozen West district. Shin Feng, so sewage treatment plant? Sean, yes, this is the largest sewage treatment plant in the entire Western District, operating underground. Koenma Shinichi, knowing the location is enough. Let's start devising a plan, we act in 5 minutes. Sean, wait a moment, let me infiltrate and confirm information before taking action. Tangren, are you being this cautious this time? Sean, of course. I'm not allowed to fail again. If the director wakes up and sees these news, my brother Tom and I will be sent home to raise horses. Tangren, it's really impossible, the brother-in-law can be left behind, there's no blood relation. Shin Feng, it's okay to take a look. This will make the action more secure. Sean, wait for my news. I'm climbing in now. Tangren, it's still daytime. Be a little careful. If you get caught, just say you are on paid leave. Okamoto Shinichi, Tangren, can you squat to the side and rest for a while? Tangren, humph. I'm just kind. I'm worried you guys might get into trouble and plan to guide you. Sean's skills were excellent, in just a few moves, he climbed inside. Once inside, the cars in the yard were already gone. Only one door leading underground was open. Sean carefully walked in. After walking for about 5 minutes, he saw the situation underground. There were sewage pits, one after another, stretching endlessly. And those few figures were not far away. They walked on the path between the pits, as if discussing something. At this distance, it was impossible to hear anything. Sean had to find a way to get a little closer. But the visibility here was too open, if he relied only on the pits for cover, he would be easily spotted. At this moment, Sean's gaze fell on the pipes above him. These pipes above were dense and crisscrossed. Hiding one or two people was no problem. Sean climbed up the pipes directly from the wall. To avoid making noise, he zipped up his jacket. Then, using the pipes, he crawled forward slowly, getting closer to Lu Shaoqian and the others. Just when he was about to get closer to Lu Shaoqian and the other side suddenly stopped in place. Sean lowered his breathing rate and continued to move forward. Finally, he heard a few of them talking. There's everything you need here, even the ability to flatten the entire city. Sean saw that Abruzzo finished this sentence and directly pressed a button at the edge of the pit. After the button was pressed, the pit filled with sewage began to drain down. Before long, the pit was emptied. Abruzzo pressed that button a second time. The bottom of the pit opened. Inside, it was filled with bombs. And the model was exactly the same as the ones used in the bank before. The only difference was the quantity. They used 30 sets to rob the bank. And in front of him, the quantity at the bottom of one pit was a full 300 sets. This was just one pit. Sean glanced at the endless other sewage pits, and his scalp suddenly went numb. Satisfied? My godfather? Abruzzo asked with a smile. Very good, this time the location is at the Gozen Grand Theater. Hearing Lu Shaoqian's words, Sean's heart started pounding violently. So good. So good. This time, he actually found out the other side's address. Sean continued to listen. After we catch those 100 people. Sean furrowed his brow slightly. 100 people? 100 of what kind of people? Suddenly, Sean thought of that scene during the negotiation at the bank. 100 the voters. This guy wants to take revenge on them. Sean held his breath, wanting to listen a little more. But Lu Shaoqian's voice grew softer and softer. So soft that in the end, Sean could not hear clearly. He could only slightly lean down. At that moment, his left arm suddenly slipped, and his body fell freely. At that moment, Sean's mind went blank, feeling like his back head was about to explode. It's over. If I fall like this, it will be completely over. However, just as he was about to fall, a hand suddenly grabbed him from behind. Sean was shocked and slowly turned his head back. He saw a black mask. The mask looked like a bat. Chapter 73, As a hunter, the most important thing is patience. After seeing this bat mask, Sean suddenly thought of something. Recently, the police station has been receiving reports of violent incidents at night. But every time the colleagues arrived at the scene, they could only see one or two people tied up and thrown on the ground. Upon careful investigation, these tied-up individuals were either human traffickers or thieves. All the witness statements were very uniform, saying that the one who did these things was a man dressed in a black cloak, looking like a black bat. Could it be this guy in front of me? Sean looked at the other person, feeling very grateful, but because of those clowns below, he did not dare to make a sound, only able to nod in acknowledgement. However, Bruce did not respond to Sean. After pulling Sean up, Bruce moved forward along the pipe by himself. Yesterday, after confirming to use Martin as bait and letting the pursuit teams be responsible, Bruce began his solo operation. He believed that Okamoto Shinichi's analysis of the location and props was very accurate. However, just one plan was far from enough. Everyone involved with the prop bombs must have corresponding plans ready. Besides Martin, there were also Abruzzo and Jack. With Martin under the watch of the pursuit team, the remaining two would be left to him. So, Bruce had been keeping an eye on these two since last night. From the detention center to the court, Bruce Wayne had been hiding in the shadows. In the past, Bruce had a habit of liking to act at night. But this time, to catch this clown, Bruce stayed up all night and worked overtime. However, everything was worth it. When the clown took Abruzzo away, Bruce successfully followed him. The reason Bruce had not acted yet was to seize all of Abruzzo's remaining bombs in one fell swoop, eliminating this future threat. After all, even without this madman, it's inevitable that a second one will appear. Bruce successfully tracked him here. However, he never expected. The number of bombs here was actually so many? This made Bruce feel somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, his decision was correct. He had held back the urge to capture the opponent and uncovered this information. Otherwise, so many bombs hidden here were a constant threat to this city. And a deadly one. From Lu Shaoqian's perspective, viewers in the live room watching this scene were also dumbfounded. Is this something that can be broadcasted? Do we need to blur it? No blur, I'm scared. Xiangu, please don't change careers in the future. I wish you great success in the entertainment industry. Changing your career would do society no good. Fortunately, it's a virtual world. What a joke. The previous announcement said that the escape scenes were arranged and designed by the creators, but the background world outside was simulated based on the real background. Don't you think about how Gozen City would be now? I feel like this program will either become a huge hit or be taken offline. It's already a hit, online viewers have exceeded 300 million. I just checked the data. Then, the real Gozen City must be bustling. Bruce continued to move forward with the rhythm of this group of people below. There were 5 clowns below, plus a Bruso, a total of 6 people. Although they all had weapons, Bruce had recently upgraded to a basic Kevlar fiber armor, which was bulletproof. Coupled with his own skills, Bruce was confident he could defeat them. But, he did not have 100% confidence that he could subdue all 6 of them at once. Because, the madman's subordinates, the masked clowns, were all insane. Bruce had a premonition that they would sacrifice themselves for that guy. So, Bruce was waiting for an opportunity, waiting for them to disperse and take them down one by one. Moreover, the information that Lu Shaoqian had just revealed was very important. From the others' tone, it seemed they were preparing to capture 100 hostages, and they had already completed part of it. This news must be clarified. Otherwise, it would be easy for the other side to threaten with hostages. Mr. Godfather, 100. That's truly an achievement. Abruz praised while giving a thumbs up. This project is quite large, right? Does it take a long time? Not really, more than half is already completed. That's indeed pretty fast, but it still needs to be quicker, you know. Once I escape, the police will definitely take action immediately. Oh, Abruz, don't worry. Until the plan succeeds, no one can take you away from me. As he spoke, Lu Shaoqian took out a remote control from the inner pocket of his suit. This remote control is connected to the lives of those dozens of people. I think, when facing this issue, the police will become very polite. Mr. Godfather, you are truly my role model. Don't be impatient. If you want to be like me, you need to be more careful. Lu Shaoqian opened his coat and revealed a dozen similar remotes hanging on him. That means, prepare more remotes. Then there's no need to worry about ambush. Once this was said, the other 4 clowns burst into wild laughter. It seemed they had heard some amazing joke, laughing so hard they bent over. Abruz kept applauding on the side. Meanwhile, Bruce above felt quite frustrated. This cunning guy, having so many remotes, is just to prevent someone from ambushing him and taking his remote away, right? He could press other remotes at any time. This is indeed a bit tricky. Even if I controlled his hands immediately, or used a tranquilizer gun, it would be hard to guarantee that the remotes hanging on him wouldn't accidentally get triggered when he falls. Looks like I can only find a way to remove all those remotes. After walking a short distance, Lu Shaoqian suddenly stopped. Abruz, hand over the bomb preparation to you guys. No problem. Where are you going now? I'm going to set up my stage. Lu Shaoqian licked his lips. For this kind of thing, I always do it myself. After saying this, Lu Shaoqian separated from Abruz and the others. Just as Lu Shaoqian was leaving, Bruce raised his wrist on both sides and shot a soft object at Lu Shaoqian's feet. That object was a locator. However, it was made of fiber material, feeling like chewed gum when touched. Very sticky, indeed. Sure enough. The next second, Lu Shaoqian's leather shoe stepped right on it. At this moment, some spectators, using a god's eye view, noticed the issue. Xian Gu. There's someone. There are 2 heads on the pipe. Xian Gu, although I'm very afraid of your bombs, I'm also willing to warn you. It's probably Officer Sean. Just now, Ogawa and them have been using the phone to contact Sean. The audience was pounding their chests, leaving alongside Lu Shaoqian's perspective. Seeing the location succeeded. Bruce signaled to Sean behind him, indicating him to follow. Sean nodded in agreement. So, the 2 of them advanced along the route of the few clowns. At that moment, a clown stopped. You guys go ahead, I need to go to the bathroom, said this clown. Go ahead. Abruz pointed to a nearby passage. At the end of that passage. Okay. The clown turned and walked towards the passage. Entering the passage, according to Abruz's words, he kept walking forward and indeed saw a door at the end. He continued to walk forward. But just as he reached the door, as he planned to reach out and push open the door, a rush of air appeared behind him. Before he could turn around, his mouth was covered. Chapter 74. What? Slipped into the clown's ranks? After Bruce controlled the clown, he quickly injected him with anesthetic. The clown immediately fell unconscious. Bruce dragged him into the restroom and took off his mask, handing it to Sean. Put it on, then change into his clothes. Bruce's voice came through the voice changer. Sean immediately understood the meaning, hurriedly took the mask, and began to change clothes. I need to follow that other guy. You take care of this here, call your partners over and seal off the area, not a single bomb can be moved out. Bruce's eyes locked onto Sean's eyes. Understood? Understood, and what about that guy? You don't need to worry about that. With that, Bruce vanished. Following Bruce's instructions, after Sean changed into the clown's clothing, he locked the clown in the farthest stall of the restroom. Then he blended into the clown's team. Before mixing in, he informed the pursuit team of everything. After hearing this, Okamoto Shinichi was left dumbfounded. Damn, Sean directly turned into a clown and infiltrated. We need to go support him. Okamoto Shinichi looked at Shin Fong and said. Sha sha. Officer Sean, really clever. Shin Fong sighed. Clever? This way, we're in danger. Tang Ren gritted his teeth. Why is it dangerous? Okamoto Shinichi couldn't help but ask. If that's the case, the audience will give all the ratings to Officer Sean. They'll criticize us for being easy wins. Hearing Tang Ren's words, Okamoto Shinichi felt a pang of regret. He regretted why he couldn't help but talk to this guy. He vowed that no matter how curious he was in the future, he would never proactively talk to Tang Ren again. Hurry up and go support him. Okamoto Shinichi urged. Everyone in the pursuit team set off for the wastewater treatment plant. On the other side, Lu Xiaoqian drove around near the Gozen Grand Theater. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Looking at it, the incoming number was a landline. Lu Xiaoqian pulled over and answered the phone. On the other end, the voice of Director Bobby came right away. Sir, hello, sir, I've completed what you assigned me. Bobby's voice sounded a bit excited. Should be discreet, you wouldn't want your scoop to crumble before it's even published, right? Oh, sorry. Did you get all the information? Yes, sir, I've collected the information of these 100 people through different channels, I'm sending it to you now. Bobby said. Very good, your news will surely succeed. Wait a moment, sir, I have something to say to you. I can see that you're not afraid of anything. It's just. I want to ask, if you get caught, I won't be in trouble, right? Bobby cautiously probed. Oh, Bobby, it's very rude to talk like that to a partner. Sorry, I just. But you're lucky, I don't care. Lu Xiaoqian laughed heartily. Ha. Bobby awkwardly chuckled in response. Bobby, no need to be so pessimistic. Have you ever thought, maybe we are long-term partners? What? Bobby was taken aback. In the future, all explosive news from Gozen City will be released from you first. Thinking that way, doesn't it feel a bit more relaxed? Of course, that's what I most hope for. Bobby affirmed. Lu Xiaoqian nodded and said. Then that's settled. Next, you contact those 100 people using a temporary phone. Use supermarket vouchers worth over $500 to stir up their interest. Have them come to the Gozen Grand Theater at 8 p.m., to the first floor independent hall for a screening. Bobby was stunned. As a journalist, time is very sensitive. He even forgot that his role had completely changed to accomplice. 8 o'clock tonight? Bobby asked. Yes, 8 o'clock tonight. Is there not enough time? Lu Xiaoqian asked. Just barely enough time, but it's a bit rushed. So, this is why news always catches everyone off guard. Lu Xiaoqian's tone was lively. If this timing surprises you, then what about other journalists? That is the most explosive news. Go ahead, director, I wish you to rise step by step. After saying this, Lu Xiaoqian hung up the phone. At the moment he hung up, a tranquilizer gun had already aimed at his neck not far away. This angle was rare. As long as the tranquilizer dart was shot into Lu Xiaoqian's neck from this angle, he would fall backward. Just right to be supported by the backrest of the chair, and wouldn't accidentally touch those remote controls. This tranquilizer gun had been waiting for a long time. If this shot succeeded, then this farce would come to an end. Just as the trigger was about to be pulled, the finger resting on it suddenly stiffened. There was a man approaching Lu Xiaoqian's car. And that man's figure, Bruce was all too familiar with. He was the bank manager with half of his face burned, Bill. Seeing this bandaged face, a sense of foreboding rose from the bottom of Bruce's heart. Chapter 75, Key Factors, All Under Control. Seeing Bill, Bruce finally realized why the number was exactly 100. That is, the number of audience voting to judge Bill? It seems that this guy Bill had completely turned to the madman after the trial. So that's why he refused to reveal anything before. I should have thought of this long ago. These two guys cooperating. For Bill, he could take revenge on those 100 audience members to vent his twisted hatred. And for the madman, he could once again play with people's tension and fear. Bruce put down the tranquilizer gun, giving up the shot. Right now, there was an extra person next to the opponent, and the chance of change was too great. For the safety of the hostage, it was necessary to endure for a while. Moreover, the madman had been circling near the theater. It was possible that the place where the hostages were hidden was also nearby. On the other side, Okamoto Shinichi and 3 experts had already led all the team members to the sewage treatment plant. In order not to startle the snake, they did not choose to immediately cooperate with Sean to control the people inside. Instead, they chose to take down the 4 masked clowns one by one, replacing them all with members of the pursuit team. Tangren was very interested in impersonating a clown, but due to his height issue, he was easily exposed and was rejected. He could only stand outside and listen to Okamoto Shinichi command the operation. Alright, all 3 exits of the sewage plant have been guarded, and a siege has formed inside. A blues and these bombs cannot escape, Okamoto Shinichi said. Okamoto Shinichi consolidated all the camera feeds from the team members. On the tablet, the entire internal situation of the sewage treatment plant was clear at a glance. TSK. Although I felt shocked when I heard this news, but seeing these pools with my own eyes, and imagining they are all bombs. Tangren shivered. It's bone-chilling. This Liu Shaoqian is truly born for this line of work. Fortunately, we discovered it early. Controlling the bombs early is equivalent to sealing off the opponent's props, so the difficulty for what comes next is directly reduced by half, Okamoto Shinichi said. Seeing this scene, the audience discussed among themselves. Although it feels great that the bombs have been controlled, I inexplicably feel a sense of loss. You can't say that, I just didn't have the courage to say it. I also have. Bro, world peace, isn't it everyone's common wish? How can there be disappointment? What a sin, what a sin. At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly remembered something. Commander Sean mentioned one piece of information before, which is to say the next performance location is at the Grand Theater, right? Qin Feng confirmed. Yes, he said this was revealed directly by the other party. Moreover, the other party also disclosed that they have dozens of hostages, with a target of 100. Okamoto Shinichi said. Then, we need to set up the Grand Theater immediately, Qin Feng said. Old Qin, the bomb has been controlled, half the danger is solved, no need to be this nervous, there's plenty of time. No, this guy, even without the bomb, can stir up a lot of trouble, we must be careful. Qin Feng said. I agree. Okamoto Shinichi nodded. Mr. Okamoto, do you have Mr. Bruce's number here? Yes, why? I want to contact him. With his background in this city, there are some resources we can utilize. I have it stored in my phone, you can just use it to call. As he spoke, Okamoto Shinichi handed his phone to Qin Feng. Qin Feng found Bruce's number and called it. Hello? Bruce answered the phone, but his voice was a bit quiet. Hello, Mr. Bruce, I am Qin Feng from the Special Project Team, may I ask if you are free now? Qin Feng stuttered more as he tried to be polite. I'm free, Mr. Qin Feng, just be casual, no need to be so formal. Oh, okay. Qin Feng sighed in relief. I want to ask you, do you have shares in the Jersen Grand Theater? Mr. Qin Feng, although I am very wealthy, the Jersen Grand Theater is an official establishment. Bruce probably already guessed what Qin Feng was up to because he was near the theater at that moment. Oh, it's like this, Officer Sean just confirmed that the madman's next activity location is at the Grand Theater. I heard. You already know? Yes, Officer Sean encountered the bat during the operation, and the bat knows me. He just told me about it and consulted me regarding the situation at the Grand Theater. Oh. I see. Do you have any plans? Although I don't have shares in the Grand Theater, I have other resource channels that might help you. I want to cancel all performances at the Grand Theater tonight. Additionally, I want a thorough inspection of the Grand Theater. Can that be done? Qin Feng asked. Although it's a bit difficult, it's not impossible. First, answer me 2 questions. What questions? First, why tonight? Before Bruce could finish the question, Qin Feng quickly answered, tonight, it must be tonight. Why? That guy only revealed the location, not the time. Because the clowns received orders to directly transport the bomb to the Grand Theater. There are no transfers in between. I believe that if he didn't plan to act directly, he wouldn't do it this way. Combined with the characteristics of the Grand Theater, he chose this place mainly because he valued its reach and influence, and all performances are in the evening, at a time of the highest attention, so it must be tonight, and it must be in the evening. Bruce pondered slightly. In that case, we have grasped the 3 elements of time, location, and tools, which means we can stop his plan. The only factor we are bound by is the hostages, so doesn't it make sense to look for the hostages first? After all, his plan can be cancelled at any time, the Grand Theater might not be that important to him. No. Qin Feng said in a deep voice. Mr. Bruce. I believe the reasoning for hostages is the same as with tools. There will be no transfer station, it will directly reach the Grand Theater. Moreover, there are 100 hostages, do you really believe he can tie them all up in such a short time? I don't think so. I feel there's a high possibility he will make those hostages come to him willingly. This guy is much cleverer than we imagine. The chance of him doing this is very high. So when I say we need to thoroughly search the theater, it's not just to catch this madman, but also to find the hostages. Chapter 76, Don't All Target My Brother Chien. After listening to Qin Feng's analysis, Bruce on the other end of the phone fell silent. Clearly, he agreed with Qin Feng's analysis. After a while, Bruce suddenly spoke up. Wait, you mean he can't possibly kidnap those 100 hostages? But instead we'll trick them one by one to come over, right? Qin Feng nodded and said, yes, because the objective conditions do not allow it. Besides tricking those people one by one, I really can't think of any other way that would be faster or less labor-intensive. If that's the case, the remote control on that guy might not be real. What? What remote control? Oh, my bat friend told me that guy has many remotes that can harm the hostages, which is why it's hard to act. Otherwise, he would have taken that guy down long ago. Your bat friend is still following him, right? Yes. Then tell him to absolutely not act yet. Why? Because my deduction only confirms he can't tie up 100, but tying a few is still possible. Alright. Let your friend continue to follow him. Once we confirm the hostages' conditions, then we act. Do you have a plan? Mr. Bruce, if you can locate one phone, then you can locate 100 phones, right? Bruce instantly understood Qin Feng's meaning. Wayne Enterprises still has a considerable share in the communications sector. Don't mention locating 100 numbers, even pulling all their communication content would not be a big problem. Sure, but... Hearing Bruce's tone, Qin Feng knew where Bruce's concerns lay. He suddenly realized that he might have said too much. After all, this is being live-streamed. Although the camera may not be on him, still, it shouldn't be so blatant to instruct someone to invade privacy. Qin Feng quickly corrected himself, saying, Oh, Mr. Bruce, I was just casually mentioning it. I meant no other offense. That? Bruce caught on quickly, saying, I still have some things to take care of. I'll contact you later. Alright. Seeing this scene, the audience began to complain. I have to admit, Qin Feng is really smart, but everyone's privacy is important too. Seriously, I'm really worried. You see, the tool has been controlled, the location has been discovered, and now even he is being targeted. Next, even the hostages in hand will be found. Dude, control yourself a bit. This is not a no man's land, how can you express your real thoughts so freely? Wang Chai. I don't care. I'm worried. Brother Chien. I'm willing to use my credit card bills to trade for you to see the comments, hurry and leave. Stop performing. Your stage has been targeted. If you perform any longer, your legs might get broken. Many viewers expressed their concerns for Lu Shaoqian. However, the next scene made their feelings even worse. The live stream flashed, and the perspective shifted to Holmes and Luoji. After they jumped into the river, they had cut off the tracking. After the pursuers left, they hid nearby for a night and finally circled back to Vardier Alley. At this moment, their clothes were wrinkled, looking a bit disheveled. But they didn't care. Because they were still seriously looking for that armored van. Earlier, when they realized they had been fooled by that maniac, they were so angry that they could hardly move. But Holmes suddenly realized. From beginning to end, the target of the pursuit group seemed to be that madman. Moreover, the situation was getting worse, the pursuit group even tended to ignore the three of them and focus solely on that madman. This made Sherlock suddenly start to agree with Logic's idea, find the armored car first. Logic looked for the armored car for the money. And Sherlock looked for the armored car so that the madman would come looking for him. After all, this madman was now the target of everyone. Trailing behind him would always encounter the pursuit group, posing too great a risk. But from another perspective. Luring the madman to come to him, then designing a way to capture him. Relatively speaking, the risk would be much smaller. Sherlock did a calculation based on the last disappearance time of the armored car and the last appearance location of Lu Shaoqian. He narrowed the target area down to 3 alleys within Wadier Alley. And these 3 alleys were the outermost ones where the armored car could drive in. At this time, they had already searched 2 alleys. Only one last alley remained, and the area would be fully searched. Sherlock, do you really think that car could be hidden here? Logic asked while searching. Actually, I've expanded this range. If we look at the calculations, that car should be within these 2 alleys. Then, when we find it, let's split it in half, and no one can back out. Logic said. There was a cash-out rule in the program, which meant that if a fugitive contestant felt it was inconvenient to escape with valuable items, they could choose to cash out at a cash-out point. This was also why everyone was so regrettable after Lu Shaoqian scattered the money in the circus. This money could all be cashed out. Logic's plan was to find the money in this car and then directly go to cash it out. After all, his goal for participating in the program was to make money. It didn't matter to him when he earned the money. It doesn't matter, I only have one request. Before cashing it out, we must use it to lure that madman out first, Sherlock said. Maybe with this much money, you won't even want to catch him anymore. At that moment, as Logic finished speaking, Sherlock suddenly realized someone was behind him. He quickly turned around and pointed his gun at the person. Hey! It's me! It was Darren, covered in mud, raising his hands. Darren? Wow, what is that disgusting smell on you? Logic quickly covered his nose. I fell into a sewer. Sherlock frowned slightly, seeming to think of Lu Xiaoqian's earlier words. You fell into the sewer and were seen by that madman? Sherlock asked. Actually, it was like this. Darren told Sherlock and Logic about what happened before but changed his motive. He said he was there to catch Lu Xiaoqian, the opportunity was too rare, and he didn't have time to tell them. In the end, he failed. So you were captured by him in the sewer. Wait, how did you find us? Logic suddenly became alert. Oh, that's because I turned on the location tracking on your phone. Huh? Logic was stunned. When you were sleeping. Don't worry, I'm not here to capture you, so it's not a violation. Darren smiled at both of them. What are you doing now? I saw the location, you've been wandering around. We're taking a walk, Logic said lightly. But, I heard, money? You must have misheard. At that moment, Sherlock suddenly bent down, carefully observing the ground. On the ground were tire tracks. The tire tracks led forward and eventually disappeared in front of a warehouse door. The three of them went up and worked together to open the large door. An armored car appeared before them. As this scene unfolded, the live broadcast room erupted. Chapter 77, Why don't you hypnotize that madman? Don't you want it? No. That belongs to Qian Gu. Call the police. I want to report that someone stole my Qian Ji's cash truck. Dude, look at what you just said, is that even human language? No way. From what I know about Qian Gu, he definitely wouldn't be so easily trapped. Maybe there are other things inside? The next second, the truck door was opened. Dozens of cash boxes were displayed before everyone. Besides cash, there were many precious collectibles as well. Luo Ji wanted to laugh, but forgot. Holy crap! The sky has fallen. We really got robbed. These shameless jerks are still laughing over there. The losses are huge, the money is gone, and the front line is severely targeted. Lu Xiaoqian's time is running out. Let me clarify that I am law-abiding, and all the comments I posted about Lu Xiaoqian are only because I envy his looks. I completely cannot understand or endorse his actions and motives. Thank you. Looking at so much money, Holmes suddenly clenched his fists, his eyes excited. It's enough. This time, with this, we can definitely lure that guy out. Holmes said excitedly. Wait a minute, I think we should discuss this first, Luoji said. Didn't we agree? We get the money and use it as bait first? Holmes retorted. That's what we said, but that was when we hadn't found it yet, now we really found it. Do you want to back out? Do you want to cash it out directly? Luoji tacitly agreed. At this moment, Darren suddenly spoke up, I support Luoji's point. Huh? Hearing this, Luoji himself was stunned for a moment. Why? Holmes didn't speak, just looked at Darren. Darren explained. Because I know, wanting to use this cash truck to lure that madman out is practically impossible. That madman will be caught today. Hearing this news, Holmes couldn't help but ask, he will be caught today? Clearly, Holmes did not believe this news. After all, Lu Xiaoqian had just fooled so many police officers yesterday and escaped cleanly. Now saying he would be caught soon is really hard to believe. Darren said seriously. Yes. This news is absolutely true. That guy named Lu Xiaoqian originally planned to perform again at the Gozen Grand Theater. But the news leaked directly. The pursuit team has now locked onto his exact location. Not only that, even the bomb he prepared and his accomplice Abruzzi have been surrounded. Holmes suddenly interrupted Darren, wait, isn't Abruzzi already caught? He was rescued again, this happened this morning. Both Holmes and Luo Ji fell silent. So fast? Rescued, caught. This Abruzzi's days have truly been a roller coaster in the last few days. And it's said that he was rescued from the court. Another moment of silence. Darren shook his head and said. But this guy has really played big this time. Besides the pursuit team and the police, this time even the Wayne Group is involved. Although he is hard to deal with, no one can handle so many forces. So I think I should quickly cash out this money and 3 of us share it. After Lu Shaoqian is eliminated, we 3 can start our internal competition. This way is the fairest. Luo Ji nodded in agreement. If that's really the case, then that's the best, but how did you get this information? Darren didn't speak, but shook his phone in his hand. A phone call? Your program team has someone in there? No, what I mean is, through the phone, it's also possible to hypnotize. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Who would have thought that Darren's hypnosis technique could be used so skillfully? Through the phone too? Before I was chased out of a sewer, and I ultimately escaped by hypnotizing a member of the pursuit team. When I hypnotized him, I saved his number. To be honest, your hypnosis is so strong, why didn't you hypnotize that madman back then and instead hid in the sewer? Luo Ji asked. Well, the timing didn't allow it. Darren could have simply said that the guy couldn't be hypnotized. But for the past 20 hours, that person's words had been echoing in his mind. Your skills can make mistakes, too. In Darren's heart, his current level was not capable of making mistakes. That time was at most a small error. Even though Lu Shaoqian would soon be eliminated and already had no chance to prove himself. He also didn't want to admit that he had made a mistake. Moreover, this is no longer important. The tools, the planned location, the accomplices, including himself, have all been locked down. Darren's eyes revealed a coldness. This time, he can't escape. Let's set off quickly. The nearest caching location is also in the suburbs, Luo Ji urged. While their attention is still on that madman, if we set off early, we might exchange for money by dark. The sky slowly darkened. The sewage treatment plant had been completely controlled by the pursuit team. Abruzzo was captured, and all 4 clowns had been replaced by their own people. Meanwhile, the crowd outside the Gozen Grand Theater was growing more and more. More and more people were entering the theater. Sean led all the officers, dressed in plain clothes, lurking among the crowd. Okabe Shinichi and the 3 others also hid nearby. They watched the surroundings while communicating via walkie-talkies. Okabe Shinichi, the phones of those clowns just received messages pushing them to hurry up and transport the explosives to the theater. Sean, just stall the other side. Once we get word from Mr. Bruce, we'll act. Tangren, what if we can't stall them? Sean, it's okay, those clowns are now our people. If necessary, just let them transport some stuff, they can get closer to the target. Qin Feng, Boo. Boo. Bruce. Tangren, old Qin. Are you communicating with us in sign language? Boo, what does Boo mean? Qin Feng, no. I'm sorry, the signal seems bad. What I meant to ask is, hasn't Mr. Bruce replied yet? Sean, not yet. Qin Feng, could there be any changes? Sean, that shouldn't be the case. If there were changes, Mr. Bruce would definitely notify us. Besides, he said that the bat is nearby, so there shouldn't be any problems. As long as we confirm the location of those 100 hostages, we can act immediately. Chapter 78, Finding the Hostages? So what? At this moment, Bruce was already inside the theater. He had followed Lu Shaoqian and Bill in. Lu Shaoqian was very cautious. After entering the theater, he disappeared. However, Bruce was not in a hurry. Because the locator he placed on the sole of the other's shoe was still active. From the dynamic information of the locator, the other party had not gone out since entering the theater. Bruce was carrying out his plan. He waited for the hostage's location while preparing for his hunt. First, he added another lock to the closed back door of the theater. Then he gained access to all the surveillance of the Grand Theater from the control room. Next, he installed sonar emitters and flashbangs in the emergency exit and corridor. These devices, if activated, could instantly incapacitate anyone passing through here. It can be said that under Bruce's arrangement, this Grand Theater had completely become a cage. And the opponent had already stood inside the cage. As long as Bruce closed the door, the hunt would nearly be over. Bruce glanced at the time, feeling it was about time. Due to the large number of locators, it had already involved public safety, so the company had to record and register this behavior. Even though Bruce was the boss, this procedure was still necessary. The company registered this action under the pretext of cooperating with the official investigation. Now, the time should be about right. Just as Bruce picked up the phone, intending to make an inquiry, the phone vibrated. It seems there is news. After opening his phone, Bruce saw a message sent from within the company. Mr. Bruce, the locations of 100 targets have been identified, please check the link. Bruce clicked on the link. 2 minutes later. Okamoto Shinichi and the other 2 listened through their headsets to the conversation between Sean and Bruce. Officer Sean, we have just located those 100 phones. What's the result? Sean was very eager. Nothing, there is nothing. Nothing? Is it possible the location is not in the theater, but elsewhere? Or outside the city? No. It seems that all 100 phones are turned off. Could they be hidden in some basement or something? That is a possibility. If that's the case, the hostages can't be rescued anytime soon. That would be trouble. At this moment, Sheen Fong shouted through the headset. Sheen Fong, wait, Officer Sean, let Mr. Bruce not hang up the phone yet. Mr. Bruce, please don't hang up, it seems Mr. Sheen Fong has something to say. Okay. Sheen Fong, my call earlier, wasn't the signal very poor? I think there might be something blocking the signal. Tangren, yes. Where is the place you were signing? Sheen Fong, I was just standing in the northwest corner of the theater, that position. Sean quickly informed Bruce of the situation. Bruce thought for a moment. The entire theater has more than 10 floors? In the northwest corner, all the rooms are possible. But since there are 100 hostages, it can't be a small room. Although the theater has more than 10 floors, only the bottom 3 floors are large performance halls. This means, checking these 3 floors would confirm Sheen Feng's speculation. Officer Sean, don't enter the theater yet. I will have the bat check it out, you wait for news. Before Sean could respond, Bruce hung up the phone. He began checking from the first floor. He thoroughly checked all the nearby halls in the northwest corner. No abnormalities on the first floor. Next, no abnormalities on the second floor. Finally, on the third floor's northwest corner, he arrived at a door named Independent Hall and detected something unusual. The door to this hall wouldn't budge. Moreover, there were more flower pots outside this hall than in other halls. Bruce picked up one of the flower pots and smashed it with a bang. A small black box appeared among the debris. Is it a signal jammer? While pulling out his phone, Bruce stepped on the jammer, smashing it. With a swish, 100 red dots instantly appeared on the screen. Hostages. All 100 hostages are inside. At this moment, Bruce vaguely heard sounds coming from inside the independent hall. However, these doors are very thick, all at the highest level of soundproofing, he couldn't hear the specific sounds inside. Even pressing his ear to the door wouldn't help. Bruce took out a small button-like device and stuck it on the wall. This was a penetrating listening device, military grade. After using this, Bruce finally heard the sounds from inside. It was Lu Xiaoqian's voice. Our gala is about to begin, are you all looking forward to it? It sounded like Lu Xiaoqian was indeed inside. But, wait. Bruce realized that the location of this hall does not match the positioning of the sole of the enemy's shoe. He quickly picked up the phone and called Sean. The bat tells me, all the hostages are in the third floor independent hall. The door seems to be welded shut. What? We are heading over immediately. Evacuate everyone else in the theater first, in case he still has a bomb on him. Wait a moment, I need to report to the director. It's at this time, what's there to report? Evacuate everyone immediately, and I will take responsibility if something happens. Okay. Sean left a few police officers around the theater and sent the rest rushing inside. Kamita Shinichi and the others also ran in after him. Over here. Bruce looked at the location and began to search for the target. The situation just now had the performance hall and the location mismatched, which could lead to 2 results. Either the target is in the performance hall, and this location is left in another place. Or the target is not in the performance hall, but playing their voice through devices. Bruce leaned towards the second possibility. The location was in a corner. No surveillance cameras could see it from any floor. So he had to search layer by layer. However, after searching through more than 10 floors, he still found nothing. This started to make Bruce a bit anxious. He took a deep breath, opened his phone to check the location again. This location was indeed in a corner. No doubt about it. But this spot, according to the building's floor plan, should be where the wall is. No. Not inside the theater, but above it. Bruce hurriedly ran up to the rooftop. When he pushed open the rooftop door, he indeed saw 2 figures standing in the far corner. One figure was sitting. The other one was standing. Hair disheveled, swaying precariously. That blood-red mouth, Bruce would never forget. It was Lu Xiaoqian. Bruce could not wait to rush over, but he saw the remote control in the other person's hand. Hey, don't act rashly. Lu Xiaoqian pointed at the ground below Bruce with the remote. Only then did Bruce realize. Beside him, there was a set of mixed explosives. Little bat, you're not the only one who can set up a scene in advance. Lu Xiaoqian licked his lips. A cold light flashed in his dark eye sockets. I can do it too. Chapter 79, give me a reason that moves me. You know me? Bruce asked this, but his eyes were scanning the surroundings. He did not expect to gain any useful information from this madman. He was just buying time to come up with a corresponding countermeasure. This madman had a remote in hand. Given the distance between them, Bruce knew there was no way he could rush over and subdue him in time. Moreover, the other person stood at the rooftop edge, with another guy nearby. If he acted, it was hard to guarantee that these two wouldn't slip and fall due to panic. If that really happened, it would mean he personally sent 2 lives away. That was not the outcome Bruce wanted. Right now, there was only one solution to resolve the problem. That was to stall the madman and make one of them move away from the edge of the roof. Then, use his grappling hook to control the other. Of course, aiming at the arm of the target. As long as the force was strong enough, he could not only control the target but also knock the remote out of their hand. Fortunately, this time it was a remote for mixed explosives, different from the kind he saw during the day. This remote needed sufficient pressure to detonate. So he didn't have to worry about it being triggered accidentally when knocked down. Having determined the plan, he just needed to wait for the right moment. Standing at the edge of the rooftop, Lu Shaoqian swayed the remote in his hand. He seemed completely unaware of Bruce's sharp gaze. I've always been very interested in guys with a sense of justice. Then shall we talk? Now. Oh, sorry, not right now. I have something urgent on my hands. Lu Shaoqian raised his other hand holding a phone. It's a bit of an important matter. Before he finished speaking, Lu Shaoqian suddenly pointed the phone at his face. The screen in the phone shook back and forth, coupled with his hair blown messy by the wind. The atmosphere seemed extremely unstable. Hey! Audience friends, sorry. There's a guy bothering me, our show continues. At this moment, Bruce realized that the phone in Lu Shaoqian's hand was live streaming. Recalling the sound he heard outside the performance hall, Bruce knew this guy was targeting the hostages in the hall. In the hall, more than 100 people sat in the audience, not daring to breathe. Because in front of them on the stage, there was a set of bombs. All the spotlight gathered on this set of bombs. It seemed to constantly remind them to stay quiet while watching the show. Compared to this set of bombs, what made them feel even more oppressed was that smiling face filling the screen. Last time, you all did very well. You actively participated in the judgment. I am very grateful for your cooperation. In the seats, there were men, women, some older, and some younger. But no matter what kind of person they were, the expressions on their faces were full of fear. Fear to the point of looking obedient. If you only looked at their appearances, it was hard to imagine. Those aggressive votes came from their hands. Of course, you should also thank me. Because the feeling of judging others must be great. Right? Lu Shaoqian suddenly burst into wild laughter. He laughed so intensely that he even started to cough. So, we are even now. Hearing these words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But the one judged by you does not think so. Before his words fell silent, the image on the big screen shook. The camera moved away from that strange smiling face. During the process, the camera captured the ground below, making everyone's legs involuntarily go weak. Then, the camera focused on a figure. That figure sat to the side, turning its side face to the camera. There was no need for an introduction, the hostages recognized this side profile. This face belonged to the bank manager they had judged before Bill. Perhaps sensing the audience's gaze, Bill slowly turned his head. When he revealed his full face, everyone's hearts tightened. They couldn't help but lean back, trying to distance themselves from this face. It turned out, the side profile they had just seen was the only normal part of his face. The other side was already a bloody mess. Due to the short time, the flesh had not even had time to scab. The only recognizable part was one eye among the flesh. At this moment, the audience looking at the screen could even feel how piercing the cold wind would be blowing on that half of the face. Before everyone could recover, Bill's voice slowly echoed. I admit, I am a despicable guy. I remember every brand, model, and material of luxury goods, judging your worth based on your appearance. Because that way, it was easier to keep my job. I also admit that I have deceived many people. I did everything I could to make them buy financial products. Besides the elderly, there were doctors, professors, businessmen. As long as there was someone to deceive, I would deceive them. Because that way, the expensive medical bills for my paralyzed wife could be paid on time. The money of the clients was also embezzled by me. This practice is indeed despicable. But without this money to speculate, my daughter, who lives like in a single-parent family, would forever remain in the slums. At this point, Bill stood up, bringing himself closer to the camera. Those who do wrong should be judged. I am not angry about your judgment. Because, at that moment, I truly realized I was wrong. But what makes me angry is your judgment is not real judgment. It is your catharsis. When I wet my pants and begged you on my knees like a dog, you poured all your malice onto my back. Realizing he had become a bit agitated, Bill paused for a moment. He struggled to control his emotions, not letting himself lose control. Later, I deeply reflected on myself. I think your lack of seriousness in the trial may also be due to my influence. Because my remorse towards you wasn't touching enough. That's why you didn't take that trial seriously. Next, the same applies. If you want a serious trial, then please, be more heartfelt in your confession. Give me a reason that can move me. Tell me. Why shouldn't you die? Chapter 80, Who wins, who loses, it's all a mystery. As soon as these words were spoken, the studio was instantly in uproar. From beginning to end, they all knew they were in danger today. But they never expected it to be this dangerous. Letting a person they had judged, judge themselves again? This? Is there really a chance to live? Be quiet. Bill's voice was very cold. I hope you cherish your time. After all, if this drags on, I might not have the patience to listen to all of your confessions. Come up to the stage. On the stage, in front of the bomb, there is a camera. Confess in front of the camera. Line up, one by one. As the words fell, the screen image disappeared. Everyone hurriedly left their seats, rushing towards the bomb on stage. Seeing this scene, the barrage in the live broadcast room flowed endlessly. Bro! Is this a reverse trial? Too exciting, isn't it? Xian, you're so good at this. Can you help me arrange a reverse trial too? I want to judge my mother-in-law. I'm dying of laughter. Do you still remember the content on those votes? I remember it clearly. This group of guys, their faces are all green. Production team, are you sure I can watch this? I'm just a kid. Go do your homework. Outside the auditorium, Sean was leading people using a cutting machine to break the door. One lock outside had already been removed. Now, they just needed to cut through the lock inside the door to open it. Watching the high-speed cutting machine emitting smoke, everyone was fully focused, waiting. Crack! A crisp sound of breaking came out. It's open. The officer with the cutting machine hurriedly turned it off. The two officers beside him planned to open the door. Wait! Okamoto Shinichi stopped them. What's wrong? Sean looked at Okamoto Shinichi. Wait, I just have a feeling it won't be this easy. Okamoto Shinichi's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. The more critical the moment, the more pressure he felt. Because he had already fought with Liu Shaoqian several times. He knew very well what kind of character the opponent was. If the opponent wanted to take action, they definitely wouldn't rely solely on this door for the key to success or failure. After all, even the lowest-level criminals know that when the police arrive, they will first choose to open this door. Could this high-intelligence madman really not realize that? Actually, I feel the same way. Shinfeng swallowed his saliva. Be careful, first, open a small gap, observe before proceeding. There's something wrong. There must be something wrong. Hearing Tangren's voice, everyone turned back and found Tangren holding a dragon-finding ruler. One end of the ruler was pointing at this door. Then let's check it first. Sean personally stepped forward, slowly pushing the door open a crack. Don't open too wide. Shinfeng reminded. Sean looked through the gap, using a flashlight to check from top to bottom twice, but didn't find any problem. There's no problem. For safety, Sean checked again. Checked 3 times, this should be fine. Saying this, Sean reached out to push the door. However, Okamoto Shinichi grabbed his wrist. Wait, let me take a look. Okamoto Shinichi said. All right. Sean shrugged and handed the flashlight to Okamoto Shinichi. But Okamoto Shinichi did not reach out to take the flashlight. Instead, he took out a pen-like object from his body, a UV light tube. This thing is very useful. It is usually used to detect bloodstains or other subtle traces. As a technical expert, Okamoto Shinichi always carries one on him. This time, because the opponent was too terrifying. To feel completely at ease, he thought it was necessary to check with ultraviolet light. Okamoto Shinichi took this device and carefully inspected from below upwards. When the light in his hand moved to 10 centimeters below the lock, his body suddenly froze. What's wrong? Shinfeng asked. So dangerous. Okamoto Shinichi tilted his body to the side, giving Shinfeng room. Shinfeng leaned up to take a look. He saw a faint, almost invisible line where the light was shining. Detonator wire. Okamoto Shinichi's voice was cold. There should be a layer of indium phosphide outside. I've encountered this situation before. Hearing this, all the police officers took a step back. Because it was just too dangerous. A moment ago, the distance between the cutting machine and this wire was less than 10 centimeters. Not only that, if Officer Sean had been just a little quicker and pushed the door open directly, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone suddenly felt a wave of fear, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Shin Feng quickly reached out and closed the door. No, we can't let the people inside know we've opened the door. Otherwise, it will become uncontrollable. Shin Feng said. Just then, Officer Sean's phone vibrated. He opened his phone and saw a message from Mr. Bruce. Bruce, the Bat and the Madman are on the rooftop. Rooftop. That madman is on the rooftop. We will go up, you keep an eye on this door, and two of you go check other areas to ensure everyone except the hostages inside has left the theater. Shin Feng said. Okay, be careful. The Bat is up there, just coordinate with him. On the rooftop. As soon as Okamoto Shinichi and the three got up, they saw Bruce facing off against Lu Xiaoqian. They wanted to step forward but were stopped by Bruce. Watch your step. With Bruce's reminder. The three noticed there were also bombs on the rooftop. And the remote control was in that madman's hand. It's, you three. Lu Xiaoqian smiled derisively, like the clown clock under the car. Do you like it? You. Okamoto Shinichi gritted his teeth. Of course I like it. Otherwise, why don't you put down the remote in your hand, open your phone, and send me the link to this clown? I want to buy a couple more. Tangren squeezed out a smile. In some ways, you are more like a clown than I am. Ha ha ha. Lu Xiaoqian laughed heartily. Tangren's face instantly darkened. Don't get too proud. Even though you hit my butt, I'm not afraid of you. Who wins today? Let's just wait and see. Oh. Besides lose, do you have other options? All your little brothers have been captured by us. Tangren mimicked Lu Xiaoqian, laughing heartily. Shin Feng, who had not wanted to reveal this information so quickly. But at this critical moment, since Tangren had already spoken, using it to negotiate with the other side was not a bad approach. After all, the main task now was to attract the opponent's attention. Leave a chance for this restless bat beside him. Yes, you didn't expect it, did you? Shin Feng gave Okamoto Shinichi a knowing glance. Okamoto Shinichi took out a tablet and displayed the surveillance footage from the sewage treatment plant. Your den has been taken down. There will be no more support. Okamoto Shinichi said, how about we change the plan and talk? Lu Xiaoqian squinted, straining to look at the tablet. In the end, he shook his head. It's too small, I can't see clearly. If you want to see clearly, it will need a much bigger screen. As he spoke, he raised his arm, pointing in a certain direction. In that direction. The originally dim building suddenly lit up completely. The outer LED wall, like a giant screen, began to play a video. And the video was, indeed, the footage from inside the sewage treatment plant. In the picture, 20 members of the pursuit team were hung above the pool. That's not my nest, it's a nest prepared for your special investigation team. Chapter 81, Hey! Don't be so serious. Is this, the nest for the pursuit team? As soon as this was said, everyone in the show, including the experts in the studio, was stunned. The sewage treatment plant. This area that had already been completely conquered, how did it suddenly turn into a trap? Host Yonga and everyone present looked at each other in confusion. But Uncle Ba, who had been quiet all along, could not help but sit up straight. Looking at the more than 20 members of the pursuit team hanging in midair. His mouth made a sound like a venomous snake. Hisses. This sound represented that he was already eager and restless. Earlier, in the explosion at the bank, he didn't see any experts being eliminated, feeling very disappointed. Especially when he saw Tangren shot in the buttocks, not the head, he was even more disappointed. Although he understood very well. This painted-face madman could gain an immense pleasure when toying with his opponents. But Lu Xiaoqian's pleasure blocked his chance to take the stage. He really wanted to tell this madman on the screen. Don't be naughty, little guy, open this door, quickly. At this moment, Professor Moriarty let out a laugh. A beautiful trick. I finally feel that in this world, there are still one or two talented individuals. Moriarty glanced at Uncle Ba. Aren't you unable to sit still? Uncle Ba said nothing, just rolled his tongue around his teeth. Just then, several people suddenly burst into the studio. At the forefront was a man in a perfectly tailored suit with a head full of waxed hair. Everyone was stunned, and 2 staff members rushed up to stop him. No unauthorized personnel allowed. Before the staff could finish, the waxed hair man shoved a document in their faces. I am the representative of the American Chamber of Commerce led by Wayne Group, and I am now officially warning you to immediately stop damaging our company's image. You should discuss this behind the scenes with our responsible person. That would be wasting our time. The waxed hairman's tone was very firm. This is a formal warning. If you don't pause, legal action will immediately be initiated. Oh? How interesting. Professor Moriarty turned his head, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Are you rulemakers going to start biting each other? It must be that your young Master Wayne has discovered that his underwear is missing and is trying to cover up. That would be quite lacking in grace. Uncle Boss sat upright. If needed, tell Bruce I am willing to serve you. The waxed hairman seemed not to hear their words, finished what he had to say, and turned to leave. The audience was buzzing with discussions. What a long time to see. Is the show team really offline? Where's that previous fortune teller? Cut it out. Looks like the show team is under a lot of pressure. Will this show get cancelled? Please don't. I rely on this to slack off at work. Your boss also relies on this to slack off. Stop messing around with subtitles. Hurry up, give the camera to Chien-gu, take a crazy shot before the show gets called off. Meanwhile, the confrontation on the rooftop was still ongoing. Looking at the building used as a big screen, Okamoto Shinichi could already imagine the scenes of crowds of onlookers gathering on the street. Why, Chin Feng murmured. Before they arrived, he and Okamoto Shinichi had already handled everything inside the sewage treatment plant. A total of 80 members. 60 were guarding the perimeter, 20 went inside to clean up. Abruzzo was controlled. The 4 clowns were also all controlled. In order not to alert the enemy, they even arranged for someone to answer calls and reply to messages for them. How could it be that suddenly? It's not hard to imagine. If you can't even understand this, it can only mean Lu Shaoqian spread his hands. You are still far from a perfect crime. Perfect crime. Still far off. These words hit Qin Feng's chest like a heavy hammer. He stood frozen in place. Lu Shaoqian shook his head, his eyes filled with a hint of sympathy. You should know one thing. Since I can control 4 clowns, then I can control countless clowns. At that moment, below the members of the pursuit team hanging in the screen appeared more than 20 figures. More than 20 clowns wearing masks. They are all my colleagues in the circus. Poor colleagues. They are busy with the same thing day after day. Even though you mocked them. But they have all developed skilled techniques. As long as the lights in the sewage plant are turned off, they can appear in any corner like ghosts. To detect those team members feeling their way in the dark is as easy as my sensing the little bats hiding in the pipes. In the end, just give each of them a gun. Then, your team members will become live targets. Of course, there are still people outside the sewage plant surrounding you. But unfortunately, my lovely clowns only want to complete the plan. They do not fear death. Suddenly, Lu Shaoqian, who was standing at the edge of the rooftop, jumped slightly. He almost lost his balance due to a slip of his foot. Cracked chunks of cement fell off the edge of the rooftop. This action startled everyone. Hey! Don't be so serious. They are not dead yet. Put a smile on your face. Oh ha 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 ha. Watching Lu Shaoqian laugh recklessly, Okamoto Shinichi suddenly felt as if he was dreaming. What kind of show is this? The guy in front of him is a complete madman. He suddenly felt a bit of tightness in his chest, even struggling to breathe. What do you really want? Okamoto Shinichi finally couldn't hold it in and asked this question. Hearing this, Lu Shaoqian's smile suddenly vanished. It was as if this performance had officially begun only now. Great question. This is the theme for the next part of our show. Lu Shaoqian waved his hand again. The faces of the pursuit team members on the big screen were magnified one by one. I give you a chance to save them. As long as you 3 tell this bat gentleman your true identities, I will release them. Lu Shaoqian had a sincere expression. Isn't that simple? Upon hearing this, Okamoto Shinichi and the others were utterly stunned. What a request is this? This is against the rules of the production team. All those who enter the virtual world cannot reveal information about the program or the real world to NPCs. This is a rule. If they do, then they would be directly eliminated. That's not the scariest part. The scariest part is that this virtual world crafted by countless lives would completely collapse. Madman. He truly is a madman. Chapter 82, I should be the master. But what if they don't do as he says? Without a doubt, Lu Shaoqian would relentlessly proceed with his next plan. In that case, the 3 experts of the Special Investigations team wouldn't be able to stand in this world either. Tangren, standing nearby, was about to crush his slippers with his toes. He originally thought that Lu Shaoqian would at most just demand their begging for mercy. Or insult them a bit. At worst, force them to kneel. But he never expected that he would propose an impossible request. The bullet comments in the live broadcast room had gone out of control at this point. I really didn't expect this. He actually made such a request. What kind of logic is this? Awesome. I originally thought he would just make a few people embarrass themselves, but I never expected. Ah, Jin. Are you serious? I only feel a chill down my back. Haven't you all thought about it? If the three experts really do what he says, what will happen? That world will be completely chaotic, and it will resist the real world. The connection between the two worlds will collapse, and they may also be trapped in that chaotic world forever. What? It has such a big impact? I participated in the early development of the virtual world before, so I understand a little of the situation. Playing so big? This handsome guy, let's pull a little more, just like buying something. Everyone can bargain again, Tangren said while pulling Qin Feng. How about we kneel down and admit our mistake? Our dignity is all yours, it's a great deal. Hearing this, Lu Shaoqian giggled. Damn guy, you can actually make a clown laugh. But I'm very sorry. Your dignity is worthless. At this moment, Bill, who had been holding his phone and watching the hostages plead for mercy, also laughed. He laughed until tears came out. Ha ha ha. I have never been this happy in my life. Bill, things can stop here, think about your family. Bruce suddenly spoke up. He had been waiting for the opportunity to lure Bill away from the edge of the rooftop. Hey, little bat, you don't get to talk here. Lu Shaoqian shook the remote control in his hand. One remote control connects to several bombs. If you don't want someone to die, then continue standing still like a wooden block, and take care of yourself, including that mouth of yours. After saying this, Lu Shaoqian's gaze returned to Okamoto Shinichi and the others. All right. Wait a minute. Lu Shaoqian ignored Tangren and took out his phone. Next, one person will die every 10 seconds. Prepare. He pressed the send button. Start. From this moment on, an invisible countdown began in the minds of Okamoto Shinichi and his friends. 10. 9. 8. What to do? That kind of demand is simply impossible. 5. 4. So passive. If only I had known. Before they could finish their thoughts. Bang! A thunderous gunshot echoed from the speaker at the top of the building. On the screen, a captured team member hanging there dropped his head. The street began to fill with chaotic horn sounds. The pace of this city started to spiral out of control. No! Okamoto Shinichi suddenly knelt on the ground. He had been feeling a tightness in his chest, and at this moment, he wanted to vomit. He felt as if a big hand was gripping his neck tightly. Not even a breath could get through. Next to him, Qin Feng's face was pale as well. Because this gunshot already represented the beginning of their failure. This failure could never be undone. Then, bang! Another gunshot. In the live broadcast room, there was even more dead silence. Because only here could they see the information behind the scenes. On the big screen, system prompts kept popping up. Notice, Pursuit Team Member 20 Suwangao has been eliminated and will be teleported out of the scene. Notice, Pursuit Team Member 17 by Musin has been eliminated and will be teleported out of the scene. Notice, Pursuit Team Member 16 Jude has been eliminated and will be teleported out of the scene. Notice, Pursuit Team Member 8 Yang Jianya has been eliminated and will be teleported out of the scene. These messages flashed by like death warrants, piling up one after another. They pressed on everyone's nerves. While everyone was in a daze, Okamoto Shinichi suddenly stood up in the picture. From the beginning, it was wrong. Okamoto Shinichi murmured to himself. As if he had lost his soul. I should be the master. I should be. Who can I represent? No. I can represent no one. Bruce noticed something was wrong and turned to look at Okamoto Shinichi. Pull yourself together. But Okamoto Shinichi seemed to not hear it. Okamoto, the usually optimistic Tangren, was now trembling too. Forget it. Why? Why can't you all say who you are? In Bruce's eyes, those members on the screen were not eliminated. They were truly dead. Bruce's voice had become urgent. Say? Okamoto Shinichi sneered, his right hand moved slightly. By the time others realized, a gun had appeared in his right hand. The gun's muzzle pressed against his own jaw. Without a word, he pulled the trigger. Bang! On the rooftop, the gunshot rang out. Okamoto Shinichi fell down. In the live broadcast room, Notification, expert from Sakura country, Okamoto Shinichi, has been eliminated, will soon be transmitted out of the scene. Ding Cheng and Deadpool both stood up from their chairs. The first eliminated expert has appeared. Yet, no one could imagine that it would be in this way. Without waiting for the opponent to strike, he eliminated himself. Oppression. Extreme oppression. However, in the corner, Uncle Ba's lips involuntarily curled up. Finally, it's here. On the rooftop. Everyone stared silently at Okamoto Shinichi, who was lying on the ground. At this moment, Bill put down his phone. He turned and looked at Okamoto Shinichi on the ground, mumbling to himself, "Did you judge yourself, so foolish? In this world, there is no fair judgment. Bill. Your family is waiting for you. Your daughter, remember?" Bruce seized the opportunity and gave Chin Fong a glance. Chin Fong understood. Hearing the word daughter, Bill paused for a moment and stepped forward. Those 2 steps gave Chin Fong the opportunity. However, before he could move, the Tangren kicked out with a swift leg, flying towards him. Bill was kicked down. Almost simultaneously, Bruce's hook shot out. Very accurate. The rope directly wrapped around Lu Xiaoqian's arm. Bruce pulled hard. The remote control dropped to the ground. Chapter 83, Insane Asylum? I invite you to join. At the moment the remote control fell to the ground, Chin Fong and Tangren froze momentarily. Then, they quickly lunged forward. This was their instinct, the only thing they could do. Of course, if it really was going to explode, their action would be useless. Because at this position, detonating such a bomb, the upper floors of this building would disappear in an instant. On the contrary, Bruce seemed much calmer. He had rehearsed this scene in his mind countless times. The position where the remote was thrown was 3 to 4 meters away from Lu Xiaoqian. At this moment, with Bruce keeping watch, he couldn't get that remote. Looking at the jester standing in the blind spot, who had been disarmed, Bruce coldly said, "Jester, the game is over." Bruce originally wanted to command him to pick up the phone and immediately stop the actions at the sewage plant. But it was too late. As the remote was yanked away, the 20th member of the pursuit team was just disposed of on the big screen. The team of 20 was completely eliminated. He now only wanted the opponent to leave the edge of the rooftop obediently. Even 2 steps would be enough. Otherwise, he could not guarantee that after using the tranquilizer gun, the opponent wouldn't fall off the building. Over? No, Lu Xiaoqian shook his head. Once the show starts, it can't stop. Otherwise, the audience will get angry. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene on the building behind Lu Xiaoqian changed. In the image, a bed appeared. And lying on the bed was Bill. Bill, whose face was still uninjured. Seeing this scene, Bruce immediately understood what the jester in front of him wanted to do. The opponent wanted to destroy him. In the screen, Bruce began to shake the weak Bill forcefully. The threatening voice was loudly released. Bill's pleading expression was also displayed. "It's not like that," Bruce exclaimed. What the opponent was saying, Lu Xiaoqian didn't care at all. "Little bat. Do you know why? When you were above my head, I could clearly make my lie more perfect. For example, saying I carried a release-type remote control, and once I die, the remote will trigger immediately. That way, it would be foolproof. But, I didn't do that. Do you know why?" Bruce remembered the scene when he infiltrated the sewage plant before. "Because, this would give you hope. Make you follow me, moving forward continuously. You would have the illusion that as long as you followed me, you could seize an opportunity to catch me. But you didn't know, in the end, what you could catch. Only the darkness in yourself." At the same time, above the big screen, a heart-wrenching scream sounded. In the picture, Bill was covering his face in pain. People around the building saw the young master of Wayne Group committing a crime. They all opened their mouths wide. Some agitated people even started shouting curses. The scene of the execution of over 20 people just flashed back in their minds. A strange idea planted a seed in their hearts. Isn't it time for the world's order to change? On the rooftop, Chin Fong and Tangren seemed to realize something. The bat in front of them seemed to be Bruce from the picture. They looked at the big screen, then at Bruce. Finally, their eyes fell on Bill lying on the ground. At that moment, Bruce could no longer hold back completely. The tranquilizer gun was already in his hand. He couldn't care less about anything else. He only had one thought, which is, catch this madman. If the other party fell down, he would find a way to pull him up. Bruce's movements were quick. The moment the tranquilizer gun was raised, the ammunition was fired. Not aiming at the other's head, but directly at the stomach. This position is the best spot to hit the target, because there is absolutely no way to dodge. Seeing this scene, the viewers in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Before they could even type a message. The next second, an even more shocking scene occurred. As the bullet shot out of the gun, Lu Shaoqian seemed to have been prepared, opening his arms and leaning back. He fell. In an instant, the bullet comments in the live room reappeared, filling the screen, making the words unreadable. After Lu Shaoqian fell, the grappling hook rope tangled on his arm was pulled away quickly. Seeing this, Bruce quickly grabbed the rope. But the strong gravity forced Bruce to move forward. Moving to the edge of the rooftop, Bruce used one hand to hold the rope and the other to grasp the edge of the cement stone, barely keeping the falling Lu Shaoqian in midair. Qin Feng and Tang Ren saw this and hurriedly came to help. They heard Lu Shaoqian's laughter hanging in midair. "You madman!" Bruce gritted his teeth, pulling the rope. "You should go to a mental hospital." "Ha ha ha ha. Mental hospital. We should be roommates." "Ha ha ha." Lu Shaoqian couldn't control his emotions. Actually, before this, he had already prepared an escape route. On the other side of the building, outside the wall, there was a fire escape ladder. That escape route could avoid Bruce's early layout. However, when he stood at the edge of the rooftop, he suddenly felt that this method was not what he wanted. He decisively gave up that ordinary escape route. Because he was no longer himself now. He is Joker. At the moment of falling, all the cells in his body stirred up. In his head, besides the constant reminder of system sounds, another voice was shouting. "Be more intense. More intense. From this moment on. No longer pretending. Ha ha ha. Oh ha 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 ha. Yes. Just like this. This is true chaos. Ding. Character similarity, 40% completed. Ding. Character similarity, 50% completed. Ding. Character similarity, 60% completed." Just as Bruce pulled him, the system sound stopped. "Do you think you can escape the sanctions like this?" Bruce gritted his teeth. "I will definitely catch you." "Haha, do you think this is just between the two of us?" Lu Shaoqian hung in the air. "This is a battle for the soul." Oh ho ho ho. Qin Feng behind Bruce was drenched in sweat. Tang Ren's slippers were completely wrecked. "Let's pull him up all at once." Tang Ren shouted through the pain in his feet. Hearing Tang Ren's voice, Lu Shaoqian laughed even harder. "Doesn't this feeling of gravity feel quite similar to madness?" Lu Shaoqian produced a dagger in his hand, just a gentle push. Before he finished speaking, the rope on his arm snapped with a pop. He fell. Falling fast. Ding. Character similarity, 70% achieved. Chapter 84, Which Mouse Stole My Cheese? Watching this madman fall from the building, Bruce looked dazed for a moment. Before he could recover, a fit of manic laughter came from behind. Bill. At this moment, the three of them noticed that Bill, who had been lying on the ground, had already gotten up. And he had the remote in his hand. Ha 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 ha. This insane laughter told them that the situation was beyond redemption. Chaos is fairness. Bill staggered, staring at the remote in his hand. Then, let fairness be found in chaos. His finger pressed the remote. Boom. The third floor and rooftop of the Grand Theater exploded together. The entire building shook, then the structure broke apart, tilting towards the next building. Screams continuously erupted from the street. The eyes of the audiences in the livestream room widened. No way, are two experts going to be eliminated again? If that's the case, wouldn't the main force of the pursuit team be almost wiped out tonight? As the audience waited anxiously, a black object appeared in the screen, falling rapidly in midair. It looked like a parachute? It's Tang Ren. He's tightly hugging the bat. A sharp-eyed audience member spammed the chat. Other audiences also realized it really was Qin Feng and Tang Ren. They were saved. As it turned out. After realizing the danger, Bruce directly took the two away with him. Using his basic gear, the military parachute, to escape. The quality of this parachute was very good. But unfortunately, the number of people was severely over the limit. So, the speed of descent was a bit fast. So fast that Tang Ren didn't dare to open his eyes, tightly hugging Bruce's waist, refusing to let go. Bruce didn't mind much, not complaining about Tang Ren. After all, if he didn't hold on tightly, it would be deadly. The speed of descent was too fast to control or adjust. This was also Bruce's first time encountering such a situation. There was no other choice but to land hard. Even with Tang Ren's eyes closed, his cleverness allowed him to sense they were about to land hard. He quickly crawled up to Bruce's head, trying to avoid being the first to land. Sheen Foam, beside him, really couldn't stand it anymore. Little Tang. It was Mr. Bat who saved us, can you be a little more polite? Are you climbing a tree? Old Sheen, my legs are weak. Before he finished speaking, the three landed successfully and hard. Tang Ren screamed. Bruce quickly tore off the parachute covering them, trying to leave the scene as quickly as possible. However, before he could stand up, a large group of people rushed toward him. He looked up. 5 or 6 microphones were thrust into his mask. The labels on the microphones read Gotham Times. Mr. Bat. You are the guardian of this city. You were just at the scene, please tell us, what is going on? Mr. Bat. What do you think about the young master of Wayne Group using vigilante justice? Mr. Bat. The 2 you rescued have fainted. Watching this scene, Director Bobby across the street chewed gum, smirking. From this moment on, all the news in Gotham City belonged to him. On the other side, Sherlock and his 2 companions were driving towards the extraction point. To avoid the main road, they had been driving for several hours, and they were about to reach their destination. How much longer until we arrive? Holmes, sitting in the front passenger seat, asked. Almost there, about 10 minutes, Logic replied, gripping the steering wheel. Logic was a guy who was good at cutting corners and being lazy. In general, during group activities, he certainly would not want to stand out. The steering wheel would definitely not be in his hands. But this time was different, desire made him impatient. Among the 3 of them, he was the most anxious. He thought the other 2 were driving too slowly, so he had to take control, flooring the gas pedal. Logic, since we're almost there, shouldn't you ease off the gas a bit? Holmes asked, gripping the armrest. I'm just being cautious. A cash truck moving slowly can be dangerous. Logic replied. Meanwhile, Darren was slumped in the back seat, holding a bottle of mineral water and still replaying the situation with Lu Xiaoqian in his mind. The skills, not enough? Darren took a sip of water, shouldn't be. I don't know if that guy got caught. As soon as these words were said, the 2 people in the front became cautious. After all, if Lu Xiaoqian was caught, their struggle would begin. Right now, it's not a good time to say things that are not helpful for Unity. Logic pushed the gas, let's wait until we cash out to talk. At that moment, the car radio began to broadcast news. We interrupt this program for an emergency news update. An explosion has occurred at the Gozen Grand Theater, the building has collapsed, and the number of casualties is currently unknown. Citizens are advised to avoid this area. The suspect is a man with a painted clown face. Please be vigilant, citizens. The radio had been turned down by Logic, and the volume was low, so only Holmes heard it. Holmes, what did it just say? Logic asked. I heard the word clown. Yes, it's talking about that clown. What did it say? It said he blew up the Gozen Grand Theater, and the number of casualties is unknown. As soon as this statement was made, a sound erupted. Darren had sprayed water from his mouth in shock. What? He blew up the Gozen Grand Theater? Darren confirmed. Yes, haven't you gotten used to this madman yet? You sprayed water like a fountain. Holmes wiped the back of his head. I increasingly feel that this guy's mind is twisted beyond study. Darren said. That's not the point. The point is, if he finds out we stole his cash truck. Before Holmes could finish, Logic interrupted. What's there to fear? After we cash out, the money is in my pocket, he can't do anything to me. Even if he comes to blow me up, I think it's worth it. Just as he finished speaking, a phone rang loudly. It's not my phone, Holmes said. It's not mine either, mine's on vibrate, Logic said. Not mine either, Darren also said. The phone continued to ring. The 3 of them stood frozen. Holmes carefully traced the source of the sound, leaned down, and reached under the seat to feel around for a while. In the end, he pulled out a cell phone from underneath the seat. All 3 had blank looks on their faces. Holmes answered the call and pressed the speakerphone button. Let me guess, which mice stole my cheese? Hearing this voice, the 3 of them felt a chill down their spines. The voice belonged to Lu Xiaoqian. They exchanged glances, and no one spoke. Not talking, huh? Then you won't be saved. Because there's a bomb in the car. As soon as these words were uttered, the faces of the 3 turned pale. And you don't know how to avoid triggering it. Logic couldn't help but ask, what are you trying to say? I knew it was you. I originally reserved this car for the pursuit team. Since you took it, this game is yours now. Can you be clearer? Logic swallowed hard. From now on, the speed must not drop below 80, don't step on the brakes, and if you fail to do any of these, the car will explode immediately. Once that sentence was spoken, the call was abruptly disconnected. Chapter 85, We Are the Tragedy. Hanging up the phone, Lu Shaoqian threw the phone onto the passenger seat. He continued to press the accelerator, his next destination was coming up fast. He was feeling extremely weak now. Having just fallen from the upstairs, the clown jacket had saved his life. But the feelings and instincts at that moment were still there. In that instant, he could feel every bone in his body shatter. It really hurts a lot. Lu Shaoqian coughed violently twice, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. System notification, the clown jacket has saved you from a fatal injury, and your body is healing. Remaining uses of clown jacket, 0. This big theater performance went very smoothly. The crazy demonstration would be constantly remembered and fermented in people's minds. This city was already a stinking dead pool. The previous bank incident was just a crack tearing in the stagnant pool. And that crack served the theater performance tonight like throwing a piece of burning hot rock into the bottom of the pool. Next, Lu Shaoqian had to continue stirring up this dead water until it completely boiled. However, Lu Shaoqian was also facing a problem. That was, such a great thing could not be accomplished alone. And the helpers he could use were very few. Abruzzo and the clowns who followed him in the circus had all been captured. Bill had also chosen his own path. All that was left was Bobby, a director in the news industry. He needed to quickly find some new helpers. But new helpers were not that easy to find, their qualities could not be lower than the previous group of clowns. Moreover, they needed to be crazy enough. Previously, Lu Shaoqian was still thinking about this, but Bruce's words, "put you in a mental hospital," suddenly gave him an inspiration. Damn it, Bruce. You really are a damn genius. If he needed helpers, why not check the mental hospital? Those guys there are all talents, they speak well, and each has unique skills. They must be able to meet his needs. However, those guys, although more useful than the previous clowns, but at the same time, they are harder to control. A 500% ability to stir emotions is more than enough in ordinary people. But putting it on this group of jokers may not be the same. At that moment, Lu Shaoqian slammed on the brakes. What appeared in front of him was the oldest mental hospital in Gozan City, Kangbili Mental Hospital. Lu Shaoqian did not get out of the car immediately, but began to check the system. Earlier, during the fall, the system's notification sound had been crazily refreshing. There was simply no time to check. Taking advantage of this brief moment of respite, Lu Shaoqian had to take a look at the system. Complete the Madness Threshold task, reward, Clownfish Pocket Watch. Clownfish Pocket Watch, allow the target to gaze at the pocket watch for 1 minute, and they can see the most profound memory of the other person and can alter it. Note, a living being can only be altered once. Living being? Can it be used on anything? As long as it's alive? Character similarity has reached 75%, bonus reward, Genius Artist. Genius Artist, can fuse any 2 rewards from the system to create a new reward, effect random. Seeing this prompt, Lu Shaoqian thought for a moment. Fusing rewards, 2 into 1. Can already used ones be fused? For example, the clown jacket with 0 remaining uses? System response, yes, rewards with 0 uses can also be fused. Then let's wait, the laughing gas fireworks in hand haven't been used yet, I'll fuse them after they're used up. System response, you truly are a damn genius. Lu Shaoqian got out of the car and walked toward the eerie Kangbili Mental Hospital. On the other side, Logic was pressing the accelerator furiously. As the car passed the checkpoint, Logic clenched his teeth and tears streamed down his face. Drive slower, please. He only said the speed shouldn't be less than 80, not to race, so don't run out of gas. Darren reminded. Who understands? The farthest distance in the world is not that I can't say I love you in front of you, but rather, the moment we pass each other. I want to cash in. Logic, control the damn desire of yours and quickly check how much gas we have left. Holmes said. There's, 2 bars. 2 bars? Darren exclaimed in shock, do we have to jump out of the car? Jump out? Won't that eliminate 2 people right away? Logic asked. So what do we do? Don't panic, their intention is clear, to use this car to attract firepower. In other words, they don't want this car to stop. Holmes analyzed. You mean, is there gasoline in the car? Darren asked. There must be. Holmes turned around, Darren, go look in the compartment. Me? Darren pointed at himself. Actually, I could go with you, but do you trust leaving him alone in the driver's seat? Holmes asked expressionlessly. Both Logic and Darren were stunned. The problem is, even if there is gasoline, what do we do after filling the tank? Just keep driving? Darren asked. Let's get fuel first, then I'll have an idea of what to do next. Holmes said. You have an idea? Yes, I roughly know where that guy is. But first, we need to get out of our current predicament. Everyone believed Holmes when he said this. Suddenly, they felt more confident. All right. Actually, you guys should worry about whether I might jump out of the car. Darren murmured. You won't jump. The speed cannot drop below 80, and if it exceeds 100, you won't handle it well, so I'll keep the speed around 95. If you jump out, I'll make sure you're eliminated. Logic said. Thanks for the encouragement. Here's the key. Holmes tossed the compartment key to Darren. The fuel tank opening is next to your door. Okay. Darren climbed out, covered in dirt and mud. He never imagined that after performing magic so gracefully at the Parrot Kingdom's state banquet, he would have a day like this. The bullet comments in the livestream filled the screen. Darren! You are such a tragedy. So tragic, participating in this show must be the biggest regret of his life. Not just him, from what I can tell, everyone besides Liu Shaoqian regrets it to death, especially Okamoto Shinichi. Okamoto Shinichi is really suffering, he might still have to appear in the livestream, so awkward. Chapter 86, Are there any brave warriors willing to step up? In just half an hour, news of the theater explosion spread to every corner of the city. This was the most sensational news in the city in the past 2 years. In comparison, the bank incident suddenly seemed insignificant. Because the theater was the center of spirit and thought output for this city. Many ideologies were packaged into various dramas, spreading here. But now, this place had suddenly turned into ruins. It shook the entire city. Aside from this news, there was also the video of Bruce threatening Bill that was going viral. Gozen Times headquarters was busier than ever. Besides reporting the Opera House news, they were also creating a column analyzing the root causes of this incident. Gozen Times labeled this incident as a repressed lower-class eruption event, placing Bruce's threatening photo in the most prominent position. The implied meaning was obvious. Meanwhile, Bruce had returned to his own identity, bringing Tangren and Qin Feng back to Wayne Enterprises. In the temporary office, there were only the three of them. Although the issue of Bruce's identity had not been brought to the forefront, this matter. Qin Feng and Tangren already knew the truth. The three of them fell into silence. Finally, it was Tangren who broke the silence first. Officer Sean, is he dead? No, at that time, I saw someone on the edge of the rooftop about to fall, and many onlookers gathered. He went downstairs to disperse the crowd, Bruce said. Oh, could you get me a pair of shoes? Tangren rubbed his toes, looking for something to say. Bruce had his assistant bring in a pair of leather shoes. Tangren slipped them on. They didn't match his shorts at all. I was thinking after the scene is officially cleared, should we arrange a funeral for Mr. Okamoto? Bruce asked. Hearing this, Tangren and Qin Feng exchanged a glance. No need, no need. Tangren shook his head. No need? Bruce was very surprised. The customs in their hometown are very casual, they just go with the flow, throwing in the river or in the trash can is fine. Mr. Bruce, you're the one in the most trouble now, you should hold one for yourself. Huh? You should hold a press conference for yourself, otherwise, you'll become the bully of Gozen City, and we won't even want to come to your company then. Bruce was already feeling very upset, and after talking to Tangren for a bit, he felt even more blocked. At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly spoke up and asked, Mr. Bruce, you are the bat, right? As soon as he said this, Bruce's expression froze. He had never thought of publicly revealing his identity. But now. No, the bat is my friend. Mr. Bruce, if this continues, you'll become more and more passive, Qin Feng said seriously. You should feel this opponent is not an ordinary person, he even has the ability to see through people's hearts. Bruce didn't say anything. What had happened recently had indeed affected him greatly. But these matters only impacted his public identity and did not affect the bat's identity. It was crucial that the bat's image not fall, that was the most important thing. So at this moment, he could not admit that he was the bat. Otherwise, everything he had done before would be for nothing. Mr. Qin Feng, I don't understand what you mean, I only know that this city needs faith and courage the most right now. Bruce's meaning was clear, he was hinting to Qin Feng that even if they know something, now is not the time to say it. I think right now, we should focus on planning and discussing our next actions, Bruce said with determination. As long as we are well prepared, no opponent can be defeated. Qin Feng nodded slightly, but we need to wait a bit. Wait? What are we waiting for? Every minute we waste gives that guy more time to breathe. We are waiting for our new colleague. Tangren understood Qin Feng's meaning. Okamoto Shinichi had been eliminated. The substitute expert in the program crew surely needed to fill in. Yeah, let's wait a bit, it just allows me to catch my breath, that was really too exciting. How long will it take? Bruce asked. It should be soon, they are just outside Gozen City, Qin Feng said. Alright, I'll have someone bring in some food, you guys wait a moment. Inside the live broadcast room, they were confirming the next expert to fill in. This matter, no one had any experience with. In past episodes, there had never been an opportunity for an expert to come back again. Because once the first round of experts went up, the show was practically over. The absurdity of an expert being eliminated had never happened. When Yonggo asked if anyone wanted to go up, Uncle Ba rarely spoke up. Besides Uncle Ba, Deadpool also jumped up. Hey, buddy, you've been sitting for so long, can you still hold it? Deadpool twisted his waist, that guy is really crazy, let me take care of this, okay? Your waist is indeed very flexible, but your muscles are quite stale. Uncle Buck didn't even look at him, dealing with this guy requires a developed brain, do you have one? I'm not sure until I crack open your skull. What a creepy guy. Deadpool put his head on the ground, supporting his body while continuing to twist, then let's have a brain dance together and have a little competition. No need, no need. Brother Yang waved his hands repeatedly, the rules of the show state that if there are multiple people willing to substitute, it must be decided by the eliminated expert. You mean Okamoto Shinichi? Deadpool asked. Yes. Then let's let Okamoto Shinichi watch us dance before he makes a decision. At this moment, the door of the live broadcast room was suddenly pushed open. Several people barged in. The guy with hair wax from last time was among them. But this time, he was following behind. Standing at the very front was Bruce. The real Bruce. This time, the substitute expert is me. Everyone froze in place. Even Brother Yong, the staff member, was caught off guard. You? Deadpool opened his mouth. Why? Uncle Buck asked coldly. Because I am now the biggest sponsor of the show. Bruce's expression was emotionless. Also because I am Batman. With this statement, the whole internet shook. Chapter 87 The Man at the Top of the Food Chain. God. Bruce is that Bat? So before, oh no. Classic I have a friend. Lu Shaoqian forced the real one out? If he doesn't come out, it wouldn't be good, Wayne Group is going to be messed up. Uncle Buck was about to dance with Deadpool just to get on stage, and ended up getting slapped by Money Power. The bid was probably very high, the program team didn't have time to inform internally, Brother Young's jaw is now on the ground. A friend of mine said he has never seen so much money in his life, with that much money, why would he participate in a damn show? You think Bruce announced he is that bad at this moment because he is ready to confront Lu Shaoqian head-on? Otherwise, if he continues to pressure the program team, there's a chance to stop the show. Suddenly, I seem to understand what Lu Shaoqian said before, this isn't just a private matter between them, this is a struggle. Bruce walked up to Brother Yong and looked directly at him. Brother Yong was hanging his head, listening to the notifications from backstage through his headphones. Bruce originally wanted to pressure and stop the show. But after the incident at the Gotham Theater in the program, everything could not be reversed. In reality, the public pressure in Gotham City crashed down on Wayne Group like a wave. The stock price of Wayne Group also tumbled down like an avalanche. But for Bruce, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was the Joker's thoughts began to spread in real Gotham City. On the streets, in the alleys, there were already many people starting to wear Joker masks, muttering some strange slogans. Even some young kids began to mimic the Joker's behavior. Everyone seemed to be waiting for this Joker to appear in reality. Those street punks who were once wary of the Bat were gradually becoming bolder. This is not a good sign. Moreover, being stirred up by Lu Shaoqian, many citizens began to suspect Wayne Group. If at this moment, pressure is put on the show to stop it, even if the means are legitimate, outsiders wouldn't believe it. They would more likely bind Wayne Group with conspiracy theories. So, the show absolutely cannot be paused. Not only can we not pause, we must speed up and continue. But it does not mean letting the show continue in the same direction as before. Bruce must intervene in this show personally. Because the virtual version of him has no idea how tricky this situation is. Unaware of this show's existence, that virtual self is oblivious. This is the main reason Bruce has to step forward and admit his identity. Before, he hesitated about whether to use the group's resources to upgrade his equipment, fearing identity exposure. Now, there's no need to hesitate. Bruce decides that once he enters the virtual world, he will completely upgrade all equipment and settings. If there's going to be a struggle, then let's go all out. At this moment, Swimmer has just finished listening to the backstage announcement. He picked up the microphone and began to announce Wayne Group's sponsorship of the show. Then, he said. The sponsorship from Wayne Group is completely free of charge. There is only one condition. And that is to let Mr. Bruce participate in the capture. The production team has carefully considered this proposal and agreed to Mr. Bruce's request. However, considering fairness for the other experts, we still need to consult the opinions of the two guests who are just about to participate. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes fell on Deadpool and Uncle Bob. If it were anyone else, I would definitely not agree. But since it's Bruce personally stepping forward after just experiencing a setback, I'm really curious. Deadpool pointed at Bruce with his middle finger. This time, I've got your back. Bruce shifted his disdainful gaze away from Deadpool and looked at Uncle Bob. What about you? Just when everyone thought Uncle Bob would oppose, unexpectedly, he said a few words. Good luck, little bat. Uncle Bob's gaze carried a hint of amusement, and the corner of his mouth tilted slightly. He had wanted to take this opportunity to step down and experience the clown's enthusiasm. Unfortunately, a real bat appeared halfway through. However, he did not believe this bat could change anything. On the contrary, it made him look forward even more to his future encounter with the clown. The more people he took down, the more it proved his value. This principle is just like a food chain. Layer by layer. And he stood at the top of the food chain. He was excited, looking forward to seeing this bat being devoured by the clown. Though it would take some time, it would be worth it. After all, haste makes one unable to enjoy the delicious food. Bruce received responses from the two guests and did not want to waste more time, directly looking at Swimmer and asking, "Can we do it now? Can you send me in?" He was waiting to go in, update his equipment, and formulate a plan. "You can go anytime." Swimmer replied, "However, there are two things I must emphasize. First, confidentiality regulations state that within the virtual world, you cannot disclose anything. No need to elaborate. What else is there? The other thing is, once you enter the virtual world, your identity will be extracted, but Mr. Bruce already has an identity in the virtual world, so, once you go in, your consciousness will directly replace the virtual Bruce. MHM. There's nothing else. Oh, right, the previous virtual version of you had tracked the phones of the fleeing contestants, but once you go in, that behavior is not allowed. MHM. There's nothing else. After you go in, you will have an internal phone, and if there's anything, we will contact you through that phone. Bruce turned to the waxed-haired man and said, 2 days. In these 2 days, handle the outside matters well. I understand. The waxed-haired man bowed his head. At the same time, Tang Ren and Qin Feng were in the temporary office eating. In the past few days, the tense chase and fierce battles have exhausted them. This moment of rest allowed them to regain quite a bit of energy and spirit. Just when Tang Ren was enjoying his meal, Bruce, sitting in front, suddenly dropped his head and lay on the table. Damn! Tang Ren jumped in shock, spilling soup all over his hands. Is he having a stroke? Chapter 88. Everyone get ready. Attack! Tang Ren shouted, startled Qin Feng, who rushed over to check on Bruce's condition. Although he was a virtual person, if he really had a stroke, it would indeed be big news. No one in the real world could guess how the public opinion might unfold. However, before Qin Feng could examine him, Bruce's head lifted again. Tang Ren and Qin Feng looked at each other in confusion. Mr. Bruce, you need to take care of your mentality, or you might easily end up paralyzed. Tang Ren picked up his bowl again. Yes, Mr. Bruce, do you want to take a break for a while? Our partner probably won't arrive for a bit, Qin Feng said. I am your partner. Hey, not that kind of partner, but a more intimate kind of partner. Tang Ren continued to eat. You wouldn't understand. I am your very intimate partner. After Bruce stated his identity, there was silence in the office. What's wrong? Don't you feel excited? A little bit, I guess. But you look a bit disappointed? Mr. Bruce, don't blame my bluntness. I thought a stronger guy would come, but didn't expect it to be you. You just lost to that guy. Your presence doesn't elevate our strength. The one before was not the real me. This is different. It's the same. It's a 100% simulation. Tang Ren shook his head. Forget it. Xiao Tang, let's not say things that are bad for unity. But I really can't help it. Bruce didn't argue with Tang Ren. Instead, he called his assistant in. Enough, we are full, no need to call anymore. Please close your mouth first. Bruce glanced at Tang Ren. Oh. Bruce looked at his assistant and said. Now there are a few things you need to help me with immediately. Yes. The assistant quickly took out a pen to take notes. First, contact the person in charge of Wayne Tech. I want to get 2 things from there. One is molecular self-assembly material, use it to help me assemble a liquid armor, and it needs to look like that bat thing in the news. Then help me copy a version of Wayne's smart city management system. I need over 90% of the surveillance data from Gotham City. Understood. Next, contact the person in charge of Wayne Aerospace, and with bomber coding technology, combine it with the Meteorological Engineering Department's fog generator to give this armor a stealth system, requiring both visual and radar invisibility for 30 seconds. Yes. Finally, contact the technology supervisor Lucius to modify the military assault bridge vehicles in the military warehouse. Let him contact me directly for specific requirements. Understood. Get to it right away. Yes. The assistant immediately left the office. Bruce turned back to see Tangren and Qin Feng staring in shock. So, you came here to upgrade your equipment. Qin Feng swallowed hard. Xiao Tang just spoke way too loudly. Bruce, do you have all these strange things? Tangren asked. Not strange, these are resources that the group has always had. Then why didn't you upgrade before? If you had, you could have easily slapped that clown down. We wouldn't even need to play skydiving. Tangren said excitedly. Previously, I didn't want to expose my identity, but now, it doesn't matter anymore. That must be able to catch him. My female fans won't run away. At the same time, Holmes and the three were still racing in the suburbs. 3 police cars were already following behind them. Darren indeed found gasoline inside the vehicle. After tremendous effort, I managed to fill up the car's gas tank. When he climbed back into the car, his hair was already standing on end. Done. Darren slumped in his seat. What do we do now? There are 3 police cars behind us, chasing closely. Yeah, what do we do now? Sherlock, you just said you have a plan, hurry up and share it. Logie stared at the rearview mirror. Drive along the banks of the Prilly Canal. When we get close to the Black Gate district, maintain a speed of 80, and we'll jump into the river together. Wait, are you saying we jump into the river together? Logie asked. And why run towards the Black Gate district when the canal is so long? Darren questioned. Because, that guy is right in the Black Gate district at the Comerly Asylum. As soon as these words were said, both Logie and Darren were stunned. You guessed it? Logie asked. Judging from the previous phone call. Sherlock explained, when that guy called us, the window was open, I could hear the wind, but outside was very quiet. This indicates it wasn't in the city. Then, I heard a bell and the sound of a ship arriving at port. That kind of bell is very ancient, I checked, and in Goshen City, there are only 2 old churches that have it, one in the Far East, and one right in the Black Gate district. But the eastern one has no rivers near it, and thus no boats. So it has to be the old church in the Black Gate district. Wait a minute, you just mentioned not a general area, but a specific address, the Comerly Asylum. Darren said. That place, besides the church, only has 2 farms and a mental institution nearby. So you chose the asylum? Isn't that a bit random? Logie confirmed. Hearing this, Sherlock suddenly turned his head and stared fixedly at Logie. To deal with this guy, your brain must operate according to his thinking and behavior logic. Think about it carefully. Up until now, what has been useful to him? It certainly won't be money. Logie mumbled. Is it people? Darren said. Exactly, it's people. His several actions all required help. Sherlock lit a cigarette and continued. The news just reported that over 20 clowns were caught, and that Abruzzo was also arrested. We can't be sure of anything right now, the only thing we can be sure of is he will continue to act. So, after suffering such great losses, to continue acting, he will definitely reorganize his forces. Right now, he is appearing near a church, a mental institution, and 2 farms. What do you think? Where will he go? After listening to Sherlock's analysis, Logie and Darren fell into thought. The only question now is whether you want to deal with him. Sherlock said. Of course we want to. Darren said without hesitation. He was the one who had suffered the most among the 3. Every time he was played, he seamlessly participated. What about you? Sherlock looked at Logie. In any case, you definitely won't get the money in the car. It's no longer about money. Logie gritted his teeth. It's about a man's pride. Then it's settled. To find him, just do as I say. Even so, we don't necessarily have to go in person, right? The asylum, just hearing it gives me goosebumps. Logie pondered. Would it be better to call the police? Sherlock coldly asked. Even now, you still believe that the pursuit team and police can handle him? Chapter 89, don't worry. We are strategic partners. After Sherlock said this, Logie fell silent. After quite a while, Logie finally spoke. It seems there's really no way to hide. If our attitude is unified, then let's get started. Shouldn't we discuss strategies? Darren asked. Let's find him first. If he really went to the asylum, then we will combine the 3 of our abilities to capture him there. Logic stepped hard on the gas. The armored truck drove along the canal, heading toward the Black Gate district. 3 police cars followed closely behind. With the sound of an explosion, the 3 jumped into the river. Thick smoke billowed on the shore as several police cars surrounded the scene. The 3 swam with all their might to the opposite bank. This was the boundary of the Black Gate District. To reach the Comply Insane Asylum, they needed to cross the entire Black Gate District. Because the asylum was at the other end of the Black Gate District. To prevent the police from finding clues and being attacked from both sides, Holmes found a blind spot in the surveillance and flagged down a taxi. They took the taxi through the Black Gate District and got off near a farm. When getting out of the car, the driver heard a snap. "Driver, you haven't been here recently, remember?" Darren said gently. "Remember?" The driver nodded slowly. "Let's go." Darren closed the car door, and the taxi drove away. This farm was already very close to the asylum. The surroundings were desolate, and there were no streetlights on the road. The 3 walked along the muddy path. During this time, Holmes said nothing. He walked and stopped, sometimes crouching to observe the road beneath his feet, and other times gazing at a distant church. Just when he stopped for the 3rd time, the church bells rang. "This is it." Holmes suddenly spoke. "What's this?" Logic asked. But Holmes didn't answer. Instead, he followed the tire tracks left on the path into the grass by the roadside. After the 3 entered the grass, they didn't walk far before seeing a pile of weeds. Without a word, Holmes went up and pushed aside the weeds. A small car appeared in front of them. A wave of admiration erupted in the live stream. Is he filtering the tire tracks based on the sound of the bells? As expected of Mr. Holmes. Awesome. An old brand, worth trusting. Are you doing a TV shopping show here? What a thrilling chase. If Holmes had joined the pursuit team, maybe they would have already won. Then why don't you say that if Holmes teamed up with Liu Shaoqian, maybe the pursuit team would be in worse shape? Do you forget that summer by Daming Lake, when the cross-dressing boss was played by a clown? Hey, now that you mention it, I suddenly feel Holmes would look good with a clown face. A hook-nosed clown would be even more evil. That guy really came. Honestly, I've been pondering whether Mr. Holmes's speculations are correct all along. Darren stroked his chin. Everyone is now strategic partners, give your partner some confidence. Logic said. Holmes seemed not to hear their conversation and walked around the car twice. As he observed the car, he muttered to himself. The steering wheel and door handles. Fresh bloodstains. The seat is clean. Weakness, internal injuries. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the passenger seat. On the seat was a phone. Who can unlock the car door? Holmes turned and asked. I can only unlock people's locks. Darren shrugged. I can. I learned. Logic took out a piece of wire from his pocket. You really learned a lot. You can cheat and steal cars, Holmes said. I can learn one skill in just 20 minutes, it doesn't take much time. As he spoke, Logic crouched down and began to work on the lock. In just 2 minutes, he opened the car door. Holmes reached in and took out the phone. This isn't the production team's phone, Holmes pondered. Why would he leave the phone here? Darren asked. This indicates, according to his plan, he would come back when he retreated. Also, Holmes looked toward the asylum. He wants to disguise himself as a patient to sneak in, so he couldn't bring a phone. Holmes took off his coat and bundled it up. He stuffed this phone and his own phone into it. You two, put your phones in here. Hearing Holmes' words, Logic and Darren exchanged glances. Could it be? It can't be what we think, right? It's exactly what you think. Holmes nodded. We are disguising ourselves as patients to go in. The 3 hid their phones and each fussed with their appearances. They tried their best to make themselves look like crazy people. Logic even scooped up some dirt from the ground and smeared it on his face. After getting ready, the 3 arrived outside the Comerley Asylum. This asylum was much larger than they had imagined. There were 5 or 6 buildings in the yard, but most of them were pitch black. Some blackbirds were circling on the roof, making it particularly eerie. The 3 walked around the perimeter, looking for a spot with a lower wall. Shall we just climb in? Darren asked, looking at the wall. Of course, unless you want to knock on the door? Logic retorted. Then let's climb here. This section of the wall is lower and it doesn't have a barbed wire. Darren observed. You're right, you go first. Logic said. Why me? Because it was your idea. Don't worry, we are strategic partners, we won't stab you in the back. Logic said. Darren looked at Holmes, and seeing him nod, he felt more at ease. Alright, then I'll go in first. Okay, I'll give you a thumbs up. Logic raised his thumb. If anything unexpected happens, I'll let you guys know. With that, Darren climbed up the wall and directly jumped in. Darren was quite agile, his movements were fluid and seamless. However, as he jumped over the wall and prepared to land, Darren realized something was very wrong. Below him was a large patch of cacti. Darren quickly grabbed the wall, hanging there. Damn it. No wonder they don't even install barbed wire here, it's because they planted this stuff. Chapter 90, Even mental patients have standards. Outside the wall. After Darren climbed in, the other two waited for a while without hearing any sounds. Mr. Holmes, it's your turn. I'm timid, I'll stay back. It doesn't matter. Holmes was also very swift, he jumped right in. Rather let me betray the world than let the world betray me. Logic's mouth slightly curled up, let them scout the way first. After both jumped in, Logic waited a moment. He confirmed that there were no signs of either being caught, then began to act. Logic mimicked the movements of the two in front and elegantly jumped in. The moment he flipped over the wall, his heart sank. Because he saw his two teammates hanging on the wall. Looking down, he found himself above a patch of cacti. Unfortunately, Logic had terrible physical coordination. His mind was quick, but his body couldn't keep up. He directly leaped down, landing right in the cacti. 5 minutes later. Logic crawled out from the cacti, covered in wounds. Darren and Holmes also moved aside little by little and jumped down. Logic, I really wouldn't have guessed you were a tough guy. Darren gave a thumbs up, you rolled around like that and didn't even cry out. Beyond expectations. Holmes nodded. What can I do? If I had screamed, we all would have been caught. Ouch, why didn't you two say anything? Our thoughts were the same as yours, we were afraid of getting caught. At this moment, Holmes suddenly patted the two and darted into a corner against the wall. Darren and the other followed him. Following Holmes' gaze, they saw a figure not far away. That person had disheveled hair, hunched over, and their makeup was a complete mess. They slowly walked forward, occasionally letting out a suppressed laugh. It's that madman. It's the madman. Logic said in a deep voice. What the heck is going on? In this environment? He's still laughing? Darren looked confused. How else can you call him a madman? Holmes left the corner of the wall, follow him. At this moment, Lu Shaoqian felt something was off. Maybe it was because after being injured, his body was too weak, and rationality was having a hard time fighting against his immersed self. Since the similarity reached 70%, he felt that some strange voices would always appear in his head. Although his thoughts became quicker, his body seemed to be starting to get out of control. Sometimes, he couldn't help but laugh. Lu Shaoqian knew that in his current state, it was almost impossible to sneak into the insane asylum without being noticed. Coincidentally, through the information on the bulletin board, he learned that a new group of mental patients would be brought in at 9 o'clock tonight. By the time he saw the announcement, it was already 8:55. So, he decided to change his strategy, to become a new mental patient and enter the asylum openly. As he was approaching the main building, suddenly, the outer gate opened. A bus slowly drove into the insane asylum. This bus must be the one transporting the new patients. The bus door opened, and two staff members were the first to get off. Next were the mentally ill patients lining up. Lu Shaoqian moved closer to the bus. When he was about to blend into the crowd, suddenly, a tightness gripped his temples. His whole head felt like it was being ripped off for a moment, and he lost control. He clutched his head and laughed wildly. Laughing so hard that he couldn't stand straight. Who? The two staff members immediately ran over upon hearing the voice. After seeing Lu Shaoqian, they frowned. I told you not to run around, one of them scolded. Damn it! The other one kicked Lu Shaoqian. However, Lu Shaoqian felt no pain at all. On the contrary, he felt very excited and laughed even louder. His crazy laughter made the two staff members uneasy. This guy looks serious, hitting him won't help, let's hurry and get him inside, let the colleagues inside deal with him. Good idea, we can give him a shock or two, and he'll behave. The two pulled Lu Shaoqian into the line. At the same time, Holmes and the other two took advantage of the confusion to blend into the line. As the line moved forward, the three entered the main building. Once inside, Luoji realized that he was in trouble. Every patient entering had to go through the machine's tests. This test was only effective for mental patients. The machine would assess their abnormality index. What to do? How to pass this test? Luoji asked quietly, hiding behind Holmes. There's no way, just try to appear abnormal. Holmes looked ahead. It's not required to be extremely abnormal to stay here, just a bit out of the ordinary is fine, they won't send us away at this time of night, right? Darren said. That makes sense, but how can we appear abnormal? Luoji asked. Darren whispered, it's simple, normal people's thoughts have certain directions, meaning they have purposes. When it's your turn to test, don't think about those things, deliberately jump to irrelevant thoughts. Before he could finish speaking, the patient in front finished the test. It was Darren's turn. Suddenly, Darren's gaze became vacant, and then he started talking to himself, acting like he had split personalities, walking up to the machine. It went smoothly. The peak score for the test was 150, and Darren scored 40. A photo of Darren popped up in the machine, along with his score. Next, it was Holmes' turn. Holmes showed no change in expression and stood directly in front of the machine. The result was a score of 60. This result surprised even Darren. It seemed that Holmes' inner self was also quite abnormal. Finally, it was Luaji's turn. Luaji was very nervous. Just like a student who was about to face final exams but has slept through an entire semester. He walked up to the machine and began to daydream. As a result, Luaji scored 0 points. Holmes and Darren's hearts sank suddenly. 2 staff members walked over to Luaji. Luaji immediately stuck out his tongue, hanging to one side, and then started drooling. The staff asked Luaji to try again. The result was still 0 points. One of the staff members stared at Luaji for a long time. Finally, he cursed, "Damn it, why did they even send an idiot here?" "What should we do now?" the other staff member asked. "What can we do? Just keep him locked up. The ones above 100 points go to the critical care area, these few, just lock in the general ward." Hearing this, Holmes and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they had mixed in. At this moment, Holmes glanced at the record in the staff member's hand. He was surprised to find that on Lu Xiaoqian's photo, it was marked 150 points. The 3 were sent to the general ward. And Lu Xiaoqian was sent to the critical care area. The 2 staff members escorted Lu Xiaoqian down the corridor of the basement behind him. As soon as they entered the corridor, passing the first cage, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Lu Xiaoqian's arm forcefully. Lu Xiaoqian turned his head. He found that the person was a guy with a sack over his head. Chapter 91, Congratulations. You've received a caring friend. Before Lu Xiaoqian could take a good look at the other person, the 2 staff members pulled Lu Xiaoqian away and turned his face to the other side. "No. Whatever you do, don't look at this guy," one of the staff members said. "Although your brain is also quite abnormal, at least you can still live. This guy could scare someone to death." Seeing the 2 guards so nervous, the guy in the cage laughed. The laugh was very odd, like some kind of bird choking on its food. As he laughed, he awkwardly shook his head, which was wrapped in a sack. The whole person looked like an old puppet. His appearance made Lu Xiaoqian think of a character called Scarecrow. But Lu Xiaoqian remembered that the Scarecrow was very thin. And this guy was very fat. It shouldn't be. The 2 staff members did not dare to look directly at the guy, shivering, and brought Lu Xiaoqian to the cage next door. They locked Lu Xiaoqian inside. "The place is tight recently, this is the only room left." The staff member pointed at the wall between the 2 cages. "I warn you, this wall can save your life, don't talk to him." "Why say so much to him? They are all crazy. If you talk to them seriously, they will think you are singing. Crazy people also have feelings, don't you remember? The last guy who lived in this room was so scared we made hundreds off him." As they said this, the 2 staff members exchanged knowing smiles and left together. In the live broadcast room, the comments were flying by like crazy. It wasn't that the audience expressed a strong desire, but that everyone was using comments for protection. Can we fast forward? I feel like I'm being caught in a mental hospital too. This isn't a kindergarten bus, let me off. Production team, are you doing this on purpose? At the crucial moment earlier, the camera didn't show Qianji. Now that we are in such a creepy place, the camera is always on Qianji. How could you be so wicked? Censor it. Censor it. I suddenly really wonder what reaction Holmes and the others would have in a place like this. Probably acting like Luoji, pretending to be an idiot. As soon as the 2 staff members left, a man's voice came from next door. "Hey, friend." His voice was very gentle, seemingly harmless. Lu Xiaoqian's body was recovering, and his mind was gradually clearing up. "Come here." A hand stretched out from the cage next door, groping along the edge of the wall. "I want to ask you a little question." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqian was very happy. He had come in to find a little companion. "I never expected this guy here to be so enthusiastic. With such a conversation, I didn't even need to start talking myself." Lu Xiaoqian leaned his head closer. "Get a little closer." Lu Xiaoqian moved his head forward a bit more. "Can't get any closer, or I'll slip out." Lu Xiaoqian said. "Friend, you're really funny." The man chuckled again. "I want to ask you, is your courage big? Are you talking about that organ? Or referring to? I'm talking about your reaction when you're scared. Is it very intense?" The man's words revealed a desire. The comments erupted. "No, bro, hearing you talk makes my skin crawl." Production team, I'll pay for VIP. Is that not enough? Help me mute his voice and change it to beep beep beep. With my years of watching experience, I feel a scary scene will appear now. I've automatically adjusted my pupil focus to make my vision blurry. Learned nothing. This question, actually I'm very curious too. Lu Xiaoqian mumbled. Lu Xiaoqian was telling the truth. Ever since he played the clown, he realized he felt no fear for anything. All he felt was excitement. The man next door, upon hearing Lu Xiaoqian say this, suddenly laughed with a hint of disdain. He suddenly spoke, then, let's give it a try. As soon as the words fell, a cloud of smoke sprayed from next door, directly hitting Lu Xiaoqian's face. This scene startled everyone into a cold sweat. Sneak attack. It's poisonous. Damn. Lu, when dealing with the world, keep your eyes open. This place is a crazy house ICU. You could become a specimen any minute. No joke? It's over, I inhaled it all, epic lung failure. However, after inhaling that smoke, Lu Xiaoqian licked his lips, feeling no discomfort at all. Herbal plants. Plus a bit of saline? Upon hearing Lu Xiaoqian say this, the hand from next door paused for a moment. After a while, the hand reached out again, swaying back and forth in front of Lu Xiaoqian. You have no reaction? What reaction should I have? The other party fell silent. The live chat room fell silent too. After a long while, there was no sound. Seeing the other party ignoring him, Lu Xiaoqian quickly tried to mend things. Hey, don't stop talking, hey, there's a reaction. Sure enough, the other's interest was reignited. How is it? How does it feel? My throat feels a bit cool. This time, the other party was completely silent. Lu Xiaoqian called him several times, but he did not respond anymore. It seemed this deep sense of frustration made him determined to cut ties with Lu Xiaoqian. On the contrary, Lu Xiaoqian felt very unwilling. He had just arrived and finally met a proactive, friendly patient who initiated conversation with him. Originally, he wanted to follow this guy and gather intel on all the tough characters here. But suddenly, the relationship turned awkward? This won't do. This absolutely won't do. Lu Xiaoqian thought for a moment and remembered the system reward he had just received, the clownfish pocket watch. Previously, Lu Xiaoqian had considered this reward. This reward could alter the most profound memories, meaning it could change the relationship between him and the other person. No matter whether the other person's mind was normal or not. Lu Xiaoqian decided to give it a try. He took out the clownfish pocket watch, and a system prompt immediately popped up. Would you like to use it on the target? Lu Xiaoqian selected yes. Would you like to alter the target's memory? Lu Xiaoqian selected yes. System reminder, since this is the first use of the item, the system will limit the alteration range. Option, do you want to change yourself to the person's favorite person, or change yourself to their most feared person? Without hesitation, Lu Xiaoqian selected the most feared person. After all, his purpose for coming here was to scout for talent. How could he command and control the other person without making them fear him? Customization complete. Please have the other party gaze at the pocket watch for a duration of at least 1 minute. Chapter 92. No, dude, you really are a scarecrow? Come, let me show you something fun. The cage next door still showed no response. Come, take a look, it's really fun, it'll give you a scare. Oh? Is there something that can scare me? The other person seemed interested. Really, give it a try. As he spoke, Lu Xiaoqian opened the pocket watch and placed it between two cages. The pocket watch ticked away. The other person seemed to be watching intently. 1 minute passed quickly. A fragment appeared directly in Lu Xiaoqian's mind. The perspective of this fragment was that of the man. At that time, he was just a child. He was locked in a very dark room. All around the room were dismembered dolls. These dolls looked so lifelike. Even the scars on them were very realistic. Lu Xiaoqian could feel the boy trembling wildly. Then, Lu Xiaoqian saw a shadow appear at the door of the room. Why is the time you persisted this time so short? Damn! In such a short time, the data is far from enough. A flurry of punches and kicks followed. Next time, hold on a little longer. Fear. Show me your fear. Then came another flashback. The man kept performing all sorts of strange experiments on the boy. The experiments deepened step by step, from animals to humans, then to souls. The purpose of the experiments was only one: to make the child feel fear. In just 1 short minute, Lu Xiaoqian had seen the other person's memories. This left Lu Xiaoqian feeling a bit speechless. No, dude, you really are a scarecrow? But scarecrows are very thin, how did you get so fat? Since the memory was extracted, the man in the cage next door had hidden away. There was no more sound. In the middle of the night, Lu Shaoqian heard the other person sobbing. It was intermittent. Then came the sound of tossing and turning. That man was probably having a nightmare. In the dream, he kept shouting "Daddy." This made Lu Shaoqian next door feel quite uneasy. Because the option he previously altered in the other's memory was to become the person he feared the most. Damn it. The next morning. After breakfast, it was time for recess. Holmes and the other two, dressed in the asylum's patient uniforms, rushed to the yard before all the other patients, finding a corner with the best view to crouch down. They were waiting for Lu Shaoqian to appear. Of course, they weren't planning on openly pinning Lu Shaoqian down in the yard. After all, this was an asylum. If things went wrong, they could end up electrocuted, and no one could escape. They aimed to corner Lu Shaoqian and lead him into a prepared trap. Once they captured Lu Shaoqian, they would all escape the asylum together. Finally, they would tie Lu Shaoqian up like a dumpling and throw him at the entrance of the Wayne group. Seeing the three appear, the barrage in the live room increased. The three of them are dressed as mental patients. How, so cute. No way, you're shipping this? Anything you ship will only harm you. Luojie, the venue matters are up to you. Have you chosen a good spot? Holmes asked. During last night's test, I memorized the floor plan when I passed through the hall. Luojie rubbed his chin. After a night of careful thought, I believe the best place to set up a trap is the activity hall of building number 2. The activity hall is where all patients gather for leisure and entertainment. Although most just sit there in a daze, it is a place that patients must go to every week. Activity hall? Why choose that place? Darren asked. Because it is the only place where ordinary patients and severely ill patients intersect, aside from mealtime. Besides, I found that on the floor plan, building number 2 is the only one with a basement. According to the overall plan, that place overlaps with the drainage system. This means, if we catch him there, we can escape directly through the drainage channel, all the way into the municipal drainage system. Holmes nodded. It seems that place is not accessible every day. Thursdays, every Thursday from dinner time until before bedtime. Luo Ji said. Today is already Wednesday, which means we can go there tomorrow. Holmes looked at Darren. How are the personnel arrangements? This time, to be safe, they didn't plan to just act with the three of them. Instead, they planned to control as many patients from the general ward to act together. In the general ward, besides us, there are 78 patients. I have already hypnotized 30 of them. Before we act tomorrow, I can hypnotize all 78, no problem. Darren said. Darren, can you really control even the insane? Luo Ji asked. Mental patients are still people. Besides, they are just ordinary mental patients, not the severe cases. Those are the real insane. Darren said. At that moment, they saw a large group of patients from the severe ward coming out. And Lu Shaoqian was among them. Lu Shaoqian's hair was still messy, and the dirt on his face had not been washed off. Other patients also had their own distinctive features. At a glance, they were all tough characters. Can you control crazy people like these? Luo Ji asked curiously. If it were before, Darren would have answered without hesitation that he could. Even if it was challenging, the answer would still be yes. Because as a top mental magician, he had to say he could, even if he couldn't. However, ever since the hypnosis failure with Lu Shaoqian, Darren became much more conservative. He wouldn't take on things he wasn't absolutely sure about. To avoid being slapped in the face. Only a madman would try to control another madman. Darren said. However, before he could finish speaking, the three of them froze in place. They saw a madman closely following Lu Shaoqian, with a sack on his head. That madman was calling out "Daddy" repeatedly. Darren, what you said is true. Luo Ji's mouth dropped open. Only a madman can control a madman. Holmes said expressionlessly. At the same time, Tang Ren and Qin Feng arrived at the temporary office. Last night they wanted to act, but Bruce refused. Because for this operation, Bruce wanted to be fully prepared. When they entered the office, they saw Bruce sitting there. In front of him were numerous screens, and the big screen behind him projected the city's surveillance system. Did you rest well last night? Just jumped off a building, how could I rest well? Tang Ren shook his head. When will you be ready? I'm afraid that madman will leave the city. Yes, Mr. Bruce, although your equipment is not ready yet, shouldn't we start tracking early? Qin Feng asked. Tracking? It's already done. Hearing Bruce's words, both Qin Feng and Tang Ren were shocked. You already tracked it? Where? Bruce didn't speak. He tapped the map with his finger, pointing to a location circled in red. That location had a few words written on it: Kangbili, Mental Hospital.